Chapter 1. The year 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar. In a certain region of the North Sea known as Gallode, a solitary island stands majestically upon the surface of the ocean, adorned with lush trees and teeming with wild beasts, some of which are formidable and colossal kings of the wild. Few souls venture to this desolate isle. At this moment, upon the sandy shore of the island, a youth who appears to be around 17 or 18 years old lies sprawled out in the shape of a duck. Seemingly basking in the sun, the young man's name is now Huan Liao. As for his former name, it is best left unspoken, for Liao is now a traveler of worlds, and it is only fitting that he adopts a new name to embark upon a fresh chapter in life. Alas, how is it that just a moment ago I was strolling alongside a young lady, and now I've traversed into another realm, and to find myself in the world of One Piece? In the year 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar, if memory serves, Roger must have only perished about 2 years ago, right? Is this not the most turbulent epoch of the great age of exploration? Liao mutters to himself. It is rather remarkable how well-versed he is in this world. Despite being a newcomer, the reason is simple. He possesses a golden finger. The gene system. Liao's golden finger is a system capable of extracting genes, acquiring genes, fusing genes, and cultivating life. Forms this gene system allows Liao to draw upon the genes of formidable monsters from countless realms, as well as acquire the genes of creatures he has vanquished. Once he obtains these genes, he can cultivate a specific type of being, be it human, animal, or insect. For each successful cultivation, Liao gains a particular ability and a portion of the attributes of the creature. In essence, it is a nurturing system. If cultivated well, Liao can swiftly grow stronger. Conversely, if his cultivation falters, he will have to rely solely on his own strength in this chaotic world. Dear host, you have received a Novice gift pack. Would you like to use it? Open it, Liao replied without hesitation. A notification sounded promptly. Congratulations, host. You have opened the Novice gift pack and received Mundo Gene X1, Berserker Gene X1, and Direwolf Gene X1. Upon hearing the notification, Liao was taken aback and immediately sat up to examine the genes, particularly the first one, which seemed oddly familiar. Mundo Gene, derived from the region of Zon on the continent of Valoran. This gene belongs to the Zonite madman, encapsulating his formidable abilities. Berserker Gene. This gene comes from a berserker on the continent of Arad, imbued with the essence of the berserker's ferocity. Direwolf Gene. This gene is from a planet called Earth, where such creatures are now long extinct. Valoran? Arad? Liao couldn't help but smirk. It appears fortune smiles upon me, as I have acquired these two powerful genes. The direwolf gene might be the weakest among them, yet it still belongs to an ancient species from Earth, so it holds some merit. The berserker gene is undeniably potent, and the Mundo gene is nothing short of extraordinary. With these three genes at his disposal, perhaps he could now contemplate what kind of creature he might cultivate. After all, only through the cultivation of life could he gain strength and enhance his own power. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from behind, startling Liao, who quickly turned to look. A wolf? Upon discerning what it was, Liao's body tensed as he fixated on the creature before him. It was indeed a wolf, with a coat of gray fur and eerie green eyes, its physique significantly larger than that of a wolf from Earth. However, this wolf was marred with bloodstains, and Liao could see wounds oozing crimson. The wolf had noticed Liao and bared its teeth in a growl. It was gravely injured, perhaps seeking solace to tend to its wounds, only to encounter another being. The wolf's growl carried an air of warning, yet it was evident that its injuries were severe. It could hardly withstand any longer before collapsing onto the ground, its breaths growing faint. In all likelihood, it would not be long before this wolf succumbed to its injuries and bled out. Observing the fallen wolf before him, Liao raised an eyebrow. Just a moment ago, I was fretting over what creature to cultivate, and now one has delivered itself to my doorstep. Previously, even if he had chosen to cultivate a creature, his targets would have been limited to insects, as those were the only beings he felt capable of overpowering. The primary condition for cultivating a creature was that it must be incapable of resisting. If Liao were to confront the wild beasts of this island, well, that would be a death sentence. After all, he was merely an ordinary person freshly arrived in this world, ill-equipped to deal with the indigenous ferocity. Yet, unexpectedly, a wolf had presented itself to him. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Liao's lips curled into a smile as he took slow steps toward the wolf, his grin growing ever wider. As the human approached, the wolf, unable to move due to excessive blood loss, felt a surge of fear at the sight of the smile on Liao's face, a strong premonition of impending doom. When Liao's hand made contact with the wolf's body, a faint glow emanated from his palm, enveloping the wolf entirely, and in the next instant, with a whoosh, the wolf's form vanished. With a snap of his fingers, Liao summoned an ethereal screen before him. On the screen, there was a cultivation tank, and he could see the recently vanished wolf now contained within it. Ah, this is the interface of the gene system aside from the cultivation tank. There are empty slots on either side, connected by tubes to the tank. Liao can place the genes he possesses into these slots, and after making his selections, he can click the fusion button beneath the cultivation tank to initiate the gene fusion and cultivation process. In Liao's perspective, it bore a resemblance to a Peidoan mobile game. It is noteworthy that the creatures cultivated will exhibit loyalty to Liao, however. This point seems redundant after all. To cultivate a creature, it must be rendered incapable of resistance, and the only way to achieve that is through incapacitation naturally, in a desperate bid for survival. The creature would express loyalty. Thus, in Liao's view, the equation of incapacity for resistance equates to incapacitation, which in turn leads to loyalty. Let me see, in this perilous world, as my enforcer and protector, I certainly shall not treat you poorly, so I will grant you all the good things. Do not let me down. Liao murmured as he swiftly placed all three of the genes he possessed into the slots beside the cultivation tank. Then, he clicked the fusion button. The cultivation tank immediately began to vibrate with a buzzing sound, releasing steam. One must say, the visuals presented after pressing fusion were rather impressive. As he pressed fusion, the accompanying sounds of clattering and the release of steam were one thing, but roars occasionally burst forth from the tankies. They were indeed roars. Liao listened intently for a moment, and his expression darkened. Owl! This was surely the roar of the dire wolf. It must be. What could it possibly be? Beast! The voice was filled with rage, yet the question remained, who were they cursing at? Mundo thinks you are a big girl. You are the big girl. Your whole family are big girls. What strange sounds these were. The first was undoubtedly from the dire wolf. The second was likely from the berserker, and the third was unmistakably from Mundo prior to his traversal. Liao had enjoyed playing League of Legends, and while playing Mundo, he relished the taunts directed at his opponents. Little did he expect to be mocked in turn. The fusion of the genes occurred swiftly. Amidst the cacophony of voices that irked Liao, and as steam enveloped the entire screen, a radiant light emerged at the center, accompanied by a selection box. Please choose a cultivation direction. Beast type? Human type? Definitely selecting human type without hesitation. Liao opted for the human form. After all, it would be prudent to continue selecting human forms in the future, especially when it came to cultivating little kittens or bunnies. Ha ha ha. Reigning in the smile, brimming with anticipation, Liao focused intently on the screen before him. Upon making his selection, the light dissipated and the steam cleared. Within the cultivation tank, a brand new silhouette emerged before Liao's eyes. What is this, a werewolf? Inside the cultivation tank stood a bipedal figure, a lithe physique cloaked in gray fur, and a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Strangely, Liao was reminded of another champion from League of Legends, Warwick. Quite similar, but this werewolf appeared distinctly more dashing, exuding an aura of coldness. Cultivation successful. Name, unnamed. Abilities, bloodthirst passive, sensitive to the taste of blood. Venomous minions. Its minions carry potent toxins. Heart of the warrior, fearing nothing in the face of battle. Driven solely by desire, it grows bolder with each fight. Inferno, in the throes of suffering, it ignites its body in fierce flames to incinerate its foes. Last Stand significantly enhances recovery and healing capabilities for up to half an hour. Cannot be used frequently in a short span, or it may lead to exhaustion. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation. Navy Headquarters Lieutenant. Maximum Combat Power, Navy Headquarters Colonel. Potential yet to be fully realized. Indeed, the capabilities bear a resemblance to a berserker and Mundo currently. Its strength aligns with that of a lieutenant, which is commendable for self-preservation. However, its potential remains untapped, suggesting future growth. Meow stroked his chin, pondering. Although the exact extent of potential is unclear, if it could receive training in hockey, this werewolf might be capable of contending with a headquarters brigadier general. If the potential were fully unlocked, could it then challenge a vice admiral? It should be possible. Yet upon reflection, acquiring hockey training methods is no simple feat. While many possess hockey, not all have access to formal learning methods. There are resources on Amazon Lily, and Rayleigh likely possesses knowledge, as do the elder strongmen, yet obtaining hockey training from them seems rather challenging. Moreover, considering his current strength, this werewolf's power is far from that level of might. Indeed, it is imperative to grow stronger first. Is it my turn to become stronger next? He shook his head, contemplating with anticipation. Once the training is complete, he would be able to randomly select an ability and a portion of attributes. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the screen. Would you like to proceed with the ability extraction? Absolutely. GKD. Extraction in progress. Successful extraction. Congratulations, you have acquired the ability Heart of the Warrior, along with 1/10 of the comprehensive attributes of the creature you trained. Heart of the Warrior? Meow's lips twitched slightly. This ability seems rather unhelpful to my current self. Alas, it is a pity I did not draw the last stand ability, which I desired most. A wave of heat surged within him. It felt akin to soaking in a hot spring, yet accompanied by a multitude of painful sensations coursing through his body, prompting Meow to furrow his brow in discomfort. What on earth is this feeling? It is exceedingly unpleasant. Fortunately, this sensation appeared abruptly and vanished just as swiftly once the pain dissipated. Meow shook his arms in delight. Was that pain a precursor to enhancing my physical attributes? He distinctly felt a marked improvement in his physical prowess following that discomfort. His body felt remarkably lighter, and a palpable surge of strength coursed through him as he clenched his right fist and swung it through the air. He could faintly hear the sound of air being sliced. Yet, the Heart of the Warrior presents no discernible effect. Is it only manifest during combat? Meow mused, contemplating its passive nature, likely perceptible only in battle. Shaking his head, he redirected his attention to the screen before him, which now displayed a new prompt. Would you like to extract this creature? Yes. With his choice made, the werewolf in the cultivation chamber vanished, replaced by a towering figure before Meow. Looking up, he noted it stood nearly 3 meters tall, with a robust physique and a coat of gray for its limbs, and protruding fangs exuded an aura of ferocity, and with the sea breeze, the scent of blood wafted towards him. It appeared to have an innate scent. Body odor? Intriguing. It seems I must bestow upon you a name henceforth. You shall be called Warwick. Meow thoughtfully stroked his chin before speaking. Indeed, naming is a cumbersome task. It is far simpler to adopt an existing name. And Warwick, being a werewolf, is quite fitting. Warwick. The werewolf appeared somewhat dim-witted, murmuring its name before suddenly raising its fists and pounding its chest with a primal roar, akin to a gorilla. Warwick is very satisfied. Warwick thinks you are a big sissy. Meow. Did you not only merge the genes of Mundo, but also inherit his madness? In the forest of the deserted island, Meow searched for suitable vines, while Warwick followed closely, resembling a simpleton. Meow observed that despite the fusion of the genes of the fearsome wolf, Mundo, and the berserker, in terms of intellect, it had only inherited Mundos. Its intelligence was not low, but certainly not exceptionally high either, akin to that of a child aside from obeying commands related to combat and killing. It struggled to comprehend other instructions. Just moments ago, Meow had instructed Warwick to look out for suitable trees for shipbuilding. After issuing the command, Meow turned to search for himself, only to find Warwick squatting and drawing circles in the dirt with a small twig, a blissfully innocent grin adorning its face. Meow covered her face, her mood epitomizing despair. This system was not merely one of cultivation. I, too, must cultivate, imparting knowledge at every turn, for without teaching, nothing could be accomplished. Ultimately, it necessitated a hands-on approach. Observe closely. This stout and tall specimen is a grand tree, while the slender and diminutive one beside it is a sapling. Do you understand? As Meow walked, she instructed Warwick. He grasped the lesson well, nodding earnestly. Although his expression was simple-hearted, the fierce wolf head and sharp fangs he bore were undeniably chilling. Ah, it is reassuring that you have learned. Now, let us seek. Mio nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of comfort. The two meandered through the forest, skirting its edges without delving deeper, discovering numerous suitable trees that could serve in shipbuilding. Despite Mio's ignorance of the craft, she recognized that on this deserted island, relying on others to rescue her was futile. Constructing a rudimentary raft from some vines seemed entirely feasible. Moreover, hunger gnawed at her. Do you see this? Thick and long, unbreakable vines are precisely what I need. Mio found a vine and turned to instruct Warwick once more. Warwick casually plucked a vine and tugged gently with both hands. Snap! It broke. Warwick looked up at Mio. Do not pull so hard, she replied, exasperated, raising her eyes to the heavens. This is quite challenging. After considerable effort, they finally emerged from the forest. Mio cradling a bounty of fruits while Warwick, with one hand, tugged a vine-crafted rope, which was tied to several fallen trees. How did the trees break? With a mere gentle grasp from Warwick's claws, they snapped effortlessly. It was undeniable that Warwick's strength far exceeded Mio's expectations. Previously, while watching anime, she had not fully comprehended the power dynamics in One Piece, believing that a colonel in the Navy was not particularly formidable. Yet, witnessing Warwick's prowess firsthand, she realized that a tree thick enough for two to embrace could be shattered with seemingly little effort. If such strength were applied to a human, the consequences would be dire. The only disappointment for Mio was the absence of rabbits or wild beasts in the forest. Perhaps their circumnavigation was to blame. Had they encountered any, with Warwick by her side and her hastily conceived method of fire starting through friction, they might have enjoyed a delicious roasted meal. Alas, they were left with only fruits. Mio instructed Warwick to drag the trees to the beach while she dropped the fruits onto the ground. She then began to construct the raft, directing Warwick alongside her. The process of making the raft proved to be quite simple, aligning the trees in rows and binding them with vines. To prevent any mishaps during the construction, Mio secured the binding several times over before giving it a final pat. Ah, it is sturdy indeed. At last, they had completed their task. Mio wiped the sweat from her forehead, then picked up a fruit and tossed it to Warwick. All right, it's time to eat, Warwick. Come, eat. Warwick caught the fruit and shouted in delight before swallowing it whole, then managed to utter a phrase. Warwick was not fond of meals, he craved meat. Go catch it in the forest, Mio replied, without lifting her gaze, as she continued to enjoy her fruit, showing no surprise. After all, it was common sense that Warwick could never be a herbivore. Before the genetic fusion, he was a wolf, and even after merging, alongside the genes of Mundo and the Berserker, he also inherited the genes of the fearsome wolf. It was clear that he was a carnivore. Coupled with the straightforward intellect and temperament inherited from Mundo, Mio had long anticipated Warwick's response. I'm off to get it. Warwick exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Mio's words, then swiftly turned and dashed into the forest, disappearing in an instant. Mio lowered her hand, previously raised in anticipation of Warwick bringing back a trophy should he successfully capture a beast. To her dismay, Warwick had vanished without a trace. With a resigned sigh, she began to nibble on her fruit. Approximately half an hour later, Warwick still had not returned. Mio had rested sufficiently and was ready to launch the raft to see how it fared. However, at that moment, she lifted her gaze towards the horizon and noticed a faint dark spot on the distant sea line, which seemed to be gradually enlarging within her line of sight. A ship? Mio murmured softly, then lowered her gaze to the wooden raft at her feet, her lips twitching slightly. Had she known a boat would arrive, she would not have exerted such effort in crafting it. Moreover, it appeared that the vessel was indeed approaching her direction, implying that she merely needed to sit upon the beach and wait. It wouldn't be long before the ship docked before her. Should she embark on the wooden raft, subsisting daily on fruit and sashimi, accompanied by Warwick in their solitary adventure across the sea? Or would it be wiser to await the arrival of the ship, concocting a reason to board, and indulge in daily feasts of meat instead? After all, with Warwick's strength, he could effortlessly find work aboard the ship and earn a living. Mio furrowed her brows, deeply troubled. She cast another glance at the vast ocean before her, and the dark spot in her line of sight drew nearer, revealing the contours of a ship. It was indeed a vessel approaching this way. How perplexing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio lowered her head, gazing at the clearly broken piece of wood on the raft, murmuring to herself with a sorrowful expression. After all, she had dedicated an entire morning to its creation, which also held Warwick sentiments. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, she would surely have been met with derisive comments about her dramatic demeanor. However, given that the raft was now in disrepair, it was best to wait for a ship to arrive. With this thought, Mio settled on the beach, biding her time. Hey, Captain. That island ahead appears to be the infamous Beast Island. A pirate clad in sailor attire, perched on the ship's mast, exclaimed, peering through his telescope at the distant land. He turned to shout down at a robust man below. Beast Island? What a fortuitous discovery. Carrie laughed heartily upon hearing this. There must be plenty of beasts on that island, perfect for us to hunt and gather provisions for the ship. We can also rest there and regain our strength before continuing our plunder of merchant vessels. Haha. The captain's mind works swiftly. He is truly brilliant. His subordinates chimed in, nodding in agreement. Carrie's laughter grew more boisterous, for he aspired to become the ruler of the North Sea, embodying both wisdom and valor. Captain, it seems there is someone on that island. Suddenly, the pirate atop the mast shouted again. It appears to be a solitary individual, likely a survivor of a shipwreck. And Captain, he looks like a tender young lad. Oh, Carrie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Quickly, lads, accelerate toward him. We mustn't let him escape. Capturing such a delicate young fellow to sell to those noble women will be quite profitable. Rest assured, Captain, he won't get away. One of the crew members recalled, the last boy we captured fetched us 100,000 berries, and we celebrated for days. I wonder how many days of revelry this one will provide us? They laughed heartily as the ship surged forward, approaching the island. A quarter of an hour later, the modest pirate ship docked. Mio, spotting the flag atop the pirate ship, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. What? A pirate ship? Although a ship was indeed a ship, she had hoped for a merchant vessel, one that could whisk her away. But a pirate ship? That likely meant violence was imminent. These pirates clearly bore malicious intent. She murmured to herself, Hey there, is it just you on this island? Carrie descended from the ship, a small pistol at his waist, and a long sword nearly 6 feet in length at his back. His towering frame of nearly 10 feet did not seem out of place. As Carrie approached, flanked by his crew, Mio narrowed her eyes slightly. I have one companion. Oh, Carrie's eyes glinted with anticipation as he inquired, Is he of your age? Upon getting a clearer look at Mio, Carrie's excitement surged, for she possessed the youthful beauty favored by noble women. The thought of capturing another like her sent his spirits soaring. Such individuals could command exorbitant prices. Age? Mio had never anticipated that the pirate before him would pose such a question. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he responded honestly. He should be younger than me. This conclusion was reached after careful consideration, as it was evident that Warwick, being a wolf by nature, had a lifespan considerably shorter than that of a human. While humans mature at 18 years, wolves reach adulthood at around 23. Furthermore, given Warwick's intellect, it seemed entirely plausible that he was indeed younger. However, Kelly was oblivious to these nuances. Upon hearing that the individual before him was younger, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Good, very good. That's splendid news. And what of your friend? Where has he gone now? Kelly inquired with a cheerful demeanor. He has ventured into the forest, but will return shortly. Mio gestured towards the woods behind him. With a beaming smile, Kelly noticed the raft lying at Mio's feet and remarked, It appears you two wish to depart from this island. No? How about I assist you in your escape? Do not let our pirate status deceive you. We are fundamentally good people. Yet, in these turbulent times, one must resort to piracy to avoid being plundered by others. After speaking, Kelly turned to his two subordinates and commanded, Go fetch some bottles of rum from the ship. We shall wait here for this young man's friend. Ah, and do bring a bottle for him as well. The two crew members nodded and promptly made their way to the ship, engaging in hushed conversation as they walked. Why doesn't the boss just tie this fellow up instead of being so cordial? One queried. Are you foolish? Our target for sale is none other than those wealthy heiresses and affluent ladies. If anything were to mar his image, it would severely diminish his value. The other replied sagely. Well, this guy's luck seems to be holding. He'll likely be treated well by those wealthy women, one mused. What are you thinking? This is hardly a pleasant job. Those nobles are anything but kind. They possess twisted minds, and this fellow may suffer greatly, came the response. Indeed. The two pirates soon returned from the ship, laden with several bottles of rum. They settled in a shaded spot beneath a large tree on the beach and began to drink. Mio was also given a bottle, and after his first hesitant sip, he found himself rather taken with the flavor. No wonder those powerful figures in the anime he had watched before crossing over enjoyed their drinks. The taste was undeniably delightful. Mio thought to himself as he took another sip. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour slipped by. With his drink finished, Kelly furrowed his brow, growing impatient as he glanced at Mio. Hey, kid, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Where's your friend? I'm not deceiving you. Perhaps he got lost in the forest. Mio scratched his head and pondered. If you're growing impatient, I have a method that might bring my friend out of the forest immediately. What method? Speak quickly, Kelly exclaimed, his urgency palpable. The sun was scorching, and even in the shade, the heat was oppressive. The meager supply of rum only heightened his discomfort, as they would need to endure days at sea ahead. Mio spoke earnestly. My friend is particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. If you were to create a small wound and let a few drops spill, my friend would surely believe something has happened to me and would rush out immediately. Really? Kyrie replied, looking at Mio with skepticism. That sounds somewhat far-fetched. Indeed. I have no reason to deceive you, Mio shrugged. Moreover, we are on a deserted island. If I were to lie, it would be quite easy to uncover the truth. Kyrie nodded, acknowledging the validity of her statement. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned one of his subordinates. Without hesitation, the subordinate drew a dagger and made a small incision on his index finger. A wound appeared, and droplets of blood began to flow, cascading onto the sandy shore. The faint scent of blood began to waft through the air, though it was extremely subtle, and Kyrie discerned no trace of it at all. Mio's nose twitched slightly as she sensed the gaze of Kaylee upon her. She shrugged and smiled, reassuring him. Rest assured, my friend possesses a keen sense of smell. He shall arrive shortly. Kaylee scoffed. Very well. I shall trust you this once, his tone laced with impatience as he settled into the shade. Kicking one of his subordinates in the rear, grumbling, I am on the verge of perishing from the heat. Hasten to fan me. Though his subordinate lamented internally, he swiftly found a leaf and obediently began to fan. Observing this scene, Mio felt a pang of envy for those who were attended to, while she had no subordinates. She had Warwick. In her mind, she silently affixed an additional label to Warwick's title of henchman, exclusive servant to Kurokas Mio. As a few minutes passed, the sun blazed ever brighter. Suddenly, in the lush jungle, birds erupted in a frenzy, fleeing into the distant skies. What is happening? Kaylee muttered, furrowing his brow as he glanced back at the forest, yet he discerned nothing amiss. Subsequently, Kaylee strode up to Mio, seizing her collar and lifting her into the air with a fierce, irritable tone. Hey, are you deceiving me? You truly have no friends, do you? Otherwise, why have they not yet arrived? I am not deceiving you, Mio replied, helplessly raising her hands. He is already here, just look, pointed towards the forest. Carrie's pupils contracted as he gazed in that direction. A towering figure stood there, robust and imposing. As the pirates recognized the figure, they gasped and instinctively recoiled. It was a werewolf. Armed with sharp claws, it clutched a massive, freshly slain boar. A bloody hole pierced the boar's abdomen, as if cleaved by a razor-sharp instrument. And crimson fluid cascaded, staining the ground beneath the werewolf's feet. A devil fruit user? Carrie uttered, his voice laced with trepidation and his teeth chattering. Being in the North Sea, many were familiar with devil fruits, Carrie included, though he had never encountered one. The sight of the werewolf before him instinctively led him to believe it was a devil fruit user. However, what filled him with dread was the werewolf's gaze. Its crimson eyes fixated on him, or rather, on his hand gripping. You wish to harm the master? Warwick's voice was a guttural growl, distinct from his previous roar, yet filled with rage. A flash of crimson blazed in his eyes, and the boar's corpse fell to the ground. Warwick vanished. A spray of blood splattered on his face. The hand that had clutched her collar lay severed at her feet. Carrie shrieked in agony, stumbling backward and collapsing. His eyes wide with terror and fury as he stared at the werewolf who had appeared before him in an instant. Attack! Kill this monster! Carrie roared, retreating while issuing commands to his crew. Swallowing hard, a pirate underling attempted to steal his resolve, but hesitated to move. The other pirates were similarly frozen, some even edging away from Warwick. Fools, what are you afraid of? There are many of us, and we have weapons. Can't we kill him? Attack! Whoever slays this beast will receive 1,000,000 berries and be made my second in command. Carrie bellowed. The promise of riches ignited avarice in the pirate's eyes. Warwick remained indifferent, standing protectively before, seething with rage. They want to hurt the master. The master wants Warwick to eliminate them. He was enraged, yet mindful of his master's commands. Showing no signs of berserker gene integration, hesitated, then nodded faintly. Go. Despite her aversion to killing, even indirectly, she steeled herself. Such events were inevitable in this world. Warwick will tear them apart. With his master's permission, Warwick roared, turning towards the pirates, his fangs bared and claws gleaming, and lunged forward. In mere moments, Warwick was upon a pirate, his razor claws rending the man's body asunder, showering the area with blood. Attack! Kill him! Carrie screamed, utterly terrified. The pirates, trembling with fear, charged at Warwick, hacking with their weapons and firing their guns. However, their bullets could not keep pace with Warwick's speed. He was a phantom, appearing and vanishing, a specter of death. Each appearance heralded another demise. Within minutes, 16 pirates were reduced to a single survivor, Carrie. You monster! Die! Carrie roared, wielding his cutlass and lunging at Warwick. Clang! Sparks flew. Warwick caught the blade in his claws, unharmed. Die! Warwick roared, his eyes blazing crimson, and plunged his other claw into Carrie's abdomen, drawing it out, staining his claws with blood. Witnessing the carnage, vomited, her face pale. She turned away. I need a moment. This was overwhelming. However, she knew she would grow accustomed to it. She glanced back intermittently as she recovered. After an indeterminate time by the sea, feeling somewhat desensitized, rose and faced the corpses. Though the scene was still gruesome, she could bear it. She inhaled deeply and smiled at the pirate ship moored at the shore. We can leave this island. Warwick, master. Warwick appeared, dragging the boar he had slain and presenting it to, eager for praise. Well done, patted Warwick's shoulder. Unable to reach higher. Warwick, fetch 2 more beasts from the forest, and then we'll depart. Warwick will go. Warwick nodded and turned towards the forest, but paused. Warwick will stay close. If the master is in danger, Warwick will return swiftly. Go on. Waved him off, touched by his concern. As Warwick departed for the forest, boarded the pirate ship. Before nightfall, she scaled the mast and tore down the pirate flag. Then, she explored the ship's interior. The ship was small and ordinary. The cabins were cramped, with only 7 or 8 rooms, including a large one with hammocks. Storage areas and a kitchen were also present. To her delight, she discovered a room filled with money. "So much money," exclaimed, licking her fingers as she counted the bills. 1,070,000 berries. This must be the captain's quarters. If only there were a devil fruit. Mio shook her head, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Ultimately, she found nothing of significant value. On the vessel, apart from the supplies, the only thing of worth was the berries. The rest consisted merely of some clothing, which was quite soiled. It would likely require some time to sort through. After all, this ship might serve as Mio's means of navigation across the sea, and purchasing one was beyond her means. She could only make do for the time being. As dusk began to fall, Warwick returned, each hand carrying a black leopard and a gray rabbit, roughly the size of a wolfhound. "Warwick, strip the skin off that rabbit, and I shall prepare roasted meat for you," Mio called out, while she settled down with a book she had discovered aboard. It was a tome about navigation, with content that was not overly complex, merely covering the fundamental knowledge of a navigator. Meanwhile, Mio was also attempting to comprehend how to make the ship move. Before her crossing, she had been utterly ignorant of such matters. Fortunately, the learning curve was not steep. After dedicating some time, she grasped the basics of steering a ship and discerning direction on the vast ocean. Closing the book, Mio picked up a nearby newspaper, her brow furrowing as she murmured to herself, "I find myself in the North Sea, a realm far from tranquil. Why could I not have traversed to the East Sea instead? Not to mention the Grand Line. The East Sea is one of the more formidable territories among the 4 seas. After all, it is the domain of the likes of Kizaru and Akainu. And in the future, supernovas such as Luffy and Hawkins will emerge. As of now, the most active presences in the North Sea were likely the Vinsmoke and Don Quixote families. Of course, aside from these, the North Sea, known for its frequent conflicts, is rather chaotic, with many pirates often embroiled in the wars of various nations, seeking fortune. The North Sea. Mio scrutinized the contents of the newspaper intently, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. Her next objective was undoubtedly to seek out a small island with a town, to thoroughly investigate the current state of the world, and to ascertain some degree of confidence. Moreover, she needed to find a way to grow stronger and to master the art of hockey. After all, in this world, possessing strength is the fundamental means of survival. As for joining the Navy, Mio had no such intentions. Alone, she might consider enlisting, but with Warwick by her side, and the possibility of encountering others akin to Warwick in the future, it was implausible to think they could remain hidden indefinitely. Should they emerge, not only would the Navy raise suspicions, but the world government might very well apprehend her and send her to Dr. Vegapunk for scrutiny. The mere thought of Vegapunk sparked a flash of realization in Mio's mind, prompting her to scan the newspaper's content once more. This particular newspaper was exclusively distributed in the North Sea region, and its recent publication suggested that it contained the latest updates. A report detailed that scientists from the genius nation of Balquamur were raising funds to construct large heating furnaces to enhance the living conditions of the islanders, with the king of Skundau remarking, "Only a fool would contribute." Indeed, this was a snippet from the newsprint. The section it occupied was not extensive, yet it captured Mio's attention. Balquamur. Mio set down the newspaper and gently tapped her forehead, her brows furrowing in concentration. The words were strikingly familiar, undoubtedly linked to some piece of information associated with this name. It was something I must have encountered before my journey across time. I need to ponder it carefully. Bakamoya. The future kingdom. Suddenly, Mio suddenly recalled what she had forgotten. Vegapunk. Good heavens, the person preparing to construct a furnace is none other than Vegapunk? He is, astonishingly, in the North Blue? Mio was utterly astonished. Vegapunk, could it be that during this period, he is yet to be ensnared by the world government and forced to serve their interests? It is indeed plausible. After all, the leader of the Vinsmoke family in the North Blue was once acquainted with Vegapunk. It stands to reason they may have collaborated. Thus, Vegapunk's presence in the North Blue does not seem far-fetched, especially considering that 20 years prior, at the story's inception, he had not yet come to the attention of the world government. Should I go? Or should I go? Or should I go? Glancing at the newspaper featuring a place called the Skander Kingdom, Mio resolutely cast aside the small paper and made her decision. Off I go. The journey across the sea is undoubtedly exceedingly monotonous. However, fortune smiled upon Mio as Warwick accompanied her. Although not a beauty, his presence was preferable to solitude. Moreover, Mio discovered several fishing rods aboard the vessel, allowing her to occasionally fish and pass the time. This particular morning, Mio was diligently training on the deck, engaging in push-ups and sit-ups. Though these exercises were simple, consistent practice could enhance her physical stamina, which was undeniably crucial in this world. After all, every form of strength required energy. With a sigh, she completed 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups. After her training, Mio was drenched in sweat. She took a hearty swig from a bottle of rum handed to her by Warwick, then approached the edge of the ship to gaze into the distance, her eyes widening in surprise. Before her lay a small island, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to harbor a town. Elated, Mio hastily set the sails and accelerated towards it. Although her current strength was not exceedingly formidable, she believed she could manage to protect herself. She felt her abilities were comparable to those of elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters, and with her fervor for battle, she estimated her capacity to fight would be on par with the lowest-ranked Mio disembarked onto the island, instructing Warwick to guard the vessel while she ventured ashore with Bailey. Entering the quaint town nestled within the island. Having dwelled in this world for a while, it was Mio's inaugural exploration of its urban landscape, and she roamed about with unbridled curiosity, her eyes aglow with novelty. Naturally, she did not neglect to indulge in some shopping. "Excuse me, proprietor. Could I procure that black cloak over there? By the way, what is the price?" she inquired, pointing at a cloak in one of the shops. This cloak was intended for Warwick, as his imposing demeanor could be somewhat intimidating. Donning a cloak would certainly prove advantageous in the future, sparing him from unnecessary complications. "Oh, that would be 2,000 Baileys. Very well, here you go." Upon completing her transaction, Mio exited the shop, her arms laden with the new cloak, and sought out provisions and spirits. Though her haul was considerable, she managed to carry it all without difficulty. However, as she prepared to return to the ship, she was intercepted at a crossroads. "Hey, kid, hand over your money to Lord Bellamy." A young man with yellow hair brandished a wooden stick, flanked by several companions, all of whom sneered at Mio. "Bellamy? That name rings a bell," Mio muttered, setting down her purchases and twisting her neck. "Sorry, but I have no money." "No money? Who do you think you're fooling?" Bellamy's eyes widened in indignation as he bellowed. "I've been watching you since you entered the first shop. Spare me the chatter. If you don't hand it over, we want to be polite." "Then let us see what you've got," Mio replied, a smirk gracing her lips as she clenched her fists, inexplicably eager for Bellamy to make a move. At her words, a cold glint appeared in Bellamy's eyes. "You really don't know when to quit, do you? But since you seek your demise, I shall OBL API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." The voice of Mio suddenly resonated. "Will you die? It depends on your fate." As the words fell, a swift flash of cold light erupted, creating a deep wound upon Bellamy's chest, blood gushing forth. Unexpectedly, the underling of Doflamingo from the original tale had crossed paths with him. On the journey back to the ship, Mio murmured to herself while wiping the blood from the blade. At present, Bellamy had not yet consumed a devil fruit. He was merely a small-time thug, undeniably weak, posing no challenge to her. It appeared that in this sea region, her strength was quite formidable indeed. Shaking her head, Mio chose not to dwell further on the matter. Upon returning to the ship, she found Warwick fishing with a rod. Spotting Mio's return, he eagerly pointed to several fish beside him, exclaiming joyfully, "Master, fish, fish." I see," Mio responded, raising her hand in acknowledgement. After appeasing Warwick, she set sail once more, determined to reach the Skun Kingdom promptly, lest she arrive too late and lose track of Vegapunk, which would be a significant loss. Although she was aware that she might not be able to retain Vegapunk, and with her current strength, she could not safeguard him either, it was evident that Vegapunk's exceptional talents would eventually come to light. Such a perilous existence would either be utilized by the world government or eradicated. The world government would undoubtedly value his talents, leading to a scenario akin to the original narrative where Vegapunk would be compelled to work for them. Even if she managed to persuade Vegapunk to join her crew, should he be exposed, it would inevitably result in relentless pursuit by the world government. Thus, Mio had never entertained the notion of recruiting Vegapunk as a crew member, considering it impractical at present. Of course, she had her own thoughts and schemes. Using the ingredients she had procured, Mio prepared a serving of egg fried rice for herself and grilled meat for Warwick, who consumed only meat and nothing else, lacking any culinary skills. Thus, she found herself temporarily assuming the role of chef. In recent days, she had attempted to teach Warwick how to cook, but he nearly set the kitchen ablaze. It was clear that he possessed no talent in this regard. As the ship sailed forth, they enjoyed their meal. Mio sat beside Warwick, one hand grasping a fishing rod while the other held a glass of rum, basking in leisurely delight. "Master, a boat, a boat." Just as Mio squinted her eyes to savor the pleasures of life, Warwick's voice suddenly broke the tranquility. Mio opened her eyes and gazed in the direction pointed out by Warwick, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. What fortuitous luck to encounter a pirate ship so swiftly. In her line of sight, a vessel adorned with the pirate flag sailed not far ahead, evidently traversing the same route, thus drawing closer with each passing moment. At that precise moment, a seagull swiftly descended from the sky, alighting at the bow of the ship, clutching a newspaper in its beak, which it presented to Mio. Within the pages lay a bounty notice. Mio exchanged 100 berries for the newspaper, then, after peering through her telescope at the pirate flag on the distant ship, she began to peruse the bounty notices contained within. In the Four Seas region, the bounties predominantly featured pirates operating within the same waters. Before long, she discovered the bounty for the approaching pirate ship, Executioner Jirichi's, bounty of 4 million berries, swordsman. Murmuring the details of the bounty, a smile crept upon Mio's lips, and she rose to her feet, laughter bubbling forth. Warwick readied himself for battle. Having uttered the word battle, A fierce glint ignited in Warwick's crimson eyes, brimming with anticipation. Soon, the two ships drew near. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the thunderous roar of cannon fire from the pirate ship, cannonballs hurtling toward Mio's vessel. Warwick, intercept those cannonballs, Mio commanded. Without hesitation, Warwick leapt into the air, his claws slicing through the air, unleashing a powerful strike that shattered the cannonballs into fragments, which plummeted into the sea below. Meanwhile, Mio seized the weapon she had recently purchased and sprang forth, her formidable leaping ability propelling her from her ship onto the deck of the pirate vessel. The number of pirates aboard was scant, nearly 10 in total. Led by a burly man with a long sword at his waist, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Foolish brat, we haven't even approached you. And yet you've come to deliver yourself to your doom. Men, kill him, he bellowed, rallying his comrades with a fervent cry. Charge, kill, attack. The shouts echoed as several pirates brandished their weapons and charged at Mio. Jerichis, however, had turned his gaze towards Warwick, now leaping onto the pirate ship, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He had witnessed Warwick's earlier display of strength and instantly recognized his formidable prowess. Yet, as a pirate, he refused to succumb to fear, steeling himself for the task of slaying Warwick. You dare to bully my master? Warwick shall annihilate you. Warwick thundered, rage surging through him as he landed. Witnessing Mio under siege, the clash of steel rang out as the battle commenced. Mio wielded her long sword with grace, effortlessly fending off the onslaught of several pirates, and urgently called out to Warwick. Warwick, deal with that fellow, but do not kill him. Leave him with half a breath for me to handle. Upon hearing the name, Warwick's visage betrayed a moment of hesitation. Torn between his protective instincts toward his master and the explicit command to engage another, Warwick wrestled with inner conflict. Yet, with a resounding roar, he declared his intent. I shall swiftly dispatch you, and then safeguard my master. Prepare to meet your end. In that instant, Warwick vanished, and a premonition of mortality washed over Jerichis, sending shivers down his spine. Without pause, he drew his weapon, executing a fierce, reflexive strike behind him. Clang. The clash of blade against Warwick's claws ignited a shower of sparks. However, the sword's integrity faltered, and a fissure rapidly spread, culminating in its catastrophic fracture. What? Jerichis exclaimed in stunned disbelief. But Warwick afforded him no respite. His right claw shot forth, seizing Jerichis by the throat and slamming him against the deck. With a sickening crack, half of Jerichis's head was embedded in the wooden planks. Relinquishing his grip, Warwick's claws then tore into Jerichis's abdomen. Splurch. A grievous wound opened, and crimson ichor splattered forth, eliciting a tormented cry from Jerichis. You shall not perish. My master has forbidden it. Warwick bellowed at Jerichis. Meanwhile, parried an assault from a pirate, then with a decisive tremor, deflected the pirate's weapon. Capitalizing on the pirate's momentary stagger, executed a swift, soaring strike, separating the pirate's head from his shoulders in a macabre ballet of death. On the panel, a notification materialized. Congratulations. You have acquired the pirate human gene. 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 Accompanied by a litany of such messages, pirate after pirate fell beneath's blade. Eventually, only Jerichis remained, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld Warwick in the inexorable advance of, No, please. I pledge my allegiance to you. Spare my life. Alas, while I am in need of crew and companions, your inclusion is out of the question, responded with a shrug of regret. Nevertheless, the long sword in her grasp moved with swift purpose. As her words trailed off, the blade struck home. Splurch. The sword pierced Jerichis's heart. Congratulations. You have acquired the pirate human gene. Let us examine the potential of this gene, mused, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She withdrew her weapon, nonchalantly wiping away the blood before sheathing it at her waist. As she strode toward the ship's interior, she perused the newly acquired genes on the panel. Human gene. Pirate. Human gene. Originating from pirates within the pirate world. This gene is imbued with a fervent passion for the sea, seemingly intertwined with a modicum of swordsmanship aptitude. Pirate. Human gene. Originating from pirates within the pirate world. This gene is imbued with a fervent passion for the sea and a fondness for rum. The swordsmanship aptitude appears to be marginally greater than the previous sample. The first gene was extracted from a common pirate. The second, from Jerichis. It would seem Jerichis was not entirely undeserving of his captaincy. At the very least, his swordsmanship potential seems promising, though hardly formidable. It is not entirely without value. S lips curled into a slight grimace as she unconsciously arrived before a room at the far end of the ship's interior. With a resounding bang, she kicked open the door, revealing a spacious yet disheveled chamber. Casting a cursory glance about, S gaze settled upon a treasure chest resting upon the large bed. It would appear we have acquired more than just a bounty on their heads, mused, her spirits lifting as she briskly approached the chest. Upon opening the coffer, a radiant golden light flooded the room. A smile graced Mio's lips as she seized a handful of gold coins from the treasure chest, her elation mounting. With such a bounty, she mused, an opportunity might arise to acquire a blade of considerable quality. Though renowned blades were few and far between, weapons of comparable merit were not entirely absent. Their fame simply less pronounced, and each often possessed its own unique history. Securing the chest, Mio cradled it in her arms, preparing to depart. Yet, her gaze fell upon a din mushy resting on the bed. After a moment's contemplation, she tucked the creature away and exited the room. Reappearing on deck, Mio called out to Warwick. Warwick, relieve that fellow of his head. We're returning. Understood, Warwick bellowed in response. With brutal efficiency, he seized the deceased Jerikith, and with a savage wrench, severed his head from his body. The gruesome display elicited a grimace from Mio. Shaking her head, she leaped back onto her own vessel. Such a trove of coins should suffice for our expenditures for a time. Let us ascertain the location of the nearest isle, where I might peruse the available weaponry. Mio mused with a smile, unfurling a map. Presently, she pinpointed their position and charted a course toward the next island on their route. An uninhabited isle, it seems. Yet, this island warrants investigation, Mio murmured, her gaze fixed upon the isle marked dangerous, a haven for insects. After a moment, she folded the map. Hoisting the sails, they embarked once more. As for the derelict pirate ship, now a floating mausoleum, it was left to drift upon the open sea, its fate at the mercy of fortune. As twilight descended, the ocean was bathed in the crimson hues of the setting sun. Mio, with a glass of rum in hand, once again settled at the bow of the ship, indulging in her leisurely sea fishing while humming a tune. Yo-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho. In the North Sea, aboard a pirate ship in a certain maritime expanse, Torpole, with a somewhat unsightly runny nose, addressed his companions with deference. Doflamingo, we are nearing our destination. Gay, gay, gay. Relay the message. Let those fellows prepare in advance, if they fail to produce the funds when the time comes. Gay, 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 gay. Beneath his sunglasses, a cold glint flickered in Doflamingo's eyes. Rest assured, Doflamingo, those individuals would not dare to deceive us. After all, our strength is well known. Torpole replied with a smile, his voice brimming with joy. If this arms deal succeeds, we will truly make our mark in the underworld of the North Sea, and subsequently, we shall have ample resources to procure devil fruits and cultivate our subordinates. Just as he finished speaking, the towering figure of Circa approached, his face marred by anger as he held a din mushy. Doflamingo, one of our trading partners has become unreachable. Oh, Doflamingo swirled the red wine in his glass, a sinister yet frigid smile gracing his lips. Are we being toyed with? That should not be the case. The individual in question is Jerikith. He was in contact with us yesterday, but today he has suddenly gone silent. Perhaps he has encountered an unforeseen circumstance, Circa reported regretfully. He was set to purchase a shipment of arms from us, and it appears we may lose that money. I've heard he resorted to plundering several merchant vessels, even taking a portion of a national treasury amidst the chaos of a war-torn country to gather the funds. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's brow furrowed in contemplation. It would indeed be a pity to lose such a deal. Contact him via the din mushy, he instructed. Circa, already prepared for the call, wasted no time in dialing. The din mushy rang out, and soon enough, the line connected, albeit without a sound. Jerikith? Circa's voice pierced the silence. Oh, are you looking for that fellow? He's already dead, came a voice from the din mushy. Doflamingo grinned, his interest piqued. Did he perish at your hands? Indeed, he did. He was supposed to deliver a sum of money to me, the voice continued. That money is now mine. Gay, 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 gay. So you intend to oppose the Don Quixote family? Listening to the familiar laughter emanating from the din mushy, Mio's eyes widened in surprise. She never imagined that a random pirate she had encountered and killed would be linked to Doflamingo. As one of the Shichibukai in the original narrative, and a former celestial dragon, Mio was well aware of Doflamingo's reputation. Thus, while she had crossed him, she felt no fear. Moreover, she considered that they need not be adversaries. Perhaps they might even forge a friendship. Oppose? No, no, no. I believe the Don Quixote family would prefer not to add someone like me to their list of foes, Mio replied with a smile, her tone calm. Perhaps we could become friends instead? The benefits of friendship far outweigh those of enmity. Wouldn't you agree? Very true, Doflamingo said, his expression shifting from serious to a smile, his eyes sparkling with intrigue behind his glasses. However, without sufficient strength, one lacks the qualifications to befriend the Don Quixote family. You shall witness my capabilities. I look forward to it. 3 days hence, at Casola Island. I hope to encounter you then, my friend, he chuckled. The call was abruptly terminated. Mio put away the phone book, chuckling softly as she shook her head. Casola Island, it seems a visit is in order. She intended to leverage Doflamingo's influence, for although his power may not be formidable at present, he possessed a considerable network of intelligence in the North Sea that could aid her in acquiring what she desired, particularly the coveted devil fruits. With such fruits, she could extract genes from the myriad of monsters across the realms through the genetic system, fostering the creation of powerful beings. As for the upcoming insect island, she hoped it would not disappoint her. Encountering a remarkable creature worthy of cultivation would be ideal. With a murmured thought, a glimmer of anticipation shone in her eyes. After all, only by demonstrating formidable strength and potential could she capture the attention of the Don Quixote family. A day later, at the shores of Insect Island. Upon docking the ship, Mio and Warwick disembarked, their hands tucked into their pockets as they muttered to one another. I wonder if it will smell. If it does, that could be problematic. She referred to the pirate heads aboard the vessel. The unpredictable weather at sea, combined with the absence of refrigeration, made the situation precarious. A refrigerator filled with food would render the presence of such items rather unsettling. Shaking her head, Mio chose to dismiss those thoughts. Stepping onto the deserted island, she was immediately greeted by the chorus of insects resonating from within. Prior to her arrival, Mio had gathered some knowledge about this island, aptly named Insect Island. True to its name, it was teeming with an array of formidable insects, many of which were larger and stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Furthermore, this island could be classified as an ancient one, housing numerous insects that belonged to primordial forms, rendering them even more extraordinary. Despite Warwick's presence, Mio remained cautious and vigilant as they ventured into the island's forest. In an instant, she observed a multitude of insect figures, including a hornet's nest nestled in a tree. The hornets here were evidently unlike those found elsewhere. Each one measured an astonishing 10 centimeters in length, sending shivers down her spine. Warwick, be careful. Let us steer clear of this area. Mio spoke softly, leading Warwick to the other side. Just then, a whoosh echoed through the air, and a green figure suddenly lunged towards Warwick. Huh! Warwick turned his head, his right hand moving with unerring speed, grasping at the air. He captured a mantis. Entirely green yet adorned with two silver scythe-like appendages, tightly in his grip, nearly crushing it. Warwick, do not kill it. Allow me, Mio said hastily, taking the mantis from Warwick's hands. With a swift motion, she tore it in two. Congratulations, you have acquired the ancient mantis gene. Ancient mantis, Mio murmured, then continued on her path. Mio has indeed witnessed the splendor of this island, teeming with a myriad of insects. Among them are several species, some of which possess potent toxins. Upon sighting them, Mio instinctively opts for a detour. Moreover, she has collected an impressive array of genes: ant genes, beetle genes, mantis genes, and even those of a large longhorn beetle. The reason she could gather these genes is that these insects have audaciously launched surprise attacks on her. The insects on this island are exceedingly belligerent. As she walked, Mio murmured to herself, noting that she had hardly engaged in any confrontations, having been ambushed and assaulted since her arrival. Suddenly, a sound caught her attention. Mio halted, her ears quivering slightly as she discerned a distinct rustling noise ahead. Master, Warwick has spotted some ants, Warwick said cautiously, matching Mio's care with a whisper, while gesturing toward the ground before them. Looking down, Mio indeed saw a multitude of large black ants marching in a particular direction, the source of the earlier sound. Raising her foot, Mio approached gingerly, parting the grass before her, and was taken aback. Before her lay a chaotic assembly of black ants, forming a circle, within which stood two colossal black ants, each nearly the size of a keyboard, facing off against one another. One was golden and the other silver, both appearing remarkably extraordinary, as if they were mutated varieties. It seemed that these two ants were about to engage in a duel, perhaps vying for dominance as the ant king. How intriguing, Mio mused, prompting Warwick to crouch beside her and observe quietly. It was a captivating scene, and the two ants piqued her interest immensely. She had come to this island in search of suitable creatures for cultivation, and these two ants appeared remarkably fitting. However, cultivating both was implausible due to insufficient genetic material, so she could only select one. Now, she patiently awaited to see which of the two would emerge victorious. Shortly thereafter, the golden and silver ants charged at each other, wielding their sharp mandibles as weapons, tearing into one another, yet both bore armor that was evidently formidable. Mio even observed a faint spark flicker between the two ants as they bit each other. The surrounding ants, their antennae quivering incessantly, seemed to rally for the combatants, for whichever emerged victorious would become their sovereign. Warwick, once one of these ants triumphs, seize the winner and swiftly bring it back to our vessel. Do you understand? Though the outcome remained uncertain, Mio had already devised his plan. On this expedition to Insect Island, capturing one of these ants would suffice. While further exploration might yield superior options, time was of the essence. He still needed to make a trip to Casola Island, which lay at a considerable distance. Ultimately, he required the intelligence network of Don Quixote Doflamingo to ascertain the whereabouts of Vegapunk. Before him, the arena showcased the two ants still engaged in their fierce struggle. This peculiar spectacle filled Mio with curiosity and astonishment as the multitude of ants surrounding the scene cheered on, allowing him to hear the strange sounds emanating from their ranks, akin to the cries of these industrious creatures. Mio and Warwick had been observing for nearly half an hour when the two ants finally seemed poised to determine a victor. The silver ant, having severed one of the golden ant's legs with a decisive bite, intensified its assault. relentlessly biting off several more legs of the golden ant in quick succession. Soon, the golden ant found itself incapacitated, teetering on the brink of life. Warwick, act now. Mio growled, sensing the urgency of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Warwick sprang into action, with Mio close behind. One of them seized the silver ant while the other captured the golden ant. Without a second thought, they pivoted and dashed toward the shore. What sent shivers down Mio's spine was the sight of a massive swarm of black ants, which had previously formed a circle, now frantically pursuing them. The trees in their path were swiftly consumed, reduced to mere sustenance for the ravenous ants. In a moment of impulsive curiosity, Mio glanced back and witnessed a colossal gray rabbit, haplessly caught in the tide of black, being devoured in an instant, leaving nothing but bones behind. It was a scene that could only be described as utterly terrifying. This horrifying sight propelled Mio to quicken his pace. Should they be caught, their demise would be inevitable. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, perhaps only those endowed with the abilities of nature-based fruit users could contend with such a relentless force. Mio pondered. As the path taken during her departure differed from that of her return, her keen eyes suddenly caught sight of something atop a tree, causing her to widen her gaze in astonishment. Without hesitation, she plucked it from its perch and tucked it into her bosom, continuing her hurried dash towards the boat. Upon her swift return, she deftly maneuvered the vessel away from the shore. Ants swarmed the bank, their numbers nearly overwhelming, a sight both chilling and grotesque. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Mio glanced at her prize within her grasp, a smile breaking across her face. Her haul was remarkable, 2 mutated ants and a devil fruit. Indeed, it was a devil fruit. Mio had astutely noticed it on her way back. Never expecting to encounter such a treasure on this island, a delightful surprise for her. This particular fruit was a deep purple, and its abilities remained a mystery. After a moment's contemplation, Mio resolved to extract the genetic essence from it, as one could draw from a single devil fruit. However, there was no rush. Her immediate concern lay with the 2 ants. At that moment, the silver ant was firmly grasped in Warwick's hand. Although mutated, it was evidently feeble compared to Warwick's strength, while the golden ant in her own possession appeared to be on the brink of death. Sensing this, Mio decisively intervened, gripping the golden ant's head and applying pressure. With a sharp crack, she ended the brief existence of the golden ant. Congratulations, you have acquired the ancient mutated ant gene. The notification on the interface elicited a smile from Mio, who then turned to Warwick, instructing, Warwick, maim this silver ant, but take care not to kill it. Warwick acknowledged her command with a nod and promptly set to work. Meanwhile, Mio retrieved the devil fruit and opened the lottery panel. Before her materialized a grand wheel, adorned with numerous rewards, all pertaining to genetic lineage. Godzilla genes, alien genes, Ultraman genes, King Kong genes, Ghoul genes, and a plethora of others awaited her. Among them, she even spotted the Otsutsuki gene from the Naruto universe. Should she acquire it, might she not have a chance to awaken the Sharingan or be a Kugan? The possibilities seemed quite promising. Let the lottery commence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio's gaze fixated on the roulette, her heart silently praying for a potent gene to grace her. This would offer her the chance to extract formidable abilities from the cultivated beings, for her current strength was woefully inadequate, and she could not perpetually rely on Warwick for protection. Of course, had Warwick been a woman, she would not have minded such a dependency. After all, she was curious to experience the sensation of living off another. As Mio's anticipation grew, the roulette gradually slowed its revolutions, signaling that the results of the draw were imminent. The pointer glided past an array of rewards, Otsutsuki genes, tailed beast genes, and even biochemical specter genes. Ultimately, it came to a halt under her watchful eyes, landing on a particular reward. A wave of joy surged through Mio as she beheld it. Congratulations! You have drawn the Swordmaster gene. The Swordmaster originates from the continent of Arad, a profession within the realm of dungeon fighter, akin to the female Blade Master, endowed with extraordinary power, capable of cleaving through time and space. To acquire such a gene surely augured well for her potential abilities. Indeed, it was a remarkable gene. Now, the time for cultivation had arrived. Meanwhile, Warwick had already decimated the silver ant. At this moment, Mio took the silver ant from Warwick's grasp, accessed the cultivation interface, selected the silver ant, and commenced the cultivation process. The silver ant vanished into the cultivation chamber. On the right side of the interface, the gene she had previously acquired materialized, and she drew all of them into the cultivation chamber before clicking the cultivate button. As with her initial cultivation experience, steam enveloped the screen, accompanied by a cacophony of roars, thankfully devoid of Mundus's penchant for mockery. Please select the cultivation direction. Beast form? Human form? Certainly, human form. Mio made her choice swiftly, and soon the cultivation process came to an end. Before her, a brand new figure emerged from the cultivation chamber. Upon recognizing the silhouette within, Mio was momentarily taken aback, quickly pinching her nose in disbelief. Goodness, this is irresistibly alluring. Inside the chamber stood a girl with long silver hair. Most notably, the girl was entirely unclothed, presenting herself fully to Mio. The girl had a petite frame, although her essence was that of an ant. She possessed a human-like form with 2 arms and 2 legs, unlike the multiple limbs of an ant. However, she did exhibit distinct characteristics of her ant form, particularly the pair of antennae on her forehead, gently swaying and appearing exceptionally adorable. Cultivation successful. Name, unnamed. Abilities, swordsmanship, passive, possesses an innate talent for the sword. Divine power, passive. Her strength, when fully unleashed, instills a sense of terror. Ant King, can command swarms of ants and exudes a regal aura. Sword mastery, a formidable sword technique originating from her soul. Poison immunity, passive, resistant to toxins. Divine speed, passive, possesses astonishing speed. And hard skin, passive. Despite being an adorable girl, her formidable defensive capabilities are truly astonishing. Insect language, she can comprehend and converse with insects. Overall combat evaluation, Rear Admiral of the Navy. Peak battle capability equivalent to Vice Admiral of the Navy. Her potential remains largely untapped. Mio gasped, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of talent before her. The girl's aptitude was astonishing. Although she lacked flashy abilities, her other skills were enough to showcase her exceptional talent. Excelling in various aspects, further complemented by her prowess in swordsmanship. Could she grow to rival the likes of Mihawk? Or perhaps surpass him? It was not out of the realm of possibility. It seemed another formidable ally was about to. A genuine smile graced Mio's countenance. Good girl. Henceforth your name shall be Erica. Mio, captivated by Erica's waist-length silver hair, couldn't resist caressing her head. Erica, her eyes narrowed in contentment, nestled into Mio's palm, displaying an adorable obedience that enthralled Mio. Right, put your clothes on quickly. Mio reluctantly withdrew her hand, offering Erica the garments. Yes, mistress, Erica responded dutifully, accepting the attire and slowly dressing before Mio's eyes. Once clothed, Mio initiated the extraction of her reward. Extraction commencing. Success. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill of Kendo, along with 1/10 of the comprehensive attributes of the creature you nurtured. A notification materialized on the interface, accompanied by a surge of warmth within her. Mio's soul sensation was akin to being immersed in a hot spring, a feeling of comfort that lacked the initial agony. As the warm currents dissipated within her, Mio distinctly perceived her augmentation. The most apparent change was the surge of strength. The potent power within her was exceedingly vigorous. With a clench of her fists, Mio clearly discerned that her strength had at least doubled or tripled. This significant enhancement left Mio somewhat astonished. She couldn't help but marvel at the fact that she had only acquired 1/10 of Erica's attributes. How formidable must Erica's inherent attributes be? Shaking her head, Mio familiarized herself with the dramatically amplified attributes within her. Indeed, dramatically amplified was an apt description. In terms of attributes such as strength and speed, Erica appeared to be far more powerful than Warwick, perhaps due to Erica's original form as a mutated ant and the subsequent fusion with another mutated ant's genes. After spending half an hour acclimating herself, Mio led Erica by her delicate, fair hand out of the ship's cabin. Warwick was seated on the deck, angling for fish. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned and exclaimed, "Master." "Yes," Mio responded with a gentle nod, introducing Erica. "Warwick, this is Erica. She will be our companion from now on." Warwick remembers, companion Erica, Warwick affirmed earnestly upon hearing this. Erica gazed at Warwick, then looked up at Mio, a serious expression adorning her petite face. Erica remembers Warwick too. "Wonderful," Mio remarked, unable to resist reaching out and gently pinching Erica's supple cheek as she looked up at her. Warwick, who was seated nearby, nearly blurted out, "I want one too." Simultaneously, he wondered why his master didn't praise him. He tilted his head, his mind filled with bewilderment. If Mio were aware of Warwick's inner thoughts, she would likely retort, "Because you are neither female nor a silver-haired lowly." On the vast ocean, the vessel sped swiftly in a particular direction, Castle Island. On the ship's deck, Warwick was currently fishing. Mio sat across from Erica, holding a katana. She handed the blade to Erica, inquiring, "How does this weapon feel to you?" As Erica accepted the katana, a glimmer ignited in her eyes, and she nodded in approval. "It's wonderful. I truly like it." After a moment's hesitation, Erica spoke again. "Master, I would like to have another one." "Another one? Why?" Mio asked, curiosity piqued. Erica raised her left hand. "I still need one more." "Dual wielding?" Mio exclaimed, somewhat surprised. However, there were only 2 swords on the ship, and the reason Mio could offer one to Erica was that she had purchased an extra one as a precaution. "Once we reach Castle Island, I shall buy you another," Mio said, gently patting Erica's head. "All right," Erica replied obediently, nodding. 2 days later, in a sea area close to Castle Island, 2 pirate ships drew near. In this world, even among pirates, encounters at sea often escalated into battles, driven primarily by the insatiable nature of greed. This was, after all, a pirate's world. While some pirates sought freedom and adventure rather than riches, the majority were motivated by avarice, ready to strike if the opportunity for plunder arose. At that moment, Such was the case. Mio maintained that she was merely a passive participant, having been approached by a pirate ship while passing by, resulting in a skirmish. Yet, it was the opposing crew that paid the price. With a swift motion, Erica, her silver hair flowing, wielded her long blade, accompanied by a shimmering silver aura. As crimson blood followed in her wake, marking the end of a life. Warwick's merciless claws resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of the pirates aboard that ship. Meanwhile, Mio gripped her weapon tightly, gazing at a burly pirate before her, a smirk playing on her lips. A bounty of 4,700,000 bloodhand jacks. Huh, to have heard of my name and still dare to challenge me. One could say you have quite the audacity. Jack sneered, his expression contorted into a grotesque grin, brandishing a spiked mace. As his words faded, he swung the mace towards Mio. The air crackling with the force of his strike, and his imposing physique made it clear that this blow could easily claim a life. However, Mio remained unfazed, simply raising her weapon to meet the attack. With a resounding clash, sparks flew as she deflected the blow. A subtle tremor rippled through her arm, unleashing a powerful force that sent the mace flying, causing Jax to stumble backward in astonishment, his face betraying his shock at the immense strength concealed within what he perceived to be Mio's petite frame. One sword style. Demon Flash. The cold words emerged from Mio's throat, causing Jax's pupils to constrict in terror as an overwhelming sense of death confronted him. He instinctively attempted to raise his mace in defense, yet before he could react, a fresh scarlet line appeared across his neck, and Mio's figure had silently materialized behind him. With a glint of crimson tracing its edge, the katana in Mio's grasp relinquished a solitary droplet onto the deck. A bounty of 4 million berries walks into my sights. Had you not initiated hostilities, such an auspicious encounter might have eluded me, Mio mused, a radiant smile gracing his lips as he sheathed his blade. The severed head lay still, its eyes wide with lingering defiance. Mio hoisted the head, ensconcing it within the raiment stripped from Jax's form, and secured it to his waist. His gaze swept the scene, where the collaborative efforts of Warwick and Erica had left the remaining pirates vanquished or fleeing. The deck awash with gore, and the air heavy with its metallic tang. Master, save for 3 who absconded. All are deceased, Erica chirped, her diminutive form tilted upward, her eyes beseeching her master's approval. Mio responded with an affectionate tousle of Erica's hair. Well done. Warwick, at his core, was but a common wolf. Erica, however, was a mutated ant, a divergence that perhaps endowed her with superior intellect and accelerated learning. She was adept at eliciting praise from Mio. Erica, relishing the caress, leaned into Mio's palm, her antennae quivering with delight. Warwick, search the hold for any treasure. If found, retrieve it, and we shall depart, Mio instructed. Warwick nodded in acknowledgement. Warwick understands. He promptly proceeded toward the ship's interior. Mio's gaze then drifted to the horizon, where the silhouette of Casola Island began to emerge. A smile played on his lips as he glanced at the head at his hip. First, we shall exchange the bounty for coin, then procure new armaments. He examined his current weapon, noting the nascent imperfections along its edge. Since acquiring the swordsmanship ability, Mio had diligently emulated Zoro's training regimen, engaging in daily practice of rudimentary techniques. Coupled with the battles encountered along the way, where Mio consistently sought out the most formidable adversaries, his prowess had surged in a remarkably short span. He had also gained invaluable combat experience and come to appreciate the significance of a superior weapon. May Casola Island hold pleasant surprises, he mused, shaking off his reverie. Mio and Erica returned to the ship, where they were soon joined by Warwick, who bore a chest brimming with berries and gold coins. Mio was elated. With this bounty, I am surely a man of means, Mio mused, calculating his net worth to be in the millions. Master, so much wealth, Erica exclaimed, her eyes wide with avarice. Her education had imparted a grasp of commonplace knowledge. Mio nodded with a smile, acknowledging the substantial sum of money that could procure a fine weapon. Thank you, Master. Erica replied, her youthful face lighting up with joy at the words. Warwick stood silently nearby, contemplating his own claws, lost in thought. Should he consider breaking his claws to wield a sword instead? Such musings were unbeknownst to Mio. As the ship advanced swiftly, the island of Casora gradually expanded within Mio's view, its features coming into full focus. Let us don our cloaks. It is time to explore the island, she suggested to her companions. Among the 3, only Erica resembled a human, albeit with tentacles adorning her forehead. Despite the existence of devil fruits in this world, Erica's striking beauty might attract the attention of pirates. To avoid unnecessary troubles, it was prudent to wear cloaks. After obediently nodding, both Erica and Warwick cloaked themselves, concealing their forms completely. Before long, the ship reached the shore. There were no pirate vessels in sight at the port, for a naval base resided on the island, allowing Mio to comfortably dock without needing to leave anyone behind to guard the ship. This is your bounty, totaling 10,050,000. A naval officer at the entrance of the Casora Island base announced, handing a bag of berries to Mio. Excluding 2 bounties worth millions, there were also several others valued in the hundreds of thousands, which Mio had effortlessly collected. Upon receiving the berries, she turned and walked towards the town, with Warwick and Erica, cloaked, following closely beside her. Erica, newly transformed into human form, gazed around with curious eyes, finding everything remarkably novel. Soon, the trio arrived outside a weapons shop. Upon entering, they encountered a stout man, engrossed in his ledger, a broad smile illuminating his face, seemingly pleased with the day's earnings. "Good day, sir. Are you in search of weapons?" The proprietor greeted, raising his head to face Mio with a warm smile. "Indeed, show me your finest weapons." Mio replied with a nod. "Certainly, please hold on. Though my shop is small, I possess a few exceptional weapons. My father was a blacksmith, renowned for his craftsmanship. Alas, I did not inherit his skills," the plump owner said as he entered a back room to fetch the shop's treasures. The weapons displayed outside were rather ordinary, intended for those unable to afford the more expensive options. The truly exceptional pieces were stored within the back room. Anticipation sparked within Mio as she listened to the shopkeeper's words. Shortly thereafter, the owner emerged from the room, carrying several swords, presenting them at the counter. "Sir, please take a look at these. They were forged by my father in his lifetime. While they may not rival the world-renowned swords, they are only slightly inferior." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio's eyes sparkled with delight as she began to express her admiration. "Indeed, it is splendid. It is gratifying to know that you find it commendable, sir." The plump proprietor's smile broadened, seemingly anticipating a bountiful day of prosperous transactions. Mio picked up a weapon and handed it to Erica, inquiring, "Why not give it a try and see how it feels?" "All right," Erica nodded, her soft voice resonating as a strand of silver hair danced beneath her cloak, causing the portly shopkeeper to steal a few more glances before hastily averting his gaze. With the weapon in hand, Erica swung it about, assessing both the tactile experience and the quality of the weapon. After a moment, she nodded affirmatively. "It's satisfactory." "That's all I need to hear," Mio responded, turning to the stout proprietor. "I'll take 3. The shopkeeper squinted, promptly announcing the price. "A fair sum of 150,000 berries. 50,000 berries each is reasonable, not overly expensive," Mio mused. After producing the required berries to complete the transaction, she departed the weapon shop under the shopkeeper's reluctant gaze, her new weapons in tow. Only a few steps outside, Mio suddenly noticed the street had fallen into an eerie silence. Erica tugged at Mio's sleeve, raising her small hand to point ahead. Mio lifted her gaze, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Before her, a group of individuals approached, at the forefront of which strode a man clad in an ostentatious pink feather coat, adorned with sunglasses and flaunting a shock of golden hair, exuding an air of arrogance with his hands tucked into his pockets, reminiscent of a ruffian. Don Quixote Doflamingo. I never anticipated his arrival would be so soon. Observing the figure, Mio murmured to herself. Although this island hosted a naval division, it was unlikely that even the Navy would dare to act against him. At most, they would offer a few warnings to Doflamingo. After all, given Doflamingo's formidable strength, the naval division on this island would hardly possess a worthy adversary. It appeared that Doflamingo held the naval division in utter disdain, for he would not so brazenly attract attention otherwise. As if sensing Mio's scrutiny, Doflamingo's eyes, concealed behind his sunglasses, turned towards her, briefly glancing at the 2 cloaked figures beside her before settling on Erica, intrigue sparking in his gaze. He chuckled softly, finding it amusing that such a powerful individual would emerge from the small North Sea. With a smirk gracing his lips, Doflamingo continued on his way without pausing. Mio averted his gaze and smiled. "Let us go. We shall meet again soon." After all, he had come here with the purpose of meeting Don Quixote Doflamingo, but for now, it would be prudent to postpone that encounter. Doflamingo's notoriety attracted attention from both the Navy and the world government, and Mio had his own agenda to pursue with Vegapunk. Engaging with Doflamingo at this moment could easily lead to his identity being reported to the Admiral at Navy headquarters, which would spell trouble for him. Therefore, any interaction would have to wait until evening. However, as Mio departed, Doflamingo casually remarked, "Sekka, we need to invite a few new guests to our soiree tonight." "Understood." Doflamingo, Sekka replied, casting a glance at Mio and his companions before nodding thoughtfully and turning away from Doflamingo's side. Upon returning to the ship, Mio glanced at the time. It was still early. She then took her new weapon and began her training on the deck. Not far away, Erica stood with a weapon in each hand, clearly enamored with her new armaments. However, in the next moment, 2 tendrils emerged from beneath Erica's cloak, and she swiftly wielded both katanas, striking fiercely in a particular direction. 2 arcs of silver slashed through the air, prompting a figure to leap away, narrowly evading the assault. "It is no wonder that Doflamingo requested my presence to invite you. You indeed possess remarkable prowess." A sharp voice echoed. Mio lifted her gaze, slightly raising an eyebrow. "Speak. What is your purpose?" "It is Doflamingo who has sent me to extend an invitation to you. We shall host a banquet this evening, and you are most welcome to attend." With that, Circa promptly declared, his right hand gesturing as an invitation flew towards Mio like a blade. Mio raised her right hand to catch the invitation, and upon looking up, she realized that Circa had already departed. As she unfolded the invitation in her grasp, she found, as Circa had mentioned, a location inscribed upon it, with the time set for 10 o'clock in the evening. However, it appeared that the venue for the banquet was not within the town, but rather in a forest on an island, near the coastline. Under the cloak of night, Erica donned the hood of her cloak and followed closely behind Mio as they disembarked from the ship, making their way towards the forest. The site of the banquet lay within the depths of the woods. In the dim light of the night, the forest appeared shadowy. Warwick, shrouded in his cloak, twitched his nose and pointed towards a certain direction. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio lifted her foot and walked towards that direction. Soon, she arrived at the scene, which resembled a lively bonfire gathering. A considerable number of pirates had congregated, with at least 20 to 30 individuals seated around the flames. These figures were the captains of various pirate ships. And along with their crew, this area was teeming with hundreds of people. Among them sat Doflamingo, flanked by Toripol and Seka, both high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family. Behind Doflamingo, boxes brimming with arms were stacked, representing the goods for this transaction. Naturally, Mio had no interest in the weaponry. Ah, another guest has arrived, Doflamingo exclaimed, his smile widening upon noticing Mio's presence. Hearing his words, the surrounding pirates turned their gazes towards her. One burly man could not suppress his derisive laughter. A mere whelp? He appears feeble and delicate. Can such a fellow truly be a pirate? He might as well seek out wealthy noble women for patronage and enjoy a pleasant life. The others erupted into laughter, joining in the mockery. However, in the next moment, a figure suddenly materialized behind the scoffing pirate, a glint of cold steel flashing. The pirate's head was severed cleanly, falling to the ground and silencing the laughter instantaneously. Even Doflamingo's pupils contracted in surprise, only to be followed by a smirk, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Erica retracted her weapon and stepped forward with incredible Mio, gazed serenely at Doflamingo, seemingly oblivious to the onrushing pirates. She strolled towards the bonfire, dislodged a deceased pirate's corpse with a kick, and settled into a cross-legged position, uttering a soft call, Warwick. Understood, Warwick responded, hearing his master's summons. He pivoted towards the charging pirates, crimson glints flashing within the shadows of his cloak. In an instant, Warwick vanished. The crowd perceived a mere blur. Warwick materialized before the pirates, two streaks of icy light slicing through the air. Two heads parted ways with their bodies, thudding onto the ground. What ensued was a macabre ballet of carnage orchestrated by Warwick. He moved like a phantom among the pirates, his razor-sharp claws effortlessly severing necks with each sweep. After approximately 5 minutes, the pirates lay still, transformed into a silent field of corpses. Warwick returned to Mio's side, his cloak stained with gore. The remaining pirates regarded Warwick with palpable dread, some even edging away from Mio, their hearts pounding with fear. I believe we can proceed, wouldn't you agree? Mio remarked, her eyes meeting Doflamingo's. Fuff, indeed, my friend. Doflamingo responded with a grin, recognizing Mio's familiar voice. He clapped his hands and announced, let us resume our transaction. I trust everyone has brought sufficient belly this time. The Don Quixote family does not extend credit. Failure to pay for reserved merchandise will be perceived as a jest. And I believe you are all aware of our family's capabilities. The other pirates snapped back to attention, nodding and laughing in agreement, assuring him that their funds were prepared and they were eager to receive their goods. They were well aware of the Don Quixote family's power and ruthlessness. In the North Blue, the Don Quixote family was a force to be reckoned with. The transaction commenced. Pirates produced their gold or belly, collected their armaments from Doflamingo, and departed. Mio gazed quietly, showing no interest in the arms trade. Doflamingo had no expectation that Mio would make a purchase. He understood that in this world, only ordinary pirates and those with numerous subordinates require weaponry. The more formidable pirates, however, typically do not need such means, as it is highly improbable for conventional firearms to vanquish those of greater strength. Furthermore, Doflamingo recognized that Mio's presence implied he possessed something of value to offer. Thus, he remained patient. Transactions were completed one after another, with most pirates promptly departing after acquiring their weapons. After all, they were pirates, and it was not uncommon for treachery to lurk among them. No one wished to linger in a place fraught with risk, especially after witnessing the recent carnage wrought by Warwick, which left many feeling unnerved. Approximately an hour later, all the pirates had left, leaving only Mio and his two companions seated before Doflamingo. Treble extended a bottle of rum to Mio, who took a hearty swig before wiping his mouth and grinning. Doflamingo, I require your Don Quixote family to assist me in pinpointing the whereabouts of an individual. Fufufu, certainly. Doflamingo nodded without hesitation. This request might demand considerable resources from the Don Quixote family, as they were not in the business of locating individuals, yet it mattered little. Doflamingo perceived Mio as possessing significant value and potential, justifying the expenditure of resources to foster their rapport. The name is Vegapunk, hailing from the future kingdom, Mio articulated. Followed by, should your Don Quixote family assist me in locating this person, I would not hesitate to share an intriguing piece of information in return. Oh, Doflamingo's lips curled upward, seemingly intrigued by the intelligence Mio hinted at. Trust me, this information will not disappoint you, Mio replied, a smirk gracing his face. Doflamingo chuckled. Fufufu, I eagerly anticipate the moment of revelation. Within 3 days at the latest, I shall provide you with the details. However, my friend, it is time you shared your name with me, as we are now friends, are we not? Mikawa Mio, he affirmed with a nod. Doflamingo rose, retrieving a din mushi from his pocket and tossing it to Mio, while he began to meld into the shadows of the forest, his voice echoing one last time. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to the Don Quixote family. We are more than willing to solidify our friendship. Mio shrugged in response, then stood and stated, let us return. Although no news had yet come from Doflamingo, he resolved to head towards the Scotty kingdom first. Perhaps Vegapunk remained there. As night deepened, a bright moon illuminated the sky. The ship sailed steadily towards its destination, while Mio, Warwick, and Erica retreated to their quarters for rest. The following morning, Mio opened her eyes, and after completing her morning rituals, she made her way to the deck. After stretching her body, she reveled in the splendid weather. The clear sky uplifted her spirits. In comparison to the climates of the Grand Line and the New World, the serene atmosphere of the Four Seas, particularly the East Blue, was undeniably more comforting. Although the East Blue has produced numerous formidable individuals, it remains, truth be told, an idyllic sanctuary for retirement. As she gazed up, a seagull soared overhead before gracefully landing at the bow of the ship, presenting a newspaper to Mio. Mio retrieved the newspaper handed over by Bailey and opened it to peruse its contents. This particular publication was not limited to the North Sea region, but encompassed global affairs. The headlines were startling. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin, allegedly spotted in the North Sea. Shock. The infamous pirate, Golden Lion, escapes the impenetrable impelled down. Such riveting news piqued Mio's interest, compelling him to read further. After a brief moment, he closed the newspaper and set it aside. The sighting of Nico Robin in the North Sea was particularly striking, especially considering the recent devastation of O'Hara by the Buster Call, an event that had transpired merely months ago. Now, Robin had embarked on her own journey of evasion. Yet, it was the Golden Lion that took Mio by surprise. Observing the photograph depicting the Golden Lion's legs within impelled down, a smile crept across Mio's face. Should he cross paths with the Golden Lion in the future, he might contemplate acquiring his two renowned weapons, Sakura and Mokigare, having just escaped from the depths of the underwater prison. The Golden Lion was likely to initiate his plan of destruction in the East Blue, a venture that would undoubtedly take considerable time, causing Mio to smirk at his patience. Furthermore, one could not help but marvel at the bond between the Golden Lion and Roger. Despite being adversaries, they shared a genuine camaraderie, particularly from the Golden Lion's perspective, as Roger had always been a respected and kindred rival. Shaking his head, Mio dismissed further contemplation and turned his thoughts to Robin's location mentioned in the newspaper. It was an island in the North Sea, albeit a significant distance from his current position, situated in a remote maritime expanse. Even at full speed, it would take at least half a month to reach her. Mio was keen on forming an alliance with Robin, for she possessed invaluable skills that could aid him in acquiring ancient weaponry, specifically, the Pluton rather than the Poseidon. Although he was aware of the design schematics for Pluton, accessing it was currently impossible due to the presence of world government spies in that vicinity. Any attempt on his part would surely attract their attention. However, with Robin's assistance, it might be feasible to locate an intact vessel of Pluton, perhaps hidden in Alabasta or Water 7. Let us see how it unfolds, Mio muttered to himself, deciding to keep an open mind about meeting Robin. He then turned and returned to the galley to prepare breakfast, as he was the only one aboard capable of cooking. In the kitchen, Mio was preparing the ingredients when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Turning her head, she saw Erica. At that moment, Erica was not wearing her cloak, but a casual attire consisting of blue cropped pants and a white short-sleeved top, complemented by a pair of black leather boots. Her long silver hair added a touch of coolness to her appearance. "Master, are you cooking?" Erica inquired softly, her lively eyes brimming with curiosity. "Yes," Mio replied with a smile, while contemplating what breakfast to prepare. Grilled meat? Too greasy. Perhaps some congee? However, it seemed she lacked the necessary tools. Erica, her big eyes fluttering with anticipation, nervously asked, "Can you teach me, master?" Mio was taken aback by the question. "What made you want to learn to cook?" A faint blush appeared on Erica's fair cheeks as she eagerly responded, "Erica wants to make breakfast for you." "All right," Mio said, clearly pleased and happy with the answer. She smiled and beckoned Erica closer. "Come here, and I'll teach you." Erica nodded enthusiastically and approached Mio, her curiosity evident as she observed. Mio began to instruct Erica in recognizing the various kitchen utensils and condiments essential for cooking. Although preparing breakfast took a bit longer than expected, the effort proved worthwhile. Erica, being quite intelligent, managed to grasp a considerable amount, even if she didn't master everything in that morning alone. This brought Mio great satisfaction, as she looked forward to the day when she would awaken each morning to a delightful breakfast prepared by Erica. Once breakfast was complete, Warwick also roused from his slumber. However, upon waking, he found himself staring blankly at a bottle of rum. The bottle, already opened, bore the marks of Warwick's indulgence. After contemplating the bottle for some time, Warwick finally lifted his gaze to Mio and earnestly declared, "Master, this drink is exquisite. If it is indeed delightful, one ought to indulge further." Mio rolled her eyes but now comprehended Warwick's second passion, drinking, while his primary interest remained fishing. Very well, Warwick nodded seriously in response to his master's words, clearly resolved to partake in a bit more. After breakfast, another tranquil day unfolded. Mio stood on the deck, honing her swordsmanship alongside Erica, occasionally allowing Erica to engage in sparring practice with her. Despite her efforts, Erica exhibited a considerable superiority in this regard. Meanwhile, Warwick sat at the bow of the ship, leisurely fishing with a bottle of rum in hand. Having just concluded a bout with Erica, Mio wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel and turned to Warwick with a smile. "Warwick, perhaps you should dive into the sea occasionally. Who knows what treasures lie beneath these waters? If you happen upon something, it could be quite the fortune." Her words were not merely jest, for the ocean harbors an abundance of hidden riches. The depths are particularly rife with shipwrecks, many of which carried chests brimming with treasure before their untimely descent. Some of these may hold berries, while others could contain gold coins. Notably, a significant number of these wrecks belonged to pirates, who invariably possessed a share of plundered wealth. Perhaps inspired by Mio's suggestion, Warwick soon found himself plunging into the sea from time to time, exploring the depths in search of treasures and gold. To the unknowing observer, he might have appeared as an ardent treasure seeker. 3 days later, in the waters near the island of Mowak, belonging to the Skander kingdom, the sky darkened ominously, as thick clouds gathered, soon unleashing a torrential downpour. A ship on the tumultuous sea began to sway precariously with the waves. Mio stood upon the deck, wielding her katana, which unleashed a surge of black sword energy with each decisive strike. The hues of sword energy varied among most individuals, however. The pure black energy exhibited by Mio was exceedingly rare. As the sword energy dissipated into the air shortly after its release, Mio swung her blade once more, sending forth another arc of energy that crashed upon the nearby ocean, generating a cascade of frothy waves. Witnessing this, a smile of satisfaction bloomed on Mio's face. She had finally mastered the essence of sword energy. In the past, while Mio could indeed summon sword energy, her proficiency was lacking. She relied more on her speed and strength to dominate her opponents. Fortunately, with the acquisition of her sword path ability, Mio progressed swiftly in her swordsmanship. Furthermore, her daily practice with Erica significantly accelerated her skills. At this juncture, Mio could confidently declare herself a swordswoman, and she was rapidly approaching the status of a sword master. However, the title of sword master was not something one could simply attain at will. Many swordsmen wielded sword energy, yet not all were masters. To achieve mastery, one must grasp the art of steel cutting. The term steel cutting transcends the mere act of severing iron. It serves as a metaphor for a profound realm of understanding and enlightenment. Currently, Mio had not yet attained this insight, though Erica had. Yet, such understanding could not be imparted through words. It was a journey one had to undertake alone. Fortunately, Mio was not in a rush. She felt she had ample time ahead. Stowing her weapon, Mio returned to the cabin, where Erica promptly approached her, towel in hand, raising it in offering. How obedient. After accepting the towel and drying off the rainwater from her body, Mio affectionately ruffled Erica's hair. With Erica's joyful gaze upon her, she settled at the table and opened a map to inspect her current location, softly murmuring to herself. At last, they were nearing their destination. She hoped that Vegapunk still resided on Mowak Island. Mowak Island was quite expansive, home to not only the Kingdom of Skund, but also the Kingdom of Meg. Like other kingdoms in the North Sea, these two were prone to conflicts, although such skirmishes were infrequent and typically minor. Nonetheless, it was evident that these small frictions would inevitably escalate into war, a common occurrence in the North Sea. The Germa family had profited immensely from the chaos of war, accumulating an untold fortune in berries, as had the Don Quixote family. At that moment, a sudden buzz echoed from the table, an unexpected call from a snail phone. Mio raised an eyebrow, promptly picking up the phone bug. Instantly, the expression on the phone bug transformed, exuding a charm reminiscent of Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. With a smirk gracing his lips, Doflamingo's voice emanated from the device. My dear friend, I believe you are aware that I bring you some intriguing news." "Indeed," Mio replied, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. It was evident that this would be delightful news. "Of course," Doflamingo remarked with a wicked grin. "However, I hope your intelligence will not disappoint me later." "Certainly, I believe this news will invigorate you," Mio asserted confidently. "Now, I shall divulge what I need to, provided you possess the information I seek." Speak. You make a valid point, Doflamingo chuckled lightly, continuing. I have arranged for someone to ascertain the whereabouts of the individual you seek. They remain on the island of Warwick, right in the capital of the Meg Kingdom. It appears that the person you are looking for has engaged in a transaction with the king of the Meg Kingdom and is currently assisting in the development of weapons for the realm. Mio's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she inquired, Is there a specific location? Certainly, but I believe you would discover it swiftly upon your arrival. After all, from what I have gathered, the place where the person you seek resides is guarded by the National Defense Forces of the Meg Kingdom. Very well. It appears you need not inform me further. Upon hearing this, Mio gently nodded. The original text bore no mention of any dealings between the Vegapunk and the Meg Kingdom. However, it made sense, considering that before her transmigration, Vegapunk was shrouded in mystery, with scarcely any concrete intelligence available. Yet, she had not anticipated that Vegapunk would aid the Meg Kingdom in weapon development. Mio pondered, perhaps it would be prudent to consider acquiring such weaponry for herself. After all, weapons crafted by Vegapunk, a genius possessing technology that is 5 centuries ahead of this world, could hardly be ordinary. As Mio was lost in thought, the voice of Don Quixote Doflamingo resounded once more. My dear friend, it is now your turn to share that intriguing information. Of course, if you wish to know, I shall gladly disclose it, Mio replied with a slight smile. However, I possess 2 pieces of news. One pertains to your Don Quixote family, or rather, to you specifically. The other concerns the permanent pointer to Ladrif. When she mentioned the second piece of news, her tone remained calm, despite the fact that it was an extraordinarily shocking revelation. This dispassionate delivery seemed somewhat peculiar. In truth, Mio was acutely aware that Doflamingo would prefer to remain oblivious to this information. Moreover, she chose to reveal it to affirm the authenticity of her intelligence. Although he might harbor doubts now, once she divulged the information he sought and awaited his confirmation, he would come to trust her, eventually willing to pay a greater price for further intelligence. Nonetheless, despite her intentions, Doflamingo remained engulfed in shock. As evidenced by the silence emanating from the transponder snail, heavy breaths resonated from the device, and after a prolonged pause, Doflamingo's voice finally emerged again. Truly astonishing. Please, enlighten me regarding the news that concerns me. He was indeed astonished, yet he refrained from voicing any skepticism or inquiries. Doflamingo was no fool, due to his identity. He was acutely aware of certain matters and taboos within the world government, fully comprehending the terrifying power it wielded. Ladrif, without a doubt, was one of those taboos. Even a mere whisper of such information could provoke dire consequences, and he was not the formidable figure he would become decades later. He was merely establishing his foothold in the North Sea at present. A single misstep could lead to the loss of everything. Furthermore, he recognized the formidable nature of the world government's intelligence network. Thus, despite his intense curiosity about the permanent pointer to Ladrif, Doflamingo chose to disregard this information. It was not only irrelevant to him at this moment, but could also instill a sense of dread, potentially inviting death. Once one touches upon the taboos of the world government, those 5 elders would care not for one's status as a celestial dragon, let alone his former identity as one. Doflamingo was acutely aware of this reality. Mio then stated directly, Doflamingo, there exists a naval spy within your family, holding a significant position in the Don Quixote clan. As her words hung in the air, the transponder snail fell silent once more. In the dimly lit room, a cold glimmer flickered in Doflamingo's eyes. He remained silent. Moments later, a smile crept across his face. What splendid intelligence. Might you reveal the specific identity of this individual? I regret to inform you that I cannot. However, I believe it is of no consequence to you, is it? Indeed, it is of no concern with that. Their transaction concluded, and Doflamingo expressed hope for future dealings. I trust we shall meet again. Farewell, my dear friend, he chuckled. As the transponder snail disconnected, Doflamingo gently swirled the red wine in the goblet he held, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses. In the next moment, a chill surged within him, and with a decisive crack, he crushed the goblet in his hand. Shards of glass cascading to the floor. Clearly, his mood was less than favorable. Warwick Island. Mio navigated the vessel towards the port of the Kingdom of Meg. At this juncture, the absence of pirates proved to be advantageous for Mio, as it alleviated concerns of being pursued by the Navy upon disembarking onto the island. Stepping off the ship, Mio was closely followed by Erica and Warwick, as the trio made their way towards the capital of Meg. This particular location was merely a border town within the kingdom, still a considerable distance from the capital. Fortunately, the kingdom boasted a means of transportation in the form of artificial carriages, complete with designated roads leading to the capital, ensuring a relatively swift journey that would take only half a day. The streets bustled with activity, with merchants predominating, and pirates were a rare sight. Despite the tensions and potential for conflict between the Kingdom of Meg and the Kingdom of Skunda, the allure of profit compelled these merchants to brave the dangers. After securing an artificial carriage, the 3 embarked towards the capital. By the time they arrived, it was nearly midnight. As the capital of the nation, it was undeniably vibrant. Amidst the throngs of people, One could easily spot nobles, often accompanied by a retinue of slaves adorned in luxurious garments and embellished with gemstones, receiving deference from passers-by. Even in the dead of night, Mio observed several nobles, alongside ordinary citizens enduring hardship, prompting him to reflect on the reasons so many were drawn to the revolutionary army, not solely due to the threat of pirates. The trio eventually found a lodging in the capital. Subsequently, Mio instructed Warwick to venture out and gather information. Meanwhile, he retrieved a din mushy from the room and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to contact Don Quixote Doflamingo. He required Doflamingo's assistance in procuring certain items. The call was swiftly answered, and Doflamingo's charmingly sinister laughter echoed through the receiver, as if he had entirely forgotten about Mio's previous intel. Hee, my friend, are we to engage in another transaction? He inquired. Indeed, Mio replied with a subtle smile. I seek 2 items, the first being a peculiar insect. Any that is extraordinary or formidable will suffice. The second, a devil fruit. Although the latter may prove challenging, I trust that with the current influence of the Don Quixote family in the North Blue, acquiring a few devil fruits should not be insurmountable. Doflamingo expressed surprise at the mention of the insect. Devil fruits are manageable. But what purpose do you have for the insects? Nevertheless, he did not press for further details, merely chuckling lightly before responding, rest assured. I shall reach out when I have news. However, the price for devil fruits is not trifling. Fear not, I can afford that, Mio assured him. Though he acknowledged internally that his current funds were somewhat limited, yet he was confident in his future earning potential. Then we shall converse further at that time. Doflamingo remarked with a smile before terminating the call. Mio stowed away the communication device and sat cross-legged on the bed, awaiting the moment to arise. Erica was also present in Mio's chamber, engrossed in a culinary book, diligently studying the art of cooking. Her delicate, fair visage occasionally betrayed a look of consternation, as though she were grappling with a challenging dilemma. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, a knock resonated at the door. Come in, Mio beckoned. The door creaked open, revealing Warwick, clad in a dark cloak, his crimson eyes strikingly prominent beneath its shadow. Master, I have located the place, Warwick announced. Oh, where is it? Mio inquired, rising with a smile. It lies in that direction, not far. Warwick gestured vaguely, unable to provide further specifics. Recognizing it as an opportune moment, Mio glanced at Erica and called out, Erica, it is time for us to set forth. Very well, Master, Erica replied, closing her book and stowing it away in the pouch beneath her cloak before donning it. The trio exited the inn, merging with the knight under Warwick's guidance as they proceeded towards their destination. They traversed swiftly, and in a mere 10 minutes, arrived at the locale. Indeed, as Doflamingo had indicated, this place was rather easy to locate, situated at the fringes of the royal city, surrounded by a substantial contingent of National Guards, approximately 300 in number. These guards were well equipped, rendering a direct confrontation unwise, while the 3 posed little threat to the guards. Any disturbance could summon the entire capital's military, potentially numbering in the thousands. The trio found refuge atop a building, seamlessly blending into the night, rendering them nearly undetectable. Mio sat cross-legged, her gaze fixed upon the National Guards, her brows slightly furrowed. After pondering for a moment, she turned to Erica and spoke. Erica, could you create some commotion to draw the attention of the majority of the city's inhabitants? Certainly, Master, Erica replied softly, her voice gentle and melodic. Then I shall leave it to you. Upon receiving Erica's affirmation, Mio smiled. All right. Erica removed the hooded cloak draped over her head, and her pair of antennae began to sway gently. It was evident that her eyes were closed, and the antennae seemed to emit some form of information. Witnessing this, Mio couldn't help but recall one of Erica's abilities, a look of anticipation blooming in her eyes. Soon, a low humming filled the air. Buzzing echoed all around. Mio's ears quivered slightly, picking up faint sounds akin to the tremors of the earth. Narrowing her eyes, she gazed into the distance, her pupils sparkling with astonishment. Although the night was shrouded in darkness, she could discern a dense swarm of shadows advancing towards the city. It was an army of ants. Their numbers were staggering, resembling a black sea, and in an instant, they engulfed a house, rendering it to nothingness. Erica, create some commotion, but refrain from inflicting excessive carnage, Mio urged. Erica nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, approximately 300 members of the National Guard nearby were drawn to the disturbance, cries for help echoing around them. The formidable swarm of ants devoured everything in their path, yet, under Erica's command, they refrained from causing harm. Otherwise, countless lives would have surely been lost to the ants. This was Erica's ability, the Ant King, capable of commanding the swarm of ants. Witnessing the activation of this power, Mio couldn't help but marvel at its terrifying potential. In the event of encountering an insurmountable foe on land in the future, Erica's ability could indeed turn the tide of battle. After all, even formidable beings of the 7 warlords' caliber would feel a chill at the sight of such a terrifying legion of ants. If they were akin to the ants of Insect Island, it was unthinkable, Even those of the 7 warlords would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. Only those of admiral rank would remain unfazed, impervious to such threats. Oliveron was an ordinary man living in this capital, earning a living working in a tavern, dreaming of one day owning his own establishment. After returning home today, he quickly succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. However, in the midst of a hazy slumber, he was abruptly awakened by strange noises coming from upstairs. Instantly recognizing the sounds as those of the newlywed couple above engaged in their intimate activities, he muttered, "Not again." Thankfully, it usually only lasts 3 or 4 minutes. Surely, it will be the same today? Such a disturbance to my dreams. With that, he turned over, attempting to return to sleep. As he dozed, the noises from above persisted, and suddenly the ground began to tremble. Then, with a resounding crash, the wall shattered. Oliveron jolted upright in bed, bewildered as he stared at the broken wall, his face contorting in terror. Before him lay a mass of ants, overwhelming in number, surging past his bedside, devouring everything in their path, including the walls, and reducing them to nothingness. In an instant, the entire building had vanished. Oliveron's pupils constricted as he sat frozen in fear, utterly dumbfounded, watching the swarm of ants pass by, leaving what was once his home as nothing but an empty space. But then, a scream pierced the air. Regaining his senses, he looked up to see 2 bare figures plummeting from above. One fell directly into his arms, while the other landed on the ground with a cry of pain. Gazing down at the figure nestled in his embrace, Oliveron's mouth fell agape. It was the newlywed couple from upstairs, who had seemingly just been engaged in their private affairs. Yet, amidst the chaos, it was not the wife who fell into his arms but the husband. At that moment, the husband lay atop Oliveron, equally bewildered. Ants. So many ants. Run. Help. Panic spread throughout the city. The National Guards, originally stationed outside the residence of Vegapunk, grew restless. Before long, they began to retreat, leaving only a handful of guards to remain vigilant in their duty. It was time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted at this moment. Mio, accompanied by Erica, advanced towards the dwelling ahead without a hint of hesitation. Although referred to as a dwelling, it was, in fact, an expansive castle, its vast grounds presumably designed to facilitate research endeavors. The National Defense Forces had long since departed, leaving behind only a handful of servants, who trembled in fear at the cacophony outside. As Mio and Erica entered the castle, they were quickly noticed by the maids, whose eyes widened in terror, mistakenly believing that the chaos outside had been instigated by the very individuals before them, paralyzed by fear and rendered voiceless. "Where's Vegapunk?" Mio inquired in a hushed tone. The maids, heads bowed and bodies quaking, remained silent. Mio unsheathed the katana at her waist, and with a single stroke unleashed a surge of sword energy, cleaving a gash into the wall. "Where's Vegapunk?" Mio inquired once more. A trembling maidservant hesitantly raised her hand, fear evident in her gesture as she pointed in a certain direction. "In the basement," she stammered. Upon hearing this, Mio wasted no time and proceeded towards that location, with Erica closely trailing behind her. Before long, the duo arrived at the entrance to the basement, which was secured by an iron door that could still be opened. After unsealing the door, they stepped inside. A staircase descended into the dimly lit space, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. As they made their way down the stairs, they soon reached the bottom, where an array of various instruments came into view, along with 2 figures emerging into Mio's line of sight. One was a robust figure with long golden hair, while the other was tall and slender, sporting short black hair. "Vinsmoke Judge?" Mio furrowed her brow in astonishment as she recognized the golden-haired figure, realizing that he was indeed the father of Sanji, the leader of the Vinsmoke family and the king of Germa. Mio felt a surge of curiosity, surprised to find Kaji here. However, her gaze quickly shifted to the individual beside Kaji. Taking a deep breath, she gradually calmed her demeanor, though curiosity lingered. "This person must be Vegapunk," she mused. Vegapunk's appearance was rather unremarkable, even ordinary, yet at that moment, with his glasses perched upon his nose, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Upon hearing the commotion, both individuals turned their attention to Mio. The unfamiliar visage startled them, prompting Kaji to furrow his brows and speak out. "Who are you? Who permitted you to come down here? Leave at once." With a thunderous crash, a silver, fearsome slash erupted, narrowly missing Kaji and striking the wall behind him, creating a significant fissure. "You shall not speak disrespectfully to my master." Erica's voice cut through the tension, icy and indignant. Kaji swallowed hard as he glanced at the wall behind him, his lips quivering with a mix of anger and trepidation, hesitating momentarily. "Have the 2 guests come here seeking me?" Concurrently, Vegapunk inquired, his voice steady and assured. "Indeed," Mio affirmed with a nod, her gaze shifting from Kaji to Vegapunk. "It appears you must have pressing matters to discuss with me, given the timing of your visit." Vegapunk returned her smile, then turned to Kaji, his expression regaining composure as he slowly articulated, "It is time for you to leave, Kaji. As for the matters we previously discussed, I regret to inform you that I possess no interest in them. They are simply too tedious for my taste, and I have no inclination to pursue such research. You, humph. Kaji's anger flared at Vegapunk's words. Do you not understand? Undeniably, the genetic factors are potent, and there has been some progress. Yet, even with your capabilities, it would take at least a decade of thorough research to fully comprehend them. You do not have that time at your disposal. I hope you will reconsider my earlier proposition and provide me with a response. Should you be willing, Germa will offer you substantial financial support for your research. With that, Kaji turned to leave, casting a lingering glance at Mio and the cloaked Erika before ascending the staircase, his figure swiftly vanishing into the depths of the basement. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? Vegapunk smiled at Mio. Hekikawa Mio. She replied with a smile of her own. Then, Mr. Mio, would you care for a cup of red tea? Vegapunk said, pouring himself a cup from a nearby vessel and then filling one for Mio as well. He then turned to Erika. Would the lady care for a cup? Although it is not the finest, it is quite palatable. Erika shook her head in response. Vegapunk shrugged, offering the teacup to Mio while taking a sip from his own. What brings you to seek me, Mr. Mio? It was evident that Vegapunk remained unfazed in Mio's presence, displaying remarkable calmness even after witnessing Erika's impressive display of combat prowess. To be candid, I have heard of your intellect, Mr. Vegapunk. I understand this may sound somewhat trite, but I genuinely wish to forge a connection with you, as I suspect the world government has become aware of your existence. Establishing a rapport now could yield valuable information in the future. Mio smiled, her intentions clear. Mr. Mio, you are remarkably forthright, Vegapunk remarked, his impression of her improving due to her candor. Chuckling, Vegapunk glanced at the instruments within the basement. You are indeed correct. The world government has taken notice of me. However, I have long resisted joining their ranks. And what of now? Mio inquired, intrigued. Now, Vegapunk shrugged. Naturally, I have joined them. I have no other option, do I? With Vegapunk's keen intellect, he was acutely aware of his own worth. And he understood the world government's determination to possess him. Should they fail to acquire him, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. He lacked the means to confront such an overwhelming force. If he wished to continue his research, aligning himself with the world government was the only viable path. That is indeed a sensible perspective. Mio nodded thoughtfully before asking. If I recall correctly, that gentleman Kaji is the king of the Germa family? Precisely. Vegapunk confirmed with a smile. Mr. Kaji previously collaborated with me on a project. He came to invite me to assist Germa in weapon development, but I declined. With a resigned shrug, Vegapunk added earnestly, truth be told, while I possess some interest in weapon development, my enthusiasm is limited. I find it rather mundane. My true passion lies with the genetic factors. That is the research that truly captivates me. By the way, Mr. Mio, you may not be familiar with genetic factors. They are akin to a blueprint of life, comparable to genes, capable of altering genetic makeup. Moreover, they can be utilized to study devil fruits. And the prospect of cloning their abilities is not beyond the realm of possibility, albeit it would require an extensive period of research. As Vegapunk spoke of genetic factors, a fervent light shone in his eyes. He shared his understanding of genetic factors with unabashed transparency, perhaps driven by the innate desire of a researcher to share what he deemed a monumental discovery, thus satisfying a hint of vanity. For Vegapunk, this was likely the only area where he felt the need to boast. Other achievements seemed trivial in comparison. Mio was well aware of the lineage factor, yet chose to feign ignorance at that moment. After listening to Vegapunk's words, Mio smiled and inquired, Mr. Vegapunk, are you particularly interested in genetics? Of course. Vegapunk responded without hesitation, excitement evident in his tone. Though I am a scientific scholar, I am not averse to power. In fact, my research is closely tied to the development of one's own abilities. Genetics is undoubtedly an excellent avenue for exploration. And it was through this pursuit that I uncovered the existence of the lineage factor. Then I believe we might become friends, Mio remarked with a slight smile. But after a moment's contemplation, he felt his statement lacked completeness, adding, a friendship sustained by mutual benefit. Oh, upon hearing this, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Vegapunk's eyes before he concealed it. A friend? Are you suggesting that I should join the world government and act as your informant within it? Vegapunk queried, interpreting Mio's notion of friendship in that manner. Something along those lines, Mio nodded gently, not only wishing for Vegapunk to be his informant within the world government, but also hoping he would develop certain creations for him in the future. Are you not concerned that I might decline? Vegapunk asked curiously, observing Mio's calm demeanor, which suggested an unwavering confidence in Vegapunk's eventual agreement. I have faith that Mr. Vegapunk will acquiesce, Mio replied, a confident smile gracing his face. Perhaps he would not have been so assured previously, but their recent conversation had instilled this newfound confidence in him. As they spoke, Vegapunk removed Erika's hat, revealing her face. Upon seeing her, Vegapunk was momentarily taken aback, but his gaze quickly shifted to the antennae on Erika's forehead. Is this a devil fruit user? No, Mio shook his head. Erika is not a devil fruit user. How can that be? Is she perhaps of a unique race? Vegapunk asked in astonishment. To possess antennae akin to an ant without being a user, Could she belong to a race similar to the fur tribe? But that doesn't seem right. For while the fur tribe is humanoid, their animal traits are clearly distinguishable. Erica, on the other hand, appears almost indistinguishable from a human without those antennae. Let me clarify. Mio explained. Erica's true form is that of a mutated ant. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, she has become human and is capable of conversing with, and even controlling ants. You could consider this as my devil fruit ability. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk exclaimed in awe, his eyes sparkling with interest. What a marvelous ability. Might I request a drop of her blood? I am curious to ascertain the nature of this lady's genes, as it may yield unexpected wonders. Just as he spoke, Vegapunk suddenly snapped back to reality, turning to Mio with a look of realization. I see. You are correct. I certainly cannot refuse you. He understood why Mio was unperturbed by the possibility of rejection, faced with someone as extraordinary as Erica. He found it impossible to decline and was eager to study a drop of her blood for insights into her genetic makeup. It seems Mr. Vegapunk has agreed, Mio said with a light chuckle. Indeed, Vegapunk nodded earnestly. However, I hope to research other extraordinary beings like this lady in the future. If you agree, I would be more than willing to assist you in acquiring the information you desire. Very well, Mio replied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since Mr. Vegapunk has consented, I have another piece of good news to share. Oh, do tell, Vegapunk responded with keen interest. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I believe I can present you with it indeed. Mio nodded and smiled. My eagerness for strength is undeniable. Otherwise, if the world government discovers my connection with Mr. Vegapunk, lacking sufficient power would jeopardize my very existence. That is a valid point, Vegapunk replied with a smile. I shall assist you, for aiding you also serves my own interests. I sense that the peculiar entity born from your abilities may contribute to my research on bloodline factors. Rest assured, I will not disclose our transaction to the world government. Thus, we shall meet again by fate in the future, Mio gently acknowledged before turning to leave. Erica followed closely behind. The two swiftly exited the basement. Vegapunk withdrew his gaze and picked up the vial containing Erica's blood, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. I hope to derive something remarkable from this. After muttering to himself, Vegapunk stored the vial, surveyed the basement's instruments, and then chuckled softly as he retrieved another Den mushy from his pocket. Soon, the Den mushy was connected. Vegapunk's expression remained calm. This is Vegapunk. On the other end, an excited voice immediately erupted. Mr. Vegapunk, have you finally made your decision? Please inform me of your current location, and I will promptly dispatch CP0 to bring you to Mariewa. Trust me, you shall not regret this choice. The world government will cater to all your research needs. In truth, the world government had long been aware of Vegapunk's whereabouts, but he had been evading their pursuit, as he was previously reluctant to join them, harboring a sense of resistance. However, he now comprehended that not joining the world government was untenable. The current world government still exhibited considerable patience towards him, but if he continued to procrastinate, that patience would inevitably wane, leading to potential repercussions. Vegapunk never doubted this, which is why he resolved to act. Moreover, joining the world government would indeed facilitate his research endeavors. I am currently on Mowak Island, the capital of the Meg Kingdom, Vegapunk stated before terminating the call. After organizing some data, he departed the premises. As for his dealings with the king of the Meg Kingdom, Vegapunk had never placed much importance on them and had never engaged in weapon development. The funds allocated by the king had been solely directed toward his research on bloodline factors. Now, as he was on the brink of joining the world government, that concern was rendered even less significant. Shortly after Vegapunk left the basement, on the other side of the world, in the sacred land of Mariewa, the seat of supreme power, 5 elders sat in a lavish, spacious hall. One elder had just hung up the Den mushy and spoke slowly. Vegapunk has agreed to join our world government. Send 0 to him at once. Vegapunk's abilities are of utmost importance to us, and we cannot afford any unforeseen complications. Agreed. Agreed. Consensus. Very well. Today's weather is particularly clear, with the sun shining brightly. Mio sat upon the deck, a bottle of rum in hand, gazing at the blank canvas laid before her, contemplating how to design an appealing pirate flag. Although she was not yet a pirate, it was prudent to prepare in advance, especially since crafting a pirate flag was no trivial task. At least, it was not so for Mio. She could envision a skull, yet she was uncertain what other elements to incorporate. In essence, she was caught in a dilemma. Nevertheless, the prospect of venturing into the Grand Line loomed ahead. Mio murmured to herself. The North Sea, though rife with chaos, held no significance for her. There was no one or nothing she wished to seek there. Thus she resolved to leave the North Sea and embark on her journey to the Grand Line. One of the primary reasons for her decision was that in the Grand Line, she could hasten her growth and strength. After all, the Grand Line and the New World teemed with a myriad of peculiar islands, not to mention the plethora of ancient isles, making it relatively easy to find the insects or beasts she sought for cultivation. Moreover, there was another compelling reason. She was aware that only in the Grand Line and the New World could one encounter dragons. Indeed, dragons, not the likes of Monkey D. Dragon, but true dragons, akin to the mythical thousand-year dragons. Such creatures were considered legendary before her transmigration, yet they genuinely existed in this world and were not to be underestimated. For instance, while the combat prowess of a thousand-year dragon might not be formidable, its longevity was remarkable, and it could potentially yield elixirs of immortality. Though this may sound exaggerated, extending a person's lifespan was certainly not an insurmountable challenge. Even if dragons were not the most powerful beings in this realm, their innate attributes and potential far surpassed that of the majority of individuals. This alone warranted Mio's dedication to their cultivation. Furthermore, the creatures she nurtured could be contemplated for consumption of a devil fruit. If she were to cultivate a formidable beast and procure a mythical zoan-type fruit for it, reaching the level of an emperor of the sea might not be an impossibility. And since there were thousand-year dragons, it stood to reason that other dragons might exist as well. If not, ancient dinosaurs would suffice. Thus, Mio possessed a compelling motivation to journey to the Grand Line. Additionally, there remained a considerable distance before the narrative truly commenced, with the Four Seas offering few characters of relevance for her to encounter. The New World was still in a state of flux, as pirates battled fiercely to assert their dominance, each aspiring to become the mightiest within that realm. Although Mio recognized that her current strength might not be particularly formidable in the New World, she yearned to explore it, hoping that her power would flourish upon her arrival. Perhaps, by then, she would be deemed not merely one of the four emperors, but a fifth emperor instead. This notion filled her with anticipation. Yet, a significant journey lay ahead before reaching the Grand Line, necessitating a passage through Reverse Mountain, just as depicted in the original tale. Perusing her map, Mio's eyes widened with delight. Reverse Mountain Kurokas should have returned to Twin Cape by now. She wondered if he would have mastered observation and armament hockey. It would be an opportune moment to seek his guidance. As the ship's doctor aboard Roger's crew, Kurokas held promise, and given his character, he was likely to be approachable and willing to impart knowledge. Shaking her head to dispel her wandering thoughts, Mio stood, unfurling the sails, and set forth. Henceforth, she would sail at full speed toward Reverse Mountain. The vessel began its swift advance toward the mountain, with at least half a month's journey ahead, underscoring the considerable distance yet to traverse. Thus began that fateful morning. Early in the morning, after refreshing herself, Mio entered the living room and was greeted by the sight of Erica bustling about in the kitchen, which elicited a smile from her. "Good morning, Erica," she said. "Good morning, Master," Erica replied, turning to Mio with a sweet smile. "Please wait a moment. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Today's menu includes ramen and grilled meat." "Ramen? That sounds delightful," Mio remarked, nodding gently in anticipation. Simultaneously, she grabbed 2 bottles of rum, sipping on one while awaiting her meal, and began to peruse a map. The ship's supply of liquor was dwindling, prompting her to consider replenishing it. The nearest island was Valu Island, a small isle featuring a quaint town but lacking a naval base. On the map, a skull was drawn next to this island, marked as Pirate Island. Is it akin to Magic Valley Town? Mio pondered thoughtfully for a moment before feeling a surge of excitement. Pirate Island was a place solely inhabited by pirates, a gathering ground for revelry and combat, where lawlessness reigned and desires ran rampant. Only the most formidable pirates could enjoy the finest resources available on Pirate Island. Naturally, Mio had never set foot on such a place, which only heightened her anticipation. Soon, breakfast was ready. Warwick emerged from his room, while Erica tidied up the dishes before heading to the deck to practice her swordsmanship. Warwick, meanwhile, seemed to have gone off to fish or dive. Left alone in the cabin, Mio continued sipping her rum, delving into specific information about the world around her. For instance, the pirate exposition hosted by Festa, akin to those held across various seas, occurred intermittently, albeit without the grandeur of the frenzied action. Entry to such expositions required a special invitation, and they often served as a marketplace for illicit goods, where an array of items circulated. Recently, however, the North Sea had not seen such an exposition. Of course, this knowledge was gleaned from books and diaries left behind by pirates that Mio had previously dispatched. Considering the sometimes tedious nature of ocean voyages, she had taken the opportunity to peruse these writings, gaining deeper insights into her world. Currently, she was engrossed in the diary of a former pirate. With a gentle closing motion, she shut the diary. Mio was preparing to commence her training. However, at that moment, a peculiar sound echoed, "Brew brew." It was the voice of the snail phone. Upon retrieving it, she discovered it was Doflamingo calling. Could it be that he had already located some remarkable insects or animals? Or perhaps a devil fruit? Mio murmured to herself before answering the call. "Doflamingo, have you found what I desire?" she inquired directly. Of course not. How could it be so swift?" came the response. "Then what is your purpose this time?" Mio asked, a slight frown creasing her brow. "I have come across some intriguing news and wish to ascertain your interest." The face of the snail phone perfectly mirrored Doflamingo's sinister expression and smile. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota." Status. Resource exhausted. Mio was momentarily taken aback, lost in contemplation. The heavenly gold referred to the annual tribute that the nations allied with the world government were obliged to offer to the celestial dragons. With as many as 170 member nations, it was no surprise that the North Sea also harbored its share of these nations. Moreover, the heavenly gold was always escorted by the navy, delivered directly to the Holy Land of Mariahua. Each vessel transporting this treasure contained an incredibly vast amount of wealth. Some kings would even include devil fruits in their tributes to curry favor with the celestial dragons. However, given the importance the world government and the celestial dragons placed on the heavenly gold, one should be acutely aware of the consequences of attempting to seize it. Mio stated gravely. To rob the heavenly gold would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the celestial dragons, their pride rendered such an affront akin to a slap in the face, inevitably inviting pursuit from both the navy and the world government. For Mio, lacking adequate assurance, he would refrain from taking such a risk. Yet, the glimmer in his eyes revealed a flicker of temptation. Since I have extended this invitation, I possess sufficient confidence that the world government will not trace it back to us. Were it not for the current lack of manpower in the Don Quixote family, I would not have disclosed this matter to you. After all, you must be aware that once you agree to act, we are, in essence, both on the same boat. Are we not? Each of us could potentially lead the other into peril, Doflamingo remarked with a light chuckle. That may be so. Yet I am still aware of your true identity, Mio replied slowly. At this, Doflamingo fell silent. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. You truly astonish me. My friend, might I inquire as to how you came by that information? You must know that such a thing is impossible, Mio replied. Well, I suppose that is true. Doflamingo's voice echoed through the transponder snail, his grin evident. However, I find myself increasingly curious about the intelligence you hold. That is not the crux of the matter. Mio replied with a faint smile, unwilling to delve further into that topic. Doflamingo, not wishing to linger on the subject, took note of this and continued. You are correct. That is not the main issue. Since you are aware of my identity, you should also be privy to another important point. Recently, the world government has dispatched most of their nails to escort an individual. Although I do not know who it is, I am aware that they have sent their strongest operative for this safe escort. Coincidentally, in 5 days, 2 kingdoms from the North Sea will be delivering their heavenly gold to Mariahua. Seizing this opportunity would allow us to evade the world government's scrutiny, ensuring we remain undetected even if they wish to investigate. Doflamingo expressed his confidence. Despite possessing the bloodline of the celestial dragons, being a former one himself, he understood the grave repercussions should he attempt to claim the heavenly gold for himself. The world government would undoubtedly mete out severe punishment. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Mio fell into contemplation. Doflamingo was unaware of the identity of the individual being escorted, but Mio was not. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated the level of significance the world government placed on Vegapunk. Yet, it was reasonable to consider, setting aside him. Even the 5 elders were no fools and certainly understood Vegapunk's importance. If necessary, they might even be willing to sacrifice a portion of the celestial dragons. For while they could reproduce, Vegapunk was unique and unlikely to be replicated in the next century. Such considerations are insufficient, Doflamingo, Mio declared solemnly. I will not take the risk based solely on that information. You should be more aware than I of the power the world government wields and the ramifications of provoking the celestial dragons. You are indeed correct. I am fully cognizant of that, Doflamingo replied, his expression darkening. State your terms. If the heavenly gold contains devil fruits, they shall all belong to me. If not, you must use your influence to procure 2 devil fruits for me, Mio stated directly. Agreed, Doflamingo responded without hesitation, but quickly added, however, I require 60% of the heavenly gold. He was in dire need of funds. Although the Don Quixote family had established a foothold in the North Sea, they lacked the necessary resources and strength to expand into other seas, let alone the Grand Line. With sufficient capital, they could steadily develop their influence in the surrounding seas. Recently, an opportune moment had arisen for Doflamingo. His ambitions had begun to take root, and he could not afford to miss this chance. Given these circumstances, he felt compelled to act against the heavenly gold, especially upon receiving news of the world government escorting Vegapunk. Perhaps it was this very incident that would later enable Doflamingo to secure his position as a warlord of the sea. Holding the transponder snail, Mio nodded in agreement without hesitation. Very well. While he too craved wealth, he understood that the heavenly gold was perilous. The potential for detection compelled him to limit his share. Nonetheless, despite the significant risks, the prospect of acquiring devil fruits compelled him to proceed. After all, while a devil fruit was valued at 100 million, it was not always attainable through mere wealth. The vessel of Mio approached the harbor of Varu Island. At a glance, one could see a multitude of pirate ships, each guarded by a number of pirates. After all, in such a location, leaving a ship unmonitored would likely result in its disappearance upon return. Warwick, you shall remain on the ship. Should anyone board, eliminate them immediately, Mio instructed Warwick. After receiving his acknowledgement, she departed with Erica, setting foot on Varu Island and making their way toward the nearby town. As they walked, they encountered numerous pirates, some fierce and intimidating, others more refined and cultured. Many pirates scrutinized those around them, their eyes glinting with ulterior motives. A few even cast their gaze upon Mio and Erica but quickly averted it, perhaps deeming them unworthy of plunder or recognizing them as formidable adversaries. Upon entering the town, they witnessed a fierce clash between two groups of pirates on the road ahead, with blood occasionally splattering onto the ground. A crowd of other pirates gathered to watch, and shouts echoed through the air. "Keep going, don't be afraid, you scoundrel. I've wagered 500,000 on your victory, don't falter." It was evident that these pirates were no strangers to conflict, some even betting on the outcomes of others' battles. "How lively indeed," Mio remarked, continuing onward while scanning the vicinity for a tavern, intending to procure some drink before departing. Erica, too, surveyed the surroundings with curiosity, her tentacles gently swaying beneath her cloak, her brow furrowed in discontent. "I do not particularly like this place," she murmured softly. Why is that?" Mio inquired, intrigued by Erica's sentiment. "There are many here with ill intentions toward the owner," Erica replied earnestly, her keen eyes darting to those who lingered too long on Mio. "Ah, I see," Mio responded, momentarily taken aback before shaking her head in amusement. She then affectionately ruffled Erica's hair, reassuring her, "Do not concern yourself. Those who dare to act will only find themselves at a disadvantage." Erica nodded in agreement. The two soon discovered a tavern and stepped inside. A wave of warmth enveloped them, followed by a cacophony of noise. The establishment thronged with dozens of pirates, reveling in their boisterous camaraderie. Upon the entrance of Mio and Erica, a considerable number of gazes were immediately drawn to them. Among the crowd, a burly pirate rose, his brow furrowed, and he barked. "Hey, this is our territory, you'd best leave at once. Just buy some liquor and be on your way." Mio replied nonchalantly, "Just a moment." The stout man was taken aback, and fury surged within him as he realized Mio's audacity. He swiftly reached for the weapon strapped to his back, intent on teaching Mio a harsh lesson. However, from a dim corner of the tavern, a tall gentleman, cradling two voluptuous women in his arms and lounging with his legs propped upon the table, spoke slowly. Let them purchase what they need and leave promptly. He was the leader of this ruffian lot, merely seeking relaxation on the island and wishing to avoid confrontation. Yet, a significant factor in his intervention stemmed from the instinctual sense that the newcomers possessed an aura that was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing his superior's words, the burly pirate scoffed disdainfully. "Since the boss has spoken, we shall spare you. Just make your purchases and scram." With that, he resumed his seat and took a hearty swig from his drink. Mio shrugged lightly and, accompanied by Erica, approached the bar. "2 barrels of wine, please," he stated directly. Behind the counter stood an elderly man, who, upon hearing Mio's request, nodded and promptly instructed a nearby young man to fetch the drinks, while quietly cautioning Mio, "Young man, those individuals are members of the giant lizard pirate crew. Once you have procured your drinks, it would be wise to depart swiftly, lest unforeseen complications arise." It seemed the old man possessed a kind heart. However, Mio was taken aback. "The giant lizard pirate crew?" he inquired hesitantly. The old man was momentarily surprised, but nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, they are the notorious giant lizard pirate crew, with a bounty exceeding 30 million. Rumor has it they are preparing to venture into the Grand Line." "Thank you," Mio replied, nodding slightly, his silence betraying the flicker of intensity in his eyes. He had encountered the name of the giant lizard pirate crew on a bounty notice before. Their captain, Anderson, was a user of a devil fruit, specifically an ancient type from the Zoan category. In the North Sea, Anderson had garnered a modest reputation due to his abilities, attracting a following. Yet, Mio found himself reluctant to leave the tavern so easily. The reason was simple. He yearned to kill Anderson. He was curious to discover how his own genes would differ after slaying a devil fruit user. Would they resemble those of an ordinary person? Or would there be a distinct variation? Initially, he had intended to contemplate this matter further upon reaching the Grand Line, where devil fruit users were more prevalent. Unlike the North Sea, where they were scarce. Yet, he had unexpectedly encountered one here. Unlike ordinary individuals, he felt no qualms about targeting a pirate. After all, he shared a certain kinship with the protagonist Luffy from the original tale, as both felt a sense of guilt when acting without reason. However, unlike Luffy, he possessed the acumen to actively seek out justifications for his actions. With this thought in mind, he contemplated his next move. Mio turned and took measured steps toward Anderson. The tall figure, seemingly lacking the muscular build of his subordinates, was currently engaged in playful banter with 2 young women, occasionally coaxing them to feed him drinks. A broad smile adorning his face. Beside Anderson sat several of his underlings. One of them, upon noticing Mio's approach, stood up irritably and exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing here?" Hearing the commotion, Anderson furrowed his brow and cast an annoyed glance in their direction. This young man seemed to be inviting trouble. Disregarding the customary respect, did he intend to stay and join in their revelry? However, the next scene unfolded, causing Anderson to rise abruptly, his expression contorted with fury. Mio, casting a frigid glance, unsheathed the weapon at her hip, cleaving the air in a swift, singular stroke. A glistening arc of light materialized, etching a profound wound across the robust torso of the imposing figure before her. Crimson droplets splattered as the man's sturdy frame succumbed to gravity, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why the need for such vociferousness? Mio quipped, a hint of feigned indignation in her tone. I was at a loss for justification, yet you so graciously provided one. I harbor a particular aversion to being addressed in a boisterous manner. What in damnation do you think you're doing, you imbecile? Anderson bellowed, his hands undergoing a startling transformation. Scales emerging and sharp claws extending, eliminating him. What else? Mio retorted, shrugging with the katana still in her grasp. Damn you, kill him. Anderson roared, his patience snapping. He had hoped to avoid conflict, but the slaying of his subordinate ignited a furious blaze within him. Without further deliberation, his form contorted, morphing into a grotesque lizard man. His body, now enveloped in scales, exuded a menacing aura. The once lithe physique had become immensely muscular, complemented by a thick, formidable tail. Ha ha ha, more bloodshed awaits. To your doom, whelp. Slaughter them. The surrounding buccaneers, already emboldened by alcohol, responded to their captain's command with savage grins. They brandished their cutlasses and charged toward Mio, while others drew their flintlocks, unleashing a volley of lead. In that instant, a figure darted forth with blinding speed. Two silvery flashes danced in the air, bisecting the incoming projectiles before they could reach their target. The figure, a whirlwind of motion, carved a path of destruction, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Pirates fell, their lifeblood staining the ground. Erica, her delicate hands gripping a pair of katana, stood silently behind Mio. Her presence, though understated, sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed her lethal grace. In mere moments, she had felled several pirates, causing the remaining assailants to falter, their bravado replaced by palpable fear. Even Anderson, despite his rage, felt a twinge of apprehension. Impressive, but you shall still meet your end. Since acquiring the accursed fruit, Anderson had known no defeat. He had crushed all who dared to oppose him, including the Navy. Fueled by fury, he cast aside any semblance of fear, his sole desire to tear apart the two figures before him. With a guttural roar, Anderson lunged at Mio, his claws slashing through the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio smiled faintly, choosing silence as she raised her weapon forward, deftly parrying Anderson's attack with a resounding clash. Mio parted her lips, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Truly, the ancient abilities within the animal lineage possess a formidable power. The force transmitted through the weapon left Mio astonished. However, that was merely the extent of it. Although she had acquired the fruit's powers, it was evident that Anderson had not yet fully developed them to a formidable degree. Otherwise, a single strike would have left Mio incapacitated. After all, while her strength was commendable, it merely placed her among the strong in the North Sea, and she was by no means at the pinnacle. Her willingness to engage with Doflamingo stemmed from the presence of Warwick and Erica. Otherwise, she would never dare to approach him alone. The conversation had digressed. At this moment, Mio's lips curled into a smirk as her right hand wielded the katana, stepping forward while swinging the blade. One sword style. Shadow strike. With a burst of speed, Mio's figure approached Anderson like a phantom, her katana creating a crescent-shaped slash that accompanied her advance. The dark sword energy erupted forth, undeniably resembling a shadow's assault. Get away, Anderson roared, swiping a claw toward her. But in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. He swiftly retreated several steps, lowering his gaze to his claw. A gash had opened, blood gushing forth. It seems your defenses are insufficient to withstand my strike. Mio's smile widened as she let out a light laugh before launching another attack. With a swing of her sword, the sword energy erupted again. Anderson hurriedly dodged, but the slash struck the tavern wall, cleaving it open with a thunderous crash. Drawing the attention of many pirates outside the establishment, their gazes fixated on the scene. Erica glanced at her master before slowly raising her right hand and executing a sword strike. A burst of silver sword energy manifested, forming a terrifying slash that struck the ground outside the tavern, leaving a deep crack in its wake. Erica's soft voice, laced with determination, declared, "You are not permitted to enter here. Otherwise, I shall slay you." Just as she finished speaking, one of Anderson's subordinates inside the tavern swallowed hard, terror-stricken by Erica's prowess. A fleeting glimmer of excitement flashed in Mio's eyes as he nimbly leapt aside, evading the sweeping attack. He had no intention of swiftly concluding the battle. Rather, he yearned for a prolonged engagement with Anderson to acquire invaluable combat experience. Strangely enough, the longer the fight persisted, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly anticipating Anderson's escalating prowess and mightier assaults. Perhaps this was tied to the ability he had initially acquired, the heart of a warrior, which instilled in him an unwavering courage in the face of conflict, fueled solely by his insatiable desire, growing ever more valiant with each clash. "Damn it! If you seek death, I shall oblige," he declared, as the battle raged on. Anderson's eyes turned a fierce crimson, clearly having unleashed his full potential, ready to fight without restraint. Initially, he had refrained from exerting his utmost strength due to the multitude of pirates surrounding the tavern, wary of being ambushed and losing the advantage. He had even wished to conserve his power to avert any unforeseen complications. However, the circumstances now compelled him to unleash his full might. With a thunderous roar, a palpable aura erupted from Anderson. His gaping maw bellowed, and his razor-sharp claws gleamed ominously. With a single step, the ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web, and in an instant, Anderson lunged toward Mio, delivering a devastating punch that unleashed a torrent of formidable force. Mio swung her weapon horizontally before her chest, instantly feeling a formidable force surge towards her. Unable to restrain herself, she staggered back a few steps, her palms stinging painfully. However, a wide grin soon spread across her face, brimming with excitement. "Come on, let's continue." With her voice echoing, she unleashed her katana in a sweeping strike. A wave of slashing energy erupted forth, tearing the ground asunder in its wake. Humph! Anderson let out a cold snort, his right claw clenched into a fist, and with all his might, he countered with a punch that shattered her attack. Seizing this moment, Mio had already charged forward the instant she executed her strike. As the slashing energy dissipated, she closed the distance to Anderson without hesitation, mercilessly bringing her katana down upon him. A flash of the blade appeared. A sense of impending danger washed over Anderson, and his expression shifted dramatically. Yet, he found himself with no time to evade, and even when he sought to resist, Mio's strike had already descended upon him. With a sickening sound, a deep gash opened on Anderson's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His complexion paled, and before he could fully comprehend the searing pain radiating from his wound, Mio, her eyes alight with exhilaration, swung her blade once more. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, Anderson hastily evaded, causing Mio's attack to miss and cleave a deep fissure into the ground. Clutching his chest with API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. A flicker of surprise crossed Mio's eyes, quickly followed by a swift slash of her blade towards the figure behind her. With a resounding clang, sparks erupted as her strike intercepted Anderson, who had intended to launch an attack from the shadows. It must be said that the enhancement provided by the Zoan-type devil fruit to physical attributes is indeed substantial. Anderson's explosive speed, even in the early stages of mastering his abilities, nearly caught Mio off guard. Although Mio's physical prowess is not exceptionally formidable, it is certainly not lacking, given that she possesses 1/10 of Erica's and 1/10 of Warwick's comprehensive attributes. Nevertheless, she struggled to keep pace with Anderson's velocity, nearly falling victim to his initial strike. Had Anderson refined his mastery over the devil fruit further, it would have been impossible for Mio to contend with him today. One sword style. With a grave expression, a glint of cold light flickered in Mio's eyes as she raised her sword above her shoulder, her gaze sharpening in an instant. Black Crow, she declared, unleashing a powerful slash from her katana. The black blade aura erupted forth, coalescing into a formidable strike that resembled a raven in flight, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Surging towards Anderson, Anderson's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of dread washing over him as he felt a suffocating pressure. His eyes gleamed with madness. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of wind blades with his clawed hands to meet the impending attack. The two forces collided. In the following moment, the raven-like slash pierced through the array of wind blades, advancing relentlessly towards Anderson. With a sickening sound, crimson blood gushed forth as Anderson clutched his neck, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at Mio, seemingly unable to comprehend that he would meet his demise here today, especially after he had resolved to venture into the Grand Line. Beneath his trembling hands, a gaping wound marred his neck, blood streaming profusely and staining the ground. Finally, with a dull thud, his body grew cold and fell lifeless to the floor. The tavern had become a wreck, teetering on the brink of ruin. Outside, numerous pirates were struck by astonishment. Though they had sensed something amiss, they were still incredulous that Anderson had indeed been slain by that individual. Anderson's prowess was renowned throughout the North Sea, and it was unfathomable that he would perish here. Who was this person? They had never heard of him before. Could he be a newcomer to the seas? His strength seems overwhelmingly formidable. Truly powerful. I wish to follow such a formidable being, one pirate mused. Forget it, ha ha ha. Did you not notice that he is accompanied by only one person? Clearly, such an individual would require crew members of equal strength. We are unlikely to catch his eye, another responded. Amidst the tavern's surrounding chaos, the pirates engaged in fervent discussion, while at the same time, before Mio, a panel emerged that only he could perceive, displaying a message that caused a subtle shift in his expression. Congratulations, you have acquired the gene of the ancient giant lizard. The ancient giant lizard gene, a unique genetic strain that possesses the intellectual potential of humanity combined with the ferocious strength of ancient beasts. Yet it harbors a slight flaw, an apparent fear of seawater. A flaw. As Mio gazed at the description of the gene on the panel, a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes, and he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after vanquishing a devil fruit user, the gene he obtained would be of such nature. Although it bore the same flaw as that of a typical devil fruit user, it seemed remarkably advantageous. After all, within Mio's arsenal of abilities was the function of gene fusion. This so-called gene fusion function allows for the amalgamation of disparate genes, consolidating the formidable powers they encompass. If he were to eliminate several more devil fruit users, acquire these extraordinary genes, and merge them all, he could cultivate a novel organism. While it would indeed fear seawater upon successful cultivation, it could potentially become a multi-fruit user akin to Blackbeard. How delightful, an unexpected boon. After muttering to himself, a smile graced Mio's lips as he closed the panel. He decided to take his leave. After exchanging a few words with Erica, Mio prepared to depart. In the tavern, the only area that remained unscathed was perhaps the bar counter. Mio approached the bar, eyeing the old man, scratching his head as he inquired, "Is the wine ready?" "Yes. It is prepared," the old man replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding eagerly, seemingly surprised that Mio, who had just vanquished a formidable pirate in the North Sea, would treat him with such kindness. Gazing around the tavern, Mio produced 100,000 berries and presented them to the old man, stating, "Here is the payment for the wine, and the remainder should serve as compensation for the damage to your establishment. I shall take my leave." Although the old man operated a tavern on Pirate Island, it did not imply that he himself was a pirate. Thus, it was only right to compensate for any damages incurred. After placing the berries on the counter, Mio shouldered 2 barrels of wine and departed the tavern with Erica, heading toward the port. Along their path, the gathered pirates parted to make way for Mio. Before long, the duo arrived at the port, where several pirates were congregated. Mio directly seized one of them to inquire about Anderson's pirate ship, and upon receiving the information, he returned to their vessel, instructing Warwick to retrieve the treasures from Anderson's ship. Meanwhile, Mio focused on determining their upcoming course and contemplated whether he should venture to impel down at some point. After all, if one were to seek out devil fruit users, the most likely and accessible place would undoubtedly be Impel Down. Furthermore, reaching Impel Down was relatively straightforward. The challenge lay in exiting. Mio did not possess full confidence in his ability to ensure a safe return after entering. However, he felt that in the future, once he had gained sufficient strength, a visit to Impel Down would be inevitable. Encounters with such extraordinary beings were unlikely to occur on the open sea, even in the Grand Line, where it was not so simple to stumble upon them. Most of the devil fruit users encountered were merely ordinary zone-type users. The truly exceptional abilities resided with the powerful, many of whom were imprisoned and impelled down. Regrettably, this was not yet the period when the narrative commenced. Otherwise, a visit would have been essential. Mio mused that during the initial phase of the plot, many pirates imprisoned and impelled down possessed remarkable devil fruit abilities. Notable figures included Katarina Devon, who wielded the mythical Zoan-type Inu Inu Nomi in the form of a 9-tailed fox, Douglas Bullet, a Paramecia-type user of the devil fruit, and Bondrud, who possessed the Paramecia-type Momo fruit. Each was endowed with extraordinary capabilities. As for the current prisoners in Impel Down, Mio was unaware. Perhaps Barrett had already been incarcerated there, but the details of others remained a mystery. While he pondered these matters, Warwick returned, shouldering a treasure chest and placing it before Mio with delight. "Master, there are so many gold coins." "Oh, is that so?" In response, Mio grinned as he opened the chest, revealing a dazzling array of golden coins. He grasped a handful, watching as the coins slipped through his fingers, then called out to Erica, "Erica, come here quickly." "Master, I'm coming." Erica hurried over, her expression laced with curiosity as she regarded her master. Mio retrieved a necklace adorned with blue crystals and diamonds from the treasure chest. She removed Erica's cloak and gently placed the necklace around her neck. After thoughtfully stroking her chin and surveying the piece, she nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, it is beautiful. This necklace shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Erica glanced down at the necklace, momentarily taken aback, before her eyes narrowed in delight as she nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, my master. I will cherish and protect this necklace." As she spoke, Erica cradled the necklace with her delicate hands, displaying a demeanor of utmost care. Mio affectionately tousled Erica's hair, smiling without uttering a word. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of curiosity as she rummaged through the coins in the chest and unearthed a book. Although referred to as a book, it was more accurately a fragment, containing merely a dozen pages. Yet, upon opening it, Mio was instantly astonished. A devil fruit compendium? Indeed, it was a compendium of devil fruits, with each page detailing the name and abilities of a specific fruit. While not exceptionally rare, as many had utilized it, it was undeniably uncommon. For those who possessed such a tome were typically regarded as formidable individuals, including kings and nobles. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio turned the pages one after another, The content contained not only the names and descriptions of the devil fruits and their abilities, but also illustrations, alongside formidable figures from the sea who had wielded the powers of these fruits. The initial pages of this tattered tome detailed ordinary abilities, such as those belonging to various Zoan and Paramecia types, with not a single Logia fruit mentioned. However, the final entry introduced the Shadow fruit, accompanied by an image and the name of the fruit. Beyond that, there was but a single line of description, a Logia-type devil fruit, the ability of the previous generation's pirate overlord, Rox, who deemed it the strongest fruit, for reasons unknown. Upon reading this, Mio was taken aback. Could it be that Rox was the previous wielder of the Shadow fruit? As the maritime tyrant of the generation preceding Roger, Rox was undoubtedly a legendary figure. His legacy obscured by the world government akin to the erased history of the blank century. This illustrates the extent to which the world government feared his existence. It was indeed peculiar that such a formidable being was ultimately vanquished by the combined efforts of the naval hero Garp and the pirate king Roger. Mio pondered softly, reflecting on how Blackbeard had indeed set his sights on Rox. If the guide was accurate, then it was true. Rox was a user of the Shadow fruit. His maritime headquarters was the Hive Island, and after seizing Whitebeard's fruit power, Blackbeard also claimed the Hive as his base. Moreover, Rox's full name was Rox D. Zebek, and in the original tale, Blackbeard's ship was named the Sword of Zebek. Of course, this was a digression. However, the reason Rox referred to the Shadow fruit as the strongest was likely due to its ability to usurp the powers of other users. The ship sailed steadily away from the island. Meanwhile, not far off, a small white vessel approached the island as Mio departed. On board was a solitary figure draped in a white cloak, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her identity indistinguishable, though she appeared to be a woman. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mio was momentarily taken aback, for within those piercing eyes lay a ripple reminiscent of the Rinnegan from Naruto, the crimson pupils devoid of any emotion. Akin to a stagnant pool of water. Merely being observed by them sent a shiver down her spine. Who could it be? Mio murmured to herself. The figure swiftly averted their gaze and proceeded to step onto the island. Mio withdrew his gaze, filled with curiosity yet devoid of the desire to explore further. He sensed danger, believing that delving deeper might lead to peril. However, he made a note of those eyes. As the vessel gradually sailed away, the island faded from view. Unbeknownst to Mio, shortly after his departure, terrified cries erupted from the pirates on the island. Many of them fled frantically towards the harbor. Soon, the sounds of panic subsided. A figure clad in a white robe returned to the shore, casting a curious glance in the direction where Mio had vanished. An odd sensation lingered. 2 days later, in the North Sea, the Dabo Sea region, Mio stood resolutely on the deck, wielding his katana as he engaged in combat with Erica. As they exchanged blows, wounds occasionally appeared on Mio's body, blood spilling forth. Moments later, the battle concluded, and Erica promptly fetched a medical kit to tend to Mio's injuries. Soon, Mio's chest was enveloped in white bandages. Grasping a bottle of rum set aside, he took a hearty swig, savoring the taste and pondering how long it would take for someone of such prowess to reach a higher level. With his master's innate talent, surpassing Erica would be a matter of time. After the bandaging was complete, Erica shook her small fist and earnestly declared, "Haha." At her words, Mio let out a hearty laugh, ruffling Erica's hair, choosing not to respond but feeling his spirits lift. Just then, the ship rocked unexpectedly. A figure erupted from the sea. Landing on the deck, it was Warwick. However, almost immediately, a colossal creature surged from the depths, towering beside the vessel and unleashing a fearsome roar directed at Mio and the others aboard. This beast, possessing the head of a lion, appeared to have encountered Warwick while he was diving, pursuing him relentlessly. "Humph, I couldn't defeat you in the water, but now Warwick shall vanquish you," Warwick exclaimed, his claws glinting ominously as he gritted his teeth, clearly having suffered indignities beneath the waves. Before Warwick could finish his sentence, Mio swiftly drew his katana, a smirk forming on his lips as he leapt forward, declaring, "Leave this to me." With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light flashed as Mio gripped his katana with both hands, slicing through the air and unleashing a crescent arc of black sword energy that surged forth. The enormous sea creature, now a target before Mio, found itself cleaved in half, its massive form collapsing into the ocean, the surrounding waters quickly turning crimson with its blood. "Congratulations on acquiring sea beast genes," Mio remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Though not of the royal sea creature variety, it was nonetheless a commendable catch. The sea beasts and sea kings are distinct entities. As depicted in the original tale, it was the sea kings that had dragged Noah's ship, while the rest merely classified as sea beasts. Sea kings boast longevity and immense size, typically residing in the deep sea and the calm zones. Their presence scattered throughout the world's oceans, albeit rarely encountered. Most encounters involve sea beasts, which, while sizable, pale in comparison to sea kings. Warwick, quickly carve off some of that sea beast carcass, It will make for excellent sustenance, particularly for roasting. Mio grinned. He had previously tasted sea beast meat and found it delightful, though the price was exorbitantly high, as not everyone had the ability to hunt sea beasts in this world. Many simply became meals for these formidable creatures. Warwick nodded in understanding and leapt back into the sea, swiftly severing a substantial chunk of flesh before returning to the ship, leaving the remainder to waste in the water. Erica, dinner is in your capable hands, Mio said, offering her a warm smile. Erica's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she gently nodded, mm. She then took the sea beast meat and headed to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. Meanwhile, Warwick returned to the cabin, intent on retrieving some liquor from the storeroom. Mio sat cross-legged, her thoughts stirring as a panel materialized before her, prepared to examine the genes of the sea beasts. Sea beast genes, colossal creatures dwelling within the vast ocean of the world of One Piece, possessing immense strength, yet regarded merely as sustenance by the formidable beings inhabiting this realm. Fortunately, these sea beasts reproduce rapidly. Otherwise, would there be enough to consume? It seems their significance is rather limited. Mio murmured softly, shaking her head as she deactivated the panel. Regardless, it is prudent to retain this information, for there will undoubtedly come a time when it proves useful. After all, Mio harbored aspirations of nurturing a marine creature in this oceanic world, where a being of formidable prowess capable of traversing the seas with ease would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance. Once she embarks on the Grand Line, she would venture into the doldrums to seek out the Sea Kings and procure some of their genes. Lost in her musings, Mio lifted her rum and took a hearty swig. Unbeknownst to her, they were rapidly approaching the destination indicated by Doflamingo, Barrow Island, a rather ordinary isle within the North Sea. At that moment, in a tavern nestled near a narrow alley in the town of Barrow Island, the wooden door creaked open, admitting 3 figures cloaked in black capes. Within the tavern, only a solitary table was occupied by patrons seated in the corner. Among them was Doflamingo, who now turned his gaze toward the newcomers. "Welcome, my friend," Doflamingo remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Mio approached, lifting her cloak to reveal her visage, and took a seat directly before Doflamingo, offering a faint smile. "Is this the sea area through which the Flying Golden will pass?" she inquired. "Indeed," Doflamingo nodded. "Not only will it traverse this location, but it shall also dock at this very island for a respite, and that will occur tonight." "Dock?" Mio expressed her surprise upon hearing this. Doflamingo chuckled and elaborated. "This is the North Sea, a realm far more tumultuous than the other 3 seas. Even the Navy dares not roam the ocean at night, let alone undertake the crucial task of escorting the Flying Golden." Mio nodded and inquired, "What about the time?" "It is drawing near," replied Doflamingo, pulling out a stopwatch to glance at it. "At the latest, they shall arrive in about an hour." With that, Doflamingo broke into a grin, adding, "This tavern serves as a stronghold for our family on this island. Once our business is concluded, we can return here to host a celebratory feast." He chuckled heartily. "Let us postpone the celebrations until later, for now. I am more intrigued by the strength of our escorts," Mio remarked, resting her hands on the table and propping her chin up, her gaze appraising the 2 individuals beside Doflamingo. One was Sika, and the other was Diamante, both cloaked similarly to Doflamingo. Mio withdrew her gaze, at which point Doflamingo also spoke. The escorting force comprised a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, 4 colonels, and 16 majors, accompanied by 1,000 naval soldiers, all aboard 2 warships. The numbers were indeed considerable. Mio couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Doflamingo nodded in agreement. After all, it was the celestial dragons at stake, and a failed escort could incite their wrath. "That is true," Mio replied with a gentle nod. The group quietly discussed matters within the tavern, occasionally sipping their drinks as they awaited the appointed time. After about half an hour, the tavern door swung open, and a figure strode in, approaching Doflamingo to whisper, "Young master, they have arrived." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo waved his hand dismissively and stood up. He turned to Mio, a grin spreading across his face. "It seems we should be off." "Hee. Then let us depart. I am eager to witness the true magnitude of the treasures above," Mio responded, her smile revealing a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "You shall be astonished," Doflamingo replied softly, donning his cloak and striding with his characteristic swagger toward the tavern's exit. Mio rose, donning a cloak, and stepped out of the tavern. Under the shroud of night, the town on the island appeared remarkably tranquil. At the harbor, 2 warships were docked, and numerous naval soldiers disembarked, standing guard with an air of vigilance, occasionally casting wary glances around them. A middle-aged man, clad in a naval cloak, descended from one of the ships. After surveying his surroundings, he summoned a colonel and commanded, "Tonight, we shall rest on the shore, taking turns to stand watch without a moment's relaxation. Do you understand?" "Yes," the colonel replied respectfully, and as the brigadier general waved him away, he turned to depart. "I hope no unexpected events arise," the brigadier general murmured, furrowing his brow. This was his first escort of the Heavenly Gold, and naturally, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, it was Heavenly Gold, and should anything go awry, even his rank would not shield him from accountability. Unbeknownst to the brigadier general, Mio and Don Quixote Doflamingo stood silently in a distant forest, observing the harbor and the unfolding situation. Leave the naval soldiers, including the colonel and the major, to us. You simply need to deal with the brigadier general swiftly. What do you think? Mio addressed Doflamingo. Certainly, Doflamingo replied without hesitation. While the brigadier general was formidable in the North Sea, Doflamingo himself was no weakling, and with the aid of his two subordinates, they would not find the task too daunting. However, he remained curious about Mio's strategy for handling the naval officers, considering their considerable numbers. He could not fathom that Mio possessed overwhelming strength. One misstep could allow these men to escape, leading to significant complications. Thus, tonight, every naval soldier must perish here, Mio declared resolutely, oblivious to Doflamingo's thoughts. Meanwhile, he patted Erica on the shoulder. Beneath the cloak, the tendrils on Erica's forehead began to sway. The group waited in silence, with Mio anticipating Erica's actions, while Doflamingo awaited Mio's signal, knowing that acting alone could prove perilous. Surrounded by so many naval soldiers, even Doflamingo felt a tinge of trepidation. He was no longer the same as he would soon become in the unfolding narrative. Minutes passed without a hint of movement from Mio, prompting Doflamingo to grow curious. Just as he was about to inquire, a faint rustling sound emerged from the forest behind them. Doflamingo furrowed his brow, preparing to turn, only to notice Circa, who was swallowing hard, eyes wide with astonishment. "Doff," Circa gasped, regaining composure and gesturing towards the rear. Upon turning, Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him, and he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. For a moment, he found himself engulfed in disbelief. After a brief pause, he could not help but exclaim, "Such a terrifying ability." What he beheld was a swarm of black ants, both small and large, the latter nearly the size of a thumb, their numbers staggering. At that moment, the ants congregated behind them, forming a dark lake that continued to swell as more ants surged forth from the surroundings. Even Doflamingo felt a sense of dread at the sight. He attributed this phenomenon to the powers of a devil fruit. Thus, Doflamingo cast a deep glance at Erica, reflecting on how fortunate it was that there were no ants in the ocean. Otherwise, this being's power would be utterly terrifying. As the moment approached, Erica turned her gaze towards Mio, her eyes conveying an inquiry, seemingly asking whether her master wished to command the ants to strike. Mio gazed intently at the harbor, pondering for a moment before gently nodding. Erica's antennae twitched upon her forehead. In an instant, the ants surged forth like a black torrent, sweeping away. "Hansen has left. It is our turn to rest. Let us hasten to indulge in some food and drink, for our respite is fleeting." Laughter erupted quickly now. "Once we have finished, we may still enjoy a brief reprieve." Two sailors had just reached their break time, preparing to board the ship for a moment's rest. However, at that very moment, a rustling sound suddenly echoed. What was that sound? Hansen murmured in confusion, turning to look. Under the silvery moonlight, he faintly discerned a shadow moving. Though its nature remained elusive, he rubbed his eyes and glanced again, then suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils constricting as he fell into a state of shock. After a considerable pause, Hansen regained his senses and shouted urgently, "There is something amiss." His cry immediately captured the attention of several sailors and officers. As they beheld the situation, their expressions changed dramatically. "Fire!" an officer bellowed. The torrent of ants approached with alarming speed, engulfing dozens of sailors in mere moments. Their screams were silenced before they could escape, leaving only bones behind. In the depths of the forest, Mio cast a glance at Erica and whispered, instructing her to remind the ants not to forget to board the ship and eliminate some of the individuals on it to prevent their departure. "Understood, master." Erica replied with a gentle nod, her antennae swaying once more. Meanwhile, Doflamingo revealed a grin, slowly articulating, "Our target has appeared. It is time for us to act." He had spotted a certain major on the naval warship. With the assistance of the ants and Mio's companions, Doflamingo was well aware that if he disposed of this major, the treasure above would be within their grasp. Thus, as his words faded, he charged forward, with Secca and Diamante following suit, their sights set firmly on the major. "We should also make our move," Mio murmured softly before issuing commands. "Warwick, Erica, do not let anyone escape." "Understood, master," Warwick affirmed. "Erica will do so." The two responded in unison, and with a swift motion, three figures vanished into the depths of the forest. "Leave that one to me," Mio declared as he noticed a certain major, his eyes sparkling with intensity. He observed the major unleashing a gust kick, his fists emanating a faint aura of dominance, piquing Mio's interest. The guards escorting the treasure above were undoubtedly elite members of the Navy, their strength commendable. Mio was acutely aware of his own abilities. He could contend with the colonels and even the brigadiers of the naval divisions, yet facing a colonel from the headquarters would pose a challenge. A major, however, would be a fitting opponent. Engaging with ranks above major, unless they had ascended through connections, would only result in hardship. After all, his current capabilities were limited. Unlike Warwick and Erica, who possessed various abilities, he excelled only in swordsmanship and physical prowess. His sword skills were largely self-taught, supplemented by some guidance from Erica. And given the short duration of his training, high achievements were unattainable. It could only be said that Mio's growth had been rather brief. As the words lingered in the air, the scene unfolded. Mio quickened her pace, taking a decisive step forward as she charged towards the naval lieutenant. At that moment, Aiden Clive, a lieutenant commander of the naval headquarters, unleashed a powerful kick, channeling his energy into a blue blade of air that erupted forth, sweeping away numerous ants. Yet, the sheer number of ants was overwhelming. For every group he dispatched, more surged forth, evoking a sense of despair. Just then, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as a sword aura approached. Aiden instantly sensed a looming threat and, without hesitation, executed another kick, sending forth a gust of wind to intercept the incoming strike. The clash between the wind and the sword aura resulted in a mutual annihilation. As Aiden raised his gaze, he spotted a figure cloaked in black, their form and features obscured, standing not far from him, wielding a katana. Beneath the cloak, a pair of bright eyes fixed their gaze upon him. Indeed, was this a premeditated ambush? Aiden murmured to himself, scanning his surroundings, soon noticing others draped in cloaks appearing, including the brigadier general leading this operation, who was now besieged by 3 unidentified assailants. Additionally, 2 other cloaked figures were ruthlessly slaughtering his men. You have audacity, indeed. We are transporting celestial gold, intended for Mary Geos to the celestial dragons. If you do not retreat now, you will face the wrath of the Navy and the world government in the future. Aiden shouted, taking a deep breath. He recognized the gravity of the situation, believing it best to compel the assailants to withdraw. Unbeknownst to him, Mio and her companions were precisely here for the celestial gold. Moreover, upon witnessing Aiden's use of the wind kick and hockey, Mio's resolve for this mission intensified. Perhaps they could uncover methods to cultivate hockey or the 6 styles aboard the warship. With such thoughts in mind, Mio had no intention of retreating. Having come this far, it would be absurd to turn back. Celestial gold, it must be a substantial fortune, Mio replied nonchalantly, her right hand gripping the blade as she unleashed a black slash, causing the ground to fracture beneath its path. Are you not afraid of being pursued by an admiral of the Navy? Aiden retorted, simultaneously executing another wind kick to counter her attack. Who knows? Mio shrugged, unwilling to engage in further banter. With a single step forward, the ground beneath her cracked under the force of her acceleration, and she transformed into a shadow, racing towards Aiden. Within mere seconds, she arrived before him, gripping her blade with both hands and delivering a fierce downward strike. Iron block, Aiden shouted, crossing his arms defensively. Their weapons collided with a resounding clang, akin to iron meeting iron, sparks flying in the aftermath. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, his strength surging as he forced Mio back, quickly leaping away to create distance while surveying the battlefield. He observed the naval soldiers struggling against the black tide of ants, while his superior was besieged by 3 cloaked figures. Other officers were banding together to confront the remaining 2 adversaries. Those 2 were evidently formidable. Only through cooperation did they stand a chance. Without hesitation, Aiden retrieved a den mushy, dialing with urgency. Regardless of the outcome, he needed to report this incident to headquarters. He sensed that these assailants had no intention of leaving survivors, and if he failed to relay the message, the theft of the celestial gold would remain unknown for far too long. As soon as the call connected, he heard a voice on the line. Hello. This is the naval headquarters. I am Vice Admiral Kelly Dar. Report, Vice Admiral. I am. Aiden began, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden slash that rushed towards him. A suffocating sensation enveloped him, and without a moment's hesitation, he dodged to the right. The spot where he had just stood was struck, the ground splitting open beneath the force of the attack. As Aiden prepared to look up, he heard a slicing sound beside him, and felt a sharp kick to his hand, causing him to drop the den mushy. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled sharply. Searching for the fallen device, he spotted the man with the katana approaching it, raising his foot to crush it. This call cannot go through, Mio remarked coldly. With her gaze icy, she lifted her blade slowly. One sword style, shadow strike. With a whispered incantation, Mio vanished, and a powerful slash surged toward Aiden, causing his pupils to constrict. Without hesitation, he activated iron block once more. The clash produced a shower of sparks. Yet Aiden felt a pang of pain as he stepped back, glancing at the wound now evident on his body. Damn it, I should have heeded my instructor's advice and trained diligently, Aiden muttered inwardly. His proficiency in the 6 styles was limited. He excelled only at the wind kick, while his mastery of iron block was lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured despite successfully defending against the previous attack. May the Brigadier General find a way to relay the information back to headquarters, Aiden thought, fully aware that his primary role now was to stall this assailant, allowing the Brigadier General or other personnel to escape. Otherwise, not only would the celestial gold be lost, but the message would also fail to reach headquarters, leading to dire repercussions from the world government and the celestial dragons. Resolving himself, Aiden's gaze sharpened, drawing a deep breath as he unleashed his full power. His right foot lifted like a phantom, delivering kick after kick, forming a barrage of air blades directed at Mio. 6 styles, indeed a remarkable martial art, Mio murmured, gripping her blade tightly as she swung it with fervor. With a single slash, the concentrated black sword aura erupted forth, obliterating the incoming air blades and nullifying Aiden's assault. Seizing the opportunity while Mio dealt with the remnants of his attack, Aiden rushed in, his right fist clenched, extending his index finger to strike at Mio's forehead. Finger gun. A sharp whoosh resonated through the air as his finger shot forth like a bullet. With a subtle turn of her head, Mio evaded the incoming finger pistol attack. The sound of displaced air a prelude to her counteroffensive. In a fluid motion, she swung her katana, leaving a crimson gash across Aiden's abdomen. The swiftness of the strike robbed him of any outcry as blood erupted forth, painting his complexion with a pallid hue. Seizing the moment, Mio pressed her advantage. Her blade dancing once more. It was the one-sword style, demon slash. A jet black arc of pure cutting force materialized, aimed squarely at Aiden's neck. The abdominal wound had noticeably dulled his reactions, and the close proximity of the attack left him virtually defenseless. His pupils contracted in terror as the ebony scythe grew larger in his field of vision. Then, the sickening sound of rending flesh, followed by a geyser of blood. Bearing her katana, Mio advanced towards Aiden, her focus seemingly directed at the ordinary naval soldiers. Shortly after Mio passed, Aiden, who had been standing upright, suddenly knelt as his head was severed from his body and fell to the ground. Aiden's kneeling form then collapsed. The rolling head came to a stop, its eyes reflecting disbelief and dismay. Aiden, the Commodore, besieged by Doflamingo, witnessed Aiden's demise and roared in anguish, his eyes betraying sorrow. He then forcefully shook off Doflamingo and his cohorts, turned, and employed moonwalk to flee, hoping against hope to escape, the only one with a chance. He trod the air, rapidly moving away. Trying to escape? Alas, your only egress lies in death, Fufufufu, Doflamingo mused, snapping his finger. A sharp sound cut through the air as an almost invisible thread shot out, piercing the Commodore's ankle. Blood splattered, staining the sea. The Commodore grimaced in pain but gritted his teeth, continuing his moonwalk. Such tenacity, Doflamingo murmured, a hint of mockery in his tone. Let us see the extent of your resolve. He snapped his finger again, releasing more threads. Blood erupted from the Commodore's body, as if he were being pierced repeatedly. Finally, another thread struck, piercing the back of his head, more blood spilling into the sea. The Commodore faltered, plummeting towards the ocean. Fufufu. It seems you will only extend so far. A disappointment, Doflamingo chuckled, waving his right hand to ensure no surprises. Threads shot out, further impaling the falling Commodore, who finally crashed into the sea. Despite the Navy's numerical advantage, they were no match for the terrifying number of ants summoned by Erica, or the machinations of Doflamingo and Mio. An hour later, the harbor was littered with ants and the corpses of naval soldiers, many devoured by the ants, leaving only bones. In the midst of the encircled corpses, Mio and his companions stood poised to board the warship, eager to discover the wealth that awaited them in the heavens. Suddenly, Mingu paused, his steps faltering. What is it? Mio inquired, turning his gaze toward him. A series of malicious chuckles echoed nearby, the sounds of curious onlookers. Mingu flashed a grin. Shall we eliminate them? Mio replied solemnly, suspecting these intrusions to be the island's inhabitants, drawn by the commotion at the port. Alas, curiosity often breeds perilous consequences. Yet for Mio, his primary concern lay with Ming-Ji's mastery of observation haki. The ability to detect the ants concealed in the vicinity was a clear indication of this skill. It was unexpected that Minggu had already begun to hone his haki, a development that stirred both surprise and envy within Mio. This also heightened his anticipation regarding the potential methods of haki cultivation he might uncover aboard the warship. With a swift motion, Doflamingo reached into the air, and soon, agonized cries erupted from the forest behind them. The ants have been dealt with, let us proceed. I believe both you and I are eager to unveil the treasures above, Mingu remarked, a smirk playing upon his lips. Mio nodded gently, and the group once again made their way towards the warship. Above them, the treasure known as sky gold was stored within a warehouse on the vessel. Upon entering this storeroom, it was no surprise that, aside from Erica and Warwick, who were rather indifferent to such matters, everyone else displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. The bounty was overwhelming. Mountains of berries and gold coins gleamed in the light, accompanied by an array of exquisite jewelry. The entire warehouse resembled a veritable mountain of gold, captivating the onlookers and making it difficult to divert their gazes. A cursory glance would suggest that the treasure within this storeroom exceeded 50 billion. This was merely the sky gold from the North Sea region. Given that most of the world government's member nations lay along the Grand Line, one could only imagine the staggering wealth represented by the sky gold on a global scale. However, Mio's attention swiftly gravitated towards 3 devil fruits perched atop this golden heap. Indeed, these were devil fruits, prominently displayed and impossible to overlook. It appears fortune smiles upon you, Doflamingo remarked, grinning at Mio. Indeed, it is rather fortunate. Mio replied with a gentle nod. Though 3 devil fruits may not seem like many, they were rare treasures of the sea, and possessing 3 was indeed a stroke of luck. Many individuals go their entire lives without ever glimpsing a devil fruit. A smile crept onto Mio's lips as she leapt lightly to the summit of the golden mound, cradling the 3 fruits in her arms. She then turned to Doflamingo and stated, "I shall take 1 billion berries. The remainder can be seen as compensation for your assistance in locating these devil fruits." The sheer volume of wealth was cumbersome to carry, and any inadvertent disclosure could lead to unwanted complications. Thus, Mio preferred not to take more than necessary. 1 billion was ample, especially considering her plans to construct her own ship in Water 7, leaving her with sufficient funds for future expenses. As for whether Doflamingo would covet this sum, Mio held no concerns. Her strength had already made a notable impression on him. A formidable ally could not be equated to mere monetary value. Even if the berries were multiplied several times, they would still pale in comparison. Furthermore, considering the power exhibited by Mio, Erica, and Warwick, they posed a significant threat to Doflamingo. Given his cunning, it was reasonable to believe that Doflamingo would refrain from making choices detrimental to himself. Moreover, the current situation of shared leverage between both parties meant that, lacking absolute certainty, neither would intentionally offend the other. Despite Doflamingo's heritage as a former celestial dragon, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of his position regarding the 5 elders of the world government, and thus acted with caution. Splendid. It seems my family's subordinates have recently discovered an insect you desire. I shall have it delivered to you upon my return, Doflamingo said, his smile widening. Internally, he felt a surge of excitement. He had no intention of greedily hoarding the wealth, but the sum left by Mio would undoubtedly bolster his financial resources, enabling him to pursue his plans with greater vigor in the coming years. It stood to reason that the entire Don Quixote family's development might accelerate as a result. Dressrosa. I shall return soon, he thought with a cold smirk, though his face remained impassive. After Mio instructed Erica and Warwick to take away 1 billion berries. The remaining wealth was entrusted to Don Quixote Doflamingo. This sum was substantial, prompting Doflamingo to immediately mobilize the prepared hands in the town to transport this bountiful treasure. A considerable number of individuals, more than 10, were likely already awaiting this moment in the town. Previously, both Mio and Doflamingo had displayed astonishment upon witnessing this lavish treasure, and the workers, upon entering the warehouse, were left utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. In response, Mio could only shake her head, offering a light chuckle before turning to depart. It was all but certain that these laborers, once their task was completed, would meet their demise. Such matters are best kept known to as few as possible. Leaving the warehouse, Mio instructed Erica and Warwick to return Bailey and the devil fruit to the ship while he made his way directly to the cabin aboard the warship. In search of the methods for cultivating hockey and the 6 styles of the Navy, these were the treasures he longed to uncover. The likelihood of success was not insignificant. After all, he was not blind. During his recent battle with Aiden, he had observed that Aiden's mastery of hockey was rudimentary at best, merely scratching the surface. And in addition, Aiden's grasp of the 6 styles of the Navy was also incomplete, with areas he was not well acquainted with. Thus, it stood to reason that Aiden would likely possess some form of training notes or similar materials. With anticipation in his heart, Mio began his search. The warship was vast. Mio spent a considerable amount of time searching from one room to another. After thoroughly examining the first of the 2 warships, she found nothing of value. Although there were numerous notebooks, none contained the information she sought. Instead, they chronicled the daily life of their owner, with one particularly embarrassing entry detailing romantic escapades that made her lips twitch in discomfort. However, perhaps fortune smiled upon her at last, for upon commencing her search of the second warship, she soon stumbled upon the items she desired. This must be the room of the Brigadier General, she mused. Noting its lavishness, as she entered a cabin within the ship, she murmured softly, surveying her surroundings. It was evident that this room was distinct from the others, being more spacious and refined, furnished with a desk and other elegant pieces. In the desk's drawer, she discovered the 2 notebooks she had been seeking. Both were diaries. Yet within the pages of the Brigadier General's account, she found a record of his journey in mastering the Navy's 6 styles in hockey, including the teachings imparted by his instructor on the methods of cultivation for both. With this knowledge in hand, Mio realized she need not seek out Aiden's quarters any longer. Just as she was about to depart, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the corner of a box peeking out from beneath the bedding on the bed. Intrigued, she approached the bedside and lifted the covers, revealing a rectangular box underneath. Mio opened the box, and upon glimpsing its contents, her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. A splendid sword lay within, a katana adorned in a deep blue hue, embellished with lightning patterns, emanating a faint, chilling glow. Just one glance was sufficient for Mio to ascertain its exceptional quality. Indeed, it might even rival the finest blades. After meticulously perusing the diary, Mio discerned the name of this remarkable weapon, Reich. It was one of the renowned great blades, acquired by a certain Brigadier General by chance. However, due to his disinterest in wielding swords, he had intended to exchange it for military supplies upon returning to the naval headquarters. hoping to procure a devil fruit in the process. Yet, fate had conspired, and now the sword belonged to Mio. Had she not sought it out? This exquisite blade might have remained lost to the depths of the sea forever. With a sharp clang, Mio unsheathed the katana at her waist, tossing it aside with ease. Before grasping Reich and executing a graceful flourish. Satisfied, she slid it into her waist sheath. Although the sheath was not perfectly fitted, it sufficed for the moment. She could always craft a custom one later. With a bountiful harvest in hand, it was time to depart. A smile graced her lips as she turned to exit the room, descending from the warship and pausing at the port. She noticed that Doflamingo had nearly finished his own tasks. Upon seeing Mio's descent, he approached with his familiar gait and spoke slowly. Shall we celebrate together? No, thank you. Mio replied, shaking her head. She glanced at the nearby individuals, still exhilarated from transporting treasures for Doflamingo, and smiled broadly. Such matters do not pique my interest. Very well. It seems we shall have to wait until next time, Doflamingo chuckled, unfazed. After all, the so-called celebration merely entailed the termination of those unfortunate souls nearby. Yet, prior to their demise, they would indulge in a grand feast. In this way, he mused, he could still portray himself as not entirely devoid of compassion. After bidding farewell to Doflamingo, Mio returned to her ship and set sail. The vessel drifted upon the vast ocean. Not long after, under the cloak of night, a resounding explosion echoed from behind, as two warships were engulfed in flames, reduced to mere wreckage sinking into the depths. As time pressed on, it was becoming late, and rest was in order. Mio withdrew her gaze and turned towards Erica and Warwick, smiling as she spoke. Warwick retired to sleep, nodding in acknowledgement as he made his way to the cabin. Erica, with a playful squint and a smile, wished, "Good night, master," before taking her leave. "Good night," Mio replied. Mio softly replied before retreating to her room. On the table within, 3 devil fruits lay arranged, adorned with spiraled patterns and varying hues and shapes, indicating the presence of both paramecia and zoan types, yet conspicuously absent of any logia. This did not surprise Mio, for logia types are exceedingly rare and not easily obtained. She picked up a fragment of a guidebook and began to leaf through its pages, hoping to uncover any information regarding the 3 devil fruits. Fortune smiled upon her as she discovered an entry related to one of them. The zoan type, cat fruit, raccoon form. The ability seemed rather ordinary. As for the capabilities of the other 2 fruits, they remained a mystery, causing Mio to hesitate. After all, there might be remarkable abilities within them, and it would be a pity to extract them for the sake of genetic experimentation across realms. After a moment of contemplation, Mio murmured to herself, "Well, I shall first extract the raccoon fruit, and the other 2 can wait for another day." Having made her decision, she set her plan into motion. With a thought, she activated the panel and selected the gene extraction function. Transforming the devil fruit into a chance for a draw, she pressed the draw button on the interface. A colossal wheel materialized and began to spin slowly. Similar to before, it showcased a myriad of genes. However, this time, some rewards had changed. For instance, at first glance, Mio noticed the scion gene, which she had overlooked during her previous draw. The prospect of this gene ignited a fervor within her, and she found herself unable to contain her anticipation. Yet, she shook her head, reminding herself not to harbor excessive hopes, lest greater expectations lead to greater disappointment. As the wheel spun faster, her excitement intensified as she awaited the outcome of the draw. Before long, the speed of the rotation began to wane, gradually slowing until it came to a halt. "Congratulations. You have obtained the demon gene through the draw." Mio was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the gene she had drawn. How should she describe this gene? It was powerful, yet somehow not overwhelmingly so. The so-called demon gene was essentially that of Oz, who belonged to the race of demon berserkers, classified among the giants, albeit as an anomaly. His size was colossal, far surpassing that of ordinary giants. However, what kind of creature would be suitable for nurturing with this gene? Mio scratched her head, pondering the matter. Moreover, cultivating a giant seemed impractical. After all, would her ship even be able to accommodate such a being? The description of the gene read, "Mutated giant gene. Upon fusion, one will undoubtedly possess a massive physique." If she were to breed a giant, she feared her vessel would be left inadequate, leaving her uncertain about how to transport it. Momentarily, Mio felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. Mio's eyes gleamed with a flash of brilliance, as if a promising notion had taken root in her mind. Her previously troubled countenance was swiftly replaced by one of anticipation, a smile gracing the corners of her lips. After carefully stowing away the remaining 2 devil fruits, she reclined upon her bed, preparing for slumber. "I shall endeavor to test it out when the time comes," she murmured. "I earnestly hope it transpires as I foresee." With that whispered sentiment, Mio drifted into a peaceful slumber. Concurrently, in the hallowed grounds of Mary Geos, within a secluded and scarcely known sanctuary referred to as the Chamber of Flowers, a scene of ethereal beauty unfolded. Amidst a tapestry of blossoms and the delicate dance of butterflies, 2 rows of handmaidens, adorned in pristine white veils, stood sentinel at the entrance. The rhythmic cadence of footsteps echoed through the chamber as a slender figure, cloaked and veiled, advanced into the floral haven, obscured by the concealing fabric. Neither the figure's gender nor countenance was discernible. With graceful steps, a handmaiden approached, her gaze perpetually lowered in utmost reverence. "My lord lady," she intoned, her voice imbued with deference, "the petals have been prepared. Shall we commence the ablution?" "Indeed," the figure responded. "At once." The 2 rows of handmaidens glided towards a nearby thermal spring, its waters exuding a gentle mist. With meticulous care, they gathered baskets brimming with freshly gathered petals and scattered them into the steaming waters. The figure, divesting itself of its robe while retaining the veil, gingerly stepped into the thermal bath. Though it was the dead of night, the chamber of flowers was bathed in an ethereal glow, akin to the light of day. The figure raised a hand, its fingers delicately poised, and an iridescent butterfly alighted upon its index finger. "Who might you be?" the figure mused, the words imbued with both inquiry and introspection. The following day dawned bright and resplendent as the vessel embarked on its voyage into the Grand Line. Mio stood upon the deck, acclimating herself to her new weapon. It must be said that as one of the renowned Daikaido No. 21, the Raikiri is indeed sharp. A rare and exquisite weapon. With a swift motion, she struck, unleashing a powerful slash that struck the distant sea, instantly creating towering waves. At that moment, a figure surged from the depths, Warwick. Soaked to the bone, Warwick landed on the deck, exclaiming, "Master, the food has arrived." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal sea beast erupted from the depths, its gaping maw wide open, charging forth and showering the deck with torrents of seawater, reminiscent of falling rain. Just in time, with a subtle upturn of her lips, surged forward, ascending into the air with a single bound. Swiftly unsheathing her blade, she executed a precise strike. A resounding echoed as a flash of cold light illuminated the sky. The colossal form of the sea beast was cleaved in twain. The fissure so immaculate it resembled a polished mirror, a testament to the unparalleled sharpness of. "Exquisite," murmured, her satisfaction palpable. After instructing Warwick to procure a portion of the sea beast's flesh for the kitchen and discard the remainder overboard, assumed a meditative posture on her bedside. She retrieved the previously acquired notebook, delving into its contents. After a period of perusal, she transcribed the contained knowledge of hockey and the Navy's 6 styles onto paper, creating 3 copies, one for herself, one for Warwick, and one for Erica. While the Navy's 6 styles might be somewhat superfluous for Erica, given her predilection for swordsmanship, they could prove invaluable to Warwick. His combat style, primarily consisting of unarmed techniques, could be significantly augmented by the 6 styles, enhancing his combat prowess. As for hockey, it was an indispensable asset for both Erica and Warwick, a hallmark of the world's formidable warriors and a substantial force multiplier. Armament hockey, when cultivated to its zenith, offered immense enhancements to both defense and offense. By the time the transcription was complete, midday had arrived. Erica emerged from the galley, announcing, "Master, luncheon is prepared." "Excellent. I'm on my way," responded, nodding in acknowledgement. She casually discarded the 2 notebooks into the ocean's depths, grasping the 3 copies of the cultivation methods and proceeding towards the dining area. There, she distributed the manuals to her companions, urging them to diligently practice their techniques before indulging in a hearty repast. The afternoon was dedicated to training. Driven by the need to master hockey and the 6 styles, Warwick and Erica joined on deck for their exercises. The 6 styles proved relatively easier to grasp, as their mastery was contingent on physical conditioning. Hockey, however, demanded a more elusive understanding. While physical prowess was a prerequisite, the key lay in cultivating the correct feeling, a sensation best attained through relentless combat. Fortunately, the cultivation methods provided guidance on accelerating the process, offering the trio some tactical insight. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their training. 5 days later, they approached Mauna Gabu Island, the final island intended to visit in the North Blue. Reminiscent of Lobetown in the East Blue, Mauna Gabu Island served as a gateway to the Grand Line. Consequently, the island's town boasted both a naval presence and formidable military strength, and her companions were merely hours away from their destination. Fortunately, none of them had accrued bounties, mitigating any concerns about the island's potent naval forces. 4,998. 4,999. 5,000. Exclaimed. With a deep inhalation, the sweat-drenched unleashed a surge of power from her core, launching the sea beast carcass, which had served as ballast, into the air. Executing a swift pirouette, she delivered a powerful kick, propelling the carcass into the ocean depths. Seizing a tankard of rum chilled with ice, she took a generous swig before collapsing unceremoniously onto the deck, gasping for breath. Erica emerged from the ship's hold, brandishing a den mushy that was ringing incessantly. "Master, it's a call from Doflamingo," she announced. "Ah, give it here," responded, rising to accept the den mushy and establishing the connection. "Fuff, my friend, you should be arriving at Straight Town soon, no?" Doflamingo's laughter echoed through the device. Straight Town being the settlement on Mauna Gabu Island. "Indeed, we're nearly there," replied. Doflamingo's laughter erupted once more. "Fuff, then we shall meet in Straight Town." I have brought the items you requested. Oh, that is most exciting and anticipated, responded, a faint smile playing on her lips. The items Doflamingo alluded to were the insects she sought. Hopefully, it will be a worthy specimen, she mused. Few, rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. I incurred the loss of nearly 10 subordinates in the capture of this little creature, you know. What? Are you beginning to concern yourself with the lives of inconsequential individuals? Inquired. Few, of course not. But you truly understand me. After all, we are friends, are we not? Indeed, we are friends, affirmed. Mio smirked, her tone laced with mirth. Let us discuss this further once I arrive on the island. Very well, I eagerly anticipate your arrival, came the response, accompanied by a chuckle. By the way, I've received reports from my family's subordinates that there have been sightings of the son of the demon in Straits Town over the past few days. The call was swiftly disconnected. Mio handed the phone bug to Erica. Taking the towel, she offered to wipe the perspiration from her brow, her eyes shimmering with brilliance as they gazed towards an island on the distant sea. That was Mungab Island. Nico Robin, heh. With a light chuckle, Mio gradually rose, draping the towel around her waist, and made her way towards the cabin, calling out, Erica, prepare yourself. We are about to disembark. I shall take a shower first. Very well, master, Erica replied obediently, her voice soft and melodic. An hour later, the vessel docked, coming to rest at the harbor. After finishing her bath and changing into a fresh outfit, Mio cast a glance at the naval soldiers stationed at the harbor, a slight smile gracing her lips. It seemed that Doflamingo's words held truth. Nico Robin must indeed be on the island, for there was no other reason for such a substantial naval presence at the port. Were they fearful of her escape? Although Nico Robin was merely a young girl in her early teens, her past, as a member of O'Hara, which had dared to touch the sensitive nerve of the world government, drew the attention of not only the Marine headquarters, but also the world government itself. However, in recent times, the events unfolding in the world weighed more heavily on the world government than Robin's situation. Consequently, their primary focus was directed elsewhere, such as the pursuit and investigation of the former pirate overlord Rox and his crew. Otherwise, with the might of the world government, it would be inconceivable that they could not capture a mere girl. They seemed to believe that while Nico Robin was indeed in danger, she did not pose a significant threat, which allowed her to survive until now. In fact, it was possible that the world government remained oblivious to her ability to comprehend the true history. After all, in their eyes, she was merely an 8-year-old child. This was a tangible world, and who could fathom that a girl of such tender years might grasp the intricacies of complex historical texts? With a shake of her head, she dismissed the thought. Mio cast a glance at Erica and Warwick, nodded gently, and then proceeded towards the village on the island, with Erica following closely behind. Warwick adjusted the cloak draped over his head, concealing his visage more thoroughly, and walked off in another direction. In the village, known as a relatively famous island in the North Sea and an essential stop on the route to the Grand Line, a multitude of merchants frequented the area daily. Coupled with the lurking presence of pirates, the village bustled with activity, teeming with passers-by. As Mio and Erica paused at the entrance of an alley, a robust man approached Mio, seemingly to confirm his identity. Are you Mr. Mio? He inquired. Yes, lead the way, Mio replied with a nod. The man promptly affirmed and began to guide them. They traversed the alley and soon arrived outside a tavern named Joker. Mio raised an eyebrow at the name, but said nothing further, merely following the man inside. The tavern was dimly lit, yet bustling with patrons. A keen observer might detect a faint metallic scent of blood emanating from some individuals, leading Mio to surmise that they were likely pirates. Mr. Mio, the young master is waiting for you in the room, the man stated as he gestured toward a wooden door beside the bar. I understand, Mio replied softly, pushing the door open. Inside was a modestly sized room, well furnished and tastefully decorated. Despite the dim lighting akin to the tavern, the luxurious, soft sofas and the exquisite carpet suggested it was a favored hideout of Doflamingo. Ha ha ha, care for a drink? Doflamingo asked from a sofa, swirling a goblet of red wine as he noticed Mio and Erica entering. Rum, with a few ice cubes, Mio replied without hesitations, while Erica quietly took a seat beside him. Doflamingo cast a curious glance at Erica, puzzled by the cloaked woman accompanying Mio, who seemed to harbor a sense of secrecy. However, he refrained from probing further and merely signaled to Treble, who promptly exited the room. Before long, Treble returned bearing 2 glasses of rum, complete with ice. After downing his drink in one swift motion, Mio cut to the chase. All right, let's have the items now. Ha ha ha. Very well, Doflamingo grinned, snapping his fingers. An inconspicuous door in the room swung open, revealing the towering figure of Senkaku, who emerged carrying an object wrapped in black cloth that resembled a cage. With a thud, he placed it on the table before them, its weight evident. Take a look. I believe this is what you seek. You won't be disappointed, Doflamingo said, gently swirling his wine glass. Mio nodded, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he uncovered the black cloth. Before him stood a glass enclosure, but its contents instantly astonished him. The bottom of the box contained soil with a branch protruding, upon which perched a butterfly radiating a faint holy light. Indeed, A butterfly emanating sacred luminescence, albeit dim. Mio remarked. Does this butterfly possess any unique traits? He inquired, turning his gaze to Doflamingo. Indeed, Doflamingo acknowledged, smiling as he regarded the butterfly within the glass. To my knowledge, there are no records of this specimen. It appears to be a mutated butterfly. Typically, butterflies are gentle creatures, yet this one is remarkably aggressive. In the vicinity where it was discovered, all its kin perished at its hands. The most alarming aspect is its venom. Venom? Mio echoed, intrigued. Precisely. My men, about a dozen, met their demise due to this little creature's toxin. Do you see its glow? That is the energy source for its venom production, sunlight and moonlight. Ordinary light is ineffective, but once this creature absorbs sufficient sunlight or moonlight, it can disseminate its toxin through the scales on its wings. While not fatal, without prompt treatment, it can indeed lead to death. Fascinating, Mio mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as excitement filled him. I find this specimen immensely intriguing and am quite satisfied. He then covered the glass once more and addressed Doflamingo. Ha ha ha, as long as you are pleased. Though I am uncertain of your intentions with this creature, I must caution you. As you transport it, be wary. If it absorbs enough sunlight, the toxin it releases may permeate the air and enter your system, making it difficult to detect. Fear not, I would never gamble with my life, Mio responded with a nod. I am about to depart the North Sea for the Grand Line, but I hope you will continue to assist me in gathering more creatures like this one. And let us not forget the devil fruits. Ha ha ha, naturally, Doflamingo replied with a smile. The two raised their glasses, clinking them gently before taking a sip. Mio inquired once more. When I arrived, I noticed the naval soldiers at the port. Is it true that the son of the devil is indeed on this island? Indeed. Doflamingo replied succinctly to this query. According to the intelligence from my subordinates, the son of the devil is currently on the island. And with the naval base under strict lockdown, it would be quite challenging for him to depart in the near future. The only uncertainty lies in his current whereabouts. What? Are you intrigued? Mio nodded slightly, showing some interest. Doflamingo's gaze fell to the wine glass in his hand, his tone nonchalant. If you are curious, I could assist you in gathering information about the son of the devil. However, be prepared, as an 800 million bounty is bound to attract numerous formidable pirate hunters. A cold chuckle escaped Mio's lips. No further elaboration was necessary, for Doflamingo understood. With his hands clasped behind his head, Mio sank deeply into the sofa and asked, Nicole Robin hails from O'Hara. The world government must be quite attentive to her, correct? Ha ha ha, not at all, Doflamingo responded with a light chuckle. They merely perceive her as a mere survivor, a small girl. Feeling reassured upon receiving the desired answer, Mio's mind eased considerably. His inquiry stemmed from the fact that Doflamingo still possessed some connections to the world government, and had they been closely monitoring Nicole Robin, he would need to reconsider his position. However, with the information he sought now in hand, such considerations were no longer necessary. After a moment of contemplation, he fell silent. Mio lifted the wine glass, downing the drink that Toripole had just poured. Subsequently, she stood up, grasped the glass case, and declared, I'm leaving. Until next time. A sinister smile played on Ming's lips as he watched Mio's retreating figure, to which she offered no response. The two swiftly exited the room, plunging it into silence. After a while, Ming spoke, turning his gaze to Toripole. You need to personally visit Burrow Island. The Navy and the world government are already aware of the situation with the Sky Gold. It is likely they will send CP agents to investigate soon. The town on Burrow Island has become unnecessary, including its inhabitants. A chilling glint flickered in Ming's eyes, his tone icy and resolute. At the Marine headquarters. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, several distinguished figures were gathered, individuals renowned across the seas. The current Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, along with Vice Admirals Garp and Tsuru, were present, as well as the future Admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. In the office, the soon-to-retire Admiral Akainu was on the phone with the world government. His brow furrowed as he glanced at Sengoku seated to his right. You are aware of the news regarding the theft of the Sky Gold. The world government and the celestial dragons are furious, particularly the latter, as it implies someone has dared to disregard them. What is their response? Sengoku asked in a low voice. The world government has dispatched CP agents for an investigation and expects our Navy to send suitable personnel to assist, Akainu replied. I expected as much, Sengoku sneered. We can send those below the rank of commander to assist, but anyone above that rank is impossible to spare. Given the chaos in the New World, we simply lack the manpower. Indeed, Akainu nodded, letting out a sigh. The New World had grown increasingly tumultuous with Roger's death. The chaos had only escalated, compounded by the remnants of the Rock's pirates and some of Roger's crew also venturing into the New World, further complicating the situation. The Navy found it challenging to intervene, as most of their elite forces were already stationed there. Surely the world government will not indulge the celestial dragons excessively? Tsuru interjected. After all, the theft of the Sky Gold was clearly orchestrated by someone extraordinary, especially at this critical moment. The world government has deployed numerous top-tier CP agents to ensure the safe escort of a certain individual to Mariawa, and it seems this incident was meticulously timed. which cannot be mere coincidence. Precisely, Akainu agreed. Although the five of them did not state it outright, their intent is clear. For now, they wish to merely maintain appearances. However, once the situation in the New World stabilizes, they will certainly prioritize a thorough investigation. After all, the celestial dragons represent the face of the world government, and we all know how much they value their image. Sengoku, I will soon head to the world government. You are set to assume the role of fleet admiral. So I entrust this matter to you. Is that acceptable? Akainu inquired, casting a glance at Garp, who was nonchalantly picking his nose, causing Akainu's lips to twitch slightly. He had intended to scold him but restrained himself, considering Garp's temperament. Absolutely, Sengoku nodded, though with a furrowed brow in thought. We can send Tontada and the others to investigate. They may be young, but they possess sufficient capability. Initially, I had planned to send them to the New World, but considering their age and the dangers there, this assignment is fitting. Then it is settled, Akainu replied, nodding in agreement before picking up the phone to relay instructions. Soon after, they shifted their discussion to other matters. Regarding the North Blue, the Don Quixote family has been rather active lately, Tsuru remarked. That individual. Upon hearing Tsuru's words, both Akainu and Sengoku furrowed their brows. Let us hold off for now, considering his identity. I understand, Tsuru nodded, accepting the response without further comment. Meanwhile, at the Straits town, Mio returned to her ship with a special butterfly in hand but refrained from immediate cultivation, as she lacked the appropriate genes for it. She planned to find several genes that could enhance speed, as this butterfly, according to Ming's description, was ideally suited for assistance, particularly for delivering poison. Given that toxins are often undetectable, augmenting this butterfly's speed could render it a formidable assassin. Furthermore, since butterflies are capable of flight, she anticipated that it would retain this ability post-cultivation, potentially serving as an aerial combat unit. After placing the butterfly on board, Mio rejoined Erica and returned to Straits Town, realizing her navigational map required an update. Her current chart only covered the North Blue. For the Grand Line, a new map and a log pose were essential. Although these items were typically found only within the Grand Line, this island, located near Reverse Mountain, did possess them, albeit requiring a journey to the Grand Line for practical use. Once her shopping was complete and she had procured additional supplies, Mio and Erica returned to the ship. Warwick had yet to return. Mio was not anxious and chose to practice on board. Approximately 2 hours later, Warwick finally arrived back on the ship. Master, Warwick said, sitting cross-legged before Mio. Mio seized a bottle of rum and tossed it over, inquiring, "What do you think?" Warwick caught the rum, uncapped it, and gulped it down in one swift motion, nodding with delight as he proclaimed, "I've found it." "Oh?" At his words, a smile graced Mio's lips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Where is it?" "In the tavern." "Specifically?" Mio rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Well, it's in the tavern." Warwick scratched his head, perplexed. Mio sighed in exasperation, pressing her forehead. "I know we are in a tavern, but which one? There are so many in this town. Must I search through each one individually?" Upon hearing her words, Warwick appeared to recall something, counting on his fingers with a serious demeanor. Warwick distinctly remembered that there were a total of 43 taverns on the island, and the person the owner sought could be found in the 27th tavern. Very well then. Mio picked up a bottle of wine and took a sip, gazing at the distant expanse of the sea. "Where is the 27th tavern?" After entering the town, proceed straight. Turn left again, then turn right, followed by another left, and continue straight until you reach it. Mio scratched her head, earnestly committing to memory the words spoken by Warwick, and then fell into silence. After a while, Mio stood up, brushed off her backside, and declared, "Lead the way." With so many twists and turns, it would be a miracle to remember them all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Before departing, Mio exchanged a few words with Erica and then followed Warwick. As dusk gradually descended, the two entered the town. Following Warwick's lead, Mio soon found herself in a narrow, dimly lit alley, where shadowy figures of pirates and flamboyantly dressed courtesans occasionally flickered into view. In no time, under Warwick's guidance, Mio arrived at the entrance of a somewhat dilapidated tavern. The exterior revealed little, yet inside, the atmosphere buzzed with liveliness. "Ha ha ha, come on, drink up. Once we finish, we'll buy some more liquor and set sail for the Grand Line. Ha ha ha." Hey, those Navy men in Strait Town seem to have lost their minds, causing such a commotion that no one dares approach the port. What else could it be? I heard it's because the son of the devil has appeared in Strait Town, hence the martial law. The son of the devil? A mere child of 10 years has a bounty of 80 million. They say their power is truly formidable. Indeed, after all, they managed to escape from the demon slayer's grasp. Stepping into the tavern, a wave of warmth enveloped Mio, accompanied by the raucous discussions of the pirates. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio glanced over to a corner of the tavern where a small group of pirates, numbering around 7 or 8, had gathered around 2 tables. However, it did not take long for Mio to notice a figure among them, an individual draped in a cloak, their stature distinctly petite. It was Nico Robin. At this realization, a spark ignited in Mio's eyes, prompting him to stride over. He had previously instructed Warwick to locate Nico Robin, confident that with Warwick's prowess, he would undoubtedly find her if she was indeed in this town. True to his abilities, Warwick swiftly discovered Robin's whereabouts. Yet, Mio was taken aback to see that Robin had seemingly integrated herself into a pirate crew. As Mio approached the group, he overheard their hushed discussions. I wonder what the captain is thinking, taking in Nico Robin. Such foolishness. They have no idea that with her in our grasp, we could seize 80 million berries from the Navy at the right moment. That's 80 million. Indeed, 80 million berries. That's enough for us to indulge for an entire month. Listening to the pirates' chatter, Mio couldn't help but click his tongue, his gaze suddenly drawn to one pirate's waist, where an ear unexpectedly appeared, prompting a silent admiration for their vigilance. Undoubtedly, this was Robin's ability, the Hana no Mi. It was likely that her integration into this crew was the reason she had remained undetected. Yet, it was clear to Mio what intentions this pirate crew harbored regarding her. The captain of the crew, a burly man seated beside Robin, was currently gulping down his drink, and upon finishing, he flashed a broad grin at Robin. Robin, aren't you going to drink? No, thank you. A slightly hoarse voice emerged from beneath the cloak, leaving one to wonder if it was her true tone or merely a facade. If you wish to drink, feel free. Today, I, the captain, am in high spirits. Drink as much as you desire. The pirate captain boasted with exuberance. Thank you, captain. I will. Robin nodded in acknowledgement. The captain smiled widely, dismissing the matter, and returned to his hearty drinking. With a gentle chuckle, Mio advanced, positioning herself directly behind the pirate captain. Hark, what is your purpose, knave? A subordinate exclaimed, rising to his feet upon noticing Mio's approach. The entire pirate crew turned their gazes, including the captain, who, with a furrowed brow, admonished, away with thee, lad. Keep thy distance from me. Vote for recommendations. Collect. The captain's thoughts were consumed by the desire to conceal his possession of Nico Robin, lest his impending bounty of 80 million berries slip through his fingers. Upon hearing this, a faint smile touched Mio's lips as a blade materialized with blinding speed, resting against the captain's neck. Silence, if you value your life, Mio purred, his countenance radiating an innocent charm. Before the rest of the pirate crew could react, Warwick swiftly approached a nearby pirate, his claws tearing through the man's neck in a gruesome display. The ensuing spray of blood, concealed by the dim surroundings, went largely unnoticed save for the faint metallic scent and the horror of the pirates themselves. Silence, Warwick growled, his voice a chilling whisper laden with malice. Website promotion information deleted. Having followed Mio, Warwick had become accustomed to bloodshed, and his unleashed bloodlust cast a pall over the scene, turning the pirates' faces ashen. They swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on their leader, now held captive. The pirate captain gulped, beads of sweat trickling down his brow, and nodded with difficulty. I understand. Such obedience. Mio remarked with a smile, nudging the captain's posterior with his foot. Move along then. The captain stammered, shuffling sideways. Mio sat directly between the pirate captain and Nico Robin, her head slightly leaning towards Robin. Even amidst the clamor of the tavern, one could discern the tense breaths escaping from beneath Robin's cloak. The devil child, Nico Robin, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mio said, flashing a radiant smile. You sought me out. May I inquire what is the matter? Nico Robin, though gripped by anxiety, endeavored to maintain her composure. Having fled for quite some time, she had encountered the darker facets of this world and had tasted despair and fear. Despite her youth, her mental fortitude rivaled that of many adults, enabling her to grasp the gravity of the current situation. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of harming you, nor am I interested in your bounty, Mio stated candidly. If I were inclined towards your bounty, I could simply claim your head and present it to the Navy. After all, I presently possess no bounty and am not a pirate. Aside from my own bounty, is there anything else that might pique your interest? Mio's words allowed a slight sigh of relief to escape Robin, yet she quickly resumed her anxious inquiries. Beneath her cloak, her hands were clenched tightly, ready to unleash her abilities at the slightest hint of danger, seeking an opportunity to escape. Of course, Mio replied without hesitation, a smile gracing her lips. I am intrigued by your knowledge. Miona gently withdrew her hand from Raikiri, and a crimson line appeared on the neck of the pirate captain. With wide eyes, the pirate captain seemed utterly taken aback by Miona's sudden action, blood surging from his throat as she pushed him from behind. He slumped over the table, resembling a drunken man. Meanwhile, Warwick, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of ferocity in his crimson eyes, and his sharp claws struck without hesitation. Accompanied by several flashes of light from Miona's sword, within mere moments, the pirates seated around them met their demise. The heavy scent of blood began to permeate the air. A few perceptive pirates sensed the disturbance and quietly retreated from the tavern, while the majority of inebriated pirates remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Clang! Raikiri was sheathed once more. Mio extended a hand towards Nico Robin, proposing, "Would you like to depart the North Sea and witness the Rio Poneglyph? If so, join me. I assure your safety and will guide you to the Rio Poneglyph, and in return, you shall assist me with translation." Mio paused, then added, "I believe this proposition to be a rather advantageous exchange. What are your thoughts?" From beneath her cloak, Nico Robin, with a mixture of hesitation and trepidation, bit her lip, questioning, "Why should I place my trust in you?" Mio, with a shrug, responded, "What do you think? The initiative currently rests in my grasp, does it not? Furthermore, you need not harbor any concerns about my intentions towards you, especially considering." Mio rested her chin on her hand, casting a scrutinizing glance at Robin. Though she was cloaked, it was evident that there was little to admire about her unimposing physique. Upon hearing these words, Robin's cheeks flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. While it was indeed the truth, vocalizing it felt rather humiliating. Yet, a sense of trepidation within Robin dissipated, replaced by a newfound resolve. "I can agree to your terms, but you must promise me that you will truly take me to see the historical texts." Despite her youth, Robin understood that whether she complied or not was inconsequential to the formidable man before her. In the face of absolute power, survival hinged on acquiescence. Nevertheless, she could not suppress a flicker of hope that Mio might genuinely lead her to the historical texts, for it was her fervent aspiration. For many, dreams are often ridiculed as absurd, yet for some, they represent the steadfast belief necessary for survival. Robin belonged to the latter category, and this aspiration was the very essence of her existence. Otherwise, a girl perpetually fleeing from darkness, lacking a resolute heart, would have crumbled long ago. Mio, with a smile, nodded her head, leaning slightly forward, her lips curling into a grin. "I must inform you, I am aware of several locations of the historical texts, one of which lies within the kingdom of Alabasta on the Grand Line. Then I will agree to your terms." Beneath her cloak, Robin's face was marred with hesitation. Yet ultimately, she gritted her teeth and consented. After all, there were no alternatives left, were there? The presence of several corpses nearby served as a grim reminder. With this inner monologue, Robin steeled herself, remaining vigilant, even after her agreement, wary of any ulterior motives from the man before her. Her heightened alertness was a crucial factor in her survival thus far. "Welcome aboard," Mio exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she extended her right hand. After a moment of hesitation, Robin reached out her delicate hand, clasping Mio's. Following the handshake, Mio released her grip, rising gracefully and stating, "Let us be off. We were supposed to head directly to the Grand Line, but I lingered a bit upon hearing you were here, which caused a delay." "But the port is swarming with Navy officers," Robin interjected, her anxiety palpable. "Do not fret," Mio reassured, resting one hand on the hilt of her sword and the other on her waist. "It is merely the local Navy. Their strength is not formidable." With that, Mio strode toward the tavern's exit, Warwick following closely behind. After a moment's hesitation, Robin decided to join them. Shortly after the trio's departure, patrons in the tavern began to detect the mingling scents of alcohol and sweat with the unmistakable odor of blood, drawing attention to the corpses. Many pirates stirred awake, hastily vacating the tavern, while others, spurred by Mio's actions, opted to leave the town that very day, only to be apprehended by the Navy due to the state of emergency. At the port, several Navy detachments stood guard. Numerous vessels were docked, and any group exceeding 3 individuals attempting to depart faced immediate scrutiny from the Navy. The number of Navy personnel was considerable, at least around 200, including 2 majors who remained vigilant. "Let us proceed," Mio whispered after surveying the port's conditions, leading the 2 behind her toward her ship. Robin bit her lip, closely following Mio's footsteps, her heart racing as her eyes darted beneath her cloak. "Excuse me, please wait." A squad of 10 Navy soldiers approached, blocking Mio's path. The leader held a wanted poster featuring Nico Robin and addressed Mio, "Apologies, but due to the recent sightings of the demon child Nico Robin in this vicinity, we must inspect everyone leaving. Also, could you kindly ask your companion to remove her cloak?" Upon hearing this, Mio smiled broadly, scratching her head. "Nico Robin? Is she the one with an 8 million bounty?" "Indeed, that is her. Do not underestimate her due to her age. She is a formidable escapee from the Demon Slayer's ranks," the Navy officer replied with grave seriousness. "That is quite terrifying," Mio feigned fear. However, before the Navy could respond, she gestured toward her ship, exclaiming, "Oh, what is that person doing over there?" At her words, the Navy turned their attention to the shore. As they did so, Mio's voice rang out once more. "It seems like someone intends to strike you." Simultaneously, on the coast, Mio's ship revealed a cloaked figure, Erica, wielding a katana. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful slash, sending a wave of energy toward the Navy, causing the ground to crack in its wake. Mio smiled broadly, swiftly turning to embrace the petite Nico Robin, bursting into laughter. "Warwick has departed." With that declaration, the 2 of them leaped gracefully, racing towards the ship. Just moments after their departure, the area was engulfed by a torrent of sword energy. Of the 10 naval soldiers present, only 2 managed to flee, while the rest perished without even a scream. "Damn it, it's pirates. That cloaked figure must be Nico Robin." Everyone, Attack at once, shouted a naval soldier, drenched in cold sweat as he escaped the onslaught of Erica's sword energy. At the harbor, all the naval forces turned their gaze towards Mio and Warwick. Even the two majors rushed directly towards Mio. Bang, 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 bang. A multitude of gunfire erupted. Mio turned her head and, in a sudden flourish, drew Raikiri, slashing forth with a single stroke. The dark sword energy transformed into a flock of crows, sweeping through the air and intercepting all the bullets. Seizing this moment, the group hastily returned to the ship. Erica and Warwick stood in their path, declaring that it was time to depart. With a hearty laugh, Mio took the helm, steering the vessel away from the harbor of the island. The Navy began to fire relentlessly at the ship, with cannonballs being launched as well. However, faced with Erica and Warwick, neither the musket bullets nor the cannonballs posed any real threat. The cannonballs, upon being fired, were effortlessly cleaved in two by Erica, plummeting into the sea. Subsequently, with both hands gripping her blades, Erica swung fiercely towards the harbor once more, unleashing her full power without restraint. With a swift motion, the dual strikes converged into a singular, terrifying blow that surged forth. The harbor erupted into chaos, filled with cries of panic and despair. Meanwhile, in the office of Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters, preparations were underway for his impending promotion to the rank of marshal. He had delegated various matters that typically fell under the marshal's purview to allow himself a taste of the responsibilities that awaited him. Just as he concluded dealings with several nations from the Grand Line, a phone call from the North Sea interrupted his respite, reporting on the situation regarding the demon child, Nico Robin. Sengoku was well aware of Nico Robin's background, having been the one that Admiral Akiji had allowed to escape. Even without explicit confirmation from Akiji, Sengoku had long suspected that the only reason a small girl could evade the grasp of the buster call was due to Akiji's deliberate intervention. Furrowing his brow, Sengoku acknowledged Robin's insignificance, yet he understood her origins. O'Hara, a place that had touched upon the world government's taboos. Who would take an interest in such a young girl? Ignorant pirates? No, that seemed implausible. Ignorant pirates would not dare to confront the Navy openly for the sake of a girl. Sengoku had a profound understanding of pirates. They could be categorized into four types: the purely ignorant, the formidable like Doflamingo, those of great ambition like Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, and finally, those who pursue dreams. Like Luffy, ignorant pirates might not fear the Navy, but they would not recklessly challenge them in a place like the Strait Town. Nor would they oppose the Navy over Nico Robin. Tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, Sengoku was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the office door. Enter, he commanded. A Navy soldier stepped in, presenting a document with utmost respect. Admiral, this is the most swiftly gathered information regarding the abduction of Nico Robin and others from the North Sea in the Strait Town. I understand, Sengoku replied, nodding as the soldier saluted and exited. He then perused the document, which consisted merely of a few photographs annotated with names. 3 images caught his attention, one of Erica, cloaked and obscured, another of Warwick, whose visage was partially revealed during battle, displaying a wolf-like head with piercing crimson eyes, and lastly, a photograph of Mio, who appeared deceptively youthful, yet Sengoku was not swayed by mere age. The seas were rife with young powerhouses, many of whom had met untimely ends. But the rulers of the ocean had invariably emerged from the ranks of the young. In the photograph, Mio wore a subtle smile, her eyes reflecting a tranquil confidence. Sengoku flicked the photo with a hint of irritation, pondering the potential troubles this individual might bring. Given the number of crew members, it was evident that this was yet another elite. However, if they dared to abduct Nico Robin, they must brace themselves for the Navy's pursuit. He murmured to himself, reflecting that had the Navy not been stretched thin, he might have dispatched a Commodore to apprehend Mio, not primarily for Robin, but to gauge her strength. Intuition was a powerful ally for someone of his caliber, and Mio might indeed prove to be a formidable adversary. Regrettably, the Navy lacked adequate manpower at present. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi. This is Admiral Sengoku. Is this the bounty department? A document will be sent your way shortly. Please prepare the corresponding bounty, which will be indicated in the file. After concluding the call, Sengoku made another. Tama, are you en route to the North Sea? Yes. I will be transitioning towards the Grand Line. Your next mission is to pursue a newly emerged pirate crew, primarily to assess their strength, and if possible, apprehend them. Oh. And Nico Robin is aboard that ship as well. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. With the call ended, Sengoku took a deep breath, quickly immersing himself in work as documents flooded into his office. Meanwhile, Mio remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events regarding the bounty. If she had known, she would likely have felt a twinge of anticipation regarding the sum that would be placed upon her head. At this moment, in the North Sea, Mio navigated her ship towards Reverse Mountain, the only 2 routes leading to the Grand Line being Reverse Mountain and the Calm Belt. Most travelers opted for Reverse Mountain, as the Calm Belt had become a Navy-controlled route. On board, Robin sat in a corner of the deck, engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing up at Mio. Aware of Robin's gaze, Mio chose to ignore it, stretching her limbs before addressing her. We will soon head to the Grand Line. As for the historical texts, I possess a mild interest. I will visit places of historical significance, but otherwise, I will go where I desire. Understood, Robin nodded, realizing that now aboard the ship, she had little choice but to comply. Observing Robin's obedient demeanor, Mio chuckled softly and shook her head. There are vacant rooms in the cabin. Feel free to choose one. Erica, let us practice hockey. Yes, master, Erica replied promptly, stepping forward at her command. Mio donned a black blindfold, plunging into the training of observation hockey. As soon as her eyes were covered, a resounding bang echoed, and she was sent flying. Erica, cautiously flexing her fists, inquired with a blend of concern and anxiety, Master, are you all right? With a slight grimace, Mio rubbed her face where she had been struck and rose to her feet. Erica, refrain from hitting my face. I may need it for future endeavors, she remarked with a smirk. Now, let us continue. With those words, the ship was soon filled with the sounds of intermittent collisions. 2 days later, under the night sky, Mio stood on the deck, blindfolded, engaged in combat with Erica. Both were unarmed, and as Erica launched a punch, Mio swiftly turned her head to evade. However, Erica followed up with another strike, landing directly on Mio's abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan from her. Despite some progress in her hockey training over the past few days, her mastery remained sporadic and unrefined, heavily reliant on fortune. To fully command this skill, considerable time would still be necessary. Fortunately, while sailing upon the vast ocean, time was ample. There were instances when they drifted for several consecutive days or even weeks, providing ample opportunities for further training without concern for the voyage's impact. Mio and Erica engaged in constant combat, yet the majority of the time, it was Mio who endured the blows. Such is the nature of cultivating the observation hockey. One must persevere through relentless punishment to successfully develop this skill. Perhaps there exists a more effective method for mastering observation hockey on the Sky Island, known as the Mind Network. For many there have attained this ability independently, without any formal instruction. However, the distance to the Sky Island spans an astonishing 180,000 miles, leaving Mio with no choice but to adhere to the training methods she has acquired. An hour later, her practice concluded, and the hour was already quite late. Mio and Erica sat together, taking a moment of respite. Though it was only Mio who was panting, as Erica's robust constitution rendered her seemingly unaffected by exertion. Just then, Robin emerged from the cabin, holding a chilled bottle of rum, which he offered to Mio. Haha, just as I was feeling thirsty, Mio exclaimed, accepting the rum with a hearty laugh and taking generous swigs, the icy sensation invigorating her immensely. No need to be polite, Robin replied, gently shaking his head. After glancing at the moonlit sky, he added, I shall retire now. Go ahead, rest well. We should arrive at Upside Down Mountain by late morning, Mio responded. Shortly thereafter, Erica also went to freshen up, while Warwick had long since retreated to his quarters for rest. Under the cloak of night, Mio sat alone at the bow of the boat, cross-legged, finishing a bottle of rum before returning to the cabin to freshen up, followed by a period of rest. Before long, she slipped into a state of slumber. Time silently passed. In the early hours of the morning, just as Mio was deeply asleep, a sudden and terrifying force erupted with a resounding boom, radiating outward from the vessel and engulfing the surroundings. Wherever it spread, fish surfaced, belly up, as if rendered unconscious. Mio, who had been resting, abruptly awakened, rubbing her slightly dizzy head, her expression shifting. What was happening spilling out from Erica's room? She murmured to herself as she promptly rose and made her way toward Erica's chamber. In no time, Mio arrived at the door of Erica's room, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Her gaze immediately fell upon Erica, who was seated on the bed in a white nightgown, her expression blank, reminiscent of someone just roused from slumber. Erica, Mio called softly. Erica snapped back to reality, lifting her head to look at Mio, astonished. Master, what brings you here? Has something occurred? Mio approached the bedside, surveying the room's condition while inquiring. What happened? Erica paused momentarily before shaking her head. Nothing, really. I just had a nightmare, and then woke up. A nightmare? Mio furrowed her brow, acutely aware of the sensations she had just experienced, sensations that undeniably emanated from Erica's chamber. It was implausible that nothing had transpired. Indeed, I dreamed of my master being slain, and then I awoke, Erica confessed, her gaze dropping slightly, a hint of embarrassment overtaking her. Upon hearing this, Mio's lips twitched involuntarily. Had she not been assured of Erica's unwavering loyalty, she might have suspected that Erica had been contemplating her demise during the day. After all, there exists a saying that one dreams of what occupies their thoughts. However, wait a moment. Suddenly, Mio's eyes narrowed, gleaming with a sharp light, as if a thought had struck her. What did you feel when you dreamt of my demise? Mio inquired softly. I did, Erica earnestly affirmed with a nod. Erica dreamt that her master had perished, and she yearned to avenge her, but she was perpetually unable to vanquish the foe, filling her with resentment and a sense of helplessness. As she spoke, tears welled up in Erica's eyes, and droplets cascaded onto the bedding. All right, I understand what's happening. Don't cry. Witnessing the little girl's tears, Mio promptly stepped forward to embrace Erica, an understanding dawning in her heart. Master. Outside the chamber, footsteps echoed, and the figures of Warwick and Robin materialized in the doorway. Robin appeared visibly shaken, seemingly reeling from a profound impact. Everything is all right. You may return. Mio dismissed with a wave of her hand. He now possessed a lucid understanding of the situation. With a mere thought, Mio summoned Erica's status panel, which chronicled all the information from when Erica was first created. Abilities: swordsmanship passive, demonstrates exceptional aptitude for the sword. Divine strength passive, her strength, when unleashed to its full potential, is awe-inspiring. Ant Queen, capable of commanding swarms of ants and possessing a regal aura. Sword mastery, a formidable sword technique originating from the soul. Immunity to poison, passive, immune to toxins. Divine speed, passive, possesses remarkable speed. Resilient skin, passive, despite being an endearing girl, her formidable defense capabilities are astonishing. Insect tongue, she can comprehend and converse with insects. Gazing at the ability descriptions on the panel, Mio's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the ability named Ant Queen, paying particularly close attention to its description. It was the latter part, possessing a regal aura, that startled him. In his embrace, under Mio's soothing comfort, Erica had gradually fallen asleep. Stroking Erica's back, the two antennae on Erica's forehead swayed with apparent contentment, gently tapping against Mio's chin. Conqueror's Haki. I truly never anticipated this. Mio murmured to herself. Undoubtedly, this was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki, an unintentional surge akin to the moment in the original narrative when Luffy unleashed his Conqueror's Haki during the Marineford War, as he witnessed Ace on the verge of execution. After gently placing Erica on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Mio quietly departed the room. Returning to her own, seated cross-legged on her bed, a smile graced Mio's lips. Indeed, though an unintentional eruption, it confirmed that Erica possessed the aura of a sovereign. Perhaps an opportunity could be orchestrated for Erica to unleash her Conqueror's Haki once more, allowing her to imprint the sensation and fully command it. After all, it was undeniably a remarkable ability. Having just luxuriated in a bath, the frigid winter weather became apparent. Bathing in such conditions was akin to a siren's call, tempting, yet fraught with peril. Morning arrived. Could that be Reverse Mountain? Erica exclaimed, standing at the ship's prow, her eyes wide with awe at the spectacle before her. Such a marvel was a novelty to her. Warwick, seated nearby, glanced at it with indifference, seemingly unimpressed. Robin, cradling a tome, disseminated knowledge like a seasoned scholar. Indeed, Reverse Mountain serves as a conduit from the four seas to the Grand Line, an unavoidable passage. However, the vast majority of pirates from the four seas meet their demise attempting to traverse it, their vessels succumbing to the treacherous currents. Does that mean our ship might also be destroyed? Hearing this, Erica's antennae perked up, her countenance etched with anxiety as she turned towards Mio. Robin, having already witnessed Erica and Warwick's true forms, couldn't help but blush at the sight of Erica's antennae. Her eyes, filled with wonder, betrayed a desire to reach out and touch them, yet she hesitated to ask. Relax, Mio reassured, taking a swig of rum. While my navigational skills may not be exemplary, traversing Reverse Mountain should pose no significant challenge. However, Mio scratched her head, a sense of unease washing over her. I must acquire a proper navigator soon. My rudimentary skills suffice in the four seas, but they pale in comparison to the demands of the Grand Line or the New World. Though not life-threatening, complications are inevitable. However, skilled navigators were not easily found, so luck would have to suffice. Or perhaps I could cultivate one myself. I should dedicate some time to eliminating navigators from rival pirate crews, Mio mused, stroking her chin. Perhaps, by eliminating a multitude of pirate navigators and consolidating their essence, I could acquire a gene imbued with navigational aptitude, akin to Erica's swordsmanship. Ah, Robin, Mio interjected, turning to Robin. Startled from her reverie, Robin hastily responded, yes. Is there something you require? I entrust you with a task of utmost importance, Mio declared, her tone serious and resolute. Hearing this, Robin tensed. What manner of task might that be? Well, this task, Mio grinned, settling into a cross-legged position. Assist me in conceiving a Jolly Roger befitting our pirate crew. This matter is proving rather intricate. I've pondered it all morning, yet I remain at a loss as to how to design something that truly encapsulates us. Alas, I shall delegate this to one who thrives on knowledge. Mio scratched her head, her voice tinged with resignation. Robin blinked, then chuckled softly at Mio's exasperated demeanor. However, she quickly bit her lip to regain composure, adopting a thoughtful expression before nodding. Understood. I shall endeavor to create something suitable. As she spoke, the ship drew closer to Reverse Mountain. Mio rose to her feet, breaking into a broad grin. The matter of the pirate flag could wait until they formally entered the Grand Line. For now, she needed to find a secure spot to brace herself, lest she be thrown overboard. Warwick, hoist the sails, we are setting off. Oh, understood. Warwick replied loudly, accompanied by the unique currents of Reverse Mountain. The pirate ship ascended with the tide. Reverse Mountain, also known as Leviathan Mountain, From the moment the vessel touched the currents, Mio braced herself. The ascent was manageable. But the perilous part awaited them upon reaching the summit, as they would enter the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. That segment of the current would be extremely tumultuous, causing the ship to sway perilously. A moment's inattention could result in someone being thrown overboard. Along the way, they marveled at the beauty of the ascending waters. Before long, they reached the pinnacle, and before their eyes lay a vast expanse of ocean, the Grand Line. Yet, before they could take in more than a fleeting glance, the vessel, propelled by the current, plummeted forward with astonishing speed, leaving Mio momentarily astonished. However, she quickly took a swig of rum and tossed the bottle overboard, her excitement surging. The Grand Line. Entering this realm meant that the true adventure was about to commence, she mused softly. The ship began to veer toward the left cliffside. Due to the tumultuous currents, the vessel was exceedingly unstable, and a collision could spell immediate disaster. Flash! Mio suddenly drew his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that crashed against the mountainside, generating a shockwave that sent the ship careening away. Consequently, the vessel returned to its main course and resumed its journey. Along the way, they encountered a few similar situations, but under the formidable strength of Mio and Erica, they traversed through them unscathed. Ultimately, they completely departed from the tumultuous currents of Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line. The sea lay tranquil, and in the distance, a small island emerged, crowned with a lighthouse. At that moment, a man of moderate age sat there, rod in hand, seemingly engaged in fishing. Upon noticing Mio's pirate ship, he lifted his gaze. Another young pirate from the seas? Murmured Kurokas, shaking his head dismissively. It was a common occurrence for several pirate ships to arrive daily. Some merely remnants of vessels long lost. Kurokas had grown accustomed to it, showing little surprise as he continued his fishing, occasionally glancing at a newspaper beside him. Is this truly the Grand Line? It doesn't seem particularly remarkable, Nicole Robin remarked, leaning over the railing, her curiosity piqued. In response, Mio smiled and said, the true wonder of the Grand Line lies not in the ocean itself, but in the islands and the weather. Unlike the Four Seas, the Grand Line boasts a myriad of extraordinary islands and unpredictable weather. It may be sunny one moment, only to be engulfed in a storm the next. And after the tempest, snowfall might follow. Such phenomena are entirely possible. Moreover, the strength of pirates here is generally far superior to that of the Four Seas. Where are we headed next? Robin inquired, nodding thoughtfully at Mio. Little Garden, Mio replied, retrieving a permanent pointer from his pocket. Glancing at the direction, it indicated with a smile. The island of the ancient, Little Garden, home to the giant pirates Dory and Broggy. However, before we set sail for Little Garden, let us first consult that old man. With a light chuckle, Mio steered the ship towards Kurokas. As the ship approached, Mio rested his elbows on the railing and called out to Kurokas, hey, old man. Youngster, what brings you here? Kurokas lifted his gaze, his eyes momentarily lingering on Mio, before glancing at Erica and Warwick beside him. A werewolf and a girl with tentacles on her forehead. What an unusual combination. Devil fruit users, perhaps? It seems you are a promising newcomer to the seas, Kurokas pondered to himself. Mio smiled and asked, Uncle, may I pose a question? I am curious to know if there are any comm belts nearby. A comm belt? Kurokas was taken aback by Mio's inquiry. Such a location would hardly pique the interest of pirates, for even if one were to ascertain the whereabouts of a comm belt, neither the Navy nor the pirates would entertain the thought of venturing there. The waters of the comm belt are primarily lairs for sea beasts and sea kings, making it a perilous destination. However, after some contemplation, Kurokas replied, there are no comm belts in this vicinity. The nearest two are one located on the opposite side of the Red Line, where the world government resides, and the other is in the waters near Little Garden. Is there a map? Mio scratched her head and inquired. I mean the comm belt near Little Garden. Surely you don't think I would assume you intend to go to Mariehua? Kurokas rolled his eyes, set down the newspaper, and slowly rose to his feet. Wait a moment. I will fetch you a map. All right, thank you. Mio called out cheerfully. However, Kurokas did not respond and walked directly into his lighthouse. Are you planning to go to the comm belt? Robin asked curiously, glancing at Mio on the deck. Yes, Mio nodded. He intended to cultivate a sea king. Or if that proved unfeasible, a sea beast would suffice. Thus, a trip to the comm belt was necessary. Although it posed some danger, it was not life-threatening. After all, aside from Robin, the others possessed considerable strength, and with Little Garden still a fair distance away, once they arrived, it was certain that Warwick and Erica, with their physical prowess and talent, could easily master the six powers or hockey. By then, their capabilities would be significantly enhanced, eliminating any risk to their lives. I have heard that comm belts are quite dangerous. What is your purpose in going there? Is the history text located within the comm belt? Robin blinked her large eyes, intrigued by Mio's intentions. You will find out soon enough. For now, you should focus on designing the pirate flag, Mio replied, rolling his eyes. This young lady's curiosity was rather intense, but matters concerning his golden finger were not to be divulged. Understood. Not wishing to press further, Mio remained silent, and Robin, with a resigned expression, turned towards the cabin to retrieve the materials for the pirate flag, which were stored inside. However, She had begun to formulate some ideas regarding the flag. Not long after, from within the lighthouse, Kurokas emerged, holding a piece of paper. Mio lightly leaped and landed on the small island. Kurokas glanced at Mio, pondered for a moment, and spoke. I can provide you with a map, but I hope you can promise me one thing. Certainly, Mio nodded, already knowing what Kurokas was alluding to without needing further elaboration. It was likely related to Labu. However, he surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of Labu's presence. Kurokas continued. I hope that if you encounter a band of Rumba pirates somewhere along the Grand Line in the future, you will convey a message for me. Labu is still waiting for them. Understood. Mio nodded again, accepting the map with a grin. While I am quite eager to hear Labu's tale, I am in a hurry to reach the little garden, so perhaps another time. Fate will bring us together again. With that, Mio leaped back onto the ship. The vessel set sail. Labu's story. I would rather not share it. Watching the ship prepare to depart, Kurokas smirked and returned to his reclining chair, ready to read the newspaper and fish. Just then, a whoosh echoed through the air. Kurokas turned to see an object soaring towards him. Instinctively, he caught it and discovered it was a bottle of rum. The voice of Mio echoed from the ship. This wine shall serve as a token of gratitude. An intriguing fellow indeed. Upon hearing this, Kurokas revealed a faint smile, uncorked the bottle, and took a sip before setting it aside. I hope you can survive in this graveyard of pirates known as the Grand Line. Pirates from all corners of the world swarm like locusts. Yet, only a select few manage to pique Kurokas' interest. Regrettably, amidst the vast ocean, while there are indeed many captivating individuals, survival necessitates an abundance of strength. The pirate ship sailed towards Little Garden. As an ancient island, it harbored the very elements that Mio sought, namely insects and beasts. This expedition aimed to discover any mutated beings or perhaps a regal creature among the insects and beasts. He held no interest in the two giants that resided there. Although the genetics of the giant race were quite alluring, they were currently unnecessary. Moreover, unlike the lineage of the demon, which was exceedingly rare, giants were rather common. One could easily locate a giant if one sought their genes. Ah, thank goodness for wine. Otherwise, the monotony of life at sea would indeed be unbearable. Mio reclined on the deck, enjoying the clear weather of the Grand Line. With one hand clutching the wine and the other perusing the map that Kurokas had just entrusted to him, he examined the route that was evidently sketched by Kurokas himself. Though rudimentary, it was still comprehensible. The distance to Little Garden was not substantial. Reaching it would require merely a day's journey. Mio folded the map and turned her gaze towards Erica, who was seated cross-legged against the wall at the entrance of the cabin, engrossed in a book. She called out, Erica, come practice with me. Master, are we going to practice observation hockey? Erica inquired, closing her book. Unlike Robin, who was reading something different, Erica's book was solely focused on culinary arts and gastronomy. Ah, indeed, Mio replied with a nod. Erica set her book aside and stood up, preparing to fetch a cloth to cover her eyes. Just then, Robin emerged from the cabin, holding a piece of black fabric aloft. Hey, what do you think of this pirate flag design? Is it ready already? Mio exclaimed in surprise, turning to look at the fabric. To her astonishment, the black cloth displayed a striking image, a classic skull, flanked by two crossed swords and a massive wolf's head, with a long sword standing upright in the center behind the skull. Very impressive, Mio couldn't help but exclaim, instantly captivated by the design. This pirate flag looks quite cool. Let us go with this one, she affirmed with a nod of approval. All right. A glimmer of joy flickered in Robin's eyes as she returned to the cabin, eager to gather the materials needed to officially create the pirate flag, and soon, the flag was completed. Mio hoisted the pirate flag, securing it to the mast, while an immense depiction of the flag was painted upon the canvas. As he gazed at the flag fluttering in the wind, a smile crept across his face, revealing a sense of satisfaction. It felt splendid. Our pirate crew now possessed a distinct emblem. 3 days later, with the ship advancing at full speed, they gradually approached the waters near Little Garden. On the deck, Mio was engaged in training with Erica, focusing on the mastery of observation hockey. With a blindfold covering his eyes, he could see Erica launching punch after punch toward him, each strike met with a deft turn or evasive maneuver, successfully avoiding the blows. Within a 5-meter radius, this could be considered a rudimentary level of proficiency, perhaps. Removing the blindfold, Mio sighed. After a few days of training, he had made modest progress with his observation hockey, though the range remained somewhat limited. Master, shall we continue? Erica inquired. No need, Mio replied, his gaze drifting toward the horizon where an island had begun to emerge in sight. We are nearing Little Garden, and I can handle the further training of observation hockey on my own. As for armament hockey, we can address that after we reach Little Garden. Before them lay Little Garden, also known as Pangu Island. Being an ancient island, it harbored some viruses from primordial times. In the original tale, it was the infection that led Nami to journey toward Drum Island. Mio glanced at Robin and offered a gentle reminder. Among their group, only Robin possessed the frailest constitution, making her susceptible to infections. Robin nodded in acknowledgement and suggested, perhaps I should remain on the ship? Are you certain you do not wish to experience this? Mio inquired with a beaming smile. This is the island of antiquity, where the fauna predominantly dates back to ancient times, not to mention the presence of 2 colossal giants. Giants? Robin's interest was piqued, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Before long, the vessel approached the island shore. Once the anchor was cast and the ship anchored, the group disembarked, setting foot on the island. At a glance, the island was a tapestry of lush forests, teeming with towering trees, while the ground was a labyrinth of protruding roots. "Let us proceed," Mio declared, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she stepped into the primordial forest. Erica and Warwick followed closely behind, while Robin cautiously trailed behind Erica, perhaps finding solace in the presence of the female companion. "Captain, what is our purpose here?" Robin inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings, casting a glance at Mio. Although she was aware of Mio's name, she still addressed her as Captain Mio. "To seek out unique creatures," Mio replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "Consider me a wielder of devil fruit powers. I possess the ability to transform certain extraordinary animals into humanoid forms." "Oh," Robin exclaimed, a look of understanding dawning upon her as she glanced at Erica and Warwick, instantly believing Mio's assertion. As they journeyed onward, Mio harnessed her observation haki, albeit within a modest radius of 5 meters. While this range may seem limited, it served as a form of training. With sustained practice, her haki would inevitably advance. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed. Mio and her companions continued their journey through the forest. However, it was not long before a resonant roar echoed from a short distance ahead, accompanied by a subtle tremor beneath their feet. It seemed they had found their quarry, surely. This sound heralded the presence of some dinosaur, Mio murmured. Without hesitation, she leapt forward, dashing toward the source of the noise, while instructing Erica. "Take Robin and ensure her safety. With Robin's abilities, she cannot keep pace with me." "Understood, Master," Erica replied, nodding in agreement. Thus, she did not rush to follow Mio but instead ran ahead alongside Robin. Soon enough, they pressed on. Mio arrived at the destination alongside Warwick. In this primeval forest, what lay before her were 2 colossal ancient creatures, dinosaurs. One was a triceratops, while the other was a Tyrannosaurus rex. Alas, the triceratops had already succumbed, its carcass being devoured by the Tyrannosaurus. How fortunate! Gazing at the Tyrannosaurus, Mio felt a surge of exhilaration. As one of the more formidable species among dinosaurs, the Tyrannosaurus undoubtedly aligned with Mio's aspirations. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her weapon, the reich, from her waist. With a single stride, her figure vanished from sight. With a low utterance, she surged forward, unleashing a swift strike. A wave of sword energy erupted, sweeping forth with ferocity. The Tyrannosaurus, detecting an intruder, unleashed a furious roar, expressing its ire at the disturbance to its meal. However, scarcely had the roar faded when the strike found its mark, cleaving into the dinosaur's leg. The tremendous force severed one of its limbs, causing the colossal creature to topple, its weight sending tremors through the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The Tyrannosaurus struggled. But being a bipedal creature, it found itself unable to rise without one of its legs, rendering its efforts futile. Mio grinned, leaping onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus rex. With a slight twist and the aid of her observation haki, she effortlessly evaded the sweeping tail. "You've had your fill. Consider this your parting meal," Mio murmured, raising her chidori and plunging it into the dinosaur's skull. Thwack! The razor-sharp chidori pierced the Tyrannosaurus rex's head without resistance, then was withdrawn, causing blood to gush forth. The beast's roar weakened, though it still clung to life. Resilient indeed, Mio mused, before delivering a swift, decisive strike. A burst of sword aura cleaved the Tyrannosaurus rex's head from its neck, sending it crashing to the earth. The dinosaur was now deceased. "Congratulations. Tyrannosaurus rex gene acquired." A notification appeared on her screen, eliciting a slight upturn of Mio's lips. Just then, as the scent of the Triceratops's corpse permeated the air, a cry echoed from above. A pterodactyl soared into view, circling overhead. "Haha, another worthy target. Warwick, bring it down, but keep it alive," Mio exclaimed, laughing. Warwick acknowledged the command, standing at a distance. He leaped into the air, ascending toward the pterodactyl. Thud, thud, thud. Employing the moonwalk technique he had mastered, Warwick rapidly ascended into the sky. His exceptional physique amplified the speed of his moonwalk, allowing him to scale the air as if climbing a ladder. Within moments, he was upon the airborne pterodactyl. Roar! Seeing its prey ascending to meet it, the pterodactyl roared, diving toward Warwick with its jaws agape, intent on crushing his skull. But in that moment, Warwick delivered a thunderous palm strike. Forgoing the use of his claws, he directed the force of the blow onto the pterodactyl's head. The airborne pterodactyl was momentarily stunned. Plummeting from the sky, shaking its head in confusion, it regained its senses and swooped toward Warwick once more. Seeing the pterodactyl's reckless charge, Warwick's eyes gleamed. He leaped into the air, evading the pterodactyl's attack, and delivered a powerful kick to its back. The force of the blow sent the pterodactyl plummeting to the earth like a meteor, emitting a mournful shriek. "Well done," Mio exclaimed from the ground, drawing her blade and leaping into the air. As the pterodactyl fell to her level, she unleashed a devastating strike, releasing a burst of sword aura. The black energy coalesced into a ravenous crow, hurtling toward its target. Thwack! The pterodactyl was cleaved in two in midair, its blood raining down upon the earth. Congratulations. Pterodactyl gene acquired. In the distance, Erica and Robin, who had just arrived, witnessed the demise of the pterodactyl. Amazing, Robin exclaimed. Of course, Master is the most amazing, Erica replied, tilting her head proudly. Thud. Having descended to the earth, Me retracted her thunder cutter and cast a glance at the remains of the pterodactyl and Tyrannosaurus rex. She then turned her gaze towards Warwick and Erica Robin, and, with a sudden realization, addressed Erica. Erica, enlist your ants to assist in locating any unique animals or insects, and devil fruits. This notion had only just occurred to me. Erica possessed the ability to communicate with and manipulate ants. Furthermore, every island teemed with a vast number of ants, which would undoubtedly serve as the most effective aid in locating their objectives. Moreover, the ants on this ancient island were even more formidable and terrifying than those on ordinary islands. It was even conceivable that these ants could incapacitate certain animals and bring them before her to be slain. After some contemplation, me deemed it highly feasible. Upon receiving her master's command, Erica nodded and promptly clasped her hands together, the antennae on her forehead gently swaying. Robin, observing this, wore a perplexed expression. What was Erica about to do? She is summoning her little helpers. Try not to be alarmed, me explained with a smile. Oh, Robin responded, nodding in understanding. Her curiosity piqued as she watched Erica. Soon, a dense rustling sound reverberated through the surrounding forest, emanating from all directions, growing increasingly louder. Subsequently, from within a thicket of grass, a swarm of black figures surged forth, their sizes ranging from that of a thumb to that of an ashtray. Each was entirely black, densely packed, and exceedingly numerous. Almost immediately, they had encircled me and her companions, leaving no space uncovered. Gulp. Gazing upon these ants, Robin had unconsciously drawn closer to me, her small hands clutching tightly to me's clothing, her face pale. The ants seemed capable of engulfing her at any moment, instilling fear within her. Mio gazed at Erica, who still had her hands clasped together, her antennae quivering as if conveying a message. The ants scurried about, soon vanishing from sight. Erica then opened her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to Mio. Master, Erica has informed them of our objective. They will commence the search. Excellent, Mio responded, nodding and turning to Robin beside her, a smile playing on her lips. There's no need for apprehension. These ants were summoned by Erica. She possesses the ability to communicate with and command them. I am aware, Robin replied, nodding. As the ants dispersed, she breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Even without Mio's explanation, she understood the situation, though a sense of astonishment lingered within her. She was surprised that this girl, seemingly her age, possessed such remarkable abilities. Is Erica an ant? Robin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, she is an ant queen. Mio confirmed with a nod. Remarkable, that explains it, Robin exclaimed, enlightened. Mio smiled gently, surveying her surroundings, just as she was about to depart. She noticed the two antennae on Erica's forehead swaying, as if receiving some form of information. Erica immediately turned to Mio and said, Master, there is already news. Is it so soon? How did you come to know? Mio inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Well, that's how I know. It seems I possess the ability to receive and transmit messages, which other ants do not, Erica explained, gesturing towards the antennae on her head. Mio's expression was one of bewilderment, quickly followed by a surge of excitement. Then, Erica, please lead the way. I am quite curious about what kind of creature we shall encounter. Erica nodded, promptly setting off in a particular direction. Mio gently patted Robin's head, signaling her to follow, and then took a step forward. The group swiftly advanced in a singular direction, weaving through the trees. As their destination was not far, Erica soon came to a halt not far ahead, softly uttering, Master, we have arrived. Mio approached Erica's side and gazed ahead, a flicker of astonishment flashing across her eyes. Before her lay an expansive swamp, vast in its reach, with numerous skeletal remains floating upon the surface, refusing to sink. However, this was not the most significant detail. The focal point of her attention was the corpse of an unknown creature situated in the center of the swamp, beside which lay Mio's target, a pterosaur. Yet, this particular pterosaur appeared somewhat anomalous. It was smaller in stature compared to its typical kin, yet exuded an aura of agility. What truly astonished Mio was the sight of the pterosaur taking a bite of flesh from the corpse, only to suddenly vanish from sight, reappearing moments later in another location. It then disappeared again, returning to the vicinity of the corpse, creating an eerie spectacle. It seemed as if it possessed the ability to shift dimensions. Had it consumed a devil fruit? At this realization, Mio's pupils constricted in shock. Furthermore, the nature of this fruit's power appeared to be related to spatial manipulation, or perhaps speed. With a grip firm on her blade's hilt, Mio grinned, muttering, Erica, this one's abilities are rather peculiar. Ensure it does not escape. Understood, Master, Erica responded, her hands tightening around her own sword's handle, nodding with earnestness. Their arrival had not gone unnoticed, for the pterosaur's attention was now fixed upon them. It cocked its head, a flicker of bewilderment in its gaze, as if unaccustomed to such beings. Yet, in the subsequent instant, A gluttonous gleam ignited within the pterosaur's eyes, as though they were mere morsels. With a powerful beat of its wings, its form materialized before Mio and Erica with startling swiftness. Mio and Erica retreated a step, narrowly avoiding the gaping maw of the pterosaur. However, at that moment, Mio observed that where the pterosaur had appeared, a stone that had been there moments before had vanished, replaced by the creature itself. Simultaneously, he glanced back at the previous location of the pterosaur, where he saw a stone materializing mid-air before plummeting to the ground. In an instant, Mio's pupils constricted, and a flicker of realization flashed across his face. So this is the nature of its ability. Murmuring to himself, Mio wasted no time. He drew his sword and slashed forward. With a whoosh, a blade of energy erupted forth, sweeping through the air. Despite the proximity, the pterosaur should have found it impossible to evade, yet in the next moment, its form vanished, reappearing at a distance. Such power is indeed formidable, Mio murmured in astonishment, already piecing together the essence of the pterosaur's ability, a thought that filled him with admiration. After this moment of awe, he surged forward, propelling himself like a cannonball straight towards the pterosaur. Sensing the impending threat, the pterosaur flapped its wings and soared into the sky, attempting to escape. Given the distance between them, it might have successfully fled before Mio could reach. Alas, Erica, having anticipated this, swung her twin swords, unleashing a wave of energy that struck at the pterosaur's head. To avoid losing its head, the pterosaur had no choice but to halt its ascent. Seizing this opportunity, Mio closed the gap, delivering a decisive blow that severed one of its wings. Blood sprang forth. With a pained roar, the pterosaur lunged at Mio, its foul breath assaulting his senses and causing him to grimace slightly. He countered with another strike, but in the blink of an eye, the pterosaur vanished once more, reappearing behind him. Strike! Erica's voice rang out, her blade slicing through the air the moment the pterosaur materialized, leaving it no time to react before severing its other wing. With both wings now incapacitated, blood gushed from the creature as it let out a mournful cry, its massive body collapsing to the ground, too injured to move. Observing this, Mio grasped Raikiri and stepped forward, gazing at the pterosaur that was now roaring at him. He murmured to himself, though it possesses great power, it is still merely an animal. Lacking sufficient intelligence, its formidable abilities would prove ineffective. Moreover, the pterosaur's ability required a degree of cunning. With a swift motion, he struck, and the pterosaur's head fell to the ground. Immediately, a notification appeared on his interface. Congratulations, you have recorded the pterosaur swap gene. As he read the words, Mio displayed no surprise. He had anticipated the pterosaur's ability to be akin to this, swapping positions with other objects or beings, a power bordering on spatial manipulation. His earlier observation of the stone that had been swapped by the pterosaur had led him to this conclusion. Consequently, he felt no concern for the pterosaur's escape. After all, there was nothing in the sky for the creature to swap with. Could it possibly swap with clouds? Clearly, that was impossible, as the pterosaur lacked such intellect, having consumed a paramecia fruit rather than a zoan fruit. However, this development meant that the genes required for the little butterfly had been secured. A smile crept onto Mio's lips, excitement evident on his face. Yet, he felt a tinge of helplessness. I wonder if I can randomly draw this ability? Undoubtedly. This power is exceedingly formidable. If developed well, it could evoke fear. After all, it is associated with spatial attributes, making it terrifying for assassination purposes. Not to mention, one could easily place a bomb next to a celestial dragon with such an ability. The same applies to others, completely undetected. Shaking his head, Mio resolved to think no further on the matter. Time was still on his side, and he intended to leave the little garden soon. So he would take this opportunity to record more dinosaur genes. At that moment, Warwick and Robin arrived, and upon seeing the pterosaur's carcass at Mio's feet, Robin inquired curiously, "Is this the special creature? It doesn't seem so different. Since it was a pterosaur that had consumed a devil fruit, its appearance was certainly deceptive." Mio ruffled Robin's hair, offering a brief explanation before turning to Erica. "Continue to monitor the communication from your little companions. Warwick, please assist in locating any nearby dinosaurs or potentially powerful beasts for us to hunt." Erica nodded, affirming her commitment to vigilance. Warwick, displaying a proud demeanor, chimed in, "I'm quite skilled at this." He pointed to his nose, his meaning clear. Not only was he sensitive to the scent of blood, but he was also attuned to other aromas. After sniffing the air, Warwick gestured in a particular direction. "Master, there is a scent of the kind of dinosaur you previously hunted in that direction, though it's faint since it's not the same creature." Upon hearing this, Mio glanced at Warwick's nose, intrigued. "Can you really identify species by scent?" "Of course, I'm quite impressive," Warwick replied, nodding vigorously. "Very well, let us proceed. If the previous hunt was a Tyrannosaurus, does that mean there is another in that direction?" Mio chuckled lightly, urging Warwick to lead the way. He then extended his hand to Robin, saying, "Come, I'll carry you. Your speed lags behind ours." Understanding the necessity, Robin nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed, but aware that lagging behind alone could be perilous. After a moment of hesitation, she took Mio's hand. With a sudden exclamation, she found herself swept into his embrace as he dashed forward. Mio moved with remarkable speed, causing Robin to grip her shoulders tightly. A faint blush gracing her cheeks in a moment of embarrassment. The group navigated through the forest, encountering numerous wild beasts along the way. Although they were on the ancient island, some creatures were also found on other islands, such as the common tiger and black panther. Mio merely cast a fleeting glance at these ordinary animals before averting his gaze and continuing on, as their genetic makeup did not pique his interest unless a specific need arose. Perhaps one day, when he intended to cultivate a divine dragon, these genes might prove useful. After all, it is said that a dragon's antlers resemble those of a deer, its head akin to a camel, its eyes like a rabbit's, and its scales similar to fish. It is conceivable that by collecting genes from these creatures, he might one day succeed in creating a dragon, albeit one lacking the ability to summon rain and clouds. Soon enough, the group Mio lifted her gaze and beheld the towering figures of two colossal heads peering down from above the forest. Their immense forms had left a profound impression upon her during their first encounter. They were the blue ogre, Dongli, and the red ogre, Brokey. These two captains of the giant warrior pirates, who had battled for decades on the small island, now stood before Mio and her companions. "Are you pirates?" Brokey inquired, a friendly smile gracing his face as he addressed Mio. In response, she gently nodded and retracted her weapon, the Reich, with a smile. "Indeed. We hail from the North Blue and have just entered the Grand Line. This is the first island we have set foot upon since our arrival." "Ha ha ha. Greetings. I am Brokey," he exclaimed. "And I am Dongli. I am aware of you, the captains of the giant warrior pirates," Mio replied with a smile. At her words, the two giants exchanged surprised glances, yet their straightforward nature prevailed, leading them to extend a warm invitation. "Would you care to join us for a drink? We brew our own, and it is quite delightful." "Absolutely," Mio responded, licking her lips in anticipation and nodding without hesitation. Dongli then swept his arm across the forest, uprooting trees with ease and creating a broad clearing. The two giants settled down cross-legged, producing large bowls and flasks from their belongings, promptly pouring out the liquor. Brokey lowered his gaze, examining Erica and Warwick with curiosity. "Are these your companions? They exude a formidable aura. Is their appearance due to consuming devil fruits?" "It indeed seems so," Dongli remarked, equally intrigued. Having lived for over a century, they were well versed in the lore of devil fruits. But their prolonged stay on the island had deprived them of seeing any users for many years. Ordinary people were a rarity as well, given the inherent dangers that the ancient island posed to many pirates. "Kind of," Mio nodded, offering a brief introduction without delving into further explanations. Mio sat cross-legged on the ground. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Have you been on this island for decades since your disappearance?" "Indeed," responded Dongli, lifting a colossal bowl that seemed monumental to Mio and her companions. He gulped down the contents with fervor, his fighting spirit ignited. "Brokey and I have been dueling on this island for many years, and we have yet to determine a victor. This battle shall persist until I achieve triumph." "No, Dongli. The victory will be mine," Brokey interjected, taking a hearty swig from his own bowl. "Humph, I am stronger than you." "Preposterous. I am the stronger one. Not only am I stronger, but I also possess superior drinking capacity." "Huh? What nonsense." At this exchange, Mio could not help but shake her head, reflecting on their bluntness and stubbornness. Who would have imagined that these two giants had been locked in a duel for nearly a century, all because of a seemingly trivial remark from a little girl? Yet, one could not deny the longevity of giants, even after a century. They appeared to be in their prime. "Ah, this drink is quite delightful," Mio remarked, taking a sip from the bowl. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to drink heartily. The giant's quarrel did not disturb her or her companions. Mio remained indifferent to them, focusing solely on her drink, while Robin occasionally cast curious glances their way. However, it was not long before Erica's antennae began to sway gently, and she approached Mio, whispering something that instantly brought Mio back to her senses, dispelling her tipsiness. As the ancient island, it surely holds surprises, Mio mused, a smile gracing her lips as she stood up. "Hey, Dongli, Brokey, I have matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, both Dongli and Brokey looked down at her, their expressions tinged with reluctance, for they had long wished to converse further with the pirate. Yet, understanding her urgency, they refrained from detaining her. Dongli took another hearty drink and grinned. "We still do not know your name." "I am Kurokas Mio," she replied promptly. "Kurokas Mio? An unusual name," Brokey murmured, then added, "I shall remember it. I believe we will have the chance to meet again." "Perhaps," Mio nodded, for who could truly know such things? After taking another sip, she departed, with Erica leading the way. The group once again navigated through the forest, their destination seemingly distant. After half an hour of trekking, they had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, Mio remained filled with anticipation, for their destination held a devil fruit. Indeed, a devil fruit. Though this revelation was expected, it nonetheless filled her with delight. The island of Little Garden was immense, and the presence of a devil fruit was hardly surprising. The rarity often stemmed from the difficulty in locating them. The vastness of the island meant that not every nook and cranny could be thoroughly explored. It was entirely possible that one might traverse a spot today only to discover a devil fruit had sprouted there by the next day. As an ancient island, The devil fruit found here was likely of the zoan type, perhaps even an ancient variety within that category. With eager hearts, the group pressed onward. After nearly another hour of weaving through the forest, they finally reached their destination, a lush area within the woods. Ants were gathered in abundance, and upon Erica's arrival, they flocked to her side, forming a path on the ground that guided Mio into a dense thicket. Parting the grass, Mio beheld a devil fruit before her. Adorned with deep blue spiral patterns, the fruit was exceptionally beautiful. To the untrained eye, it might appear toxic, as brightly colored fruits in the wild often were inedible. This color and shape do not match any documented devil fruits, Mio murmured, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Without knowing its powers, it is difficult to ascertain its utility. I cannot consume it without knowing. Perhaps I should try drawing lots. Yet, what if it were a mythical zoan? Though the odds were slim, one must always dream. If it were true, the loss would be monumental. However, it was worth a try. Mio muttered to herself, gesturing, Warwick, bring the little one over. Upon hearing her command, Robin's face displayed confusion, but Warwick dashed forth, plunging into the thick underbrush. He struck with a resounding bang, catching an unsuspecting velociraptor that had been lying in wait. In an instant, Warwick subdued the creature, pinning it to the ground. Leaving it dazed and unable to resist. Open its mouth, Mio instructed, examining the devil fruit for a moment before speaking. Yes. Mio grinned and promptly thrust the devil fruit into the velociraptor's maw. The fruit was swiftly crushed and consumed. Upon ingestion, the velociraptor convulsed violently, as if on the cusp of a transformation, but before this metamorphosis could manifest, a splurt echoed, and blood blossomed forth. With a single, swift stroke, Mio cleaved through the velociraptor's head. A notification materialized on the interface. Congratulations. Velociraptor, Nymphality gene, acquired. Nymphality? Was this akin to a zoan-type devil fruit? Mio paused, bemused by the prompt. Nymphality gene. What utility could such an ability possess? Pollen collection, perhaps? Mio tapped her forehead, her expression instantly turning to one of resignation. It seemed that this fruit's ability possessed no remarkable combat potential. Had she known this beforehand, she might as well have tried her luck in a lottery. Meanwhile, as Mio lamented the squandered opportunity, a warship had arrived at the shores of Little Garden. On the deck, a naval soldier peered through his telescope at Mio's vessel. After discerning the details, he lowered the telescope and approached a tall figure, offering a respectful salute as he reported, Brigadier General Momotaro. We have confirmed that the pirate ship is indeed the target we seek. So, they must have entered Little Garden? If all goes as expected, yes. Excellent. We shall remain here and wait for their approach, then capture them in one decisive move. Understood. Mio remained utterly oblivious. At that moment, she had already departed from that place and was leisurely wandering through the forest with Erica and others, simultaneously hunting some ferocious beasts. However, during this time, Mio scratched her head, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The name South Sea Butterfly rang a bell, reminiscent of something she had heard before. Where could it be? As she ambled along, she pondered. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks, taken aback. It struck her, wasn't the South Sea Butterfly a legendary divine beast from tales before her transmigration? Yet, she recalled that this divine beast was rather unimpressive. Prior to her crossing over, Mio had held a fascination for various myths and legends. Hence she had acquired some knowledge about them. The South Sea Butterfly, she recollected, was indeed categorized as a divine beast. However, within its description, there lay a particular phrase. When the sea folk remove its wings and legs, they obtain 80 pounds of meat, exceedingly delectable. To put it bluntly, someone had captured it. And even after discarding its wings and limbs, it still weighed 80 pounds and was remarkably delicious. Contemplating this, Mio's lips twitched involuntarily, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you kidding me? This creature, to be precise, should be classified as an animal-type phantom beast, the insect fruit in the form of the South Sea Butterfly." Yet, upon recalling the introduction regarding the South Sea Butterfly, Mio could not shake off the feeling that it was rather disappointing. The phantom beast ability within the insect-type fruit was not what she anticipated. Mio felt a slight discomfort, yet an undeniable sense of anticipation lingered within her. After all, this creature could be considered a mythical beast, and it was reasonable to assume it possessed abilities unknown to her. Once back on the ship, she planned to nurture the little butterfly. Perhaps it would yield unexpected delights. Shaking her head to dispel distractions, Mio collected her thoughts and rose to speak. Let us proceed. While time still favors us, we should hunt more prey. In the hours that followed, Mio primarily hunted alongside Erica and the others. However, the ants did not present any further surprises, which left Mio somewhat disappointed, though it was within her expectations. After all, they had already experienced 2 delightful surprises that day. It was unlikely that more would follow. Unless, of course, she had consumed a fruit of fortune. On this island, she had effectively discovered 2 fruits of the devil, akin to the one consumed by the pterosaur, which left her quite satisfied. Before she knew it, evening had quietly descended. In the compilation of genes collected by Mio, the bounty is quite substantial. Tyrannosaurus gene, a dominant creature among dinosaurs, possessing formidable offensive capabilities and physical strength, complemented by a commendable defensive skin. Pterosaur gene, a predator of the skies, imbued with a peculiar ability to swap its position with any object, yet seemingly fearful of saltwater. Other genes include the Allosaurus gene, Velociraptor gene, and Triceratops gene, with each type boasting multiple variants, ensuring a plethora of options. Additionally, saber-toothed tiger genes and others allow Mio to maintain an ample supply of genes, unless a specific specialty gene is required. As twilight approached, the group began their trek towards the shore. The day had yielded a fruitful harvest, warranting a celebration aboard their vessel. Mio carried the hefty carcass of a wild boar, recently slain by Warwick, its substantial mass promising ample sustenance for the party. At this, Robin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Erica is an excellent cook, she noted. Mio wholeheartedly agreed. Recalling Erica's remarkable culinary talents, which had evolved from novice to near master, particularly in her grilled dishes, each a tantalizing golden brown and replete with irresistible aromas. Moreover, Mio's observation haki had significantly improved, extending its range from 5 to 8 meters, filling her with quiet joy. As they neared the coastline, Warwick halted, having detected something unusual. "Master, there's something amiss," he stated, his crimson eyes glinting with intensity. "There are many unfamiliar scents." Intrigued, Mio turned to Erica, who nodded in understanding. Soon after, a few ants emerged from the forest, scuttling towards the shore. Erica, with her antennae twitching, looked back at Mio. "Master, there's a naval ambush." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of fear crossed Robin's face, as if recalling a distressing memory, prompting her to draw closer to Mio and grasp the hem of her garment. "Do not worry," Mio reassured, gently patting Robin's head before tossing the boar's carcass to the ground. "It seems they are specifically waiting for us, otherwise they would not be lying in wait at the shoreline." With a grin, she clenched her fists. "Let us see if these naval forces can contain us." At the seaside, a warship lay anchored, its crew vigilant with weapons drawn, concealing their presence against the dusk. The beach was eerily quiet, save for the sound of crashing waves. Just then, footsteps echoed from the forest as figures emerged. I'm just a novice setting sail for the first time, and already I find myself pursued by the Navy. It seems my potential must be quite remarkable," Mio remarked with a grin as she stepped into view, scanning her surroundings. On the ship, a tall figure leaped gracefully to the shore, a slender form with long legs and a sheathed blade at her waist, her left hand resting on the hilt. "I know not of your potential, but today, you shall not leave here," she declared with a serious tone. You exude confidence," Mio replied, arching an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. "Of course, confidence is essential when dealing with pirates," the woman countered coldly, drawing her sword. "You and Nico Robin will remain here today." "Apologies, but Robin is my crew member now, and it is you who will not leave," Mio responded with a faint smile, unsheathing her own weapon. "Right? Newcomers like you are often arrogant and foolish," the woman scoffed, underestimating Mio's capabilities, as she had encountered numerous inexperienced pirates before. 99% of them are weak and unaware of the vastness of this world and the strength of its champions. "You are no exception," she thought, eyeing Mio. "Seize them. If not, eliminate them," she commanded, and in an instant, the prepared Navy soldiers surged forward, guns drawn. "Robin, take cover," Mio instructed softly, ruffling Robin's hair. "Be careful," Robin replied, biting her lip before darting back into the forest. Watching Robin retreat, Mio smiled and turned her gaze towards the advancing soldiers. Quite a number indeed. "This shall be entrusted to you, Erica and Warwick." "Rest assured, master. We will dispatch them swiftly," Warwick replied confidently as he and Erica vanished from sight. Mio then focused on the woman before her, recognizing the formidable potential of this admiral candidate from the original tale. However, given that this was decades prior to the unfolding of the story, her strength, while formidable, had not yet reached an insurmountable level. It was the perfect opportunity to gauge her own abilities, unperturbed by the challenge. "Let us have a duel," Mio proposed with a grin, stepping forward, her form suddenly vanishing. Moments later, she reappeared before the woman, striking with her blade. "What?" The woman's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected speed, realizing her underestimation of Mio. Reacting swiftly, she parried the attack with her sword, the clash of metal producing sparks that illuminated the darkening scene. "A novice?" she pondered, astonished, questioning how such power could belong to one so inexperienced. It became clear why Sengoku had dispatched her to assess Mio's capabilities. If such talent were to mature, it could lead to another formidable pirate, intensifying the pressure on the Navy. With her thoughts racing, the woman's gaze sharpened, excitement igniting within her. "Your weapon is impressive," she acknowledged gravely. "Yours as well," Mio replied, twirling right in a flourish. "However, today you shall either perish here or be captured and taken to impel down." With a fierce tone, the woman vanished again, ready to engage. Mio exhibited no hesitation. Although the range of his observation haki was limited, the moment Peach Rabbit approached, he sensed her presence instantaneously. He pivoted, wielding Raikiri, and with a resonant clang, The sound of metal colliding echoed, sparks flying in the air. Through Raikiri, Mio felt the immense force emanating from Peach Rabbit. While he too yearned to venture into Impel Down, the timing was not right. Not now, he murmured, his voice inaudible to Peach Rabbit. In the next instant, his arms trembled, and with a surge of strength, he forced Peach Rabbit to take a step back before unleashing a strike. One sword style. Demon Slash. The attack, sharing a name with a certain character's skill from a game, erupted forth. However, unlike that game, Mio's strike was a pure black slash, emanating a palpable sense of threat that even Peach Rabbit could perceive. Yet, instead of alarm, she felt a thrill of excitement. As a swordswoman herself, she relished the challenge presented by another capable swordsman. With a swift motion, Peach Rabbit retaliated with her own slash. The sound of slicing air resonating as their sword energies collided, unleashing a shockwave that swept through the vicinity. Clang, clang, clang. From that moment onward, the two engaged in a relentless duel, their swordplay akin to fleeting phantoms, weapons clashing and sparks erupting intermittently. Their figures danced like specters along the shoreline, engaged in a fierce exchange. Slash! Peach Rabbit's voice rang out, a golden strike erupting forth. In response, Mio executed a black slash, which collided with the golden one, nullifying each other's power. Standing poised at the water's edge, Peach Rabbit remarked coolly, as a newcomer on the sea, your prowess is commendable, but regrettably, you are no match for me. Once I deal with you, I shall have ample time to tidy up your crew. Oh, Mio's lips curled into a slight smile. He could not deny that at present, he was indeed inferior to Peach Rabbit. After a brief skirmish, he found himself slightly winded, while Peach Rabbit remained unfazed, her demeanor calm as if she had not exerted herself at all. This disparity was evident. Although I am not your equal, you shall not be able to detain me. I'm afraid you cannot manage that at this moment. After uttering these words, Mio called out, Erica. Yes, master. Though unspoken, Erica comprehended Mio's intent. Her tendrils on her forehead stirred, and with a flourish, she swung her blades, unleashing crescent sword energies that sliced through the air. Shrieks erupting as over 10 naval soldiers fell slain. A devil fruit user? In the dim light, Peach Rabbit noticed the tendrils on Erica's forehead, which she had previously overlooked. Recognizing the implications, she became immediately alert. She was well aware of the bizarre abilities possessed by those with devil fruits. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. It appeared that this pirate newcomer, whom Admiral Sengoku had dispatched to assess, was emboldened by the presence of this devil fruit user, leaving no room for her to relax. Peach Rabbit expanded her observation haki, which far surpassed Mio's, enveloping the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. However, as her observation spread, her expression abruptly shifted. What? It seemed she had sensed something, prompting her to shout, Everyone, retreat to the ship. Set sail away from the shore. Peach Rabbit undoubtedly commanded great authority. Upon hearing her command, the naval soldiers wasted no time sprinting toward their warship. As the soldiers boarded the vessel, they glimpsed a dense swarm of black ants surging from the island's forest, their terrifying numbers rapidly encroaching upon the coastline, an unsettling sight that sent shivers down their spines. This ability, Peach Rabbit cast a penetrating gaze toward Erica in the distance, then lightly leaped onto a charred corpse floating on the sea. The sheer number of ants instilled a sense of dread within her, yet she harbored no intentions of exterminating them. She understood well that even if she were to annihilate them, she would likely be left defenseless afterward. Is this your source of confidence? Peach Rabbit scrutinized Mio, her voice low. Not sufficient. Mio retorted with a grin. Indeed, it is not enough. At this, a smile crept onto Peach Rabbit's face, a cold smirk forming. Even if we cannot set foot on land, should you wish to depart, you can only do so by boat. Do you truly believe you can escape? I find the prospect of leaving rather simple. Mio shrugged, running a hand through his hair, a hint of exasperation evident. Though he wished for a different approach, he recognized that he had no choice but to proceed thus. As he spoke, Peach Rabbit grasped Mio's intention and immediately heightened her vigilance. Simultaneously, a figure suddenly appeared before Peach Rabbit, sweeping in with a claw, the sound of slicing air reverberating. Peach Rabbit's eyes widened in surprise, realizing what incredible speed. She instinctively swung her sword to block, the clang of metal resounding. Though she deflected the attack, the overwhelming force sent her staggering back onto the shore. However, the swarm of ants did not surge toward Peach Rabbit. After all, Mio had no desire to eliminate her, merely wishing to drive her away. It was important to note that Peach Rabbit held connections within the Navy, and although her current strength was lacking, with Erica, Warwick, and himself, defeating her was not out of the question. Yet, should he truly kill her, it would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Navy headquarters, potentially inviting the pursuit of an admiral. Having read the original work, Mio understood all too well that he could withstand the onslaught of a rear admiral or captain with the strength he and Erica possessed. However, an admiral was an entirely different matter. An insurmountable disparity loomed between the two ranks. Even with his special advantages, he recognized the necessity of cautious development until he attained sufficient strength. At that moment, Erica surged forward, brandishing her dual blades toward Peach Rabbit, launching an assault. Erica's strength was on par with Peach Rabbit's, and as she unleashed her full power, Peach Rabbit found herself compelled to adopt a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Robin suddenly approached Mio, tugging at his clothing, and whispered something in his ear, prompting him to nod in understanding. Subsequently, he scooped Robin up, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and called out, "Madam, it seems we shall meet again by fate. Warwick, Erica, let's depart." With that, his voice echoed across the scene. Mio stepped forward, swiftly making her way towards the pirate ship. "Fire! Stop them!" she commanded. Tontoko struggled to fend off the attacks from Warwick and Erica, simultaneously shouting without hesitation. On the warship, the Navy sprang into action. However, at that moment, the island suddenly trembled with a resounding roar. Two colossal figures approached the shore, their booming voices echoing. "We hear that the Navy is bullying our friends. That simply cannot be tolerated. Not even the Navy can hinder a pirate's journey across the seas." Dongli and Brogy approached with hearty laughter, and shortly thereafter, Brogy swung his axe towards the warship. The immense weapon, fueled by Brogy's formidable strength, nearly cleaved the vessel in two. Nevertheless, the ship began to split apart, water gushing in. The entire warship began to sway, and many Navy personnel fell into the ocean, crying out in panic. "Damn it, why are there giants on this island?" Tontoko thought to herself. Dongli and Brogy had been renowned on the seas decades ago, but it was only natural that Tontoko, being unaware of this fact, had forgotten due to the passage of time. Initially, she had intended to fire upon the pirate ship to incapacitate them, believing she had ample time to capture them and bring them back to impel down. Yet now, it seemed that matters had become complicated. Tontoko furrowed her brow. In a swift motion, Erica slashed with her twin blades, and Tontoko hurriedly defended herself. But in the next moment, Warwick swept his claw, striking Tontoko in the abdomen while she was engaged with Erica. Blood sprayed forth, and Tontoko was sent flying, crashing against the shore. Seizing the opportunity, Erica and Warwick quickly retreated to the pirate ship. "They're leaving, setting sail," Mio shouted, and the vessel immediately set sail, gently departing from the shore. Nearby, the warship was in disarray, and the Navy personnel could only open fire, though it proved utterly ineffective. "Thank you, Dory and Brogy. I will come to visit you when I have the time, but I hope you will still be on the island then." Mio did not forget to shout his gratitude towards the two giants. Although he could leave without them, it would certainly pose more challenges. Now, however, things were much more convenient. "Ha ha ha, see you again in the future. I'll treat you to drinks then." The two giants responded with hearty laughter. Subsequently, Brogy and Dory turned to the young Navy girl. "If you wish to continue the fight, we shall gladly accompany you." "Damn it, do you wish to be hunted by the Navy?" exclaimed Peach Rabbit, infuriated, for she was a Navy elite and had just failed to capture a rookie pirate crew. Upon hearing this, Dory and Brogy scratched their heads and burst into laughter. "Sorry, we were already bounty hunters decades ago. Report to Admiral Sengoku. This is Peach Rabbit. The capture mission has failed." Inside Sengoku's office at the Navy headquarters, upon hearing Peach Rabbit's words through the transponder snail, even with the anticipation of such news, he could not help but display a look of shock. After all, Peach Rabbit was considered an outstanding elite of the Navy. Although she could not compare to the likes of Akiji, she was still a promising candidate for the future. If she put in the effort, she might not be far from becoming an admiral herself. Yet, she had failed to capture a rookie pirate crew? What happened? Sengoku inquired in a deep voice. "Yes," Peach Rabbit immediately reported. "As far as we know, the pirate ship currently has 4 members, Captain Hikawa Mio, and crew members Erica, Warwick, and Nico Robin. Of these, it is uncertain whether Captain Hikawa Mio possesses any abilities, but the other 3 are all known to be devil fruit users. Crew member Warwick has an animal-type devil fruit related to wolves. Erica's fruit ability is unknown, but it seems to be animal-related, as she appears capable of controlling ants or all insects, presenting a significant threat. Furthermore, aside from Nico Robin, the other 3 members are not weak. While Captain Hikawa Mio's current strength is relatively modest, comparable to a Navy colonel, his explosive combat power is quite formidable. Warwick's strength remains unknown, while Erica is on par with my abilities, and they all wield hockey, albeit appearing inexperienced, perhaps having only recently learned it. Additionally, we encountered 2 giants on the ancient island of Little Garden, who also seem to be pirates, and it was likely due to them that this pirate crew managed to escape." Upon hearing this, Sengoku rubbed his forehead and spoke solemnly. "Do not concern yourself with the 2 giant pirates from Little Garden. As for this rookie pirate crew, their strength is somewhat surprising. They are anything but novice." Sengoku was aware of the 2 giant pirates from Little Garden, and the circumstances surrounding their presence there were quite peculiar. The girl who once caused the 2 giants much distress has grown into someone quite extraordinary. Aside from the giants, Mio's situation undoubtedly troubled Sengoku. In recent days, apart from Mio's affairs, a significant incident had also unfolded in the North Sea. A small town associated with the Sky Gold had its entire population of over 1,000 brutally slaughtered overnight. While death was a commonplace occurrence in this world, with the daily toll reaching alarming numbers, the sheer concentration of fatalities in one location especially connected to the sky gold, was bound to raise suspicions. The world government was also infuriated, perceiving this as a blatant disregard for their authority. Consequently, they exerted pressure on the Navy. Kong, on the verge of promotion, sought to secure some retirement time before his ascension, thereby preparing to delegate matters to Sengoku. What should have been Kong's concern was now thrust upon Sengoku, who couldn't help but feel envy as he recalled Kong's frequent indulgences with garp over rice crackers. For this rookie pirate crew, there is no need to rush their capture. Simply keep them under surveillance for now. We cannot spare any personnel from headquarters to assist you at this time, and given your current strength, you may not be their match. From your report, it seems they could easily resort to lethal measures against you, so exercise patience. Once matters in the new world settle, I will send assistance. Sengoku spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit nodded. Understood, I will keep a close watch. Good. After that, the transponder snail was disconnected. Rubbing his forehead, Sengoku murmured to himself, it seems I must increase the bounty. In Sengoku's view, the higher one's strength, the greater the bounty. Actions deemed malevolent and threatening would also command higher rewards. He believed Mio possessed immense potential, having reached a certain level of strength that posed a distinct threat. And he felt the previous bounty he assigned was woefully insufficient. Thus, he planned to raise the bounty for this rookie pirate crew in a few days, hoping to attract capable bounty hunters to pursue them, even if the likelihood was slim. On the Grand Line, on the deck, Robin handed a permanent pointer to Mio, saying, Captain, this is what the two giants asked me to give you. They said you would need it. Looking at the permanent pointer, Mio scratched his head. He had initially intended to request it from them, but had forgotten. Fortunately, Robin was there. With a smile, he playfully pinched Robin's cheek. Earlier, the giants' assistance had come about because they sensed the situation at the coast, and, due to Robin's abilities, were able to grasp the circumstances before deciding to help. Thus, Robin had indeed played a significant role. Hearing this, Robin smiled and walked to the side, engrossed in her book. With the permanent pointer secured on his wrist, Mio then made his way to his cabin. Master, I will prepare dinner, Erica said with a smile. Watching Mio enter the cabin, Mio nodded, a tinge of regret washing over her. It was a pity that the wild boar had not been brought back to the ship. No matter, Erica said gently, there are still plenty of supplies on board. Ah, then I shall eagerly await your delectable dinner, Erica. Just call for me once it's ready. Understood, master. After their conversation, Mio returned to her quarters. Inside the room, a small butterfly rested nearby. Gazing at the butterfly, Mio stroked her chin thoughtfully, refraining from hastily striking it down. Instead, she opened her interface and, after a moment of contemplation, opted for the gene fusion panel. Intending to engage in genetic amalgamation, gene fusion is akin to 1 + 1 equating to more than 2. The resultant attribute enhancements surpass the original values. And this is one of the advantages of gene fusion. The genes to be fused, of course, belong to the pterosaur and the velociraptor. Both were entities that had consumed devil fruits, each possessing formidable abilities, although the power of the devil fruit consumed by the velociraptor was somewhat less than ideal. She proceeded to transfer the two genes into the fusion box. Mio clicked the fusion button below. Subsequently, the fusion commenced. Steam erupted from the panel, intertwining white and blue luminescence amidst the vapor. The scene appeared bizarre, reminiscent of a makeshift interface. However, Mio had grown accustomed to this spectacle and found herself eagerly anticipating the outcome of the fusion. Within the steam, the roars of a velociraptor and a pterosaur resonated. Simultaneously, a brilliant white light shone forth, while on the opposite side, a magnificent blue butterfly with enormous wings emerged, surrounded by dazzling brilliance. The white glow symbolized the ability to substitute an extraordinary power devoid of a concrete form. In contrast, the majestic blue butterfly represented the South Sea butterfly. It was breathtaking. Gazing at the colossal butterfly, Mio paused for a moment, unable to suppress a gasp of admiration. Its vast wings, predominantly blue, shimmered with hints of other colors, flowing like enigmatic runes that danced upon the wings, shedding luminescent specks with each flap. It bore a striking resemblance to the Earth's goddess of light butterfly, albeit enhanced with special effects. At first glance, it captured one's gaze, ensnaring them in its beauty. The fusion was successful. Soon, a notification appeared. The genetic fusion was complete. A brand new gene came into Mio's view. Mysterious gene, a gene resulting from fusion, amalgamating all abilities and specialties of the fused genes. Enhanced for the cultivation of organisms, significantly augmenting their capabilities. Observing the gene description, Mio refrained from hastily proceeding with cultivation. Instead, she perused the other genes she had collected, contemplating for a moment before ultimately shaking her head, deciding against further fusion. The remaining genes, she intended to reserve for the next cultivation session. After all, she still possessed the demon and ancient giant lizard genes, yet had yet to find a suitable vessel, an organism appropriate for cultivation, so they remained untouched. However, upon reaching the doldrums, there might arise an opportunity for their utilization. Thus, the remaining dinosaur and beast genes would need to be preserved for that moment. After making her decision, Mio gazed at the small butterfly within the glass container, then gently extracted it, carefully controlling her strength before clapping her hands together. Crack! The butterfly was shattered, leaving but a breath of life. Seizing this chance, Mio immediately opted to cultivate the small butterfly, its form materializing within the cultivation chamber. Mio meticulously integrated the enigmatic genes into the designated chamber beneath the cultivation tank. She thoughtfully stroked her chin and proceeded to incorporate the DNA of a Tyrannosaurus, a Triceratops, and a hawk gene she fortuitously acquired on the island of Paleozoic. It is worth mentioning that the acquisition of this hawk gene was sheer coincidence. The hawk had originally been prey for a dinosaur, caught in its jaws, yet still clinging to life. It was during this moment that Mio intervened, vanquishing the dinosaur and granting the hawk a merciful release. If there exists an afterlife in this world, one might imagine that the hawk would express gratitude for its reprieve from suffering. Having finalized the genetic configuration, Mio then activated the cultivation button below. Cultivation commenced, with steam erupting and enveloping the panel screen, accompanied by a series of roars, some from dinosaurs, others from the piercing cries of eagles. The cultivation process was neither brief nor prolonged. It concluded just as Erica arrived at the door, knocking and announcing that dinner was ready. Subsequently, a pristine figure materialized before Mio. This figure was statuesque, indeed remarkably tall, with a slender and alluring physique. Her form was accentuated by generous curves. Most notably, she stood before Mio, arms crossed, completely unadorned. As she raised her gaze, Mio observed intricate markings on either side of her face, one side black, the other white. Her irises were the color of a deep ocean, and her cerulean hair cascaded down her back. The girl blinked her large eyes at Mio. Then, from her bare back, a pair of immense wings suddenly unfurled, expanding and spreading wide. These butterfly-like wings fluttered gently, lifting the girl into the air. The wings were primarily blue, interwoven with swirling patterns of black and white. As they moved, they scattered iridescent sparkles, making the girl appear angelic. Cultivation successful. Name, unnamed abilities, transposition, ability to swap locations with any entity within line of sight. Shapeshifting, capable of transforming into any creature or being. Solar venom, absorbs sunlight to create potent toxins on her wings, dispersed as toxic scales into the air. Lunar venom, absorbs moonlight to create potent toxins on her wings, dispersed as toxic scales into the air. Healing dust, produces dust that can neutralize the effects of solar or lunar venom. Alluring aura, emits a powerful charm when wings are spread, capable of bewitching those with weaker wills. Divine speed, possesses unimaginable velocity. Butterfly sonics, can emit melodious or intimidating sounds due to genetic mutation. Hurricane, wings can extend or contract at will, creating hurricanes when fully extended and flapped. Overall combat rating, Rear Admiral, potential, Vice Admiral, potential, Admiral wow. This is terrifying. Mio muttered, a twitch at the corner of his lips. The abilities were numerous and potent. As expected of a mythical zoan insect fruit, the powers were extraordinary, combined with the transposition ability and the power of flight. She was a veritable aerial fortress. Soaring into the sky, she could unleash hurricanes with a flap of her wings and disperse toxins. To defeat her, one would need to ascend, but she could easily transpose to evade any attack. Impressive, Mio thought, and there was even an empress-like charm, an allure that unfolded with her wings. It seemed his willpower was strong, as he remained unaffected, despite the woman displaying her wings before him, completely nude. Snapping out of his thoughts, Mio touched his nose, quickly removed his own clothes, and draped them over the girl. He then grinned at her. From now on, you'll be called Lilith, understand? Lilith, who had been watching her master, now heard the name given to her. A spark of light flickered in her eyes. As if gaining a soul, she broke into a radiant smile, filling the world with color, like flowers blooming in her honor. Lilith adored the name. Her voice was melodious, brimming with joy. Then, to Mio's astonishment, Lilith bent down, cupped his face in her hands, and gently kissed his lips. Holy crap! A voice echoed within Mio's heart for a fleeting moment. Was she being forcibly kissed? Yet, she felt no inclination to resist. After a considerable pause, the two separated. A delicate blush graced Lilith's cheeks, while Mio remained rooted to the spot, lost in a daze. Observing her master's bewildered state, Lilith couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. Ahem, here are some clothes for you to put on. Also, retract your wings, they're a bit cumbersome. Once we reach the next island, I'll have some garments tailored for you. Mio, clearing her throat, handed Lilith several of her own garments. She touched her nose, unable to shake the memory of the recent event from her mind. Although it was just a kiss, it inevitably stirred her emotions. Exhaling deeply, she watched as Lilith began to dress. Commencing the extraction of abilities, Mio wondered what power she would acquire this time. For Mio, the optimal outcome would undoubtedly be the ability to transpose. The extraction process initiated, and success was achieved. Congratulations! You have obtained the ability to transpose, along with 1/10 of the comprehensive attributes of the creature you nurtured. Upon beholding the notification on the panel, Mio was momentarily stunned. Subsequently, her eyes widened, and a look of elation graced her countenance. By Jove, it truly happened. Lilith possessed a plethora of abilities, making the probability of drawing this particular, most desirable one exceedingly slim. Mio harbored minimal expectations, offering only a faint prayer. To her astonishment, it materialized. Moreover, Lilith's attributes are rather elevated, Mio murmured. In addition to the transposition ability, there were Lilith's intrinsic attributes. Her strength, while not as prodigious as Erica's, was palpable. Mio discerned that the increment in strength from Lilith's 10th share was not as substantial as that of Erica's. However, her speed and stamina surpassed those of Erica. Does Master appear to be in high spirits? Lilith, now properly attired, tilted her head, regarding Mio with a quizzical expression. Mio glanced back, breaking into a smile. Indeed. She felt a surge of joy over a particular matter. Oh, Lilith nodded in acknowledgement. In terms of physique, Lilith resembled a mature woman, her voice echoing the same sentiment. Yet, despite her seemingly ordinary expression, there was an inexplicable air of aloofness about her. This blend of traits rendered Lilith in Mio's eyes as an ethereal goddess of ice, devoid of any chill in their interactions. Just then, dinner was ready. Let us proceed to the dining area, Mio cheerfully suggested, directing her gaze toward the doorway, where a carpet lay on the floor. With a flicker of thought, she activated her ability. In the next instant, Mio found herself at the entrance, her right hand grasping the doorknob to swing the door open. Meanwhile, the carpet had seamlessly transitioned to the spot she had just vacated. This sensation was akin to the mere act of blinking. One moment she was in one place, and the next, she was elsewhere, without a trace of discomfort. I must try to ascertain whether the swapping ability I acquired through the lottery will render me impervious to the ocean, just as those with devil fruit powers are. Mio mused internally. If I remain unafraid, perhaps the dilemma of which devil fruit to consume would vanish. Rather, I could simply extract the essence from the creatures I nurture. Although success in extraction is not guaranteed, opportunities do arise. Once one consumes a devil fruit, however, they inadvertently create a vulnerability and aversion to seawater. Despite the multitude of formidable individuals who have indulged in devil fruits, this weakness can be fatal in critical situations. After all, this world is dominated by the sea, with the sole continent being the Red Land, the very headquarters of the world government. If I can avoid consuming a devil fruit, I shall. At that moment, Lilith was taken aback by Mio's sudden appearance at the doorway, her eyes lighting up. In an instant, Lilith vanished from her spot, reappearing right before Mio. Whereupon the doorknob transformed into her hand, while the original handle now occupied Lilith's former position. Master, I am hungry, Lilith announced. Hearing this, Mio glanced at her hand, firmly held by Lilith, and couldn't help but chuckle. If you're hungry, let us go and eat. She replied. The two exited their chamber and made their way to the dining area. Upon witnessing Mio leading Lilith out, Robin's expression morphed into one of astonishment. As if 3 question marks had appeared above her head tilted in bewilderment. When did such a beautiful lady come aboard? I've never seen her before. Captain, who is this? Robin inquired curiously. Erica and Warwick, however, remained indifferent, engrossed in their own tasks, whether it be eating or preparing utensils for Mio and Lilith. This is Lilith. She will also be our companion from now on. You may regard her as an equal to Erica and the others, Mio introduced with a smile. Oh, I see, Robin responded, her eyes suddenly alight with understanding, and she began to scrutinize Lilith with keen interest. Mio gently patted Robin's head and guided Lilith to sit at the dining table, introducing her in turn. Then, she inquired, what are you looking for? Robin, filled with curiosity, asked. Mr. Warwick is evidently a wolf, and Erica is an ant, so what is Lilith? After hearing about Lilith's abilities from Mio, Robin suddenly found herself intrigued by this question upon meeting her. Unspoken was the fact that Robin found Lilith exceedingly beautiful, stirring a fluttering sensation within her at first sight. It must be infatuation, she mused, flipping through the books in her arms, confirming that this was indeed the feeling of enchantment, albeit fleeting. A butterfly, Mio candidly revealed in response to the question. After all, Robin wouldn't divulge this information. Even if she did, it mattered little. The powers of the devil fruits are diverse and numerous, with some being peculiar yet formidable. No wonder she is so stunning. Upon hearing this, Robin's expression reflected a sense of understanding, for butterflies are inherently beautiful, and it is only natural that one would retain such allure in human form. Just as Robin pondered this, Erica brought forth the dinner, consisting of roasted meat. Although the wild boar was gone, the ship still possessed ample supplies. In truth, due to the recent battle, replenishing their energy with ordinary food would require an excessive amount, making roasted meat a far more convenient option. Moreover, it was quite delectable, especially when paired with a few bottles of wine, an absolute favorite among most pirates. Mio felt the same way. Enjoying grilled meat accompanied by wine, she experienced a profound sense of joy in life. After dinner, after assisting Erica with the dinner, Mio made his way to the deck and addressed Warwick. Accompany me into the sea. Should I feel unwell, bring me back up immediately, understood? He intended to test whether, after acquiring the ability to swap, he would still harbor a fear of the ocean. Consequently, he felt a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Warwick nodded and, with a clenched fist, assured him. Leave it to Warwick. Why do I suddenly feel a bit uneasy after you said that? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, submerged and thoroughly drenched. Mio held her breath, meticulously surveying her surroundings. A wave of elation washed over her as she realized she could still exert her strength without any discomfort. Overjoyed, Mio surfaced, and under the cloak of the night, she noticed a solitary bird soaring across the sky, shedding a feather in its wake. Acting on a whim, Mio instantaneously swapped places with the feather, finding herself aloft in the heavens. Excellent, Mio chuckled, a hint of triumph in her voice. This should effectively conceal my true abilities, leading others to erroneously believe I am a mere ability user. Who knows, this might afford me a tactical advantage in the future, catching my adversaries off guard. With limited accommodations available on the vessel, only a single cabin remained, which was thoughtfully allocated to Lilith. As night descended, Mio and Warwick engaged in a sparring match on the deck, allowing Mio to acclimate to the powers she had acquired from Lilith. The sounds of impact reverberated through the air as Mio and Warwick engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Warwick's fists were enveloped in Busashoka haki, resembling a pair of gauntlets forged from dark iron. Warwick possessed a natural aptitude for Busashoka haki, and though he could only imbue his fists, he was already ahead of Mio in this particular skill. However, perhaps as a consequence, Warwick's Kinbunchika haki was not as well developed as Mio's. Despite this, Warwick possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, which compensated for his shortcomings. With a guttural roar akin to the rumble of distant thunder, Warwick unleashed a devastatingly swift kick, generating a tempestuous rankyaku. Mio gracefully leaped aside, evading the oncoming strike, as the tempestuous waves surged beneath the distant footfalls of the tempest. In an instant, she advanced towards Warwick, stepping forth with determination, her fist enveloped in the aura of haki. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, unleashing a wave of force that reverberated through the air. After this powerful exchange, the two separated, and Mio began to comprehend the enhancements that had significantly elevated her attributes. In the deep of night, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the deck and dispelling the shadows that lingered. Mio sat cross-legged as Warwick entered the cabin to retrieve a bottle of rum, which he handed to Mio before taking a bottle for himself and settling down beside her to sip his drink. Having taken a hearty gulp, Mio seized the compass acquired from the giants, glanced at its direction, and, after consulting the map, a faint smile graced his lips as anticipation stirred within him. Alabasta, their next destination. This eternal pose seemed to have been utilized by Dory and Bragi, cataloging numerous islands, which would undoubtedly streamline their future voyages. Alabasta, a grand island, was home to the Nefertari family, who once possessed the eligibility to ascend as celestial dragons. It was here that the impending coup d'etat would originate. However, Mio's anticipation was primarily fueled by the poneglyph residing on Alabasta. This particular stone tablet purportedly contained clues to the whereabouts of one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. Should this be the case, acquiring it would warrant serious consideration. Nevertheless, such an endeavor would be fraught with peril, given the immense threat posed by Pluton. Should the world government become aware of its existence, they would undoubtedly seek to either obtain or destroy it, targeting Mio in the process. This realization caused Mio some consternation. With a resigned shake of his head, he ceased further contemplation and prepared to retire to his quarters. Meanwhile, Warwick remained seated on the deck, showing no inclination to return to his room. Mio had grown accustomed to this. Perhaps due to his lupin nature, Warwick possessed heightened vitality during the night. Though capable of sleep, he could also forego it entirely, the decision resting solely with him. The following day, upon awakening early in the morning, after enjoying Erica's breakfast, Mio made his way to the deck. Just then, a newsbird flew in and landed at the bow of the ship. He approached and handed over a coin to receive the newspaper. Once the newsbird departed, Mio settled cross-legged and began to read. The newspaper contained no significant events. However, a newly issued bounty notice caught Mio's attention, and he was astonished to see his name alongside Erica and Warwick. Name, Kurokas Mio. Bounty, 45 million. Name, Erica. Bounty, 33 million. Name, Warwick. Bounty, 30 million. Mio grinned at the bounty, his expression one of satisfaction. It was impressive for a first bounty to be so substantial. Yet, it piqued his curiosity about whether the Navy had a dedicated task force to gather the names of those with bounties. Otherwise, how could they know his and his companions' names so well? In addition to their bounties, a long overdue notice for Robin also appeared. Name, Nico Robin. Bounty, 80 million. There was no decrease or increase, remaining as it had been. No, to be precise, it had risen by 1 million, as Robin's previous bounty was 79 million. Now matching the bounty at the start of the unfolding narrative. Erica, let's post these bounty notices in the dining area. This is our first bounty. Mio cheerfully handed the notices to Erica. Have we been given bounties? Erica inquired, her curiosity piqued as she rushed over, with Warwick also glancing their way in intrigue. Indeed. We have all received bounties, but Lilith hasn't been listed due to the Navy's prior ignorance. Otherwise, she might have received one as well, Mio explained. Erica took the bounty notice and, upon seeing her own, scrunched her nose. Master, the Erica on here looks so ugly. Haha, that's of no concern to me. Erica has always been adorable, Mio chuckled, playfully rubbing Erica's cheeks to reassure her. Hiki. Erica beamed at the master's compliment and turned to skip towards the dining area, clutching the bounty notice. Meanwhile, Warwick, having heard the master's words, stood up and approached Erica to request his bounty notice. Upon seeing it, Warwick frowned. The Warwick on here looks so ugly. Well, what's wrong with being ugly? Why should a grown man look so handsome? Mio rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Warwick lowered his head, appearing utterly dejected. Erica stifled a giggle, bouncing away toward the cabin. The bounty notices sparked lively discussions among the girls in the cabin. Meanwhile, Mio retrieved the rudimentary map drawn by Kurokas. While navigating the ship, he scratched his head, muttering to himself, I need to find a navigator soon. This map is quite baffling for someone who isn't a professional navigator. The map, though artistically crafted, had left Mio puzzled for quite some time. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it, but now, it was quite a conundrum. Fortunately, he eventually deciphered it, and the ship began advancing toward the comm belt. At that moment, Lilith emerged from the cabin, holding a snail phone out to Mio. Master, your snail phone. This is... Mio raised an eyebrow in surprise upon recognizing the snail phone given to him by Vegapunk. It seemed Vegapunk had something to discuss. Long time no see, Mr. Vegapunk. Mio said as he connected the call, gazing at the endless sea. Hehe, I had intended to contact you in writing. But since I have the time now and there is no one around, I decided to call instead. Vegapunk's soothing voice came through. It appeared he had no reservations about joining the world government. Is there something specific you wish to discuss, Mr. Vegapunk? Mio inquired with a smile. Yes, indeed. Vegapunk replied with a light chuckle. There are two main topics, one concerning the world government, and the other regarding the genes you previously provided me. Oh. Mio's eyes sparkled with interest as he listened intently. In a research facility guarded by the military in Mariehua, Vegapunk took a sip of hot tea and continued. Only by joining the world government can one grasp the extent of its might. It seems you have gained significant insight. Not necessarily insight, just a glimpse. Vegapunk slowly shook his head, his tone serious. From the first day of my membership in the world government, they have deliberately showcased their formidable power. Perhaps to deter any rebellious thoughts. They have succeeded. On this sea, I have encountered the strongest, like Whitebeard and the admirals. In my perception, there are at least 5 individuals whose strength is comparable to that of an admiral. But do you think this is the entirety of the world government's power? Certainly not. Mio scoffed, responding without hesitation. An organization that has evolved over 8 centuries, one that has claimed dominion over the world since its inception, would be formidable. Even if it were led by a mere pig. How could the world government possibly be limited to such power? If that were the case, it would have been overthrown long ago. After all, how terrifying was the Rocks pirates? Without the world government's assistance, how could the Navy have dealt with Rocks back in the day? The Navy then consisted only of Garp, Sengoku, and perhaps Calm, not to mention Zephyr. Yet even then, I doubt the Navy possessed the capability to confront Rocks. Roger might have aided them, but the Rocks pirates were too powerful without the intervention of the world government. It would have been utterly impossible, Mio stated with a cold smile. Just looking at the composition of the Rocks pirates is enough to instill dread. Apart from the captain, Rocks, the crew included Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John. Any one of them could dominate a part of the sea. This was merely the known roster of the Rocks pirates. Who knew what other members remained undisclosed? The formidable nature of the Rocks pirates was evident, establishing them as the true sovereigns of the sea during that era. Indeed, while the unknown breeds curiosity, it often evokes fear. Hence the world government has succeeded. At present, I truly have no desire to depart from the world government, Vegapunk admitted slowly. Are you implying that you are frightened? Mio's lips curled slightly. Hehe, not necessarily. There are just many things I have yet to research and develop. I simply wish to avoid an untimely demise. Vegapunk took another sip of hot tea, concluding his thoughts. Without delving into other matters, I intend to share with you that, concerning the world government, there seems to be a presence above the 5 elders. Though I have yet to behold this figure, who is referred to as Lord Emu. Furthermore, this Lord Emu may possess the ultimate ability of the Op no Mi. Emu? On the deck, Mio furrowed her brow, inexplicably reminded of the figure draped in white robes that resembled a woman, whom she encountered in the North Sea. Shaking her head, she recalled the ultimate ability of the Op no Mi, which grants immortality. Indeed, the possibility is substantial. If someone is aware of the Op no Mi's ultimate ability, it implies that this power has been wielded, and someone has achieved eternal life. The likelihood of Ema being that individual is quite high. For me, such matters are far too profound. Even if I were to know, I remain untouched by them. Mio stated solemnly. I understand, yet I felt compelled to inform you, for it seems that this Lord Emu is preparing to depart from Mariehua to venture into the Grand Line. Perhaps you may encounter them, Vegapunk remarked with rare levity. Humph, Mio chuckled softly. How could I recognize them without knowing their appearance? That is indeed true. Vegapunk replied with a smile, before shifting the conversation to genetics. The genes I acquired from you have been under my scrutiny since my arrival at the world government. I must say, these genes are truly extraordinary. Though they belong to a single individual, they encapsulate the traits of multiple organisms, albeit these traits are forcefully suppressed. Consequently, the owner of these genes possesses a composite of attributes from various species. I have also discovered that should these hidden traits be activated, it could lead to remarkable outcomes. In the coming days, I shall conduct further research, and you might need to seize an opportunity to visit Mariewa. Why? Mio inquired with a frown. Vegapunk set down his teacup and replied gravely. Quite simply, in my estimation, if these traits are activated and implanted within an organism, that being would embody the characteristics of multiple species with augmented attributes. The activation of these traits could bestow explosive power upon the organism infused with these genes. And combined with the attribute enhancement, it could forge a formidable entity in a short span. The sole drawback may be that it could transform into a beastly monstrosity, lacking sufficient reason and cognitive ability akin to an ordinary wild animal. Nevertheless, even so, the world government would undoubtedly take a keen interest in such beings. I would rather not have my research misappropriated by the world government, especially not such an intriguing phenomenon. Moreover, these genes originated from you. Hence, the rightful owner of the research outcomes should indeed be you. You speak the truth, yet Mariewa is not easily accessible, Mio responded slowly, her gaze reflecting profound contemplation. I am aware, but there is no need for haste. I shall notify you in due time. Just as Vegapunk's voice resonated through the transponder snail, a strange voice interjected. Mr. Vegapunk, are you resting? At that moment, a note was ejected from the transponder snail held by Mio. Let us reconnect later. Subsequently, the call was terminated. Mio gazed thoughtfully at the telephone bug in her hand. Was this a manifestation of a lack of rationality? Could it be that this was the consequence of opting for the beast form during genetic fusion? Throughout her genetic cultivation, she had consistently chosen the human form, never once selecting the beast form. Perhaps this was indeed the outcome of such a choice. Yet, that seemed inconsistent, after all. Regardless of whether one cultivated a human or beast form through her unique ability, they remained loyal to her. This implied that choosing the beast form could lead to uncontrollable entities devoid of reason for those without such an ability. Shaking her head, Mio squinted her eyes, recalling him. This enigmatic figure, who presided over the vast powers of the world government, could indeed be regarded as the sovereign of this realm, sparking her immense curiosity about their true nature. However, the mystery surrounding them was profoundly daunting, evoking both intrigue and apprehension within her. As for the possibility of encountering something akin to what Vegapunk mentioned along the Grand Line, that was a matter left to fate. The ship continued its voyage, and soon enough, Mio set this matter aside, choosing instead to focus on her training. Having made significant strides in observation hockey, she now merely required the passage of time for further development. Although her progress was gradual, it represented a remarkably stable approach. The remaining challenge lay in mastering armament hockey. Unlike observation hockey, armament hockey could advance swiftly in combat scenarios. Thus, during her moments of leisure, Mio engaged in a sparring match with Warwick. In comparison to Erica, Warwick served as the ideal opponent for her to refine her armament hockey, given that his martial prowess considerably surpassed that of Erica, despite not matching her overall strength. With a swift thrust, Warwick extended his sharp, clawed index finger, piercing forward with a resounding whoosh. Armament hockey enveloped Warwick's finger, exuding an aura of tremendous destructive potential. Mio's expression tightened as she slightly turned her head to evade the impending blow. Yet, in the next instant, she was sent flying by Warwick's kick, her body crashing against the railings of the deck. Ah, Warwick, your sick styles have become increasingly adept, Mio remarked with a slight grin. Are you all right, master? Warwick inquired, scratching his head with concern. I'm fine, just took a kick, that's all. Mio waved her hand dismissively, rising to brush off her backside. Now, let us continue. Training alone lacked excitement. Engaging in combat was far more stimulating. This had become an excellent way for Mio to pass the time during her stay in this world while simultaneously enhancing her strength, a true twofold advantage. In the midst of battle, she could also absorb invaluable combat experience, making it a trifecta of benefits. As the ship sailed across the vast ocean, time slipped away silently. 3 days later, Mio had arrived at the doldrums. Before her lay an expanse of sea, tranquil to the eye, devoid of islands or vessels. Yet, one could distinctly feel the absence of wind that set this region apart from other maritime areas. The doldrums, as its name suggests, is a zone bereft of wind, rendering ships incapable of navigating effectively, particularly since the majority of vessels in this world are ordinary sailing ships reliant on the power of their sails. Once ensnared in the doldrums, the lack of wind makes it exceedingly difficult for ships to escape, compounded by the fact that this area serves as a nesting ground for sea kings, rendering it perilous. Consequently, sightings of ships within or around the doldrums are scarce, as mariners strive to avoid accidentally drifting into this treacherous region. However, at this moment, Mio, upon spotting the doldrums, took the initiative to steer her vessel into its depths. She addressed Warwick and the others, cautioning them. We have entered the doldrums. Remain vigilant to prevent any damage from sea kings. If any appear, repel them without killing. Slaying them will attract more, and despite your considerable strength, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation on these waters. Understood, Master. Warwick nodded in acknowledgement. Erica stood at the ship's edge, her hands resting on the hilt of her sword, ever watchful. Meanwhile, Lilith, clutching a book, trailed closely behind Robin, occasionally posing questions regarding its contents. However, more often than not, Robin could only shake his head in confusion. A closer inspection revealed that the book in Lilith's possession pertained to medical knowledge. As the ship fully ventured into the doldrums, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Mio quickly discerned the conditions of the calm belt. There was wind, but it was feeble, barely enough to fill the sails. The vessel's speed diminished gradually, eventually stalling in a stretch of sea, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace, and at times, not moving at all. Master, Erica suddenly called out to Mio, her gaze fixed upon the surface of the water, her hands gripping a dagger. To her surprise, something approached swiftly. Was it a sea beast or a sea king? Mio grinned in anticipation, hoping for a sea king, for that was the very reason he had come here. In the next instant, a figure burst forth from the ocean, its immense form entering Mio's line of sight. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. It was merely a sea beast. Get lost, Warwick bellowed, his eyes flashing with a crimson light. With a nimble leap, he delivered a powerful kick to the beast's head, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the creature tumbling back beneath the waves. The surf churned violently. Perhaps frightened by the encounter, the sea beast did not resurface. For most sea creatures possess a degree of intelligence. The sea once again settled into tranquility. Mio, holding a bottle of rum, sat at the bow of the ship, attentively observing the surrounding sea while sipping her drink, a sense of helplessness washing over her. In the original tale, those characters easily encountered the sea kings upon entering the calm belt. Why was it that she found herself completely devoid of such encounters? The tranquil surface of the sea certainly did not resemble the lair of the sea kings. Deciding to pass the time, Mio approached Lilith and engaged her in conversation. For at this hour, practicing was out of the question. One could never tell when circumstances might change. Lilith, what are you reading? Mio inquired. It's a book, Master. Lilith replied, shaking the book in her hands for Mio to see. I know it's a book. I meant to ask what kind of book. Mio said with a resigned smile. It's a book about the symptoms of various common diseases, Lilith responded, her small finger resting on her chin as she occasionally furrowed her brow, seemingly perplexed by the content, struggling to comprehend it. Keep it up. Upon hearing this, Mio beamed and struck a gesture of encouragement for Lilith, supporting her choice of reading material. Perhaps one day they would no longer need a ship's doctor. Lilith nodded gently, a faint smile gracing her features. Gurgle, gurgle. Mio took another swig of alcohol. As she finished the drink, the bottle was empty. Meanwhile, she squinted her eyes and leaned over the edge of the boat, gazing at the vast ocean, murmuring softly. It seemed that several colossal creatures had arrived, possibly of the sea king variety, as Erica remarked. Vaguely, immense figures could be seen gliding beneath the surface, only to vanish moments later. There was a significant likelihood that these sea kings had not departed. Rather, they could be lurking beneath the waves, perhaps contemplating whether to launch an assault on Mio's vessel. In comparison to sea beasts, the intelligence of sea kings is far superior, akin to that of ordinary humans. Given their extensive lifespans, they accumulate a wealth of knowledge over the ages. Among the sea kings, there exists a variety of sizes. The largest can reach lengths of approximately 5,000 meters or even more, while the king of the sea kings would eventually reveal itself as the princess from Fishman Island. At that moment, the sea kings sensed by Mio's observation haki were undeniably large, though their exact dimensions remained unknown. They were certainly far larger than typical sea beasts. Suddenly, the ocean trembled. A massive silhouette erupted from the waves, towering above the water, fixating its predatory gaze upon Mio's ship and its occupants. This particular sea king was no small creature, measuring at least 600 to 700 meters in length. It possessed a serpentine body, yet its head resembled that of a lion. With a thunderous roar, the sea king unleashed a bellow that generated a powerful shockwave. Provoked by this cacophony, Warwick retaliated without hesitation, roaring back, his crimson eyes glaring at the sea king as if to challenge it with unspoken words. Dare to roar again, and see what happens. Clang. Mio slowly drew her sword and spoke in a hushed tone. This sea king is my target for this mission, so please do not kill it, understood? Erica acknowledged her intent, also unsheathing her twin blades with a deliberate grace. Warwick nodded gently in agreement. Lilith inquired, Master, do you require my assistance? No need, Mio replied, shaking her head. With herself, Erica, and Warwick, they were sufficiently equipped to handle a creature of this relatively modest size. With a swift motion, Erica unleashed her twin blades, releasing two formidable slashes that surged toward the sea king. Warwick, understanding the need for synergy, executed a gale kick, launching the first attack and creating a splash that obscured the sea king's line of sight, preventing it from perceiving the incoming strikes. As the waves subsided, the two slashes reached the sea king's forefront. With a sharp thud, Two deep gashes appeared upon its body, blood spraying forth and cascading onto the ocean's surface, accompanied by a pain cry from the creature. In an instant, Mio focused her thoughts, vanishing from sight and reappearing atop the Sea King, where a scale had recently been dislodged by Erika's strike, now lying where Mio had once stood on the ship. Though this creature was relatively small among its kind, it was perfectly suited as her target. Anything larger might prove challenging to subdue. Thus, you shall be mine. Mio grinned, perhaps sensing Mio on its body. The Sea King roared and began to thrash, attempting to submerge beneath the waves. Yet, Mio wasted no time. Wielding Raikiri, she unleashed a swift and decisive strike. Itorio, Karasu Mure, one-sword style, murder of crows. With a single slash, it appeared as though dozens had been unleashed. Countless ebony strikes erupted like a flock of crows, directly assaulting the Sea King's form at such close range. A myriad of wounds, varying in size, materialized across its hide. Crimson blood gushed forth, threatening to stain the ocean scarlet, accompanied by cries of anguish. Subsequently, Mio delivered another strike, plunging her blade into the Sea King's skull. In the brief span of minutes from its emergence from the depths, the Sea King had already sustained grievous injuries. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio immediately opened the panel and placed the carefully prepared genes into the cultivation chamber below. This time, she refrained from utilizing the ancient giant lizard gene, opting instead to preserve it. Alongside it, she introduced the demon gene, as well as the genes of the Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. The decision to exclude the ancient giant lizard gene stemmed from its inherent fear of seawater due to the devil fruit, while the creature she intended to cultivate was a sea king, capable of breathing freely underwater. Clearly, incorporating the ancient giant lizard gene would be inappropriate. One demon gene sufficed. She hoped the outcome would align with her expectations. Rubbing her hands together, Mio pressed the cultivate button. Please select the cultivation direction. Beast form? Human form? Human form. At that moment, Robin approached Mio, her curiosity piqued. Captain, whatever happened to the Sea King? It seems to have vanished all of a sudden. Ah, you shall soon see. Mio replied with a grin, glancing at the blood-stained surface of the sea, her expression turning cautious. Be wary. The blood may attract other Sea Kings, so everyone must remain alert. If the ship is destroyed, it would spell trouble, while we are not entirely dependent on it. The lack of a ship could delay us considerably. It is essential to safeguard the vessel, especially since there are 1 billion berries in my cabin. If the ship were to perish, it would indeed shatter my composure. Mio muttered to herself, contemplating that once they reached Water 7, it would be imperative to construct a sturdy ship. However, before heading to Water 7, a visit to Alabasta was necessary, as well as a trip to Skypea, not only for the historical text but also for the fabled land of gold. Moreover, there lay the potential acquisition of the rumble fruit, originating from Enel's homeland. Yet, she was uncertain whether the rumble fruit still existed at this time. After all, the timeline was significantly earlier than that of the original narrative, and Enel had obtained the rumble fruit no sooner than a decade before the story commenced. It was conceivable that a user of the rumble fruit roamed the seas at this moment, and perhaps a new fruit would only manifest after the demise of its current wielder. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the rumble fruit is indeed one of the pinnacle abilities within the Logia category. Thunder has always been one of the most formidable forces of nature. Among the currently known Logia fruits, only Kizaru's light fruit, Ace's flame fruit, and the dark fruit could be deemed comparable. Just as Mio was lost in contemplation, the sea roiled with surging waves. Mio suddenly became alert and drew Reich. It appeared that they had arrived. As the sound faded, a series of colossal figures emerged from the sea. These were massive Sea Kings, and their numbers were staggering, exceeding 20. The smallest among them measured around 100 meters, while the largest reached a terrifying length of over 1,000 meters, an imposing sight that was visually overwhelming. Roaring, the Sea Kings charged toward Mio's location, surrounding the ship with predatory intent. This was Robin's first encounter with such a formidable display, and her face turned pale. Indeed, their numbers are quite significant, Mio mused, a hint of disappointment crossing her features as she lamented her inability to wield Conqueror's Haki. If only she could. She would have unleashed it directly, for these Sea Kings seemed to harbor an innate fear of it. Although Erika possessed Conqueror's Haki, it was evident that she was not adept at it, and was entirely unaware of her own potential. Perhaps it was time to seek out Rayleigh on the Sabaody archipelago for guidance. For the moment, however, those thoughts were set aside. The new creature on the panel was still in the process of cultivation. As Mio contemplated whether to take the initiative and attack, Lilith quietly approached her side and softly spoke. Master, Lilith can be of assistance. Oh, startled, Mio paused before nodding in agreement. Then let us give it a try. She was aware of Lilith's capabilities but had hesitated to speak up, fearing that a commotion might attract too many Sea Kings. After all, this was the nesting ground of the Sea Kings, and there were only a dozen or so present. A loud disturbance could easily summon hundreds, plunging them into true peril. However, since Lilith had expressed her confidence, Mio acquiesced. With Mio's consent, Lilith stepped forward, and with each stride, her garments began to crack. As she took her second step, a burst of color emerged from her back. When she reached the edge of the ship and stepped into the air, a pair of magnificent, radiant wings unfurled behind her, shimmering like an ethereal sprite as she ascended into the sky. The enormous wings were several times her own size, creating a whirlwind with every beat. Most significantly, as Lilith spread her wings, the once ferocious sea kings suddenly seemed entranced, their eyes taking on the shape of hearts as they fixated on her, unable to tear their gaze away. Only the largest of the sea kings, after a brief moment of fascination, shook its head violently, glaring fiercely at Lilith. "Begone," Lilith stated coldly, her wings extending dramatically before she unleashed a powerful tremor. With a swift motion, two colossal wind blades, formed from condensed air, hurtled toward the largest sea king. The sound of air being sliced echoed in the air. In an instant, T.W. Mio's eyes sparkled with brilliance, a smile gracing his lips. Despite the violent rocking of the vessel, nothing could dampen his exhilaration, especially when he beheld the prowess of the creatures he had cultivated. The voice of the sea kings resonating within him, a veritable symphony of nature that allowed for communion with these majestic beings. This connection was invaluable, particularly during maritime voyages. In times of peril, should a sea king be nearby, assistance could be sought, though their willingness remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the significance of this cultivated creature for Mio was immense. A colossal entity of the sea would afford him a reprieve from concerns regarding the Navy and the world government. However, the implications on land remained to be seen. To his astonishment, upon completion of the cultivation, the creature was immediately released into the ocean depths, its size a mystery. How enormous could it truly be? Perhaps akin to the great oars from the original tale? Mio pondered, a smile of anticipation spreading across his face. He began to draw his rewards, a flutter of nervousness stirring within him. He fervently hoped not to acquire the ability of gigantism. While such a trait could grant formidable strength, even a certain affinity with Shirahoshi, he preferred a more modest stature. As he commenced the extraction, success was announced. "Congratulations, you have obtained the ability of the Sea King's voice, along with 1/10 of the comprehensive attributes of the creature you cultivated." This ability was rather commendable, Mio mused, although it did not greatly enhance his visual acuity. The prospect of conversing with sea kings promised a newfound joy during his oceanic voyages. Moreover, engaging with these beings could yield intriguing tidbits of information. Suddenly, an exclamation slipped from Mio's lips, startling Robin, who clung tightly to him. However, Mio was entranced by the burgeoning power within him. If his strength had previously been a mere 5, it now surged to nearly 8, a dramatic increase that nearly doubled his original might. This enhancement allowed him to acutely perceive the elevation of his capabilities. The strength of this cultivated creature is astonishing, Mio marveled. He then lifted his gaze toward the sea kings, calling out, "Hey, you colossal beings, go back to your slumber, we must take our leave." He endeavored to utilize his newfound ability. Upon hearing his words, the sea kings halted in their tracks. "Is this human speaking to us?" they wondered. "Indeed. We comprehend what he says, yet he likely cannot understand us." "Correct, he cannot. But why does he speak to us? Perhaps because he is a fool?" "Mio, you are the fool. Your entire family is comprised of imbeciles." Mio contemplated inwardly before exclaiming, "Enough of this discussion, I can comprehend your words." Astonished, she added, "Wow, this human truly possesses the ability to communicate with us. What shall we do? Should we depart? This is the first time I have encountered a human capable of dialogue." "Me too. How can we leave? After all, his companion has already injured me, and I am still in pain. However, his companion is remarkably strong. We may not be able to prevail." That does seem to be the case. The childlike conversation wafted into Mio's ears. Subsequently, she beckoned to Lilith, urging her to halt. The whirlwind dissipated as Lilith's wings trembled, restoring tranquility to the sea. The sea kings, now fixated on Mio, were filled with curiosity. Having existed for countless ages, they had never before encountered a human who could converse with them. And at this moment, they found it utterly fascinating, reluctant to depart, their gazes fixed upon Mio. It was akin to the scene in the original tale where Luffy was surrounded by the women of the island upon his arrival. "Can you truly communicate with us?" inquired the largest of the sea kings, leaning forward with intrigue, its voice distinctly feminine, momentarily forgetting the companion that Lilith had just vanquished. "Indeed, I can understand your words." Mio nodded affirmatively. "How remarkable!" the sea kings exclaimed in astonishment. "Considering our newfound ability to converse, will you not contemplate allowing us to pass? We must take our leave." Mio spread her hands in inquiry, not wishing to harm these sea kings, as it would undoubtedly lead to greater complications. However, upon hearing Mio's words, the massive sea king immediately shook its head. No, you cannot leave. Your ability to communicate with us is precious. You must remain here and converse with us every day. Speak. Would you like me to tell you a story?" Mio's lips twitched slightly. "What is a hammer?" the colossal sea creature inquired with confusion. Faced with such childlike curiosity, Mio had no intention of providing clarity. Instead, she reiterated her question. Are you truly not allowing us to leave? No, the enormous sea creature responded resolutely. Very well, I wish you the best of luck, Mio replied, shrugging and stepping back a few paces. In the next moment, not far away, a sea creature that had been standing above the water suddenly seemed to be dragged down into the depths, showing no signs of resistance, unable even to call for help. Mere seconds later, blood began to surface from the ocean floor. A deafening roar, akin to thunder, erupted from beneath the waves, and an enormous figure surged forth, creating massive waves that caused the boats to rock violently. This immense being, its skin a vivid red, seized the gigantic sea creature, and though its own size was not as great, it forcefully pressed the creature back into the water, striking it with powerful blows that left the colossal sea creature utterly defenseless. Who permitted you to harm my master? Watch as I eliminate you ungrateful wretches. The booming voice thundered with fury. The towering figure, crimson-skinned with two horns protruding from its forehead, bore a humanoid shape, complemented by a massive tail that whipped through the water, creating tremendous splashes. At this moment, it held the gigantic sea creature firmly underwater, relentlessly pummeling it with fierce punches. Who allowed you to bully my master? I shall slay you all. None shall harm my master. The voice roared, as it battered the enormous creature. The red figure flicked its tail, effortlessly sending another sea creature that attempted to attack flying, its overwhelming strength rendering the assailant unconscious. Stop, stop. I was wrong. This hurts. Please don't hit me. The colossal sea creature cried out, struggling desperately, but the sheer power of the crimson figure kept it firmly restrained. Being wrong is no excuse. The red figure bellowed, seizing a nearby smaller sea creature by the tail and swinging it through the air before casting it aside. At that moment, another sea creature lunged toward Mio, but the red figure, noticing it, widened its eyes in determination. It swiftly reached out, capturing the creature, lifting it above its head, and with a tremendous force, began to tear it apart. No one can harm my master, it roared. In the wake of such a display of strength, Mio felt a tremor of shock. All right, stop now, she interjected. The tumultuous battle raged on, transforming the sea into a churning tempest, despite the stillness of the wind. Upon hearing Mio's command, the colossal figure halted, turning to face her, revealing its uniquely striking amber eyes, flecked with hints of crimson. Shall I kill them, my master? It inquired. No, please don't kill me. The gigantic sea creature implored in a panic, struggling anew. Boom. The red figure delivered a decisive punch to the creature's head, roaring, "Do not move." A muffled, plaintive sound escaped the enormous sea creature's mouth, filled with a sense of grievance. Mio's lips twitched slightly as she gazed intently at the crimson figure before her. Its immense form, adorned with horns and a tail, coupled with its scarlet skin, resembled a formidable demon, exuding an air of menace. There's no need for slaughter. Let them go. We must depart as well, Mio remarked with a smile. The Sea Kings posed no threat whether they were slain or spared. Killing them would yield little benefit. Admittedly, some genetic material might be acquired. Yet without obtaining superior genes to cultivate alongside, the Sea King genes held little significance for Mio, at least for the time being. Unless, of course, she envisioned cultivating an underwater legion in the future, at which point the Sea King genes would potentially become valuable. For now, it was best to let them be. Very well, I shall release you lot. Upon hearing her command, the crimson figure snorted disdainfully and struck downwards, sending the colossal Sea King crashing into the depths. However, it soon resurfaced, addressing Mio. Thank you, human. I shall never again be a human. Farewell. Mio's lips twitched once more. The sentiment echoed as if it bore the weight of a hidden trauma. Observing the multitude of wounds adorning the Sea King's body, she pondered the likelihood of such a transformation being quite profound. As the giant Sea King departed, the remaining Sea Kings, intimidated by the fierce glare of the crimson figure, shivered and promptly submerged, eager to escape. Impressive. As the Sea Kings vanished, tranquility returned to the ocean, allowing Robin's expression to relax considerably. She gazed at the towering figure before them and murmured, "Captain, is this also our companion?" "Indeed," Mio replied, her excitement evident in her grin. The creature had just showcased its terrifying power, and with such a behemoth at their side, their future maritime endeavors seemed devoid of worry, except for encounters with those of extraordinary strength who could also take to the skies. Yet, such entities were scarce in these waters. "Henceforth, you shall be named Hanhua," Mio declared, her gaze fixed upon the crimson figure. Although the name seemed somewhat ill-fitting, it represented her aspirations for the creature. If one day, Hanwha could master the art of hockey and reach the prowess akin to Barrett, one of Roger's crew members, even with its massive size, it would be undeniably formidable. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if such a possibility existed. "Hanwha, I like that name," the creature responded, scratching its head and bursting into laughter, clearly delighted. "Haha, as long as you're pleased, that's what matters. Now, let us be on our way. Warwick, fetch some ropes for Hanwha so it can guide us out of the doldrums," Mio exclaimed with a hearty laugh. With a gentle leap, she landed at the bow of the ship. Raising her right hand, she yearned for a drink, only to find her hands empty of liquor. Just then, Erica appeared from the cabin, presenting a bottle of rum to Mio. Here you go, master. Haha, Erica truly understands me. Mio accepted the drink, uncorked it, and took a hearty swig. Soon after, Warwick arrived with the ropes, tossing them to Hanhua, instructing it to secure the ropes and swim ahead, towing the ship away from the doldrums. Seated at the ship's bow, Mio observed Hanhua's colossal silhouette, her lips curling into a slight smile. Next, she needed to consider crafting a life card. It would be dire if such a large creature were to become lost in the depths. Additionally, there might be an opportunity to venture into Impel Down. However, should she choose that path, it would likely echo around the globe. Mio took another deep breath, a smile gracing his face, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He had long desired to venture into the city of advancement. However, the moment was not yet ripe. He would have to bide his time a little longer. For now, he decided to head to Alabasta. The materials for the life card were. As he gazed at the telephone bug connecting him to Vegapunk, a slip of paper emerged from its mouth. Mio picked it up and examined the contents, his expression transforming into one of realization. The origin of the life card lay in the New World, and only those who had spent significant time there would know the materials required for its creation. Currently, Mio was navigating the Grand Line but required the life card to ensure that his companion, Dryad, could constantly ascertain his location, thus necessitating contact with Vegapunk. Fortunately, Vegapunk was well versed in the materials needed for the life card and promptly sent them over. The items listed were not particularly rare. Primarily, they consisted of his own fingernails. However, these materials were not on the ship, so he would have to wait until reaching Alabasta. Hopefully, the island of Alabasta would bring him some surprises. Mio murmured to himself, contemplating that the surprise would undoubtedly be the legendary Pluton. Yet, obtaining it would depend solely on luck. The ship swiftly departed the comm belt, propelled by Dryad's strength. Dryad, let us proceed in that direction, Mio indicated, glancing at the compass. Such a marvelous artificial engine should not go to waste. If you tire, take a moment to rest. There is no need to rush. Remember not to go too fast, or the ship may capsize, he advised. Dryad's speed through the water was astounding. Should they push to full throttle, the vessel would likely not withstand the strain and might disintegrate mid-journey. Understood, master. Dryad responded with a buzzing sound, nodding before moving forward, propelling the ship onward. On board, Robin cradled the book. Her eyes filled with wonder as she observed Dryad in the sea. Captain, your abilities are truly remarkable. I wish I possessed such power. Do not envy. Even if you do, it will not grant you similar capabilities, Mio replied with a slight grin. Robin rolled her eyes in response. However, her curiosity quickly returned, and she asked, Captain, does Alabasta really house historical texts? Indeed, Mio affirmed with a nod, though accessing them can be somewhat troublesome. Why is that? Robin inquired, intrigued. The historical texts reside within Alabasta's royal tomb, and to view them, one must obtain the consent of the royal family, Mio explained. Aside from the royal tomb, there is reportedly another location in Alabasta containing a piece of historical text, though its precise location remains unclear. It is known to be in a deep pit within the desert, making it quite elusive. In the original tale, only Luffy, Zoro, and Chopper stumbled upon it once. I see. Does that mean we cannot view it? Robin's expression fell in disappointment. Observing her dismay, Mio gently ruffled her hair, smiling reassuringly. Do not worry. Even if the Alabasta royal family denies access, I will find a way to see it. The knowledge inscribed there is something I greatly desire. Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, if obtained alongside Dryad, would render him nearly invulnerable in naval warfare, as few could pose a threat to him. That is reassuring, Robin replied, confidence returning to her expression as she nodded, a smile reappearing on her face. Just then, Dryad's voice echoed from the sea ahead. Master, there are individuals approaching. Mio abruptly lifted her gaze and noticed a small black dot not far ahead in her line of sight, resembling a ship, albeit a rather modest one. Unlike a pirate vessel. Is it a merchant ship? She murmured. Just then, several others approached her. Warwick waved his claw excitedly and exclaimed, Master, we are pirates. Should we seize the merchant ship? No, Mio resolutely declined. Although she was a pirate, she was not a saint. Merchant ships were typically manned by ordinary people. And unless provoked, she had no inclination to harm them, as it served no purpose. After all, she lacked for nothing. Master, that does not appear to be a merchant ship, Lilith suddenly interjected, squinting her eyes. It seems to be a small boat, and there is a person on it. Erica added. Oh, Mio's curiosity was piqued. This was the Grand Line, and while it was less perilous than the New World, anyone capable of navigating a small boat through these waters was unlikely to be an ordinary individual. Let us move closer, Mio grinned. The drought demon propelled the vessel forward swiftly, and soon they were nearing the small boat. At that moment, Mio finally discerned the ship as Erica and Lilith had described, a small boat with an individual aboard. However, upon seeing the person, Mio was momentarily taken aback, then leaned against the railing, supporting herself with her hands. Hey, I see you are a swordsman. Would you care to join us for a drink? Perhaps we could spar later? You are also a swordsman? The man, initially poised to draw his sword upon seeing the drought demon approach, brightened at Mio's invitation and nodded slightly. I can. Not only am I a swordsman, but one of my companions is as well. Mio gestured towards Erica. Erica, her eyes glinting with keen interest, regarded the man's black sword and sensed his remarkable prowess, nodding in acknowledgement. Your swordsmanship is impressive. Quite intriguing. The man lightly leaped from his small boat onto Mio's ship, landing on the deck. He scanned the crew and then glanced at the massive drought demon in the sea. A flicker of surprise crossing his hawk-like gaze. But this astonishment quickly faded, drawn instead to the sword at Mio's waist. A fine blade, he remarked appreciatively. One of the supreme greatswords, Raikiri, Mio replied, drawing the sword and smiling broadly. The man unsheathed his weapon, stating solemnly, one of the supreme greatswords. The black blade Yuru. Hearing this, Mio returned Raikiri to its sheath, shrugged, and said, it's not every day one encounters a master swordsman at sea. I'll treat you to a drink, but remember to spar with me afterward. Perhaps I could glean some wisdom from you. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kurokas Mio, and these are my companions. An unusual name, the man thought to himself before nodding. My name is Dracul Myhawk. As he spoke, Myhawk glanced at Mio's crew again and remarked, your crew is rather unique. A werewolf, a silver-haired girl with antennae on her forehead, a gigantic sea creature, and a tall, strikingly beautiful woman, the demon child Nico Robin. And a captain with a peculiar name. This was Myhawk's impression thus far after boarding the ship, a crew of peculiar individuals. On the deck, few among the crew were drinking, primarily Warwick and Mio. The girls indulged sparingly, thus only Mio and Warwick engaged in conversation with Myhawk. How did you discern my swordsmanship was exceptional? Do you know me? Myhawk, now holding rum, inquired of Mio. At present, he appeared quite youthful, brimming with vigor. His eagle-like eyes exuded a sharp intensity that instinctively made others avert their gaze in trepidation. Anyone capable of navigating the Grand Line alone in a small boat, while wielding one of the 12 supreme great swords, cannot be an ordinary individual, Mio grinned. You make a valid point, Myhawk acknowledged, then turned his gaze toward the sea. Your crew appears to be comprised of devil fruit users. Roughly, yes, that one certainly is not, Mio shrugged. Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment flickered in Myhawk's eyes as he remarked, what a colossal figure. It resembles a fishman, yet not quite. I have visited Fishman Island, where I encountered some large fishmen, but never one of such immense size. This individual must possess considerable strength. Even without having crossed swords with them, one can sense it. Indeed, they are not a fishman, but possess a trace of Oz's bloodline, Mio explained. Ah, I see, Myhawk replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. Oz was quite renowned in the world, being an anomaly among giants, his size far surpassing that of ordinary giants. By the way, what brings you to these waters? This region connects the Grand Line and the Four Seas. With your prowess, the New World would be a more suitable domain for you. Myhawk took a sip of his drink and replied calmly, while the New World is rife with formidable individuals, including many skilled swordsmen. The current chaos makes it somewhat troublesome to venture there. Although I fear nothing, it would be a waste of time. Hence, I took the opportunity to explore the Four Seas. Although it is filled with weakness, one occasionally encounters formidable yet obscure swordsmen. Are you planning to head to the New World next? Mio inquired. Indeed, Myhawk nodded. Though the New World was previously chaotic, it has begun to stabilize. It seems that the great pirates are vying for supremacy, but ultimately, only a few will emerge victorious. Perhaps we shall witness the rise of several powerful emperors in the New World. Though Myhawk was not technically a pirate, his immense strength and insight allowed him to perceive the current situation in the New World with clarity. While the New World may be returning to stability, it will require at least another year or two for complete stabilization. You must be a pirate as well. Are you not interested in participating in the upcoming Grand Feast in the New World? The so-called Grand Feast was merely the selection of the next 4 emperors, and Mio was well aware of this. However, she was also acutely aware of her own limitations. Shrugging, she smiled, I would like to, but it is not yet the time. With my current strength, I am not yet qualified to enter the fray in the New World. I shall wait a while longer. Despite the current tumult, those causing the uproar are merely the dregs of the sea. The truly powerful individuals are still observing the situation. Although previously in Beihai, I have recently just arrived at the Grand Line. However, I have occasionally kept myself informed about the circumstances of the New World. The era of the 4 emperors has yet to dawn, but it is fast approaching. Currently, all the pirates in the New World are unwittingly moving towards the era of the 4 emperors. When the time comes, the 4 emperors will naturally emerge, gaining recognition from the pirates, thus heralding the arrival of their era. Once the 4 emperors appear, the Shichibukai will also follow suit. Yet, that moment is not now. The selection of the 4 emperors is not a trivial matter. At present, the only individual who can unequivocally claim the title is Whitebeard. The other prospective 4 emperors lack the qualifications at this moment, tirelessly striving in the New World to showcase their strength, ambition, and to build their foundation. Besides these contenders, there are numerous other formidable pirates in the New World who aspire to become its sovereign. Therefore, Kaido and his cohorts face significant resistance in their quest to become 4 emperors. Thus, I remain unhurried. I am intrigued by the position of the 4 emperors. but my current strength is insufficient, compelling me to focus on my own development. Fortunately, I possess ample time to enhance my abilities, so there is no need for haste. You seem quite confident, remarked Mihawk, observing the unwavering confidence in my eyes. In response, I smiled broadly. Isn't confidence a prerequisite? Indeed, he agreed. Where do you plan to go next? How about Alabasta? Care for a stroll? No, thank you, Mihawk shook his head. I shall proceed directly to the New World. There are still a few swordsmen I have yet to challenge. I believe you will succeed in your challenges, I replied with a smile. Raising my cup to clink with Mihawk's before taking a hearty sip. As our vessel slowly advanced towards Alabasta, Mihawk's small boat was secured alongside mine, moving in tandem. During our journey, we encountered several uninhabited islands. At this moment, after finishing our drinks and with the sun still high in the sky, our ship approached a small, uninhabited island. Mio unsheathed the right from her waist, a grin spreading across her face. Might I request your guidance? She was aware that her swordsmanship was not particularly formidable, yet she yearned to ascertain the disparity between her skills and those of Hawkeye. With pleasure, Hawkeye replied, drawing the black blade Yoru from behind him, his demeanor composed. However, to be candid, I would prefer to spar with the other member aboard your vessel first. He was referring to Erika. In response, Mio sighed. Such words wound my pride. While I acknowledge that my swordplay pales in comparison to Erika's, your statement does leave me rather embarrassed. Hawkeye chuckled softly at her response. He had encountered numerous pirate crews, but the harmonious camaraderie observed among the crew members of this ship was rather rare. Those he had met in similar pirate factions often possessed a unique charm. With a light leap, he readied himself. Mio and Hawkeye leaped directly onto the deserted island. Robin propped her chin on her hands, gazing at the two figures on the island, and curiously inquired, Erika, who do you think would prevail, the captain or this Mr. Mihawk? Although she wished for her master's victory, she felt that Mr. Mihawk was superior in swordsmanship. After pondering for a moment, Erika replied, why do you think so? Haven't you never faced Mr. Mihawk in combat? How could you believe his sword skills surpass those of the captain? Robin questioned, perplexed. I can sense it, Erika smiled gently. When a person's strength reaches a certain level, unless they deliberately conceal it, one can easily perceive the aura they emanate. The intensity of one's aura is also related to their power. Ah, Robin nodded, her understanding somewhat elusive, as she had yet to reach such heights. Nevertheless, she harbored a desire for strength, cognizant from her past experiences that possessing formidable power would better enable her to protect herself. Erika, can you teach me to become stronger? Robin asked earnestly. In response, Erika regarded Robin with a smile and shook her head. My strength lies in swordsmanship, which would not be suitable for you. Why not? Do you mean I lack talent in the way of the sword? Robin asked with curiosity. Not at all, Erika replied, shaking her head. The master has mentioned that you are a devil fruit user. For those endowed with such powers, the most effective way to grow stronger is to enhance their mastery over the fruit, thereby augmenting their abilities. Teaching you swordsmanship might not align with your devil fruit powers, and would ultimately squander your potential. After all, Robin's powers stemmed from the flower fruit, which indeed did not harmonize with swordplay. Conversely, a fruit like that of Mio and Lilith's, which allowed for transformation, would complement swordsmanship well. Moreover, Robin's daily habit of reading, a practice ingrained in her since childhood, left her with little time to devote to sword training. Thus, the best course for Robin was to focus on enhancing her mastery of the devil fruit. However, I can teach you hockey, Erika said with a smile. The master has declared that hockey is an essential skill for the strong in the latter half of the Grand Line, and it is imperative to master. Really? Thank you, Robin exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. My hockey isn't particularly strong, so please don't mind that. Erika chuckled lightly. That doesn't matter. To me, you're already incredibly formidable. Robin replied, shaking her head. As their conversation unfolded on the island, the battle between Mio and Hawkeye is about to commence. One can observe that, in the face of Hawkeye, who would later become the world's foremost swordsman, Mio is unleashing her full strength. Even before the fight begins, an overwhelming aura erupts from her, demonstrating no intention of holding back. This surge of energy indeed instills a sense of pressure in those like Robin, whose strength falls short. Please advise. Mio spoke in a low voice, then took a step forward, swiftly advancing until she stood before Hawkeye, striking with her blade. One sword style. Black Crow. The dark sword energy erupted, transforming into a fierce slash, hurtling towards him. The peculiar sword energy caught Hawkeye's attention. He raised an eyebrow and then, without hesitation, swung his black blade, summoning a green sword energy that appeared in an instant. With a mere lift of his sword, he effortlessly blocked Mio's strike. Following the clash, he stepped back, creating distance between them, and remarked, your sword energy is indeed a novelty to me. I have never encountered such black sword energy before. However, as for your swordsmanship, as you stated, it is rather mediocre. Although he acknowledged this fact, the way he expressed it was rather disheartening. Mio's lips twitched slightly, her tone tinged with resignation. What a straightforward individual you are. As a swordsman, would one truly concern themselves with such matters? Hawkeye replied nonchalantly, stepping forward once more to stand before Mio, and swung his black blade, delivering another strike. Clang, clang, clang. Mio raised her hand to defend herself as the two engaged in a fierce duel, each swing of their blades sparking with intensity and illuminating the surroundings with glimmers of steel. Suddenly, a powerful slash erupted from Eagle Eye, cleaving the ground and leaving a deep gash that startled Mio, prompting her to swiftly evade the attack. In response, she unleashed a retaliatory strike, pouring all her strength into a singular blow. The dark aura of her sword energy coalesced into a fierce attack, exuding an ominous ferocity akin to a frenzied beast roaring, eager to rend asunder all that lay before it. Bang! Mio's strike was effortlessly dispersed by Mihawk's black blade. Subsequently, the two engaged in combat once more. However, after a brief encounter, as they separated, Mio found himself slightly out of breath. In contrast, Mihawk maintained an expression of calm indifference, indicating that he possessed significantly greater stamina than Mio. Nevertheless, Mio had not exhausted himself entirely. Had it been earlier, he would have been gasping for air. Yet, thanks to the influence of the drought demon, his physical endurance had markedly increased, leaving him merely panting now. Despite this improvement, he was acutely aware of the gap that existed between him and a formidable opponent like Mihawk. In terms of strength, he had exerted all his effort, whereas Mihawk, though appearing to give his all, still retained a hint of restraint. The disparity in stamina was stark. Even though Mio had not utilized the power of the swap fruit, Mihawk had also refrained from employing haki. It could be said that Mio's experiences were still somewhat limited, though he recognized his defeat against Mihawk. A smile crept across his face, for there was something he wished to accomplish before their sparring concluded. Stepping forward, Mio approached Mihawk, and they exchanged blows, their blades brushing past one another. In an instant, Mihawk furrowed his brow before relaxing it, nodding imperceptibly. Simultaneously, he cast a deep glance at Erica on the ship. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Moments later, they parted ways. Mihawk gripped his sword firmly and spoke in a low voice. "Are you prepared?" "Of course, bring it on," Mio replied with a grin, nodding in affirmation. "Phew, I've long been ready. I just hope I won't fail." His final words were whispered softly, unheard by others. With readiness established, Mihawk's tone suddenly turned sharp. A wave of murderous intent erupted from him, a culmination of the countless lives he had taken throughout the years at sea. This terrifying aura swept over the ship, causing Robin's complexion to pale. While Erica's expression shifted dramatically, did he intend to kill her master? With this thought, Erica felt a surge of urgency to rush towards the island. Warwick and Lilith, though concerned, seemed to have come to a realization and remained on the deck, refraining from moving. In the next moment, Mihawk's figure vanished from sight. In a single breath, he reappeared before Mio, raising his black blade to deliver a downward strike. "This strike is in honor of you, Captain." With a swift motion, he slashed down, leaving a deep wound on Mio's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, spilling onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Erica's face turned ashen. Then, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from her, creating tumultuous waves on the calm sea. "Master!" Her voice, filled with rage and concern, rang out. As she saw her master wounded and collapsing, an even greater surge of power emanated from Erica. A silver aura enveloped the area. This was an immense display of Conqueror's haki, casting a shadow over them. Under the influence of this haki, even Mihawk felt a subtle impact on his psyche, though it was not debilitating. He sensed something emerging around him. Moments later, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mihawk's eyes as silver ants manifested around him, tightly encircling Mio. Taken aback by the sight of these ants, Mihawk pondered, "Is this Conqueror's haki? No, wait, an illusion." Furrowing his brow, he unleashed his aura, and in the next instant, the silver ants vanished. Mihawk quickly grasped the situation. "Truly a unique manifestation of Conqueror's haki. It seems you have succeeded," he remarked, glancing at the fallen Mio. Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Mio felt the searing pain in his chest and murmured softly, "Ah, you were not mistaken. But that strike was rather ruthless. If it weren't a bit harsh, how could it appear so authentic?" Mihawk replied nonchalantly. Hearing the exchange between her master and Mihawk, Erica's overwhelming aura dissipated. She rushed to her master's side, supporting him while cautiously glancing at Mihawk, then asked with concern, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Mio shook his head, gritting his teeth as he sat up, smiling. "Do you remember that feeling from earlier?" "Feeling? What feeling?" Erica asked, her eyes reflecting confusion. "Yes, that very feeling, the one that made you think I was dead." Mio affectionately ruffled Erica's hair, smiling. "You possess Conqueror's haki. If I didn't devise a way for you to understand that sensation and master it, you'd remain oblivious. So don't blame me for deceiving you, nor Mihawk." I requested his assistance. Earlier, Lilith and the others had refrained from intervening because Mio had informed them in advance while he was drinking with Mihawk. While he knew how to harness armament and observation haki, he was uncertain about Conqueror's haki. However, he understood the circumstances under which Erica might unleash her Conqueror's haki, having witnessed it once before, which is why he opted for this method. After all, it wouldn't lead to death, merely some injuries. In this vast sea, one would inevitably sustain wounds. He figured it was merely an early experience, and as long as Erica could remember that feeling, it would be worthwhile. Moreover, Considering that Luffy had trained for 2 years before mastering Conqueror's Haki in the original story, for Mio, trading one wound for 2 years of time seemed like an undeniably fair exchange. Erika held no resentment towards her master, but she earnestly declared, "Master, please don't do this again." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mio nodded slightly, reassuringly stating that it would not happen again. That strike, though, was rather painful, and only a fool would invite a second. However, did you remember the sensation from earlier? It was somewhat vague. She felt as if she remembered it, yet also not. A hint of confusion flickered in Erika's eyes as she grappled with the elusive feeling. Upon hearing this, Mio smiled. You might try to seek that feeling again and then unleash your Conqueror's Haki. Erika nodded earnestly, committing it to memory. At that moment, Lilith hurriedly brought the ship's medical kit to tend to Mio's wounds, although she knew it was her master who requested Hawkeye's assistance. The sight of the deep gash on her master's chest compelled her to cast a disapproving glance at Hawkeye. In response, Hawkeye could only scratch his nose, feeling somewhat helpless, while also harboring a measure of respect for Mio. To care for one's crew to such an extent is indeed commendable for a captain. It is rare to find captains who can achieve such loyalty on the high seas. One could count them on one hand. Soon, Mio's wounds were properly bandaged, and she was assisted back onto the ship. With a bottle of rum in hand, she and Hawkeye shared a toast, laughing. How about a sparring session with Erika? She proposed. Hawkeye shook his head, unequivocally declining. Given the fierce look in Erika's eyes, he was disinclined to engage. Perhaps another time. After all, it was evident that Mio held significant sway in the hearts of the crew. While the son of the devil may have been a mystery, this white-haired little girl regarded Mio with a devotion that surpassed her own life. Very well, let's defer it for now, Mio chuckled, understanding the unspoken reasons. After taking a sip, she produced a transponder snail and tossed it to Hawkeye. This transponder snail had been purchased earlier, but there had been no occasion to use it. Her own was intended for someone unknown. Now, she finally had someone to whom it could be sent. Once you reach the new world, I will introduce you to a friend. You two should hit it off splendidly. Hawkeye accepted the transponder snail, stowing it in his clothing, and took another swig of rum. Agreed. Your friend in the new world must be red-haired Shanks, though I didn't expect you two to be acquainted so soon. Mio found herself filled with anticipation. After finishing their drinks, the night had deepened, and the two of them succumbed to a profound slumber. The following morning, it was only Hawkeye who departed. Subsequently, Mio continued her journey towards Alabasta. 3 days later, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. On the deck, Mio's wounds were healing, yet she was still unable to engage in vigorous activity. At that moment, as she sipped her drink, a dark figure appeared in the sky, prompting her to wave. A seagull descended gracefully, and as she offered it a coin, it returned with a newspaper. Upon taking the newspaper and perusing its contents, Mio's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Another bounty? The paper featured a new bounty notice, which included her own. Not only hers, but also those of Erika and Warwick. Her bounty had escalated to 100 million, while Erika stood at 70 million and Warwick's at 60 million. What was the meaning of this? She had not engaged in any significant actions recently. Why had her bounty been raised? Puzzled, Mio scratched her head, contemplating whether she had inadvertently done something noteworthy over the past few days. To clarify, she summoned Robin to inquire, but in truth, she had indeed done nothing of consequence. Thus, she concluded that perhaps the Navy perceived her as a considerable threat. She instructed Robin to post the latest bounty notice in the dining area. As for the news in the newspaper, there was little of particular interest. In the North Sea, on Novice Island, within a tavern, a small man rushed in, clutching a bounty notice. Boss, take a look," he exclaimed, hurrying towards a blonde-haired man seated in the corner. "What has the rush for?" Bellamy grumbled. "Boss, look at this bounty." The man handed over the notice, his voice tinged with urgency. This is Bellamy accepted the notice, and upon seeing the first bounty's photograph, his pupils constricted in shock. This guy he has been given a bounty of 100 million. Impressive, we should become pirates too, Bellamy stated earnestly after absorbing the bounty notice. Indeed, many had taken note of Mio's bounty. After all, it was not merely a few million, but a staggering 100 million. Perhaps in the New World, such a sum was not extraordinary. Yet for a newcomer to have been bountied twice within such a short span was certainly remarkable enough to capture attention. In the New World, aboard a colossal ship resembling a whale, the imposing figure of Whitebeard held a massive gourd, drinking spirits from the Grand Line, one hand grasping his drink while the other clutched a bounty notice. He erupted into laughter. Gwahaha. Another intriguing young lad. To achieve such notoriety upon just setting sail, it seems there are secrets afoot. Otherwise, Sengoku wouldn't be so generous with his bounty. Gwahaha. Yet, it appeared the young lad still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the New World. I hope to cross paths with him someday. This era is indeed tumultuous. On another island, within a vast cave, Kaido regarded the bounty notice featuring Mio's image with disdain. A newcomer from the sea, huh? Just another inexperienced fool, however. Upon catching sight of Warwick's bounty, particularly the fierce crimson eyes of the werewolf depicted, Kaido's expression shifted. Once this newcomer arrives in the New World, I'll have to seek him out. I want that crew member. Understood, boss. But it might be a while before this newcomer reaches the new world, a subordinate replied. By the way, boss, I heard someone is looking to challenge us. Oh? Who? Kaido took a swig from his drink, his tone nonchalant. Apparently, it's that Moonlight Moria. His strength seems formidable. Is that so? Kaido set his drink down, a sinister grin forming. I'll be waiting for him. Simultaneously, in the new world. Many noticed this bounty notice, yet the majority dismissed it with scorn, merely glancing before tossing it aside, returning to the tumultuous events of the new age. On the Grand Line, a small boat carried a figure cloaked in white robes, holding Mio's bounty notice. Her wave-patterned eyes scrutinized the image of Mio, revealing no emotion. Yet a flicker of something unusual danced within their depths. Then, she vanished. As she released her grip, the bounty notice was swept away by the wind. Soaring into the sky, drifting further afield, the small boat inexplicably accelerated, heading in a particular direction. The figure stood on the vessel, gazing out over the sea. Sensing a strange premonition unbeknownst to Mio, she remained oblivious to these events connected to her. After reviewing her bounty notice, she resumed her revelry with drink. Continuing her voyage across the sea, days passed, and soon her wounds had nearly healed, permitting her to engage in more vigorous activities. On this day, as they neared Alabasta, the distance was almost negligible. Drought, slow down, there is no need to rush now, Mio called out to the drought in the sea. For days, drought had propelled the vessel forward at an impressive pace, resting during the day by sinking beneath the waves. Understood, master, drought replied. His voice resonant, yet less thunderous due to Mio's previous reminders. Warwick, come, let us train a bit. I feel like I'm rusting away, Mio eagerly beckoned. Her excitement palpable. After days of monotony, she was eager to engage in combat before reaching Alabasta. Coming, master, Warwick responded, appearing before Mio in an instant. His right claw sweeping through the air, the sound of slicing wind accompanying his movement. Good timing. Mio grinned, slightly turning to evade before delivering a punch. Warwick's fist met hers with a powerful clash. In that moment, Mio felt the immense strength emanating from Warwick, yet it was within her capacity to withstand. The battle continued, and once it concluded, the ship, once again pulled by drought, resumed its course toward Alabasta. Hours passed. In the gaze of Mio, a colossal island finally came into view. Could that be Alabasta? It appears quite grand, Robin exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, that is Alabasta, a desert kingdom. And the island is adorned with vast expanses of desert, Mio cheerfully explained. This is the birthplace of the national theft incident. Drought demon, find an uninhabited shore to approach. Mio commanded, noting that as pirates, they could not dock at the harbor, as it would inevitably invite complications. Afterward, Mio turned to his crew and clapped his hands. All right. It's time for some spending. If there is anything you wish to purchase, feel free to let me know, and come to me for money. And don't worry about the prices. After all, your captain is quite affluent. Having finally arrived at a grand nation, it was only natural to indulge in some shopping. I wish to buy books, Robin said, a delighted smile gracing her face as she raised her hand first. Me too, Lily responded eagerly, also raising her hand. She sought books related to medicine. Warwick scratched his head and pondered, then said, I'll go buy some wine. I'm hoping to find some decent weapons. Erica remarked thoughtfully. Very well, Mio replied with a smile, distributing 1 million to each person, indicating that if it wasn't sufficient, they could always request more from him. Money is meant to be spent. After all, what good is it if not used? After all, this isn't a past life where one needed to save for houses and cars. Once the money was distributed, the ship finally docked. Mio disembarked from the ship, directing her gaze towards the vast ocean, where only a solitary figure of the drought demon emerged. We shall venture to the island. Drought, you must guard the vessel here, for it may take several days before we return. The master can rest assured, Drought will vigilantly protect the ship, the demon replied earnestly with a nod. Naturally, Mio felt entirely at ease with Drought's assurance. Subsequently, she and Erica, along with others, made their way towards the nearby city. The port of Alabasta was known as the City of Canola Flowers, and Mio intended to procure a map there before proceeding to the capital of Alabasta, Albania. Upon arriving in Canola Flowers, Mio acquired the map and set forth towards the capital of this kingdom. Along the journey, they traversed stretches of desert, hoping to encounter the historical text that Luffy and Zoro had stumbled upon in the original narrative. However, it was evident that fortune was not in her favor, as she encountered nothing until reaching the capital. Mio could only lament the whims of luck. The thought of seeking such artifacts had never crossed her mind. As she surveyed the endless expanse of desert, the notion of finding a historical text amidst such vastness seemed a Herculean task, particularly given the desert's immense territory. However, one must concede that Crocodile had a knack for selecting advantageous locations. Should he succeed in usurping the kingdom of Alabasta and granted a period for development, he might very well achieve his ambitions. After all, the landscape of this kingdom was exceptionally suited to his capabilities. Of course, this presupposes that the world government would refrain from troubling him, as this kingdom had once held the potential to be among the celestial dragon's royal lineage. Though that was not the case presently, there might still be some lingering connections. The capital, Albania, stood in stark contrast to canola flowers, thriving with unparalleled vibrancy. The port bustled with merchants, and this place was no different. However, due to the desert climate, the weather here was rather sweltering. Mio produced a telephone bug and handed it to Robin, saying, "Let us part ways for now. Robin, remember to stay close to Erica and Lilith. I shall venture elsewhere." "Understood, Captain," Robin nodded. Her identity remained quite sensitive, and considering her own limited strength, it was only natural for her to stay close to Erica and the others. Subsequently, Erica, Lilith, and Robin departed together. Warwick, cloaked, set off alone to procure some wine. As for Mio, she lifted her gaze to the royal city nestled within the capital, a smile gracing her lips as she strode forth. In this present time, Princess Vivi had yet to be born, and Cobra was in the prime of his life. Crocodile was likely traversing the Grand Line, en route to confront Whitebeard. It would not be until after his failure against Whitebeard that he returned to the earlier segments of the Grand Line, marking the near conclusion of the Four Emperors' rivalry, subsequently giving rise to the Seven Warlords of the Sea. But let us set these matters aside for now. Mio resolved to pay a visit to the royal palace to meet with Cobra. Although Cobra was the king of a nation, to Mio, he did not seem particularly formidable. The rationale behind this sentiment was quite straightforward, despite Alabasta being a vast country with a standing army numbering in the hundreds of thousands. These forces posed no threat to Mio, for he could depart at any moment should he so desire. Furthermore, Alabasta was merely a member state of the world government, not a part of the Celestial Dragon's lineage. As long as one was not of the Celestial Dragon family, their influence within the world government remained limited. Moreover, a critical factor to consider was that the world government had been persistently seeking ancient weapons, and the historical text containing the location of one such weapon, Pluton's resting place, was hidden within the royal tomb of the Nefertari family. It was likely that the world government remained unaware of this fact. Otherwise, such a significant artifact would not be left in this vulnerable location. Had they known, it would surely have been transported back to Mariewa. Regardless of whether Cobra was aware of the text's contents, if the world government were to learn of this matter, not only would the historical text be confiscated, but the Nefertari family might also attract the ire of the world government. This was precisely why Mio dared to approach Cobra directly. Cobra had no means to eliminate him. And with this leverage, Mio felt confident that his request would not be denied, as long as Cobra refrained from taking his life. Additionally, there was another reason. The kingdom of Alabasta truly lacked formidable warriors. It was somewhat amusing that such a vast nation could be devoid of any notable strength. In this world, power was of paramount importance. Perhaps this was due to the restrictions imposed by the world government? Shaking his head, Mio dismissed further speculation and took a step forward, swiftly vanishing into a nearby alley. 15 minutes later, outside the palace, a figure stealthily infiltrated the royal grounds. Taking advantage of the guards' momentary inattention, Mio strolled through the palace, effortlessly evading the patrolling soldiers. Despite their numbers, these guards were no match for the prowess of the naval troops. For someone of Mio's capabilities, remaining undetected was a trivial endeavor. Although Alabasta lacked formidable warriors, it possessed considerable resources, and it seemed that devil fruits were not in short supply. Perhaps a discreet visit to the royal treasury was in order? Mio pondered, stroking her chin. However, she soon shook her head, deciding against that course of action. It was better to focus on the pressing matters at hand. Moreover, acquiring a devil fruit from Cobra might prove to be an excellent alternative. Yet, the question remained, where could Cobra be in this vast palace? As she scratched her head, momentarily lost, a maid approached from a distance. Clad in the distinctive attire of this kingdom, the maid exuded an exotic charm. As the saying goes, there are no unattractive women in the realm of fantasy. This world was no exception, especially within the palace where beauty and grace flourished. With a thoughtful expression, Mio took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared beside the maid, seizing her by the neck with one hand while covering her mouth with the other. The maid immediately fell into a state of panic. But Mio's cold voice cut through the air. "Move again, and I shall end your life." Upon hearing this, the maid fell silent, her eyes wide with fear. That's more like Mio relinquished her grip, inquiring, "Take me to Cobra." "No, I cannot do that," the handmaiden responded, shaking her head vehemently upon hearing Ling's request. "He is clearly an assassin. If I were to bring him before the king, should any misfortune befall his majesty?" Unsurprised by the handmaiden's refusal, Mio gently caressed her cheek, murmuring, "If you refuse to guide me, I imagine the Alabasta kingdom possesses its share of destitute districts, does it not? I might consider stripping you bare end." Before Mio could elaborate, the handmaiden, visibly stricken with terror, nodded in swift agreement. I only know that his majesty may currently be in the study, but I am uncertain of his precise location." "Then lead me to the study," Mio instructed, inwardly scoffing. So easily intimidated, the handmaiden led the way, and they soon arrived outside the study after rounding a bend. This is it," she stammered, her voice fraught with fear. "Very well, thank you," Mio replied with a grin, before swiftly incapacitating the handmaiden with a chop to the neck. Catching her as she slumped, Mio ushered her into a vacant room nearby. Returning to the study, Mio pushed open the door and entered. Inside, the room was filled with books. A man in a long robe sat at a desk, engrossed in a book. Without looking up, he inquired, "Is there something you require?" Receiving no response, Cobra sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze. Upon seeing Mio's face, he sat upright, exclaiming in shock, "It is you, the captain of the Black Crow Pirates." "The Black Crow Pirates? What a strange name," Mio mused, taken aback. "You know me?" "Ah, the bounty poster, I presume," Mio continued, noticing the newspaper and wanted poster on the desk. Approaching the desk, Mio picked up the newspaper, placing a hand on Cobra's shoulder as he did so. "Refrain from shouting," Mio cautioned, "lest you wish to see bloodshed within these palace walls." Hearing this, a flicker of apprehension crossed Cobra's face. He had been about to summon the guards, but Mio's words silenced him. As Mio finished reading the newspaper, his lips curled into a grimace. He had not paid much attention before, but now he realized that the Navy had christened his pirate crew, dubbing them the Black Crow Pirates. What kind of name is that? Mio wondered. Are pirate crew names always bestowed by the Navy? Or did they simply take the liberty because they were unaware of my crew's true name? It seemed plausible, given that most wanted posters for pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries included some information about the crew, often a brief summary accompanied by the crew's name. Perhaps the Navy, lacking this information, had simply chosen one themselves. Mio was somewhat resigned to this fact, as he had never settled on a name for his crew. However, he was not particularly concerned about the crew's name. It was merely a title. At least Black Crow had a certain appeal. He had always been fond of crows. Setting down the newspaper, Mio turned to face Cobra, removing his hand from the king's shoulder. After casting a glance around the study, he settled onto a nearby sofa. "Now that King Cobra recognizes me, I trust we can engage in a transaction? I will not parley with pirates," Cobra declared firmly. "I find your stance rather troublesome." Mio replied with a shrug. "While I may differ from most pirates, I am not averse to adding a few more notches to my belt, perhaps a few dozen. Or even hundreds." Mio licked his lips, a sinister smile playing on his face. "These lives may very well be those of your subjects. What transaction do you propose?" Cobra relented, his concern for his people overriding his personal aversion to pirates. "The transaction is simple." Mio gazed at the bottle of red wine resting on the table, and without hesitation, poured herself a glass. After taking a sip, she remarked, "I wish to visit the royal tomb of the Nefertali dynasty." "Impossible," Kabura exclaimed. If it were a mere trivial request, he might have acquiesced, but this was the royal tomb. How could a pirate possibly be permitted entry? Furthermore, as the monarch of this nation, Kabura was acutely aware of the treasures that lay within. "Oh, does King Kabura imply a refusal?" Mio inquired with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Kabura fell silent, perhaps grappling with his inner turmoil. Observing his silence, Mio chuckled softly, raised her glass, and drained its contents in one swift motion. With a resounding bang, she placed the wine glass heavily back on the table, the noise startling Kabura from his reverie. Mio spoke coldly, "King Cobra, I must remind you that I am a pirate. Whether you agree or not is of little consequence to me. My approach was merely to avert trouble. Do you truly believe that the secrets of the Nefertari royal tomb remain unknown?" "What?" Mio's words caused Cobra to widen his eyes in shock, staring at her in disbelief. "How could you possibly know what lies within?" "How I know is of no importance. What truly matters is whether the world government is aware." "That is the crux of the matter," Mio replied with a grin. Cobra took a deep breath, regaining his composure as a king. "It seems you have come specifically for the historical texts, and now you intend to use the world government to threaten me?" "No, that is not my intention." Mio gently shook her head. Cobra remained skeptical of Mio's words, responding coolly, "Even if the world government were to learn of the historical texts in our royal tomb, what would it change? Alabasta is not O'Hara, and we lack the capacity to study those texts. Moreover, I believe that even if the world government were aware, it would not impact the Nefertari family, nor would it affect Alabasta. This is the confidence that stems from Nefertari's lineage as one of the founders of the world government. Although the world government may no longer hold this in high regard, Alabasta is a member state. Thus, I imagine they would not be overly hostile. Yet, in the next moment, Mio's words sent a chill down Cobra's spine. What if I were to proclaim that the historical text within the Nefertari royal tomb of Alabasta does not record the blank century of 800 years, but rather the location of one of the ancient weapons, Pluton? A cold smile curled at the corners of Mio's lips. Do you not ponder how the world government would perceive you upon discovering that Alabasta harbors a historical document containing information about the location of the fabled Pluton, capable of obliterating an island with a single shot? Would they not suspect that the Nefertari family harbors intentions to overthrow the world government? Having said this, Mio silently regarded Cobra, waiting with a mocking grin for his response. How could such a historical document possibly contain the location of Pluton? Cobra hissed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was acutely aware of the ramifications should this information reach the world government, as well as their ruthless methods. The entire Nefertari royal family would face obliteration. After all, they were not celestial dragons. Whether the document contained the location of Pluton was inconsequential. Mio emphasized, her voice icy. What truly matters is that once this information circulates, the world government will undoubtedly harbor suspicions, will they not? At her words, Cobra was momentarily taken aback, then sagged like a deflated balloon, bowing his head and murmuring, "You speak the truth. The world government will certainly suspect. But how can I trust that you, a pirate, would not betray me if I were to take you inside? Once the world government begins to harbor doubts, the Nefertari royal family will be subjected to scrutiny from the CP organization. The outcome of the investigation is irrelevant. The mere knowledge that a historical document exists within the royal tomb is sufficient. This alone is enough to solidify the world government's resolve against the Nefertari family. As the king of this nation and a member of the world government, he was well aware of their taboos. The darkness of Mariawa made him acutely cognizant of the world government's cruelty. Why do you concern yourself with this? Mio shrugged, a light laugh escaping her lips. If I were to proclaim this to the world government, they would not spare me either, would they? Just like what happened in O'Hara. On O'Hara Island. Apart from those scholars, there were countless ordinary people. Yet despite this, aside from Robin, can you find any other survivors from O'Hara? No, not a single one. All were killed, roots and all. At her words, Cobra fell into a heavy silence, unable to respond. Mio remained unhurried, pouring herself another glass of wine as she waited. After a brief moment, Cobra seemed to have made a resolute decision, lifting his gaze to Mio and offering a wry smile. Although I am uncertain how you discovered that there exists a historical text within the tomb of the Nefertari royal family, it is evident that your ship harbors the sole survivor of O'Hara, Nico Robin. From the moment you entered my chamber, I should have discerned your true objective, the historical text. Yet, are you not fearful of being discovered by the world government one day? Of course, I harbor fears, Mio replied, intertwining her fingers behind her head with a nonchalant demeanor. However, my curiosity regarding the historical text surpasses my trepidation of the world government. I can guide you to it, but I implore you to promise me that should you ever be discovered by the world government, you will not divulge anything regarding Alabasta? Cobra stated, taking a deep breath and speaking gravely. The people of Alabasta are innocent, and once the world government becomes aware, they shall not spare Alabasta. Agreed, Mio conceded. I trust you will keep your word, Cobra remarked after studying her intently. Come, I shall take you there now. Not just yet, Mio quickly interjected, shaking her head. Under Cobra's puzzled gaze, she scratched her head and continued, as a significant nation, Alabasta must possess some treasures within its treasury, correct? Upon hearing this, Cobra felt a surge of indignation rise within him. You threaten me and then expect me to part with my riches? I have gained nothing from our arrangement. All the benefits appear to be yours. However, considering the welfare of Alabasta's citizens, Cobra suppressed his anger and asked in a subdued tone, how much do you require? No, I seek not wealth, but a devil fruit, Mio grinned. A devil fruit? Cobra furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the matter while simultaneously feeling relieved. It is peculiar in this world that most nobles shy away from consuming devil fruits, thus rendering them less valuable in their eyes, and Cobra was no exception. Compared to currency, he would more readily part with a devil fruit, for it could enable him to save his people in critical moments. Money could provide Alabasta with food, water resources, and even formidable weaponry to bolster its defenses as well as foster the kingdom's development. Yet, a devil fruit, apart from enhancing personal power, held little practical utility. This was Cobra's perspective. After contemplating for a moment, Cobra nodded. Indeed, there is a devil fruit in the treasury. But as we have not made a concerted effort to collect them, there is only one. One is sufficient, Mia replied, her countenance brightening with a smile. In that case, please remain here while I have someone fetch it for you. Cobra smirked slightly, picking up a transponder snail from his desk and dialing a number. Soon, the call connected, and after issuing a brief command, he fell silent. Mio rose from his seat and approached the bookshelf, selecting a tome to peruse. As a king, the library was replete with a multitude of volumes, diverse in nature, though few were comprehensible to him. Nevertheless, this did not deter Mio from contemplating the acquisition of several books. They may not be for him, but Robin would surely appreciate them, as would Lilith. With this thought in mind, Mio glanced at Cobra. Your Majesty Cobra, would you mind if I borrowed a few books? He inquired, giving a slight shake of the book in his hand. Cobra's eyes widened, as if he had never encountered such audacity. After being threatened, Mio now sought to procure devil fruits, and now books? Under the scrutiny of Cobra's gaze, Mio felt a twinge of embarrassment and rubbed his nose, yet soon remembered his identity as a pirate. He returned the stare, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Cobra, taken aback, hastily relented. If you want them, take them. He conceded. Ah, many thanks, Mio responded with a grin, promptly gathering a number of volumes that would be useful for Robin and Lilith. He then settled onto the sofa, sipping red wine while awaiting the delivery of the devil fruits. After approximately 10 minutes, a knock echoed at the door of the study. Enter, Cobra called. The door swung open to reveal a soldier, who entered bearing a box, undoubtedly containing the devil fruits. Place it down, Cobra instructed. The soldier complied, setting the box down before promptly exiting the study. Mio opened the box, revealing a devil fruit adorned with spiral patterns, easily recognizable. With a smile gracing her face, she lifted the box and addressed Cobra, saying, well then, I shall take this with me. I will return tomorrow. At which time I kindly request King Cobra to escort me to the location of the historical text. As Mio departed, Cobra let out a deep sigh, sinking into contemplation within his study. Before long, a knock echoed through the room. "Come in," he called. "Your Majesty," a curly-haired man entered. "It is a Carlum. What brings you here?" Cobra inquired, his face lighting up upon seeing the captain of the royal guard. "Your Majesty, I overheard some soldiers mention a stranger in your study, and I felt a twinge of concern, so I came to check," Carlum explained. "There's no need for alarm. I was merely meeting an old friend." Cobra replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Naturally, he could not reveal the truth of the matter, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. The historical text within the tomb felt akin to a ticking time bomb, inciting panic within him. He pondered the implications if others were to learn of it next time. Mio harbored no understanding of Cobra's thoughts. After departing, she promptly sought refuge in a hotel within the capital, establishing contact with Robin via a communication device to share her whereabouts. Subsequently, she meticulously examined the devil fruit she possessed. Simultaneously, she retrieved the remnants of another devil fruit that she had kept close at hand, perhaps due to it being a Zoan-type devil fruit. She found numerous entries related to Zoan fruits and quickly came across one. Zoan-type, dog fruit, jackal form. This seemed to belong to the vice commander of the Alabasta guard in the future, she mused, feeling a mix of surprise, disappointment, and a hint of joy. The disappointment stemmed from the fact that this devil fruit did not possess formidable abilities. Conversely, the joy arose from the realization that, lacking overwhelming power, this fruit could be utilized for a lottery, potentially granting her a gene from the myriad realms. However, she felt no urgency to engage in the lottery just yet. It was prudent to await a moment of personal fortune. While the efficacy of such mysticism was uncertain, who knew? Perhaps she might indeed draw a remarkable gene for herself. Mio did not linger long in the hotel room before Robin and her companions returned. "Here, I have brought you something," Mio said, handing over the books obtained from the kingdom to Robin and Lilith. Upon receiving them, Robin's face lit up with a joyful smile. "I am familiar with this book. I had seen it before in O'Hara, but after its destruction, I could not find it anywhere else." As she spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed Robin's features. Mio caressed Robin's head, chuckling softly. "Fear not, for we shall procure a grand vessel in due time, furnishing thee with a spacious chamber. I shall endeavor to amass a vast collection of tomes, allowing thee to slumber amidst a veritable ocean of literature." Robin, acutely aware of the irreversible devastation that had befallen O'Hara, nodded with heartfelt delight upon hearing Mio's words. Subsequently, Mio conveyed tidings that filled Robin with both gratitude and elation. "Prepare thyself for a journey tomorrow, for I shall escort thee to the location of the Poneglyph." Verily? Robin's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend that she would encounter a Poneglyph so expeditiously. Indeed, Mio responded with a nonchalant shrug. "While the Poneglyphs may prove elusive to others, they are relatively accessible to me, save for the 4 crimson Poneglyphs that delineate the path to Laugh-Tale. I possess knowledge of a few, yet even with such knowledge, their acquisition remains beyond my grasp, as they reside within the dominion of formidable individuals. I am eternally grateful, Captain," Robin expressed, her countenance radiant with joy. Gazing upon Mio's face, which was in close proximity, she impulsively rose onto her toes and bestowed a fleeting kiss. The prospect of beholding a Poneglyph on the morrow filled her with eager anticipation. However, Robin swiftly recollected herself. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush as she clasped her hands together, a touch of bashfulness evident in her demeanor. Mio gently touched her face, momentarily taken aback, but soon turned her gaze towards Robin, gesturing to the other side of her face. "Shall we do it again?" "No, certainly not." Upon hearing this, Robin's face flushed even deeper, and she fervently shook her head while covering her face. Standing to the side, Erica and Lilith raised their hands in unison. "I can do it too," they exclaimed with laughter. Hearing the girls, Mio chuckled joyfully, yet quickly shook her head in refusal. Matters of gentle romance could wait for another time, as this was not the moment for indulgence. A brief respite would suffice. "By the way, Master, would you like it?" Suddenly, Erica drew a weapon from her waist and presented it to Mio. "A weapon?" Mio looked down, receiving the weapon from Erica, and inquired, "Did you acquire this?" Holding the weapon, Mio's fingers glided along the blade, prompting her to exclaim, "This is quite a fine weapon. It feels on par with a renowned sword, perhaps even superior." "Yes, I bought it just now for 1,000,000 berries, but this was the only decent weapon I found," Erica replied with a nod. In this world, weapons are not particularly expensive. Even famed swords are valued for their rarity rather than their price. To be honest, even a great sword could be purchased for around 10 million berries, yet there are none available for sale. Unlike the devil fruits, which can empower an ordinary person, swords only enhance the prowess of skilled swordsmen. For an average individual, they hold no significance. Therefore, the price of a good sword pales in comparison to that of a devil fruit. One is already satisfactory. "I will take you to the palace tomorrow to see if there are any more in the royal treasury," Mio said, returning the sword to Erica. However, if Cobra were to learn of Mio's current thoughts, he would likely be unable to contain his anger and would scold her for her shamelessness. Never have I encountered someone so devoid of shame. Erica nodded, gazing up quietly at Mio. With a helpless smile, Mio extended her hand to tousle Erica's hair, causing Erica to squint her eyes in contentment. Shortly thereafter, Warwick arrived. As soon as Warwick entered the room, he announced, "Master, I overheard someone mentioning that there are Marines in Nanohana, en route to the city we're currently in." Marines are Marines, Mio waved dismissively, unconcerned. As an affiliated nation of the world government, it was only natural for Alabasta to have Marines present. However, Warwick continued, "Master, they say there's a great beauty among the Marines named Gion, also known as Momosaji." "A great beauty, Momosaji?" Mio raised an eyebrow, then stroked his chin in contemplation. Why would Momosaji come to Alabasta? Could she be following us? Being in Nanohana indicates they've likely just arrived in Alabasta. Regardless of whether she's here for me, I certainly can't leave anytime soon, as I must see the Poneglyph. If it comes to it, I'll just have to fight again, Mio murmured after a moment of consideration. As for Momosaji, he had no fear whatsoever. As night deepened, Mio booked a few more rooms at the inn, and the group retired to their respective chambers to rest. As Mio was preparing to take a rest, the chirping of the din-din mushy suddenly echoed in the air. Upon glancing at it, she was taken aback. Don Quixote? The call was indeed from Don Quixote. Without hesitation, Mio answered the call. Instantly, the sound of his laughter resonated through the din-din mushy. "Hee, my friend. It has been quite a while since we last communicated." "You were correct, Don. So, are you intending to reconnect with me on a personal level this time?" Mio replied with a faint smile. No, that is not necessary. Maintaining our mutually beneficial relationship is the best way to preserve our bond, is it not?" Don Quixote's voice came through, chuckling. "Therefore, I am reaching out to you this time to bring you a surprise. It seems you have made some gains. Of course. Given that some time has passed, if I had not achieved anything, how would Don Quixote dare to venture further into the Grand Line? Since you have indeed attained something, let us dispense with the trivialities." You are right. There is no need for further banter. Kindly inform me of your location, and I shall ensure that the items are delivered promptly. As for what they are, you shall see for yourself when the time comes. I am currently in the capital of Alabasta. Ah, your words have piqued my anticipation, Don Quixote chuckled. You will be most surprised. For you have given me a surprise as well. The results of our initial transaction are now in my possession. At his words, Mio's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. This implied that Don Quixote was already aware of Corazon's situation, a contemplative glint flashing in her eyes as her lips curled into a smile. "Oh, are you preparing to take action?" "Take action?" Don Quixote spoke with profound meaning. "That is my family we are discussing." Before Mio could respond, he continued, "I am already aware of your location. We shall be in touch again." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Mio put away the phone bug and couldn't help but murmur to himself, "I wonder if the storyline will change because of me." At this moment, he felt a flicker of curiosity. If it were to be altered, what kind of impact would it have on Robin, one of the future superstars? After pondering for a moment, Mio shook his head and muttered, "What does it matter to me?" He then lay down on the bed, ready to rest. The next day, as dawn broke, Mio awoke to find that Erica and the others had already risen. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast at the inn, Mio instructed Erica and the others to wait for him inside the inn. He then took Robin and headed towards the palace. This time, Mio did not shy away from the watchful eyes of the guards as he and Robin donned their cloaks and addressed the soldiers. They stood quietly, awaiting their turn. Before long, a guard returning from the palace approached Mio and said, "Sir, His Majesty the King has agreed to see you. Please follow me." "Thank you," Mio nodded. He followed the soldier alongside Robin into the palace, and under the soldier's guidance, they soon arrived at the door of a chamber. "His Majesty is inside. Please, you may enter," the soldier announced. Mio pushed open the door and walked directly in with Robin. Inside the room, only Cobra was present. Upon seeing Mio and Robin cloaked in their garments, he was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing it was Mio, as the cloak had initially obscured his recognition. As for the other cloaked figure beside Mio, Cobra pondered briefly before deducing that this must be the fabled child of the devil, the sole survivor of O'Hara. "Please follow me," he said succinctly, leading the two without further elaboration. The royal tomb of the Nefertari family was not far as they walked. Cobra's curiosity got the better of him. "Mr. Mio, may I pose a question? How did you come to know that the historical text within our family tomb recorded the existence of the underworld king? This is something even I am unaware of." Cobra inquired. Had it not been for Mio's revelation, he would have remained ignorant of this detail. He only knew that the historical text had been safeguarded by his lineage for generations, yet the content remained a mystery to him. The origins of the text were known to be linked to the royal family that once facilitated the formation of the world government. But the specifics of how they acquired it eluded him. In response to his inquiry, Mio replied thoughtfully, "King Cobra, sometimes knowing too much can be detrimental. What do you think?" At this, Cobra paused, then chuckled wryly, nodding in agreement. "You have a point." After that, he refrained from further questioning, maintaining silence as he guided Mio and Robin to the royal tomb, unlocking the entrance and ushering them into the underground chamber where the historical text lay hidden. Before long, A massive square historical text came into view before the trio. Excitement sparkled in Robin's eyes as she stepped forward, unable to resist caressing the text and absorbing every character inscribed upon it. "You have only half an hour," Cobra warned. "I have matters to attend to with the arriving naval commander." "The naval commander?" A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Mio's eyes as he pondered silently. Could it be Peach Rabbit? However, he quickly broke into a grin. "Rest assured, half an hour will suffice." "That's good to hear." With Mio's assurance, Cobra sighed in relief, having feared that Mio might find the time insufficient. Yet, it appeared that Mio was more accommodating than the majority of pirates he had encountered in the past. At that moment, Robin had already taken out a camera, documenting the text's inscriptions, and was translating portions of it for Mio. Occasionally, she would pull out her notebook to elucidate parts she found perplexing. As the half-hour elapsed, the three exited the tomb. Robin, on tiptoe, whispered in Mio's ear, "Captain, it indeed records the location of the Underworld King, right here in Alabasta." At this revelation, surprise flickered across Mio's face, only to be swiftly concealed. He patted Robin's head and addressed Cobra. "King Cobra, we shall take our leave now. Perhaps fate will bring us together again." Cobra merely waved his hand dismissively in response, not wishing for another encounter. Mio smiled lightly and, seemingly recalling something as she prepared to depart, turned back to inquire, "Excuse me, King Cobra, might I ask if there are any fine blades in the treasury of Alabasta?" Upon hearing this, Cobra's expression darkened, and he replied curtly, "No. If there are none, then so be it," Mio said, slightly disappointed, shaking her head as she took Robin's hand and left. She had initially hoped to find a decent weapon to bring back for Erica. Upon exiting the palace, Mio looked at Robin and asked, "Did you see correctly? Is the king of the underworld truly in Alabasta?" "I did not mistake." Robin shook her head, answering earnestly. "The records not only detail the location of the king of the underworld but also indicate another site pertaining to Alabasta's history, both situated at the same place." "Do you know where that location is?" Mio inquired. "The historical records contain relevant information, if I am not mistaken. It is a straight path from the coast of Alabasta to the exact center of the capital, which is where the other historical site lies." Robin pointed in a direction. Upon hearing this, Mio promptly lifted Robin into her arms and dashed towards that direction without hesitation. "Captain, the historical records state that the king of the underworld has been stored for a long time. Might it not be decayed?" Robin clutched Mio's clothing tightly and asked. "Even if it is damaged, we must investigate," Mio replied. "What if it remains intact? If it is indeed still in good condition, I would certainly take the king of the underworld with me. Yet, if it has deteriorated, it would be unfortunate, but it is merely that, at worst. I could obtain the design plans for the king of the underworld when we reach Water 7. The design plans of one of the ancient weapons, if truly destroyed as in the future, would be a great pity." As they flew swiftly onward, Mio soon departed from the city of the capital and raced across the desert. After running for 5 or 6 hours, Mio finally arrived at her destination. However, upon reaching the site, her brow furrowed in concern. Before her lay a massive pit, filled with quicksand, and within it, she could faintly discern a black corner protruding, resembling a fragment of the historical records. "This is troublesome," Mio murmured, as the quicksand made her hesitant to descend, fearing she might be engulfed. Moreover, surrounded by sand. Retrieving whatever lay below would be impossible for just her and Robin, even with the assistance of others aboard their ship, unless they employed immense manpower and resources, or Crocodile. If Crocodile were here, extracting the item below would indeed be effortless. "Yet, Captain, what shall we do now?" Robin dismounted from Mio and, observing the situation, inquired. "We cannot retrieve the object below now. We can only wait for another day," Mio replied slowly, her gaze fixed on the visible corner below. She could descend to ascertain what it was, as her ability granted her the means to come back up. However, the true challenge lay in bringing the object up, which proved exceedingly difficult. After all, to extract whatever lay beneath, they would first need to excavate the sand, but the quicksand's rapid flow rendered that impossible. Only Crocodile's powers could achieve that. Crocodile should currently be in the New World, which posed a challenge. Mio mused internally. If Crocodile were in Alabasta, she would undoubtedly compel him to assist her with his abilities, punishing him if he refused. Alas, Crocodile was not within the realm of this nation. Though the king of the underworld was so near, it remained out of reach, leaving Mio feeling immensely frustrated. It seemed she could only return at a later time. "I suppose we must wait until we can come back here," Mio said helplessly. Afterward, she instructed Robin, "Please take photographs of the surroundings and remember this location. Since we cannot take it, let us conceal this place for now." "Very well," Robin replied, though she felt a tinge of disappointment for not being able to see the historical records below. Nevertheless, she promptly retrieved her camera and began capturing the scenery around them, documenting everything so that they could return with the photographs as a guide. Once she finished taking the pictures, Mio embraced Robin, unsheathed the raikiri at her waist, and delivered a swift strike. A formidable slash erupted, cleaving through the sandy surface with immense force. Due to her deliberate control, the aftermath of this strike caused the sand on the left side of the deep pit to swiftly flow into it, soon covering the exposed corner. It was believed that after a short while, although the pit would not be completely filled, it would be sufficiently concealed beneath a thick layer of sand. Following this, Mio and Robin made their way back to the capital. Does the historical text contain anything aside from the location of the Underworld King? Mio inquired during their journey. Robin, holding her camera and gazing at the previously captured photographs of the historical text, replied thoughtfully, indeed, it mentions the birth of the Underworld King, stating that he was designed and created by a group of shipwrights, along with the blueprints. Very well, Mio nodded, sensing that there was little of substantial value. Nevertheless, her mind began to wander. The historical text of Alabasta recorded the Underworld King, while that of Skypea documented the Sea King. Could it be that another historical text exists, chronicling the information about the Celestial King? The likelihood seemed considerable, yet the whereabouts of such a text remained unknown. Shaking her head, Mio smiled and said, with the matter of the historical text resolved, we must now prepare to leave this place. And where shall we go next? Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. To Battleship Island. Mio replied, affectionately ruffling Robin's hair. There lies a Millennium Dragon, which I aspire to acquire. Of course, if given a choice. Mio would prefer not to have the ancient Millennium Dragon, as it was too old for nurturing, merely obtaining its genetic material would suffice. Nonetheless, while Millennium Dragons were present around the world, only this particular one was known to have an exact location. However, nearby Dragon Cave Island could certainly be explored. Mio gently stroked her chin, recalling that the Dragon's Cave was a lost island, surfacing from the depths of the sea only once every millennium. This occasion marked the return of the ancient dragons from around the world to the Dragon's Cave. Although the time had not yet arrived, and the ancient dragons were absent, there existed dragon eggs of the millennia. Mio remembered clearly from the original text that regardless of whether the island submerged or emerged, the dragon eggs would remain on its surface, thriving with life. If one could locate the Dragon's Cave, it might be possible to discover and retrieve the dragon eggs. Shaking her head, Mio decided against dwelling on it further and quickened her pace back to the capital. Though preparations for departure were underway, she still needed to wait a day or two, as the people from Don Quixote Doflamingo had not yet arrived, although it was expected to be soon. After all, from her conversation with Doflamingo yesterday, she gathered that the Don Quixote family was currently expanding its influence in the Grand Line, indicating they possessed a certain level of power. However, the extent of their development remained uncertain. The naval island was still ahead of Alabasta, and upon reaching the capital, she would need to procure a nautical chart and a permanent log post. Mio mused to herself about the capital. Upon her return, she noticed a contingent of 100 naval soldiers stationed outside the palace. Her eyes flickered with concern as she and Robin made their way directly to the inn. Inside the inn, Erica and the others were present. The Navy has arrived. Until we depart, you all must refrain from venturing outside to avoid unnecessary trouble, Mio advised. Although only Tontata was unafraid, avoiding conflict was best. Frequent skirmishes would only amplify their perceived threat to the Navy and the world government, yielding no benefits beyond a mere increase in bounty. This gives me a perfect opportunity to read, Lilith remarked, waving the book she had purchased earlier with a smile. In response, Mio nodded. Among her companions, her greatest concern was Warwick, whose boundless energy and restlessness posed a risk of him slipping away. Thus, she took a moment to caution him specifically. The group remained at the inn, and before they knew it, 2 days had passed. The Navy in the capital showed no signs of departure, which surprised Mio. If they had business in Alabasta, it should have been resolved by now. Were they truly here for her? Fortunately, on this day, her transponder snail rang, signaling that Doflamingo's associates had arrived at the capital of Alabasta and were inquiring about her location. After Mio indicated the location, it was merely a matter of waiting. Once the items were retrieved, they could depart. Half an hour later, a knock echoed from outside the room. Warwick, cloaked, went to open the door, and 2 figures entered. One of them was familiar to Mio. It was Diamante, a high-ranking official from the Don Quixote family and a trusted confidant of Doflamingo. Mr. Mio, this is what the young master has instructed me to bring to you. Please take a look, Diamante said, surveying the room before producing the items and presenting them to Mio. There were 2 boxes. Inside, you will find a devil fruit of the Zoan type, though I cannot specify which one, and another box contains a little creature that the young master collected for you. We have rendered it unconscious, so you may open it to see. Very well, Mio nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation from his earlier conversation with Doflamingo. He reached out and opened both boxes. Upon realizing the devil fruit was of the Zoan type, Mio's interest waned, and his focus shifted entirely to the little creature mentioned by Diamante. To his surprise, it was a leopard, a black panther, to be precise. The animal appeared to be quite young, likely just recently born, and looked somewhat adorable in its unconscious state. Mr. Mio, we discovered this little one on an island in the West Sea. Do not be deceived by its appearance. This creature possesses remarkable strength. We observed it for 2 days, and despite its youth, it has already grasped the laws of the forest. You may not know, but its mother was gravely injured in a fight with other beasts and was unable to return with food. In a desperate act to survive, the little one killed its mother while she rested, using her as sustenance to avoid starvation. Moreover, despite its size, It exhibits great power, speed, and stamina, rivaling that of adult beasts. It is also quite intelligent. During our observation, we witnessed it employing strategy to hunt large predators, including an ancient mammoth. Oh. Mio's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this revelation. Your words have indeed piqued my interest. I am glad to hear that, Diamante replied with a slight bow. A young leopard that has comprehended the laws of the forest and utilizes cunning to hunt formidable beasts. This must be considered a prodigy among animals. Wouldn't you agree? Regrettably, Mr. Mio, due to the presence of the Navy, we cannot linger here. The young master has asked me to convey that, should the opportunity arise, you may encounter them again along the Grand Line, Diamante stated. Indeed, we too must take our leave, Mio affirmed. Closing the 2 boxes and handing them to Warwick to carry, Diamante turned and departed, accompanied by his companion. Mio then glanced at Erica and the others, instructing, prepare yourselves. We are about to set off. With that, he began to gather his belongings. Outside the inn, a Navy soldier led Peach Rabbit to a corner, pointing at the establishment. Lady Peach Rabbit, one of the officials from the North Sea Don Quixote family, Diamante, just entered this inn. At this, Peach Rabbit furrowed her brow. Is Don Quixote planning to expand their influence in Alabasta? Soon, she witnessed Diamante emerge from the inn, as the soldier had indicated, swiftly heading in a particular direction. Departing the area, the Navy soldier inquired, Lady Peach Rabbit, shall we pursue? No, Peach Rabbit replied without hesitation. She had some understanding of the Don Quixote family, recognizing it as a significant power within the North Sea's underground world. Furthermore, due to Doflamingo's unique circumstances, the Navy had instructed only Admiral Tsuru to monitor the Don Quixote family. And Admiral Akaino had specifically directed that even if officials from that family were seen, they should not be targeted. It seemed the Navy headquarters had some plans regarding the Don Quixote family, but they appeared to be waiting for the right moment. Thus, Peach Rabbit had no intention of pursuing them. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened in surprise. She saw several cloaked figures exiting the inn, their faces obscured. Yet, Peach Rabbit immediately recognized one of them. That individual cannot be mistaken. It is Warwick from the Black Crow Pirates, she exclaimed in astonishment. Despite the cloak, Warwick's wolf claw occasionally emerged due to the short sleeves. Having previously encountered and battled Warwick, she vividly recalled the appearance of that claw. The Black Crow Pirates have not yet departed from Alabasta, and do they have some connection with the Don Quixote family? Peach Rabbit pondered, then promptly took out a din mushy and dialed in, instructing the nearby Navy soldier to follow her. Admiral Sengoku, this is Peach Rabbit. I have just concluded discussions with the King of Alabasta regarding next year's tribute. But I have just discovered that the captain of the Black Crow Pirates has seemingly had contact with one of the officials from the Don Quixote family, Diamante. Once the call was connected, she began her report. While she intended to keep an eye on Mio, her primary purpose was to negotiate with Cobra about the tribute. Stemming from Doflamingo's previous theft of the tribute, which had enraged the Celestial Dragons. This incident had caused a significant uproar, leading to the Celestial Dragons demanding an increase in tribute from all nations and requiring that each year, nations send a substantial number of guards along with the Navy to escort it. Upon hearing Peach Rabbit's report, Sengoku fell into contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. I am aware of the situation, but do not concern yourself with the Don Quixote family for now. As for the Black Crow Pirates, you may proceed with caution. Intelligence suggests they have acquired a new member. However, this should primarily be a test. If it proves unfruitful, do not feel compelled to pursue it, as our focus remains on the New World. Understood, Peach Rabbit acknowledged before hanging up. She then called the Navy soldier again, and soon after, the din mushy connected. The soldier promptly reported his location. Peach Rabbit then departed the scene. Outside the capital of Alabasta, Alabasta, Mio and his companions were hastily making their exit. However, in the next moment, Mio waved his hand. When Erica approached, he instructed, take care of that pesky ant behind us. Understood, Master, Erica replied, nodding. Without looking back, she drew her katana and executed a swift strike. A powerful slash erupting forth. Followed. Mio had long been aware of the circumstances behind him. However, he had no intention of lingering in this place to squander time. Thus, he resolved to depart swiftly and proceed to his next destination. Regrettably, it seemed that the Navy had anticipated his escape route. After advancing for a short while, a contingent of several hundred naval soldiers emerged in his line of sight. Obstructing his path ahead, Mio abruptly halted her steps, exhaling a sigh. Was it truly necessary to pursue so closely? I am but a novice pirate, after all. A novice pirate, lacking the prowess you possess. As her words faded, the voice of Mamatu unexpectedly resonated from behind. Turning to glance back, she beheld Mamatu leading a contingent of naval soldiers, their gazes fixed upon her with icy intensity. This can only signify that my talent is exceedingly remarkable, Mio remarked with a shrug. It is precisely because your talent is so exceptional and your potential so vast that we cannot allow you to escape, Mamatu responded without hesitation. With a metallic clang, she unsheathed her kanpira, the cold gleam of the blade slicing through the air. The naval soldiers encircling Mio likewise brandished their weapons, aiming them at her. In response, Mio drew her Raikiri, a grin spreading across her face. Your strength cannot hinder our departure. With that, the confrontation loomed. Mio ceased to engage in idle chatter and directly commanded, kill. With that utterance, her voice vanished from the original spot, and a grain of sand beside Momoko disappeared, replaced by Mio's figure. As she wielded Raich, she ruthlessly struck towards Momoko. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from her side, Momoko's beautiful eyes widened, and she swiftly turned to counter with her blade. The clash of weapons produced a shower of sparks. Such incredible speed and immense power. Momoko was astonished. Had it not been for her observation haki, she might have already succumbed to Mio's lethal strike. The formidable strength she exhibited was astounding. The man before her was significantly stronger than the last encounter. How could you mere mortals possibly defeat me? Mio grinned as she stepped back, swinging her sword once more, unleashing a wave of black sword energy that coalesced into a raven, charging forward. As a Navy officer, I must capture or eliminate any pirate I encounter. Even if I am outmatched, Momoko retorted coldly. Simultaneously, Kinbaira unleashed his golden sword energy to meet her attack, resulting in a collision that sent shockwaves rippling outward. The surrounding Navy soldiers quickly readied their weapons, aiming at Mio to assist Momoko. However, in the next instant, a figure shot up into the sky, revealing enormous wings. Who permitted you to interfere in my master's battle? Lilith floated gracefully in the air, her wings unleashing a fierce gust that sent the Navy soldiers sprawling. The swirling sands transformed into a tornado, sweeping toward the remaining sailors. Is this the new member of the Black Crow Pirates? Momoko's heart raced as she caught a glimpse of Lilith in the sky, marveling at her terrifying power. It seemed she possessed the abilities of a Zoan fruit user. Yet not an ordinary one, nor an ancient type. Could it be a mythical beast? Do not let your focus waver while fighting me, Mio's voice suddenly whispered from behind. Startled, Momoko turned around, intent on retaliating. But in the next moment, a flash of light from a blade appeared. With a swift motion, a scar appeared on Momoko's back, blood gushing forth as she was flung backward onto the sandy ground. I hope you do not perish. It would be a shame to lose such a beauty. Mio remarked slowly, her words tinged with regret, even as she continued her assault, wielding Raich. With a single swing, a black slash erupted, aiming fiercely at Momoko. The ground beneath shattered in its wake. Momoko, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger, fought through the pain to mount a defense. Just then, a shadow emerged before her, delivering a powerful punch that dissipated the incoming strike. Momoko froze at the sight of this figure. In the distance, Mio was equally taken aback, then grinned widely as she retracted Raich. Well, it seems an impressive contender has arrived. Turning towards the shore, Mio bellowed, everyone, we must depart. Ha ha, it appears you shall live another day, Momoko. Master, that individual is formidable, Erika remarked beside Mio as they made their exit, her eyes reflecting a fierce desire for battle. Lilith too exuded an air of combat readiness, sensing the strength of the newcomer, who was even superior to herself. Yet, she believed she would not be easily defeated. Of course, that fellow is a vice admiral of the Navy, Mio chuckled. Meanwhile, Momoko, gazing at the imposing figure before her, gritted her teeth and rose. Zifa-sensei. The robust figure with violet hair was none other than the formidable Admiral Zifa, emanating a potent aura of haki. However, in this world, the concept of not killing seemed somewhat absurd, especially for a Navy officer whose targets were pirates. Zifa, in the prime of his youth, had stepped back from active duty to serve as an instructor. Among his first students were Akainu and Kizuru, while Akiji was his third. Though Zifa was not the man he would become, he was still exceedingly powerful, being in the prime of his life, unlike the later version who would lose an arm. Zifa-sensei, what brings you here? Momoko inquired, enduring the pain from her wounds. Burgess asked me to come, Zifa sighed. He mentioned you might find yourself in peril. I happened to be returning to base after leading this year's training session and passed through here. Those individuals were your targets? Indeed, Momoko nodded. The Black Crow pirates emerged from the North Sea within the last month, recently entering the Grand Line. Are the newcomers this strong? Zifa expressed astonishment, as the earlier strike hardly seemed like something a rookie pirate could execute. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, few pirates could unleash such a blow. I suppose that's why Admiral Sengoku assigned me to monitor this pirate crew, Momoko replied with a wry smile. Indeed, Zifa nodded, realizing the potential of such a newcomer. It was clear that an ordinary Navy officer might not be a match. Only Momoko remained available to keep an eye on them, as everyone else was in the New World. You were injured. You should return to base to recuperate, Zifa suggested. No, Momoko shook her head resolutely. The threat posed by the Black Crow pirates is too great. Their captain, who previously could not defeat me, has now gained the strength to do so in a remarkably short time. If I allow them to continue growing, they will inevitably become a significant threat to the Navy. Moreover, it is not just the captain, his crew is formidable as well. A newly joined member is suspected to be a mythical Zoan fruit user. I cannot leave. Currently, I'm the only one suited to monitor the Black Crows. Admiral Sengoku has also mentioned he would send reinforcements to assist me, as long as no battle ensues. I should be relatively safe. Hearing the determination in her voice, Zifa sighed and shook his head. Let me take you away. Thank you, Zifa-sensei. By the way, what is the situation in the New World? It remains unchanged. The Navy finds it challenging to intervene, as the pirates are uniformly hostile towards us, making our progress in the New World quite difficult. Fortunately, there has been some progress recently. Once the situation stabilizes further, we will be able to leave the New World. However, that old rascal Carp has already departed early. I wonder what he is up to. Ah, the shores of Alabasta. At this moment, Mio and Erica, along with their companions, returned to the vessel. Just as they arrived, a colossal figure surged from the depths of the sea. It was the drought demon, who, at that moment, clutched the carcass of a sea beast in its hands, ravenously devouring it with a blood-splattered maw, presenting a rather fearsome sight. Clearly, it was in the midst of its feast. My master. Upon seeing Mio, the drought demon could not contain its joy and exclaimed, "It has been a few days since we last met. Prepare yourselves. We are about to depart," Mio declared with a broad grin. Saying this, he and Erica boarded the ship. Once aboard, Robin promptly retreated to her quarters, seemingly intent on studying the historical photographs she had captured. Lilith, clutching a medical tome, remarked, "Master, I shall be reading. Call for me if anything arises." Go on, go on." Mio waved his hand dismissively, turning his attention to Erica and Warwick. "It's getting late. Erica, please prepare the meal. Warwick, fetch me a bottle of wine. Chilled. We are setting sail." "Understood, master." Both responded in unison. Soon, only Mio remained on the deck. After hoisting the sails, he retrieved the map and permanent compass he had purchased, pointing towards a direction as he addressed the drought demon. "Drought demon, head towards 1 o'clock and proceed straight ahead." "Understood," the drought demon replied. With that, it discarded the remnants of the sea beast and plunged into the ocean, towing the ship forward, which swiftly glided across the water's surface, soon vanishing from the shore. With the coastline behind him, Mio no longer needed to linger on the deck and retreated to his cabin, where he discovered 2 devil fruits and a box containing a small black panther on the table. One of the devil fruits was acquired from Doflamingo, while the other was obtained from the royal palace of Alabasta. Additionally, he possessed 2 more devil fruits, the abilities of which remained unknown to him. Thus he had not yet utilized them. It could be said that Mio's fortune was quite substantial at present. Now that he had some time, it was indeed an opportune moment for a lottery draw, particularly to cultivate this small black panther. The animal-type devil fruit brought by Doflamingo likely had a low chance of being a mythical beast. It should be a standard animal type, or perhaps an ancient type, neither of which particularly piqued Mio's interest. Hence, he decided to exchange both devil fruits for lottery draws. As the 2 devil fruits vanished, they were replaced by 2 lottery draw opportunities. With a mere thought, the interface materialized before him. Mio arrived at the lottery panel, a colossal wheel materializing before him. It was adorned with a dazzling array of genes, much like before. Naturally, the one that piqued Mio's interest was the Super Saiyan gene. Rubbing his hands together, he took a deep breath and glanced at a stopwatch. Perfect. There were merely 3 seconds remaining until 6 o'clock, when the lottery would commence. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. As the timer slid to 6, anticipation flickered in Mio's eyes, and he promptly pressed the lottery button. The wheel began to spin vigorously, its pace accelerating under Mio's watchful gaze. Finally, amidst his tense yet hopeful emotions, it gradually came to a halt, landing on a particular gene. "Congratulations! You have won the Indra gene through the lottery." Indra? Upon seeing the result of his draw, Mio momentarily froze, struggling to comprehend the nature of this gene. However, as he delved deeper into its details, astonishment welled within him. The Indra gene, originating from the world of Naruto, possessed formidable potential, inheriting the Sage Zai, and stood in natural opposition to Ashura. Was this not the Uchiha gene? Mio pondered. If one were to discern the differences between the Uchiha gene and the Indra gene, it might lie in the greater potential of the latter. Moreover, the Indra gene would undoubtedly awaken the Sharingan, whereas the Uchiha gene might not. Yet, there was a significant concern. How would one evolve to the Mangekyou Sharingan? Must I endure another strike from Hawkeye? Mio muttered to himself. Furthermore, it seemed that evolution to the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was a distant hope. According to the original Naruto lore, it required the Mangekyou Sharingan of a blood relative. P.S. In this narrative, powers from the Naruto universe and the One Piece world consume physical stamina instead of chakra, for which I hope for your understanding. Well, I shall see if opportunities arise in the future. Even if I cannot evolve into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, attaining the Mangekyou would still be commendable, provided I use it sparingly to avoid blindness. As for who should be nurtured with this gene, there was no doubt. It would be Black Panther. Mio held a great admiration for this little fellow. The reason was simple. There were no other suitable candidates, and Black Panther's understanding of the forest law seemed quite harmonious with the Sharingan. However, Mio did not rush into nurturing, for another lottery opportunity awaited him. With a press of a button, the wheel began to spin once more. The Indra gene he had drawn earlier now vanished, replaced by a new gene. The Flame Human gene. Ah, this gene was familiar to Mio. He had encountered it in an anime called Ben 10 prior to his journey, featuring an alien with flames enveloping its body, capable of manipulating fire. A commendable gene indeed. Yet, this was not the focus of Mio's attention. Rather, He fixated on the Uchiha gene situated elsewhere on the wheel, contemplating deeply. The genes on the wheel should not vanish after a single draw, implying that I have the chance to acquire 2 Uchiha genes. If I could indeed draw 2 Uchiha genes in the future, perhaps I could consider nurturing a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. However, the probability seemed slim, requiring a substantial number of devil fruits. It would take a considerable amount of time to achieve this goal. Soon enough, as time passed, the wheel began to slow. The results of the lottery soon revealed themselves before Mio. Congratulations! You have won the excellent ghoul gene. TSK, this gene. Mio's brows furrowed deeply. The notion of ghouls, while intriguing, bore a fatal flaw. They consumed human flesh. Though ghouls bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, their sustenance comprised the very blood and flesh of humanity. The implications of cultivating such genes were troubling. What would happen to the resultant creatures? Would they be fed human meat? Or would it be more prudent to eliminate them altogether? The greatest concern lay with the safety of the crew aboard the ship. After all, while these beings might remain loyal to their creator, their allegiance to others was far from guaranteed, a thought that left Mio feeling uneasy. Could this newly acquired gene truly be devoid of merit? Wait, what does this superior denote? Mio suddenly paused, her gaze fixating on the character adjacent to the gene, prompting her to investigate further. Superior, ghoul gene, originating from a modern urban world. These ghouls revel in the consumption of human flesh. Each ghoul possesses distinct kagun, leading to varied combat styles, and the quality of their sustenance directly correlates with the energy they acquire, thus enhancing their strength. This gene has been optimized, eliminating the cannibalistic flaw. So the act of cannibalism is merely a genetic defect, one that has been rectified. With this revelation, Mio's worries dissipated. A grin spread across her face as excitement bubbled within her. 2 draws, 2 distinct genes. Mio was quite satisfied. Next, it was time for cultivation. Upon opening the box containing the small black panther, it became evident that the creature had awakened. Its icy gaze was filled with wariness as it assessed Mio, seemingly searching for an opportunity to escape. This little creature's intelligence was indeed remarkable. The black panther emitted a series of low growls, as if warning Mio to keep her distance. Its sharp fangs and claws were prominently displayed, showcasing its innate spirit. Mio chuckled softly, yet in the next moment, her eyes turned sharp, exuding a formidable aura. Although her presence was not overwhelmingly powerful, it was sufficient to subdue a black panther. As expected, with Mio's aura radiating, the small black panther tucked its tail, lowered its head, and trembled in fear, too frightened to move. Observing this, Mio smiled, drawing the blade from her waist, and said, "Do not worry, little one, it won't hurt too much. To cultivate, one must first incapacitate." Without hesitation, Mio slashed down in the panther's terrified gaze. The creature let out a pained cry before being swiftly placed into the cultivation chamber. Immediately, she began selecting the genes for cultivation: Indra gene, superior ghoul gene, along with genes from the ferocious beast she had slain in the garden and some individuals from Alabasta. All were gathered together. Then, she pressed the cultivation button. A scene reminiscent of a low-budget web game materialized, accompanied by a surge of steam and a series of sounds. Mio, filled with anticipation, seated herself cross-legged and began to wait in silence. Please select a cultivation direction: beast form, human form. Without hesitation, she chose human form, as the beast form was not necessary at the moment, though it could be considered in the future. Once the selection was completed, the cultivation process swiftly reached its conclusion, and the abilities of the newly cultivated creature emerged before Mio's eyes. Cultivation successful. Name: unnamed. Abilities: mental shield, a potent mental force enabling it to defend against psychic assaults. Scales of heck, appendages resembling tentacles extending from its back, allowing for immense control and destructive power with remarkable regenerative capabilities. Devour, enhancing its strength through the energy derived from consumed food. This ability has a limit. Godspeed, possessing extraordinary speed. Keen sense of smell, capable of detecting scents from great distances and discerning human odors. Sharingan, a pair of eyes imbued with terrifying potential. Forest law, survival of the fittest. Capable of forsaking emotions when necessary to preserve itself. Strength, Brigadier General of the Navy Headquarters. Peak combat power of a Rear Admiral at Navy Headquarters. Potential yet to be developed. Excellent. Upon reviewing the abilities, Mio nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, she was pleased. However, she was certain that with the development of its potential, this being would grow into a formidable force upon the seas, especially with the Sharingan. Although the Sharingan was not as potent as its kaleidoscopic and eternal forms, it possessed its unique advantages, particularly the ability to replicate techniques. While it could not imitate devil fruit abilities, it could indeed replicate the 6 styles of martial arts. Mio wondered if it would be possible to replicate Haki if her physical prowess improved. It is time to give you a name. What shall it be? Mio pondered, tapping her chin. With a snap of her fingers, the cultivated creature materialized before her. It was a young adolescent with a somewhat expressionless face, cold eyes, and short black hair. It looked at Mio and said, "Master, let me think. What would be a suitable name for you?" Mio scratched her head in contemplation before turning to the youth and inquiring, If you were to choose a name for yourself, what would it be? The boy paused momentarily before asking, is that allowed? Of course, Mio replied with a smile. Without hesitation, the boy declared, I would like to be called Hei Yin. Hei Yin? Why that name? Mio asked, intrigued by its peculiarity. I don't know. Hei Yin shook his head. These two characters just came to mind, and I wanted to use them. Very well, from now on, you shall be called Hei Yin, Mio said, ruffling his hair. Hei Yin's expression remained unchanged, even somewhat frigid. Were it not for their established relationship, Mio might have mistaken him for her adversary. However, she could now ascertain that he was indeed quite emotionless. Next, Mio handed Hei Yin a set of clothes, instructing, put these on, and then I will take you out to eat. Hei Yin quickly donned the garments. Meanwhile, Mio began the process of extracting her abilities. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the Sharingan, along with 1/10 of the comprehensive attributes of the creature you cultivated. Not bad, Mio mused, nodding in approval at her newly acquired abilities. Though the Sharingan was not overwhelmingly powerful, it held significant utility in battle, particularly for its capacity to perceive the movements of foes, a rare asset. Regrettably, the replication aspect of the Sharingan held limited application in this world, with only a few abilities available for imitation. However, there may come a time to replicate the swordsmanship of other masters, which could enhance her own skills. As for the 1/10 of the attributes, they were commendable. Although Hei Yin's attributes were not exceedingly strong, his speed and mental prowess were formidable, providing a noticeable boost to her own capabilities in those areas. With a thought, a pair of crimson eyes adorned with 3 tomo manifested before Mio. Glancing in a mirror, she was taken aback. Did I begin with 3 tomo? Typically, the Sharingan starts with a single tomo. It was unexpected to possess 3 from the outset. This anomaly may be linked to her mental strength, though the specifics remained unclear. Nevertheless, having 3 tomo was advantageous, sparing her the time required to enhance it to that level, which could be better spent honing other skills. Let us go? It is time to eat. After familiarizing herself with her new abilities, Mio addressed Hei Yin, ruffling his hair once more as they made their way to the dining hall. Upon their arrival, no one was particularly surprised by Mio's presence with Hei Yin. Even Robin merely glanced over, recognizing the youth as the rumored Black Leopard. All right. This individual will henceforth be one of our companions, known as Hei Yin, Mio announced, clapping her hands to gather attention. She then proceeded to introduce Hei Yin to Erika and the others. Hei Yin nodded slightly, his demeanor remaining composed and unchanged. Mio smiled as she explained. This child has a slight case of facial paralysis. Do not pay it any mind. Now, let us enjoy our meal. Erika had long prepared a sumptuous and delectable feast, which she began to serve one by one as Mio spoke. After the meal, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio slightly turned her head to evade the incoming blow. Immediately following, she unleashed a powerful punch that struck Warwick squarely in the abdomen, causing him to stagger back several steps. Master, your strength is remarkable, Warwick remarked earnestly. Come. Let us continue. Mio flashed a grin and beckoned, urging the battle to resume. In a corner, Hyan sat engrossed in a book he had just borrowed from Robin, which detailed various aspects of their world. He intermittently raised his gaze to observe Mio's duel with Warwick, while simultaneously perusing the text. The topics ranged from celestial dragons and nobility to the navy, the world government, and pirates. With the aid of his Sharingan, Hyan read rapidly, finishing a book in just a couple of minutes before seeking another. The night was long yet fleeting. The following day, news spread across the globe, in the New World. Whitebeard single-handedly confronted 3 pirates, each with a bounty of 1 billion, and crushed them with overwhelming force, earning the title of the Sovereign of the New World among pirates. In an instant, the previously tranquil New World erupted once more. The first emperor has emerged, Mio murmured, a contemplative glint flickering in her eyes as she read the newspaper. It was expected that Whitebeard would ascend to such heights among the future 4 emperors. After all, he was at the peak of his powers, having mastered the capabilities of his devil fruit. Even formidable foes like Kaido and Charlotte were no match for him, and the same could be said for Shanks, who, despite his vast potential, still lagged behind Whitebeard. Although Shanks had established himself as a powerhouse in the New World, he would require another year or 2 to vie for the title of emperor. Currently, very few could contend with Whitebeard on the seas. However, with his ascension, the ocean would undoubtedly become tumultuous, as any ambitious pirate in the New World would aspire to claim the title of emperor. The waters were teeming with ambitious pirates, and the New World was poised to enter a period of intense upheaval until the 4 emperors were firmly established. Only under the influence of the 4 emperors would calmness return. Mio glanced at the newspaper, a smile gracing her lips, her expression filled with anticipation. She had not anticipated Whitebeard's sudden rise to power, yet it mattered little. She still had time to cultivate her own strength and influence. As for the world government, They were likely already aware of the potential emergence of other emperors. Given their perspective, it's only natural, Mio mused. They might even attempt to intervene in the affairs of the 4 emperors, though such efforts would prove challenging. The 7 warlords of the sea were designed to stabilize the situation, working alongside the navy to restrain the 4 emperors. Yet, the disparity in strength between the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors was considerable. Shaking her head, Mio set the newspaper aside and opened a map, her eyes betraying a hint of exasperation. She had not expected the island of the warships to be located in the East Sea, which would delay her journey. Initially, she had assumed it was situated along the Grand Line, but after careful inquiry, she discovered it lay in the East Sea. Although the distance was significant, it was imperative she visit, as it was currently the only known location of the dragon's existence. Despite being the weakest of the 4 seas, the East Sea had produced several influential figures that had stirred the ocean, and Mio felt a sense of yearning. Like the original protagonist, Luffy, she too desired to visit Logtown, the site of Roger's execution and the birthplace of the great pirate era. Surely, I want to encounter any formidable foes in the East Sea, Mio thought, scratching her head before stretching her limbs and reclining on the deck beneath the sun. She resolved to treat the journey as a leisurely expedition. Given the relative weakness of the navy and pirates in the East Sea, she felt secure. As the ship set sail, it began its journey towards the doldrums, the only route back to the 4 seas. However, with the presence of the drought spirit, traversing the doldrums would not pose a challenge. In fact, it would be exceedingly simple. Time passed quietly. With the guidance of the drought spirit, Mio reached the East Sea in just 3 days. In stark contrast to the ever-changing weather of the Grand Line, the East Sea was bathed in warm sunlight, uplifting the spirits of those who sailed its waters. The ship glided smoothly across the surface, while the drought spirit submerged beneath the waves, ensuring tranquility. Mio held the map, verifying their location. On the deck, one could observe Warwick instructing Black research in hockey in the Navy's 6 styles, while Erica was teaching Robin the art of hockey. Lilith, engrossed in her studies, would pursue her understanding of hockey after she finished reading. This should indeed be the correct direction. Mio gazed in a particular direction and then called out, "Drought Demon, at 7 o'clock, advance." The Drought Demon acknowledged her command. From beneath the surface of the sea, a muffled roar resonated, and immediately, the vessel's speed increased significantly. In the East China Sea, Battleship Island holds a modest reputation, not overwhelmingly renowned. Its notoriety stems from a legend, the legend of the Millennium Dragon. It is said that a potion crafted from the bones of the Millennium Dragon grants immortality. Although most people today regard this tale as mere myth. After 4 days of travel, the ship finally approached the vicinity of Battleship Island. From a distance, the island indeed bore a resemblance to a warship, yet Mio remained indifferent to its appearance. Once they halted in a certain stretch of ocean, she promptly instructed the Drought Demon, "Dive down and see if there is an island below. Remember to search thoroughly." The Drought Demon nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, rest assured, Master." With that, the Drought Demon nodded and submerged into the depths. Hyan, having just finished a battle with Warwick, approached, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Master, are we in search of that island?" "Indeed, the Dragon Island, the homeland and burial ground of the Millennium Dragon, an island that manifests only once every millennium." Coinciding with the return of the Millennium Dragons from all corners of the world, Mio explained with a smile. "Is there truly such a thing as dragons in this world?" Hyan asked, astonished. "Of course," Mio replied with unwavering certainty. "Dragons do exist, though I am uncertain of their power. The Millennium Dragons do not appear particularly formidable. However, there is a tale of a swordsman from Wano who vanquished a dragon. It remains unknown whether it was a Millennium Dragon or another kind. If it were the latter, it would certainly heighten our anticipation." "There is indeed one on this island," Mio stated. "The lifespan of a Millennium Dragon is exceptionally long. Considering the circumstances of the old dragon from the original tale, it is likely that it has been trapped in that cavern on the island for a considerable time." Just as Hyan was about to respond, he caught sight of something in the distance and suddenly uttered, "Master, there are Navy forces." Mio raised her gaze and indeed spotted a naval vessel in sight. However, she displayed no sign of concern, merely stating, "Drive them away." Haikyun furrowed her brows and advised, "Master, we should eliminate them all." "Oh, why is that?" Mio inquired with keen interest. Haikyun promptly responded, "We are pirates, and your bounty is considerable, Master. Should the Navy discover us and allow us to escape, they will undoubtedly report it. Consequently, we might face a stronger naval force in the future. If we eradicate these naval officers entirely, we can enjoy a peaceful existence in the East Sea. Furthermore, by avoiding towns and islands, we need not worry about attracting the Navy's attention before returning to the Grand Line." Haikyun spoke with a calm demeanor, articulating the most prudent course of action for a pirate. "You are absolutely right," Mio nodded, acknowledging that differing perspectives lead to diverse thoughts. She found herself in agreement with Haikyun's proposition and thus gently declared, "I leave it to you." "Rest assured, Master." A crimson hue emerged within Haikyun's obsidian eyes as she took a step forward, her form soaring into the sky, moving gracefully towards the naval vessel. It was the moonwalk technique. Haikyun's Sharingan had enabled her to master the 6 powers in just a few days, although not yet an expert. She had certainly grasped the fundamentals. As for Haki, she had not yet learned it, as the Sharingan could not replicate such abilities, but that was within expectations. Soon, Haikyun's figure glided through the air, swiftly reaching the naval ship, and a cacophony of screams erupted shortly thereafter. Mio paid no heed. Her gaze fixed upon the surface of the sea, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the drought demon. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Hei Yin returned from the warship, bearing a treasure chest upon his shoulder. Upon placing it on the deck before Mio, he spoke in a calm tone. Master, this is the treasure from the warship. Nothing has been overlooked. It is all here. More treasure? Mio expressed a hint of surprise at his words, before hastily opening the chest. A slight twitch of her mouth ensued as she beheld its contents. Indeed, it could be deemed treasure. In addition to a collection of gold coins, the chest held a substantial quantity of silver coins and banknotes, some of which were notably crumpled. Hei Yin then elucidated. These were retrieved from the bodies of the naval soldiers. You searched through all those naval corpses? Mio inquired, astonished. Indeed, Hei Yin nodded earnestly. Mio fell silent and subsequently shut the treasure chest, exclaiming softly, how thoughtful. During the brief quarter of an hour that Hikien was away, it was likely that mere minutes were spent on the act of killing, with the remaining time devoted to scavenging the bodies. The thought of the 150 belly coins within the chest confirmed Mio's belief in Hikien's words. It seemed that aboard the battleship, nothing had been overlooked. Mio's words ignited a spark in Hei Yan's eyes. After a gentle nod, she turned and departed, retreating to a corner where her gaze fell upon the vast ocean, her heart brimming with anticipation for the arrival of the next warship. A quarter of an hour later, as Hei Yan returned, the head of the drought demon finally emerged from the water. Master, I have located the drought demon, it reported. Upon hearing this, Mio immediately rose to her feet and commanded, take me there. Without hesitation, she leaped into the sea. As she descended beneath the waves, she beheld the drought demon's colossal form, a sight both awe-inspiring and formidable. The drought demon then plunged into the depths, swiftly propelling itself towards a specific direction. As the thought crossed her mind, Liao's figure flickered behind the drought demon, closely trailing its every move. After advancing a considerable distance, the drought demon began to descend deeper, ultimately reaching the seabed of a particular region. Mio beheld the island, now peacefully resting in the depths of the ocean. The island was adorned with vibrant corals, and amidst them lay dragon bones. Additionally, there was a singular dragon egg. Aside from the dragon bones, corals, and the egg, fragments of eggshells were embedded in the soil, hinting at the possibility that a millennia-old dragon had once hatched and departed, or perhaps had been taken away by other adult dragons visiting this place. Upon sighting the solitary dragon egg, Mio immediately activated her transmutation ability, swapping her position with a nearby patch of seagrass, thus appearing next to the egg. Without hesitation, she cradled the dragon egg and gestured towards the surface, swiftly departing from that location. Holding the egg, Mio could sense a rhythmic pulse emanating from within, indicating the presence of life, suggesting that it had not perished and could hatch at any moment. This realization filled her with joy. Upon resurfacing and returning to the deck, the others quickly gathered around, their curiosity piqued as they examined the dragon egg. Is this truly the egg of a millennia-old dragon? Can one that has been retrieved from the sea still hatch? Robin mused, poking the egg with her finger, intrigued by its appearance, which seemed to have been submerged for quite some time, nearly covered in coral. Indeed, she affirmed. Mio took the towel from Erica's hands and wiped the moisture from her body, smiling as she spoke. Rest assured, there is vitality within. It shouldn't be long before it hatches. So, where shall we go next? Lilith inquired with curiosity. To Log Town, and then through Reverse Mountain, back to the Grand Line. Mio replied with a grin. The ship was preparing to depart. However, at that moment, another warship slowly emerged on the distant sea. On the deck of the warship stood a burly man wearing a dog-headed hat, alongside a Navy officer draped in a justice cloak, who bowed his head to report. Vice Admiral Garp, we have contacted the nearby Navy branch regarding the warship across from us. It has been confirmed as the 8th branch of the East Blue Navy. However, we have reached out to the commanding officer on board, and there has been no response. No need to contact them. Everyone on board is dead, Garp replied calmly, waving his hand dismissively. Have you not caught the scent yet? The stench of blood is already quite strong. It must have been the pirates from that ship. Garp's gaze turned toward the distant pirate vessel, his eyes blazing. That is. The lieutenant picked up a telescope for a closer look and was immediately taken aback. Vice Admiral Garp, that pirate ship seems to belong to the Black Crow Pirates, which recently entered the Grand Line from the North Blue. How could they appear in the East Blue? The Black Crow Pirates? Garp echoed, momentarily surprised. Is that the new pirate crew that Sengoku instructed Peach Rabbit to keep an eye on? Indeed. Currently, the captain, Kurokas Mio, has a bounty of 100 million, while crew member Erica has a bounty of 70 million, and crew member Warwick has a bounty of 60 million. A pirate crew of this caliber should be heading to the New World. Why are they here in the East Blue? The lieutenant remained puzzled. Garp removed his signature dog-headed hat and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, since we've encountered them. And I've heard they injured Peach Rabbit. Ha Hawkeye has been incessantly nagging me about it. I simply cannot let them escape. Bring me cannonballs. Yes. Upon hearing this, the Navy soldiers sprang into action. Soon, cannonballs were placed beside Garp. Grasping one, Garp hurled it toward the pirate ship, the cannonball soaring through the air. However, the next moment, with a swoosh, a sword aura erupted, slicing the cannonball in two. Garp furrowed his brow, then relaxed. No wonder Sengoku was troubled by this newcomer. They certainly possess some strength. With that, Garp seized another cannonball. I cannot allow you to flee. I wish to return to Dayton soon, he murmured as he launched the cannonball once more. Yet again, a sword aura erupted, cleaving the cannonball apart. Watching yet another of his cannonballs fail to hit, Garp's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Bring out something bigger. I want to see if they can slice through that." The Navy personnel promptly complied. Soon dragging out a massive cannonball, Garp gripped the enormous projectile with both hands, his veins bulging as he bellowed, and hurled it into the air. The colossal cannonball flew swiftly, demonstrating Garp's formidable strength as it cut through the air with a deafening roar. Vice Admiral Garp's power is truly terrifying. Certainly. He is a hero of the Navy. The soldiers exclaimed in admiration. This time, that pirate ship will surely be obliterated. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, as the massive cannonball drew closer, Mio sheathed Raikiri and shouted, "Drought." A roar erupted from beneath the sea, as a colossal crimson arm surged forth, seizing the cannonball. The enormous red hand grasped the cannonball as if it were a bowling ball, pulling it into the depths of the ocean, causing a tremor to resonate from below. What on earth is that? Some Navy soldiers stared in shock. It seems to be an arm. Is it a giant? Unclear. However, the next moment, accompanied by a mighty roar, a gigantic figure burst forth from the ocean, glaring at the warship. With a thunderous bellow, it unleashed a violent shockwave that caused the warship to tremble. Is that Ors? Garp was momentarily taken aback but quickly dismissed the thought. No, Ors is dead. Could it be a descendant of Ors? He noticed the tail of the being and was struck with astonishment. It cannot be a descendant of Ors, or perhaps a hybrid of Ors and a sea king. Upon reflection, Garp found this possibility quite plausible, as only a sea king could match Ors' immense size. However, this Ors appeared to be a member of the pirate crew. This revelation astonished Garp. A new pirate crew with members not only of considerable strength but also possessing such a colossal sea creature was indeed formidable. Yet, the more formidable they were, the less he could allow them to escape. Garp commanded, "Close in on them. If the cannonballs are ineffective, we shall approach directly." The Navy soldiers sprang into action. Mio stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the dog-headed warship, her brows furrowed. Garp, at this moment, he ought to be in the New World. So how could he be in the East Sea? Is he here to visit Luffy? But Luffy has yet to be born at this time. Wait a moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio's lips curled slightly upward as she waved her hand toward the dry corpse, who immediately signaled. The enormous tail behind it swished violently, sending forth a colossal wave that surged toward the warship. Ordinary vessels would surely be engulfed by such a torrent. However, this was a ship manned by Garp. And even a mere lieutenant aboard was no ordinary warrior. At that moment, one lieutenant leaped gracefully, unleashing a massive gust of wind to counteract the wave, neutralizing its force. Is the intention to prevent the enemy from approaching? If so, allow me to assist, Lilith said softly, stepping in front of Mio. Indeed, her abilities were most suited for this occasion. Mio nodded gently in agreement, not declining the offer. Lilith smiled at Mio and began to stride forward, her wings rapidly extending into a pair of magnificent, colossal feathers. With a gentle leap, she ascended into the sky, her resplendent wings capturing the attention of everyone aboard the warship. Many naval soldiers gazed with hearts aflame, their focus solely on Lilith's ethereal figure. What an unusual power. Garp mused, unable to suppress a smirk. Yet her aura was undeniably formidable. Observing Lilith in the sky, he marveled inwardly. Her presence rivaled that of the division's rear admiral, perhaps even surpassing it. Such a pirate crew should not exist in these seas, nor should they be encountered in the first half of the Grand Line. They ought to belong to the New World instead. If left unchecked, they could evolve into a dominant force upon entering that realm. Unbeknownst to Lilith, who was fixated on the warship, she flapped her wings vigorously, conjuring a tempest that spiraled violently across the ocean's surface, drawing seawater into its vortex. It swiftly formed a terrifying tornado, hurtling toward the warship. What a remarkable ability. Could she be a mythical beast? Garp mused, his shoulders shifting as the Navy's cloak of justice slipped from him. He stepped forward, watching the approaching storm with a sense of determination. I cannot allow you to destroy the warship. With that declaration, Garp sprang into action, leaping into the air. His right hand clenched into a fist, enveloped in a dark, armament-coated haki. With a powerful shout, he proclaimed, Iron Fist. In an instant, Garp delivered a devastating punch, unleashing an overwhelming force. The tornado, astonishingly, split apart beneath his blow and began to dissipate, while the seawater that had been drawn upward cascaded back down. Mio, standing at the ship's bow, couldn't help but grin at the spectacle. That punch was utterly extraordinary. She knew Carp was formidable after all. His strength was undoubtedly on par with the four emperors, but witnessing such raw power was a revelation. Although Carp lacked a devil fruit ability, his physical prowess and hockey were undeniably terrifying, capable of shattering a tornado with a single strike. What level of fearsome strength and hockey intensity must this man possess? Yet, at least now she knew how to escape. Otherwise, she might have found herself and impelled down. Mio murmured to herself as she regarded Carp, who had landed on the warship. She then leaped lightly onto the head of the dry corpse, sitting cross-legged. "Are you the captain of the Black Crow Pirates?" Carp called out, his attention drawn to Mio. Despite the astonishing display he had just witnessed, he lacked the composure typical of a strong warrior, instead picking his nose. "Indeed. I am," Mio nodded. "I never anticipated encountering Vice Admiral Carp here in the East Blue. I wonder whether this is my fortune or misfortune. Knowing what you do, you should not resist. Surrender yourself to me. I have matters to attend to and no time to waste here," Carp shouted. Mio's lips curled into a smile at his words. "Although the total number of crew members aboard our ship may not match your strength. Are you certain you wish to capture us, Mr. Carp?" "Encountering pirates is the Navy's duty," Carp responded, his tone grave. "Haha," Mio chuckled softly, rising gracefully as she unsheathed her reich. "Are you not concerned about the destruction of your ship?" Mio spoke as if in a gentle murmur. "Some individuals may survive in the sea, but not everyone. Would you agree, Mr. Carp?" Upon hearing this, Carp's expression darkened instantly, his gaze fixed intently upon Mio. Mio smiled in response, yet the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. However, she would not squander time exchanging glances with Carp. Instead, she grinned and called out to the ship. "Hanwha, let's go." Upon hearing her command, Hanwha plunged into the depths of the sea, grasping the underwater rope to propel the vessel swiftly away from the scene. "Admiral Carp, it appears they are preparing to flee. Should we pursue them immediately?" An officer beside Carp inquired urgently. Carp, regaining his composure, cast a lingering glance at Mio aboard the pirate ship, scratching his head with a chuckle. "No need to chase. Did you not see the colossal giant on their ship? What if it gets destroyed? Let us return to Windmill Village first. I shall take a nap. Wake me when we arrive." With that, Carp turned and strode toward his quarters, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. "Roger, you scoundrel. It's because of you that I let slip a remarkably promising individual. If Sengoku and Little Crane find out, I shall surely be scolded endlessly. But does that fellow know of Ace's existence or not?" Upon reaching his room, Carp closed the door behind him. Lifting the blanket on his bed, he beheld a serene infant sleeping soundly. Ace. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the din mushi, his expression a mixture of complexity and concern. "Carp, you rascal." He picked up a vacant din mushi to make a call but hesitated before finally placing it down. "Master, that person was exceptionally strong," Lilith remarked seriously as she approached Mio, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. The image of that powerful punch shattering the storm still replayed vividly in her mind, a truly staggering scene. "Strong, indeed," Mio replied with a smile. "After all, they stand at the pinnacle of this vast sea. My expectations for you all are set at that level of existence. However, whether you can reach such heights depends entirely on the potential of those I have nurtured. There is no need to worry about your efforts. Is it possible that the strongest being in this world could be so formidable?" Lilith murmured, nodding with determination. "Do not worry, Master. Lilith shall also become very strong." Not just Lilith, but also Erica and the others felt the same way. The shocking scene had indeed left them astounded. Erica, in particular, found herself replaying that moment repeatedly in her mind. Could she protect her master in the face of such terrifying power? The answer was clear, no. Regardless of how strong the enemy may be, her master must not perish. A fierce resolve surged within Erica, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the surrounding waters. Little Robin turned pale, nearly fainting from the overwhelming presence. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mio's voice brought Erica back to her senses, and the previously overwhelming aura dissipated. She shook her head and then nodded slightly. "No, it's just that I have a faint recollection of that sensation." "That's good." Upon hearing this, Mio's face lit up with a surprised and joyful smile. "Remember this feeling. Try to familiarize yourself with it." "I will, Master." Erica nodded earnestly. The group then began their training in earnest. Even Robin, typically indifferent, dedicated herself to rigorous practice. For her, even if she could not become a formidable warrior, she refused to be a liability, at the very least. She must possess the strength to safeguard her own life. Mio sat at the bow of the ship, a bottle of rum in hand, sipping leisurely while commencing the creation of a life card. The thought of Garp's appearance in the East Blue brought a subtle smile to his lips. Ace. At this juncture, Garp would not return to the East Blue unless compelled by something of profound significance. The Navy headquarters would never permit him to depart from the New World. Thus, Mio quickly deduced that there must be something of great importance compelling Garp to leave the New World, and that was Ace's birth. This pivotal moment could only be attributed to this singular event, as Garp's connection with Roger, though adversarial, was imbued with an extraordinary sentiment forged upon the vast seas. Since Ace was born in the South Blue, Garp's presence in the East Blue could only imply that he had received news of Ace, prompting his return. Mio easily grasped this notion, and hence, he felt no trepidation regarding Garp capturing him. Even if Garp intended to seize him, he would merely express his intent to destroy the warship without pressing too hard. After all, should the warship be truly destroyed, how could an infant like Ace survive in the ocean? It was becoming evident that his assumptions were correct. Ace was indeed aboard the warship, although Garp was formidable. He was still at sea, and while he could capture Mio and his companions, he could not prevent Mio from wreaking havoc on the warship. This was Mio's confidence. At sea, unless one encountered a top-tier powerhouse like Garp, few could impede Mio's actions. Shaking his head, Mio dismissed further thoughts and focused intently on crafting the life card while calling out, "Han Hai, do not stray too far. Circle around this vicinity and find a concealed spot near the warship island. I still need to locate that Millennium Dragon." Temporary cultivation was unnecessary, but he could certainly acquire its genes. "Understood, Master." Han Hai's voice resonated from the depths of the sea. The vessel then meandered around the warship island, allowing time to pass in order to avoid encountering Garp's warship again. After approximately 2 hours, the ship approached the warship island and anchored in a discreet location. "Who wishes to accompany me in search of the Millennium Dragon?" Mio inquired, glancing at the others aboard. "Is it alive?" Robin asked. "Of course it's alive. What need would I have for a dead one?" Mio rolled his eyes. "Then I shall go," Robin declared eagerly, the prospect of an alive Millennium Dragon being particularly alluring to her. Meanwhile, Erica and the others shook their heads, opting to focus on their training. "Well, Haekyun is eating. He is indulging in barbecued meat made from sea kings. Although he is consuming food, with every bite, Haekyun's physique is enhancing, as his gluttonous ability allows him to significantly elevate his strength in a short span of time, albeit with a limit. Otherwise, relying solely on eating, Haekyun could achieve admiral-level power in no time. Ensure you guard the ship diligently. If anyone approaches, eliminate them." "Robin, let us depart," Mio commanded, waving to Robin. Clutching her camera, Robin leapt from the vessel, following Mio. Warship Island. Robin trailed behind Mio as they ventured in a specific direction. As they proceeded, Mio activated his observation hockey. Though the coverage was limited, it was a marked improvement from before, now extending nearly 30 meters. "Captain, are we capturing the Millennium Dragon?" Robin asked while snapping photos of the picturesque surroundings. "No capturing. That would waste resources," Mio shook his head, replying. "This time, our objective is to kill it." "Kill it?" Robin expressed her astonishment. "Why would we kill the Millennium Dragon?" Mio reached out to tousle Robin's hair. "Why bother with so much fuss? As long as it serves a purpose, that's enough. Stop messing up my hair." Robin swatted Mio's hand away, casting an annoyed glare at her captain. However, regrettably, that fierce look was imbued with a certain charm in Mio's eyes. The battleship island was neither particularly large nor exceedingly small. After an hour of searching, Mio and Robin had yet to find the cave they sought, the very one described in the original tale. 2 decades have passed, and it remains uncertain whether the millennial-old dragon truly resides on this island. Even Mio harbors doubts. "Captain, I believe I have discovered a cave, though I cannot ascertain if it is the one you mentioned," Robin, eyes closed and arms crossed, stated as she harnessed her Hana Nomi powers to assist Mio in locating the site. "Where?" Mio inquired eagerly. Robin opened her eyes and pointed in a specific direction. "There. Let us go." With those words, Mio scooped up Robin and dashed towards the indicated spot. Upon reaching the cave, even before entering, Mio sensed the presence of the ancient dragon within through her observation hockey. As they ventured deeper, it wasn't long before they beheld the millennial-old dragon, appearing as decrepit as described in the original narrative. The lifespan of such a creature is extraordinarily lengthy. Whether it can indeed live for 1,000 years remains uncertain, yet surviving for several centuries seems plausible, due to its sheer size. The dragon found itself trapped within the cave, unable to escape due to the constraints of its surroundings. Upon noticing Mio and Robin's arrival, the dragon let out a thunderous roar, filled with a sense of warning. Robin dismounted from Mio and began capturing the moment with her camera, while Mio gazed at the ancient beast and spoke slowly. "No need to roar. I have come specifically for you." In response to Mio's words, the dragon roared once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio, seemingly oblivious, held her thunderclap and stated calmly, "I'll send you on ahead. If there's a next life, I hope you won't be foolish enough to enter a cave you can't escape." As the words fell, Mio unleashed a slash. Thwack. Black sword energy enveloped the thunderclap. With a single strike, blood splattered as the Millennium Dragon's head separated from its neck. Robin lamented, "Captain, you're truly ruthless." To this, Mio simply shrugged. "How can one survive in this world without a bit of ruthlessness?" "That's certainly true." Robin agreed with a nod. Simultaneously, a notification materialized on the panel before Mio. "Congratulations! You have acquired the Millennium Dragon gene." Millennium Dragon gene, originating from the world of One Piece. This dragon gene boasts considerable strength among beasts, along with an exceptionally long lifespan. Its dragon bones can be used for medicinal purposes, extending longevity. Gazing at the description of the Millennium Dragon gene, Mio was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect the Millennium Dragon's bones to actually be useful, but it's about what I thought. It can only extend lifespan. As for immortality, forget about it. If only immortality were so easily attainable. Currently, the only certain method of achieving immortality in this world is likely the ultimate surgery of the op fruit. Since the dragon bones are useful, I can't let them go to waste. I'll play the butcher for once, Mio murmured, striding towards the Millennium Dragon's corpse, blade in hand. Robin inquired curiously, Captain, what else are you going to do? Extract the dragon bones. They're valuable, Mio replied without turning back, engrossed in her task. As the scene was excessively gruesome, Robin didn't linger, instead wandering around the cave. Upon returning, she found Mio with a bone slung over her shoulder. The stench of blood overpowering. Can we leave now, Captain? Robin asked, pinching her nose. Yes, we can. I need to take a bath when we get back. Mio replied with a nod, finding the overwhelming stench of blood almost unbearable himself. The two swiftly exited the cave, heading towards the ship. Upon returning to the ship, Mio instructed Warwick to cleanse the dragon bones before washing up himself. He then directed Hanbei to set course for Lobetown. With nothing left to hold him in the East Blue, he couldn't afford to waste any more time there. Once back on the Grand Line, Mio's journey would only pass through a few islands, Skypea, Water 7, and then the Sabaody Archipelago, before heading directly to the New World via Fishman Island. Of course, this was a long and arduous journey, and before reaching the Sabaody Archipelago, Mio would find a way to visit Impel Down. After washing up, Mio, now clean, arrived on deck. His gaze fell upon the others, still engrossed in training, with only Robin absorbed in a book. Looks like Garp has had quite an impact on them, Mio mused. But it's understandable. Even now, when I think back, I feel a surge of excitement and a desire to train like crazy, to become stronger and possess such immense power. Huff. Exhaling, Mio chuckled softly. Despite having just taken a bath, Mio drew his thunderclap and began training alone. Time passed slowly. The distance from Marineford to Lobetown was neither short nor long. It took 4 days to arrive. Upon reaching Lobetown, the ship still didn't dock at the harbor, instead mooring at a secluded coast. Lobetown was a crucial point for those heading to the Grand Line from the East Blue, and the Marine's defenses were considerable. While they weren't a match for his crew, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. All right, time to collect your money, Mio announced before disembarking, summoning everyone to prepare for the division of spoils. Warwick, go buy supplies and booze. Here, 2 million berries. Buy plenty. Robin and Lilith, you two want to buy books, right? Is 1 million berries enough? Kurokan, anything you want to buy? Food? Lobetown doesn't have any rare foods that would greatly aid your gluttony, but fine. Take 1 million. Consider it a change of pace. Having divided the money, Erica, in her turn, intended to peruse the armories. As she was in need of a superior weapon, Mio, as before, bestowed upon her 1 million berries. As for Mio himself, clutching his 1 million berries, he disembarked, intending to survey the execution platform. The assemblage of individuals departed the vessel, setting course for Lobetown. As Mio journeyed towards the execution platform within Lobetown, he remained oblivious to the fact that Naval Headquarters was in a state of consternation regarding his exploits. Within the confines of Sengoku's office at headquarters, he gazed upon the mountainous accumulation of documents, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The recollection of a prior report from a soldier, indicating that Fleet Admiral Kong was on vacation, ignited within him a surge of envy and resentment. BRRR. The sound of the den mushy resonated. Sengoku seized it, and Garp's voice echoed forth. Sengoku, I am returning to the New World. Are there any arrangements to be made? Garp, you scoundrel, are you consuming Senbei? Sengoku bellowed, discerning the distinct crunching sounds emanating from Garp's side of the den mushy, unmistakably the sound of Senbei being masticated. Ha. Indeed, I am indulging in Senbei. Sengoku, your envy is futile, Garp guffawed. Upon hearing this, Sengoku emitted a cold snort, retorting, your salary for this month has been confiscated. You fiend, Sengoku. Why would you seize my salary? To procure Senbei. I too desire to partake. Why not utilize your own remuneration? It is my prerogative. You villainous scoundrel, Garp exclaimed indignantly, yet swiftly adopted an indifferent tone. No matter, for I shall ultimately pilfer the Senbei you acquire. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku's visage darkened. How could he utter such sentiments with such unwavering conviction? As old comrades, they exchanged a volley of insults before broaching the matter at hand. Sengoku, I encountered the fledgling pirate crew you mentioned earlier. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's brow furrowed. Did you encounter them in the Grand Line? Nay, in the East Blue. The East Blue? Sengoku's eyes widened in astonishment. They ought to be in the Grand Line. How could they be in the East Blue? I know not. But their strength is undeniable, unlike that of mere novices. Their potential is considerable, as is the threat they pose, Garp stated gravely. Sengoku inquired, with your prowess, were you unable to apprehend them? He possessed a profound understanding of his old friend's capabilities, surpassing even his own. Indeed, those capable of contending with Garp on the high seas were exceedingly rare. Within the New World, there exists but one, Whitebeard. Figures such as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are still in the ascendant. They are not Whitebeard, who has long since achieved renown and attained his zenith. Whereas Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have yet to do so. Beyond the New World, the world government possesses several individuals, and Impelled Down harbors one. In the first half of the Grand Line, there may yet be a few concealed figures. Headquarters, 2, boasts 1, Fleet Admiral Kong. Were time to be rewound by a decade or two, the number would be greater, but now, those capable of contending with Garp have either perished or succumbed to old age, while Garp remains at his peak. Many who were once capable of contending with Garp have aged and diminished in strength. Moreover, that they are capable of contending with Garp is one thing. Whether they can vanquish him is entirely another. Thus, the fact that his old friend had failed to apprehend a fledgling pirate crew, despite their undeniable strength, astounded him. It was not that I was incapable of apprehending them, but rather that the battle transpired at sea. 2 members of this pirate crew possess abilities well suited to naval warfare. Had the engagement continued, the warship would have been destroyed, and thus, the pursuit was abandoned, Garp explained, naturally omitting the true circumstances. New members? Is one of them Lilith? Sengoku inquired, recalling the report from Momosaji concerning the new members of the Black Crow Pirates. One is a female, and the other is a colossal brute. Seemingly a descendant of Oars, resembling a giant, yet also a fishman, as if the progeny of Oars and a sea king, Garp remarked, his curiosity piqued. From whence did this drought demon originate? Whose offspring is he? Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku frowned, lamenting, it appears that within a few years, another overlord will emerge in the New World. Shall I pursue them? Garp inquired. Nay. Sengoku swiftly rejected the proposal. You must immediately proceed to the New World, which is currently in a state of turmoil. The rabble have become frenzied in their pursuit of the throne. In your absence, the New World will be severely strained. As for the Black Crow pirates, Sengoku's brow furrowed as he stated gravely, intercept them before they enter the New World, and apprehend them in one fell swoop. Though their potential and the threat they pose are substantial, they have yet to mature, and thus, there is no cause for alarm. The New World is the paramount concern at present. Currently, with the exception of Whitebeard, who remains aloof from the fray, all others are vying for territory and the throne. Even those devoid of ambition, such as Shanks, are compelled to compete. Individuals of Shanks' caliber and vision can discern that even without ambition. Assuming the mantle of Emperor grants one command over the discourse. In addition to these individuals, there are numerous other overlords who have seized their respective territories, preparing for the impending contest for the throne. The Navy's presence in the New World is indeed precarious. The reason is simple. The Navy lacks a foothold in the New World. The New World has long been regarded by pirates as their domain. Any naval bases established there are invariably destroyed. Even the Sol G5 branch in the New World was established at considerable cost and with the support of the world government. The dawn of the Great Pirate Era has drawn countless pirates from across the globe to the New World. These pirates engage in internecine conflict, but upon encountering the Navy, they unite against it. Moreover, the towns and islands within the New World that become pirate strongholds receive protection from pirates. Some territories suffer under oppressive rule, while others are well protected, leading the common folk to hold the Navy in low regard and even support the pirates who safeguard them. As the guardians of peace on the seas, the Navy must establish a foothold in the New World, regardless of the difficulties. Such is Sengoku's current aspiration. Only by possessing a foothold can the Navy subsequently leverage it as a springboard to expand its influence in the New World. Understood. I shall hasten my departure for the New World. Kapu responded gravely. Roguetown, the place of both beginnings and endings, where Roger was born and met his demise. This town has attracted many renowned figures, and in the original tale, Zoro acquired the legendary swords Enma and Shusui here. However, 2 decades have passed, and Mayo has no knowledge of whether those weapons still exist. With numerous weapon shops scattered throughout Rogue Town, he harbored no intent to search for them. As for Erika, her fate would depend on chance. Upon entering Rogue Town, Mayo headed straight for the execution platform. Soon, he arrived at his destination. The sky gradually darkened, and faint flashes of lightning danced among the ominous clouds, hinting at an impending downpour. Gazing upwards, the imposing execution platform loomed before him, stirring an inexplicable tremor within. Although he had not witnessed Roger's execution firsthand, the imagery of that moment flooded his mind, and he could feel the madness that enveloped this place at that time. Do you seek my treasure? If so, I will grant it all to you. It's all hidden there. The shock of ordinary folk, the wrath of the Marines and the world government, the frenzy of pirates. This marked the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. With a sudden roar, torrential rain began to pour down. The streets grew sparse with pedestrians as Mayo continued to gaze at the top of the platform, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. Roger, truly a figure to admire. As someone who comprehended the century-long void of history, Mayo felt a measure of admiration for Roger's actions, more precisely, for his methods. With but a single utterance, he ignited the Great Pirate Era. One could say that although Roger perished, his influence endured. Dead, yet he lived on. However, aside from that flicker of respect, what filled Mayo most was the burgeoning ambition. Not merely to become the Pirate King, but to, like Roger, become a force that shapes an era. He lifted his cloak, raindrops cascading down his face, and with a grin, turned to depart. He had seen enough, and it was time to leave. At that moment, a marine soldier rushed onto the scene, swiftly raising his weapon to aim at Mayo. While a voice echoed from a distance, "Captain of the Black Crow Pirates, though I know not why you have come to the East Blue, your journey ends here." With a swift motion, a slashing attack was launched at him. Accompanied by relentless gunfire, Mayo's figure suddenly vanished from his original position, reappearing atop a nearby rooftop, his weapon Reich, gripped firmly in hand. "You Marines truly possess keen senses. I have scarcely arrived in Rogue Town, yet you have discovered me," Mayo remarked. His tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. He had no desire to attract trouble as it would merely waste his time. Yet now, trouble had come seeking him. Fruit user. The Marine General, Mozambia, the highest commander at the Rogue Town base, who would in time become a rear admiral, had been dispatched here due to his considerable potential. The earlier slashing attack had originated from him. His gaze fixed on Mayo atop the rooftop, Mozambia's expression hardened. This was indeed an exceptionally peculiar devil fruit ability. He had clearly perceived, through his observation hockey, that just as the slash was about to connect, the captain of the Black Crow Pirates had vanished. This power was linked to space. "Can you defeat me?" Mayo inquired softly. "Of course," Mozambia replied coldly, then commanded, "Open fire." The Marines, already poised, prepared to pull their triggers. But at that moment, Silverblade, a whoosh pierced the air. A silver beam of light surged through the ranks of the Marine soldiers, and in the next instant, a cloaked figure appeared not far from them, wielding two blades. Droplets of blood cascading from their edges. With a thud, the soldiers began to collapse, their blood staining the rain-soaked ground. Elika, dual-wielding member of the Black Crow Pirates. Mozambia's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated her arrival would be so swift. Upon learning that the Black Crow Pirates had come to Rogue Town, he had devised a plan to swiftly capture their captain, subsequently ensnaring the remaining crew. Yet, before any confrontation could unfold, the crew members had already arrived. As Mozambia momentarily faltered, another whoosh echoed, and his expression shifted as he evaded instinctively. Yet it seemed too late, although he dodged a fatal blow. A claw mark appeared on his back, blood oozing forth. Another one? A member of the Black Crow Pirates, Warwick, Mozambia noted, observing the cloaked figure before him. Sharp claws protruding from beneath the fabric, his expression darkening. Despite understanding the Black Crow Pirates were formidable, he had not anticipated their strength to be so overwhelming. With each member exhibiting extraordinary prowess, he had initially assumed their high bounty was merely the result of their nefarious deeds, not their actual combat capabilities. After all, he had only encountered Mayo and others in the North Sea and the Grand Line, leaving him unaware of the true strength of the Black Crow Pirates. And the intel had not reached the East Blue in time. Thus, Mozambia found himself engulfed in shock, accompanied by a tinge of dread. The source of his concern was evident. His life was in peril. Mio held the Reich in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Have you completed your purchases?" she inquired. "Yes, we have finished," Warwick promptly replied. Erica raised the katana in her left hand, a sweet smile illuminating her face, clearly indicating her satisfactory haul. Observing this, Mio nodded gently. "In that case, let us hasten our return. By the way, do remember to seek out Lilith and the others. Preparations for departure are in order." "Understood." Erica acknowledged, casting a glance at the tense Mozambia before turning to leave. Warwick, with a subtle shake of his hands, cloaked his claws once more in his sleeves and followed suit with a graceful leap. As these two adversaries departed, Mozambia felt a slight relief wash over him. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Unbeknownst to him, Mio's figure had suddenly materialized before him, a swift strike surging forth with startling speed, almost rendering Mozambia's scalp prickly with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he evaded, leaping swiftly away from his original position. The instant he vacated the spot, it was cleaved open by a deep gash from the force of the blade. Mio grasped Raikiri, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Do not let your guard down. Although my companions have departed, your situation remains perilous. While I harbor no desire to stir trouble, since you are here, let us engage in a practice session. After all, you wield a sword as well, and I sense that I have touched upon a certain threshold. I hope you can help me fathom that realm." Mio spoke to herself, while Mozambia furrowed his brow. "Do you wish to use me as a sharpening stone, or do you aspire to be a stepping stone?" Mio inquired with a curious tilt of her head. "Be careful. The sharpening stone may well grind away your life," Mozambia replied with a cold, biting tone, his inner fury boiling. He then took a step forward, enduring the excruciating pain emanating from behind, swiftly closing the distance to Mio, his katana slicing through the air. The sound of the blade cutting through the void echoed sharply. Clang. Mio raised the Raikiri horizontally before her, and as the weapons clashed, sparks flew. Then, with a gentle tremor, her power erupted, causing Mozambique to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Seizing this opportunity, she launched a sudden counterattack. Black Crow. Mio's gaze sharpened as she unleashed a decisive slash. Although Mozambique was destined to become a rear admiral in the naval headquarters, he was still in his early 20s. Yet his extraordinary prowess was already evident as he swung his blade to meet her challenge. Mio was solely engaged in swordsmanship against Mozambique. exchanging blow after blow as their figures darted through the torrential rain. As Mozambique had previously stated, Mio was using him as a whetstone, all to further her swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to the combatants, a young child, appearing only a few years old with a head of verdant, short hair, was lurking in an alleyway. Eyes gleaming as they watched the battle. So amazing. The child was particularly thrilled by the earlier appearance of Erica and Warwick, finding it incredibly cool. Can pirates be this dashing? The child wondered excitedly, watching the fight with rapt attention, oblivious to the rain that threatened a cold and the fact that they could barely discern Mio and Mozambique's movements. Meanwhile, on a road leading to the execution platform, thwack. A crimson tentacle pierced through the abdomen of a Marine soldier, then retracted violently, splashing blood on the ground. Dozens of Marine corpses littered the street. Kurokas, cloaked, gazed toward the execution platform, then turned to Robin, who was sheltering from the rain under the eaves of a building. Has the master's battle concluded? He inquired. Not yet. Robin replied, shaking her head after using her abilities to observe. It feels like it will be a while longer, so let's wait. I'll read a bit. You carry on. More Marine reinforcements should be arriving shortly. With that, Robin lowered her head, perusing the book she had just purchased. Kurokas nodded silently. Standing still in the center of the street, waiting patiently for crimson tentacles swaying gently behind him, catching the eye in the dim light. Damn pirates, die. Over at the execution platform, Mozambique gripped his katana tightly. His legs moved rapidly, and he suddenly materialized beside Mio. This was Shave. One of the 6 powers of the Navy, a technique that almost all naval officers possessed. He swung his katana, enveloping the area with sword energy. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With Sharingan ablaze in her irises, Mio brandished her chidori, executing a flourish before advancing. Mozambique, enduring excruciating pain in his abdomen, was on high alert when Mio, who was clearly in front of him, vanished in an instant as she took a step. I am behind you. Mio's voice whispered from the shadows. Mozambique's countenance shifted as he swung his blade in a swift, backward arc. Mio effortlessly parried the blow. Then with a flick of her wrist, sent Mozambique's katana spiraling skyward. Mio, gripping her blade with both hands, pronounced with chilling resolve, I shall send you to the afterlife. Thwack. Thwack. 2 intersecting gashes materialized upon Mozambique's chest, revealing the gruesome tableau of viscera and gore, as blood erupted forth. A flicker of resentment flashed in Mozambique's eyes as he slumped backward, collapsing onto the ground with a resounding thud. Pat. Beneath the eaves of a nearby building. Robin closed his tome and declared, It is concluded. We may depart. Kurokas nodded, and he and Robin quickly absconded. Warwick and Erica, positioned on adjacent streets, also promptly retreated, making their way back to the ship. Mio resheathed her chidori with a clang, glanced disdainfully at the fallen Mozambique, and turned to leave. With a single stride, she dissolved into the labyrinthine streets. In this battle, she had unlocked the secrets of the steel-cutting realm and discovered the ideal atmospheric condition for her displacement fruit, a rain-soaked day. With each step that Mio took, he exchanged his place with a droplet of falling rain. In this moment, he also discovered another advantage of observation hockey. It aided in the ability of the swap fruit. The swap fruit does not require the visual sight of an object to effectuate the exchange. It can also be utilized through the perception granted by observation hockey. Should his observation hockey develop to encompass an entire island in the future, he would be able to appear instantaneously at any location upon that island. The hope for the thunder fruit still lingers in the Sky Islands, I suppose. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mio returned to the ship, observing Warwick and his companions as they busily transferred supplies into the cabin. A faint smile graced her lips as she remarked, Drought Demon, we shall set sail. Aye, master. The Drought Demon replied, pulling the vessel away from the dock with a leisurely pace. 2 days later, in the vicinity of the upside-down mountain lighthouse along the Grand Line, Kurokas sat beneath the sunshade, engrossed in a newspaper while sipping juice, fully relishing the moment. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed into view, and before he could discern its nature, it plunged into the sea, creating a towering wave that drenched him thoroughly, leaving him soaked to the bone. Moments later, a voice, somewhat familiar to Kurokas, rang out. Ah, long time no see, old man. Kurokas removed his sunglasses and turned to see Mio perched on the ship's railing. Momentarily stunned, he pointed in bewilderment. Didn't you venture into the Grand Line? What brings you back from the upside-down mountain? Oh, just a brief visit to the East Blue, Mio replied with a grin. And that enormous creature was one of my crew members, the Drought Demon. With a snap of her fingers, a gigantic figure surged from the depths, the Drought Demon emerging before Kurokas, leaving him agape in astonishment. Is this a descendant of yours? How can it be so colossal? As Kurokas was lost in thought, a whooshing sound pierced the air. He instinctively reached out to catch a bottle of rum that Mio had tossed his way. Old man, have a drink, she chuckled. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Until next time. With that, Mio raised the bottle and took a hearty swig before casually discarding it into the sea, calling out, "Drought demon, let us depart." "Understood, master." The drought demon responded with a thunderous voice, diving into the depths as the ship sped away rapidly, watching the vessel recede into the distance. Kurokas glanced at the rum in his hand and then at the diminishing silhouette of the ship, momentarily dazed. Where on earth did this fellow find such a giant capable of surviving in the sea as a companion? He murmured, opening the bottle of rum and taking a sip. Then grimacing, "That pesky kid, now I'll have to change my clothes again." Glancing at his drenched state, Kurokas shook his head with a chuckle, not overly vexed, but rather reflecting on his last encounter with Mio. Indeed, he mused, she is quite an intriguing individual. Unbeknownst to Kurokas, Mio remained oblivious to his musings. At this moment, Mio was already devising the next route to the Sky Island. To reach the Sky Island, one must traverse the ascending currents near the town of Magic Valley, which is currently the only known method. Mio intended to give this approach a try, however. The ascending currents, classified as a natural hazard, do not follow a fixed schedule. It appears that they occur a few times each month, which could lead to significant delays. Should the ascending currents prove unfeasible, Mio planned to have Lilith carry her directly to the Sky Island. Given that the Sky Island lies at a considerable distance from Qinghai, this method remains under consideration. Indeed, the ascending currents posed a risk for Mio. After all, the pirate ship she was utilizing was far from robust. A misstep during the ascent could result in catastrophic disintegration. Thus, the journey to the Sky Island presented numerous challenges. If all else failed, seeking assistance from Wonblan would be the last resort. Mio mused that Wonblan, a descendant of the great King Roland, would likely be inclined to help her if he were to learn of her desire to visit the Sky Island. At that point, she could request him to reinforce her vessel. Although the timeline was still early in the narrative, Wonblan was already of considerable age, barring unforeseen circumstances. He should be residing on the island of Magic Valley at this moment. Under the influence of the drought, the ship sped forth. The crew members engaged in their preferred activities throughout the day, alongside their training. On the deck, Hyan was locked in combat with Warwick. After a period of training, Warwick exhibited significant improvement, thanks to his innate talent for armament hockey and commendable physical prowess. He had achieved the ability to envelop his hands entirely with armament hockey and had mastered the 6 forms. Coupled with his unique abilities, he could effortlessly contend with a brigadier from the Navy headquarters. Hyan, too, had made considerable strides. His Sharingan allowed him to master the 6 forms. And while he was still learning hockey, his prowess had notably increased due to his voracious appetite. However, his ability was nearing its limits. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce duel on the deck. Yet, in an astonishing moment, Mio witnessed an unexpected spectacle. Warwick's armament hockey wrapped around his claw as he swiped toward Hyan. In an instant, a crimson tendril, known as Hin, surged forth from behind Hyan, intercepting Warwick's attack. To Mio's astonishment, she noticed that a thread of armament hockey was entwined around the Hin. Indeed, it seemed that Hyan had just grasped the concept of armament hockey during their skirmish, and he had incorporated this hockey into his Hin. "Your armament hockey can encompass the Hin?" Mio inquired in disbelief. Upon hearing her words, the two combatants momentarily paused, and Hyan promptly replied, "Yes, master, I only just discovered this." Mio, taken aback by Hyan's confirmation, remarked, "If that is the case, you must diligently train in armament hockey and enhance your physical capabilities. The Hin possesses formidable regenerative abilities, and when combined with armament hockey, it becomes an unparalleled weapon, essential for both offense and defense. If Hyan can refine his armament hockey to an advanced level, his strength will undoubtedly reach extraordinary heights. Coupled with the Sharingan, Hyan could become a formidable presence upon the seas. Of course, this is contingent upon his ability to master the intricacies of armament hockey. At that point, manipulating the Hin with a mere flourish could effortlessly shatter mountains." "I will, master," Hyan replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he earnestly nodded. He then resumed his duel with Warwick. Once their battle concluded, Warwick eagerly approached Mio. "What is it?" Mio queried, regarding Warwick with curiosity. "Master, look," Warwick exclaimed as he turned, revealing his wolf tail to Mio. "I can do this too." With that, he enveloped his wolf tail in armament hockey. Mio's lips twitched involuntarily. "You can?" She scoffed. "What can you possibly do?" The reason I was astonished by Hyan's actions was that it was her method of attack. "What do you intend to do? Are you thinking of using your tail to strike someone? With the length of that tail, do you mean to press your backside against their face?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio could not help but roll her eyes again, feeling as though she resembled a petty grievance. Magic Valley Town was a small settlement teeming with extravagant pirates. At that moment, Mio and her companions docked at the shore of Magic Valley Town, disembarking to find a considerable number of pirates awaiting them. These pirates, in turn, gazed at Mio and her group with astonished expressions. Surely, they could not be mistaken? Those individuals appeared to be the Black Crow pirate crew. It was unmistakable. The individual before them was indeed the captain of the Black Crow pirate crew, with a bounty of 100 million. Remarkable. Having only recently emerged from the vast ocean, a bounty of 100 million was indicative of extraordinary strength. The pirates murmured to one another, instinctively retreating as Mio advanced, clearing a broad path. Captain, you possess quite the intimidating presence now, Robin remarked softly, walking alongside Mio. In response, Mio merely shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. After all, they were in the first half of the Grand Line, where few boasted bounties exceeding 100 million. In the New World, such a bounty would merely signify an entry threshold. As she spoke, Mio thoughtfully stroked her chin, surveying her surroundings before fixing her gaze on a pirate, a smile spreading across her face. May I ask you a question? Why, yes, of course, the pirate stammered. Taken aback and slightly apprehensive, unsure of what the notorious 100 million bounty pirate wanted from him. Are there any devil fruit users on this island? Mio inquired directly. Devil fruit users? The pirate paused, seemingly caught off guard by the question, but after a moment's contemplation, he quickly nodded. Yes, there are some. Drinking in the tavern within the town. Thank you. Satisfied with the response, Mio smiled and gestured to Hei Yin. Bring them over. Just ensure they are alive. Understood. Hei Yin nodded before departing the group and making his way toward the town. Meanwhile, Mio turned her attention to Erica and the others, issuing her instructions. Robin will remain by my side. The rest of you should search for someone named One Brand, then regroup at the port. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement and promptly dispersed. Mio and Robin made their way towards the town. Mio was not entirely certain whether Dunbland was indeed present, but the likelihood seemed substantial. However, if they truly could not locate him, casting a glance around the pirate ships by the harbor, a subtle smile graced Mio's lips. He had an alternative plan. Upon entering the town, numerous pirates recognized Mio, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and apprehension. Walking alongside Mio, Robin surveyed their surroundings before inquiring with curiosity, Captain, are we to travel to Sky Island from here? Yes, more or less, Mio replied with a nod. Sky Island lay high above this expanse of ocean, and to reach it, one must navigate the ascending currents inherent to these waters. What are ascending currents? Robin asked, intrigued. A form of natural disaster, Mio explained just as they stumbled upon a tavern, prompting them to enter. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of warmth enveloped them. The tavern was. Mio flicked the blood from her raikiri, the droplets pattering onto the floor, her tone utterly serene. Spare your words, they would only pollute the air. Robin offered Mio a smile, unperturbed. The years spent as a fugitive had hardened her, setting her apart from ordinary girls. What manner of speech hadn't she encountered during her flight? You are my crewmate, my companion. How could I stand idly by while you were mistreated? Mio gently ruffled Robin's hair. Inside the tavern, Mio's single stroke had roused all the pirates to their feet, their gazes fixed on her with fury. The slain brute was one of their own, and the audacity of killing a crewmate in their very presence was an insult they could not ignore. However, some recognized Mio, and a wave of dread washed over them. Captain, shall we seize this cur and then? A pirate hissed to his captain, a cruel grin twisting his features. Their captain, a hulking figure, rose at his subordinate's words, drawing his cutlass and cleaving the pirate's head from his shoulders. He then hastened to Mio's side. Lady Mio, my sincerest apologies for my subordinate's insolence. I have dealt with him. If you desire drink, my men and I shall vacate the premises at once. Would that be agreeable? The captain's eyes darted nervously towards Mio. He had recognized her the moment she entered, though his mind had been reeling in disbelief. To encounter a bounty of 100 million here, he had barely regained his senses when his subordinate uttered those fateful words. And a cold sweat broke out on his brow. You seek death. Do not drag me with you. If you are blind, I am not. If you fail to recognize her, I do not. Thus, he had swiftly silenced his subordinate. Mio acknowledged with a nod. The captain, feeling as though a great burden had been lifted, wiped his brow and barked, Move, you scurvy dogs. Let us not inconvenience Lady Mio. With that, he hastily exited the tavern. His crew, those who recognized Mio, scrambled to follow, while the rest, bewildered, exchanged glances before joining the exodus. Soon, only Mio and Robin remained in the tavern. Mio sheathed raikiri and, with Robin, settled into a secluded corner. Landlord, she called out, a bottle of rum, 3 cherry pies, and a glass of milk. Robin rolled her eyes. I have tasted wine before. A small indulgence. You are still growing, Mio replied with a smile. Robin merely harumphed, returning to her book and sipping her milk. Soon the landlord arrived with their order. Mio sat quietly in the tavern, sipping wine and indulging in a cherry pie, patiently awaiting something. A quarter of an hour later, the door swung open, and Hyen entered, dragging a bloodied man behind him, depositing him at Mio's feet. Master, this fellow is a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the goat fruit, in its antelope form. The man had already lost consciousness, suggesting his injuries were severe. The goat fruit, not too shabby, Mio mused, reluctantly nodding. Aside from the mythical Zoan varieties, there weren't many formidable beings among the Zoan types. Nevertheless, it was still a gain. Drawing raikiri, Mio vanished from sight, reappearing beside the man. and with a swift stroke of the blade, declared, "Congratulations on acquiring the genetic material of the antelope." The tavern now boasted an additional patron. After a brief period of revelry, the trio departed the tavern 2 hours later, making their way to the port. Upon arrival, they found the others had returned as well. Upon seeing Mio, they shook their heads, signaling that they had not located the individual Mio sought. "It appears I must rely on myself," Mio sighed, scratching his head as he surveyed the port. Turning to Hyan, he instructed, "Seek out the pirates on the island and inquire who knows the location of the upwelling currents. These currents occur several times each month, and any pirate with a bit of experience in these waters should be aware of the general area. No need for specifics. Just the region will suffice." "Understood," Hyan nodded before departing. As Hyan left, the atmosphere shifted. Mio cast her gaze upon the pirates at the harbor. As she gathered with her crew, many pirates remained rooted in place, hesitant to act recklessly for fear of incurring the displeasure of Mio and her companions. After all, in this world, most pirates are prone to violence over the slightest provocation, and these pirates had witnessed such behavior countless times, often embodying it themselves. Observing these pirates, Mio broke into a smile. "Esteemed gentlemen, I kindly request your assistance with a matter. I hope you will not refuse." Upon hearing this, the pirates exchanged glances. Hesitant to respond, uncertain of the nature of the favor Mio sought. One pirate furrowed his brow and, gritting his teeth, replied, "Mio-sama, although I am unaware of the assistance you require, I believe the others here are more than capable of helping you. My crew and I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must respectfully decline." With that, the pirate gestured to his men and hastily made his way towards his ship. He sensed that whatever Mio intended was unlikely to bode well, prompting him to withdraw. However, before Mio could utter a word, Warwick, cloaked in black, stepped forward to block the pirate's path. With a swift flick of his wrist, his sharp claws extended, seizing the pirate by the throat and lifting him into the air. The razor-sharp talons pressed menacingly against the pirate's flesh, clearly capable of piercing his neck with the slightest effort, sealing his fate. The overwhelming sense of impending doom filled the pirate with terror. "No, please, Mio-sama. I am willing to assist. I am willing to help. Do not take my life." Mio gently shook her head. Warwick exerted force with his right hand, and with a snap, the pirate's neck broke instantly. "Such insignificant figures are not worth sparing once they provoke us. Can I have an answer, then?" Mio asked, gazing at the remaining pirates. Learning from the previous example, the pirates hastened to reply without hesitation. "It would be our honor to assist you, Mio-sama." Indeed, Mio-sama. Please do not hesitate to ask if you require anything. We will do everything within our power to aid you, Mio-sama." "Excellent." Receiving their response, a satisfied smile graced Mio's face, and he continued, "Rest assured, I will not demand your lives. I simply require the shipwrights from your vessels to reinforce mine, making it more robust. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this, the pirates were taken aback for a moment before a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. They had anticipated something far more perilous. Subsequently, they eagerly agreed. While most pirate ships lacked dedicated shipwrights, some did possess them, although they couldn't locate Mont Blanc. The shipwrights from these pirate vessels would suffice. "I am delighted that you are all willing to assist me with this endeavor. However, I implore you not to engage in any surreptitious activities," Mio said, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "If I am satisfied, you shall all depart from this place unharmed." These blatant words of threat sent shivers down the spines of the pirates as they gazed upon the corpse of their fallen comrade. Without hesitation, they dispatched their shipwrights to Mio's location, instructing them to follow his commands without the slightest delay. Mio, in turn, promptly set the shipwrights to work. Mio intended to reinforce his vessel in a manner similar to Luffy's ship in the original story, while also strengthening the hull. His current ship was no match for the Mary, and he merely hoped to make it more resilient to prevent disintegration. Now, he needed to await news from Kurokan. If Kurokan had no updates, it might necessitate further delays. Business was booming in Mock Town. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Sengoku was consumed by rage. "What did you say? Mozambique is dead?" In his office, Sengoku slammed his desk in fury as he glared at the Den Den Mushi. His voice was a thunderous roar. From the Den Den Mushi, a Marine soldier responded, "Why yes, Admiral Sengoku." "Damn it." Sengoku clenched his right fist and slammed it onto the desk, causing a corner of the desk to shatter. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Sengoku's face was grim. He knew who had killed Mole. The same rookie pirate crew he had been monitoring. He had intended to strike when they were at their weakest in the New World, wiping them out in one fell swoop, but now he had completely abandoned that plan. Mozambique was a promising individual in Sengoku's eyes. Someone who could potentially become a Marine admiral in the future, or at least a pillar of the Marine forces. His assignment to Lobetown was meant to garner military achievements, as the high number of pirates in the area would allow him to quickly accumulate enough merits to climb the ranks. After some time to hone his skills, he would have rapidly risen through the ranks. But now, he had been killed in Lobetown. "I understand," Sengoku replied after taking a deep breath, and then hung up the Den Den Mushi. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku regained his composure and picked up another Den Den Mushi, dialing a number. Soon, the Den Den Mushi connected. "Admiral Sengoku, what can I do for you?" A A somewhat languid voice inquired. Akiji, I need you to return to the first half of the Grand Line and assist Momosaji in capturing a pirate crew, Sengoku stated gravely. A pirate crew? Akiji, currently in the New World, was taken aback by the news, his expression one of bewilderment. After a long pause, he finally understood. Are you referring to the Black Crow Pirates, the promising and dangerous crew that Momosaji has been monitoring in the first half of the Grand Line? Correct. Sengoku confirmed with a nod. But what about the New World? Don't worry about the New World. I will request that Fleet Admiral Kong take a trip to the New World and oversee things. He's on vacation, anyway, Sengoku replied promptly. Kong would soon be promoted. Once that happened, Kong would be stationed at World Government Headquarters. Sengoku believed that Kong would not refuse his request. Moreover, while Akiji was currently a vice admiral, he already possessed the strength of an admiral. However, Akiji's promotion to admiral would have to wait until Sengoku became fleet admiral. Sengoku was confident that nothing would go wrong if he sent Akiji. After a moment of deliberation, Akiji asked curiously, Admiral Sengoku, if Fleet Admiral Kong has the time, why not have him capture the pirates? It's quite a long journey for me to travel to the first half of the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened. The journey has nothing to do with it. Just admit that you're lazy. Kong said he wanted to save face. Indeed, it would be quite embarrassing for the Fleet Admiral to capture a rookie pirate crew. And while Sengoku himself wanted to take action, he couldn't leave headquarters at the moment. As he was learning the ropes of being Fleet Admiral and overseeing headquarters, hearing Sengoku's words, Akiji's lips twitched slightly. It's not like I don't care about face, either. But in the end, he nodded. All right, Admiral Sengoku, I understand. I'll just consider it a vacation. Master, this fellow knows which sea area it is. Kurokan said as night fell, bringing a pirate before Mio. It seemed they had found someone who knew the location of the rising sea currents. Mio stroked her chin and nodded with a smile. Go find a ship to take you over, and remember to note the location. As she spoke, Mio glanced at the bustling pirates at the harbor, nodding in satisfaction. These pirates were quite diligent in their work. It seemed that within a day, the ship would be reinforced and ready for departure. Upon hearing Mio's instructions, Hyan promptly left. Suddenly, Mio slapped her forehead, her gaze shifting to the forest behind Magic Valley Town, recalling something important. The birds in that forest could indeed be considered for capture. The South Bird, known from the original tale as the one that Luffy caught, possesses the ability to always point south, whether on land or at sea. Having such a bird would greatly facilitate navigation, ensuring that one would not lose their way. Moreover, there exist counterparts to the South Bird, the North Bird, East Bird, and West Bird, each directing towards their respective cardinal points. These intriguing creatures would be immensely beneficial for maritime journeys, not to mention adding a touch of delight to the voyage. However, Mio had no interest in capturing birds herself, so she planned to send Lilith instead. She decided to remain behind, enjoying a drink while overseeing the work. After explaining the appearance of the South Bird to Lilith, she eagerly agreed and set off toward the forest of Gaia Island, which is part of the Sky Island Appiato, conveniently located adjacent to Magic Valley Town, making it an easy flight for Lilith. Time passed swiftly, and a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Hyan memorized the location of the ascending sea currents, while Lilith effortlessly captured a South Bird. However, she did not encounter any of the others in the forest. As dusk approached, a pirate wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Mio, saying, Lady Mio, as per your request, your ship has been fully reinforced, and the wings have been installed. Would you like to inspect it? Quite well, Mio replied as she surveyed her ship, now adorned with an extra layer of reinforcement and those splendid wings, just as she had envisioned. No need for inspection, it is satisfactory. You may leave now. The pirate nodded in response, quickly relaying the message to the other shipwrights before hastily departing. Soon, the pirate crew that had been working on the ship left at the first opportunity after their return, clearly eager to avoid further interaction with Mio. The ship was now fully reinforced. Mio and her companions returned to the ship, where they were greeted by a colossal birdcage on the deck, within which a South Bird stood in serene silence. The South Bird was not particularly endearing, resembling a fish in shape, yet for Mio, its appearance was of little consequence. Its utility was what mattered. Captain, may we set sail for the Sky Island next? Robin inquired while admiring the reinforced vessel. Let us leave it to chance, Mio replied, playfully teasing the South Bird with a shrug and a smile. Although the ascending currents occurred sporadically each month, their timing was unpredictable. They could only linger in the vicinity of the currents, remaining vigilant. It was possible that the currents might emerge tomorrow, or perhaps not for several days, even weeks. That seems to imply we will be delayed here for quite some time, Robin acknowledged with a nod. Lilith and the others were filled with curiosity regarding their master's mention of the Sky Island. The concept of an island suspended in the air inevitably sparked their imaginations. Despite the potential for time consumption, it was certainly worthwhile. Mio spoke with anticipation. The Sky Island holds not only the essence of history. While the existence of the Thunderfruit remains uncertain, the Golden Country certainly lies atop Appiato on the Sky Island. On this journey, even if we do not obtain the Thunderfruit, I will not miss the opportunity to acquire the gold within the Golden Country. As night descended, Erica began preparing dinner while Mio navigated the ship towards the region of the ascending currents. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky, and the vessel arrived at the waters where the ascending currents awaited. Mio sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat and called out, "Drought Demon." Instantly, the Drought Demon surged forth from the depths of the sea. Nearby, Nan Nan, the bird in its cage, appeared startled and instinctively covered its head with its wings. "Master." The Drought Demon respectfully addressed Mio. Mio delved into her pocket, and with a thought, she materialized above the head of the Drought Demon, saying, "The Sky Island is far too elevated. You may not be able to ascend, thus you must await us in the Grand Line. Here is a life card, which I shall give to you first. When we descend from the Sky Island, we may not find ourselves in this very sea again. So you can utilize the life card to locate my position." The Drought Demon understood and nodded its considerable head, accepting the life card. Although the card appeared diminutive in its grasp, the Drought Demon adeptly held it and placed it within its mouth. Indeed, such a large creature chose to store items in its mouth, retrieving them when needed. After entrusting the life card to the Drought Demon, Mio returned to the ship to resume her training. She focused on honing her observation haki and the abilities of the swap fruit. With her observation haki fully activated, Mio clutched a handful of peanuts on the deck, employing the powers of the swap fruit, her figure flickering across the surface. Ultimately, she gazed up at the clouds, yearning to swap. However, upon invoking her ability, she failed to effect a swap with the clouds, not due to incapacity, but rather because her powers had yet to reach that level of development. Mio sensed that swapping with clouds did not necessitate an exceedingly high degree of mastery. She was acutely aware that with just a bit more refinement and skill, she would be able to achieve such a swap. Mio held great anticipation for the potential of the swap fruit. If there were no limits, one could imagine that swapping should not be restricted solely to inanimate objects. Living beings could also be included. Furthermore, perhaps two items could swap with one another, rather than merely herself exchanging with an object. Or even the powers of two individuals could be swapped. The notion of swapping memories, however, felt somewhat implausible. Perhaps it would only be feasible upon awakening her abilities. Mio categorized the capabilities of the swap fruit into three distinct stages. The first stage involved her own exchanges with inanimate objects. The second stage, she surmised, would facilitate swaps between items themselves. The third stage, she speculated, would involve exchanges with living beings. Finally, there would be the awakening phase. The magnitude of power post-awakening remained a mystery to Mio, and she felt that the path to awakening her swapping ability was exceedingly distant. After all, the more formidable the ability, the more challenging it became to develop it to the point of awakening. Shaking her head, Mio resolved not to squander any more time in contemplation, and she dedicated herself to her training once more. After dinner, the training persisted. For the members of the Black Crow Pirates, barring any pressing matters, most of their time was spent in their individual training endeavors, occasionally engaging in activities that piqued their interest. Under the cloak of night, after completing his training, Mio returned to his chamber, took a sip from a bottle of rum, and simultaneously unfolded a map, fixating on the location of Advanced City. Nestled within a windless zone, reaching Advanced City necessitates traversing the currents within the Gates of Justice. This formidable structure lies deep within the ocean, its foundation resting on the seabed, resembling a towering edifice rising from the depths. At this moment, as Mio gazed upon the position of Advanced City, he was undoubtedly contemplating his journey there. Prior to venturing into the New World, a visit to Advanced City was imperative. After all, the abundance of devil fruit users within its confines made it an opportunity not to be overlooked. Moreover, this singular chance before entering the New World was the most opportune. Gurgle, gurgle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio murmured softly, placing the bottle down and leaning both hands on the table, her right index finger rhythmically tapping on the surface. The reason she felt emboldened to consider a journey to Impel Down was that she understood clearly that the Marine headquarters typically refrained from executing pirates on the spot. Instead, they were often confined within the depths of Impel Down, thus ensuring their lives. Only a select few pirates faced execution. Historically, the formidable figures of the seas, the overlords, were predominantly incarcerated in the 6th level of Impel Down, having never met their demise. This piqued Mio's curiosity. Why did the Marines capture pirates, especially the more powerful ones, only to spare their lives? Could it possibly be linked to the powers of the dark fruit? Mio's expression shifted slightly, her mind swirling with conjectures. Roger's predecessor, the maritime overlord Rox, was likely a wielder of the dark fruit. Perhaps the world government, having encountered Rox, recognized the fruit's ability to usurp the powers of other devil fruit users, which might explain their reluctance to execute these pirates. Were they biding their time to locate the dark fruit and subsequently seize the abilities of these pirates? The possibility seemed substantial. Mio mumbled to herself, acknowledging that this advantage in the Marines' pursuit of pirates alleviated her concerns for her own safety. As for how she would escape from Impel Down once she arrived, she had her own plans. The following day, After waking up and having breakfast, Mio and her companions navigated through the expansive waters, awaiting the rise of the ocean currents. During this time, they each engaged in their respective training. Notably, during one of the training sessions, Erica once again unleashed her Conqueror's Haki. This was a promising development, indicating that Erica was close to mastering this formidable power. However, the anticipated ocean current did not manifest that day. Mio could only continue to wait, having made all necessary preparations, and departing was not an option. 3 consecutive days had passed without the appearance of the ascending current. On this particular day, Mio sat helplessly on a deck chair beneath a sunshade, a bottle of rum in hand. Ah, how dreadfully dull it is. When will the ascending current make its appearance? Beside her, Robin inquired with a hint of exasperation. Captain, are you truly certain that the ascending current occurs every month? Could it be that you have mistakenly remembered it as a monthly occurrence when it actually happens only a few times a year? How could that be? My memory is quite sharp. Thank you very much. Mio rolled her eyes, took a swig of her drink, and glanced at Hyan, who was grappling with Warwick on the deck, shaking her head gently. Today, she was not in the mood for training. If the ascending current did not appear soon, she might have to rely on Lilith to fly her directly up. Yet, she pondered whether her stamina would suffice to reach the Sky Island, given the vast distance from the ocean surface. At that moment, the surface of the sea surged with waves, and the figure of Drought appeared at the ship's side, accompanied by an excited voice. Master, there is something happening beneath the sea. Upon hearing the voice, Mio quickly sat up and asked, what is it? There is a deep chasm in the ocean floor, and it appears that something is about to erupt from within. Could this be the ascending current you mentioned? Drought responded. Having remained anchored in this area for some time, he occasionally ventured beneath the waves out of boredom, unexpectedly discovering the chasm and noticing its unusual activity, prompting him to report back immediately. A deep chasm? Mio furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling that the cause of the ascending current in the original narrative was a deep hole in the ocean floor. Could it be that today marks the emergence of the ascending current? Without hesitation, Mio commanded, Hanjia, take the ship to the surface directly above that deep chasm. Hanjia understood and nodded, swiftly diving into the sea to propel the vessel towards the designated location. The ship advanced rapidly. Upon reaching the surface directly above the deep hole, Hanjia reappeared. Master, the situation below is more dire than anticipated. Should we retreat? No, there's no need, Mio replied, shaking her head with an excited smile. If all goes as expected, the ascending current will soon manifest. Hanjia, you should leave this vicinity. Understood. Hearing this, Hanjia departed without delay. Robin rose and inquired, Captain, can we proceed to the Sky Island? If all goes well, yes, Mio affirmed, moving to the ship's edge to observe the sea below. A smile crept onto her lips. There is no mistake. She noticed significant changes on the surface of the water, which appeared to begin swirling ominously. Robin, hold on to the mast, Mio called out. Before Robin could ask why, she witnessed the water on the surface whirl wildly, gradually forming a colossal vortex, bottomless and menacing. The ship was drawn into the vortex, the depth becoming increasingly apparent. Master, what should we do? Erica, noticing the turbulent waters, frowned and looked at Mio. It's fine. Mio responded calmly, swiftly maneuvering the ship to stabilize it and avoid being engulfed by the swirling waters. If all went as planned, they merely needed to maintain control. And soon the vortex would subside, allowing the ascending current to emerge. As anticipated, the vortex intensified in ferocity, but under Mio's steady guidance, it began to dissipate. The surface of the sea growing tranquil. The tumult from the ocean floor had reached its zenith. Is it over? Robin asked, gripping the mast tightly while scanning the surrounding waters. No, the real excitement is just beginning, Mio said, a gleam of exhilaration lighting up her face. In the next moment, the sea surged violently, water erupting beneath the ship and lifting it into the air. A terrifying current exploded from the depths, rushing into the clouds in an instant. It has finally arrived, the ascending current. Mio couldn't help but laugh joyfully, steering the vessel and shouting exuberantly, everyone, hold on to your belongings. We mustn't be thrown off. The ship clung tightly to the ascending current, shooting upwards toward the sky. Although Mio's navigational skills could not compare to Nami's in the original tale, she nonetheless knew how to maneuver the vessel, especially since her ship was reinforced similarly to Luffy's merry-go, with the sails raised and the strengthened wings. The ship gradually soared into the sky, defying gravity. Before long, they plunged into the clouds, continuing their ascent. With a resounding boom, as if reaching the apex, the ship burst forth from the clouds and landed smoothly on what appeared to be a sea of white clouds, the White Sea, the ocean of the Sky Island. Composed entirely of cloud layers, it nonetheless hosted living creatures within its embrace. Is this the Sky Island? Robin marveled at her surroundings, darting from side to side and capturing the breathtaking sights with her camera. What a magnificent vista, Erica exclaimed, with the others nodding in agreement. As they ascended into the White Sea, Mio's gaze fell upon the distant entrance to the Gate of Heaven, passage to the higher White Sea. Like Luffy and his companions in the original narrative, Mio encountered a toll. The fee collector was the same elderly woman from the original story, though she appeared notably younger now. To avoid complications, Mio paid the fee without hesitation, as it was not exorbitant. After settling the payment, she steered the ship through the gate of heaven, heading towards the White Sea. The White Sea, situated even higher in the sky, bore a striking resemblance to the White Sea below. The only discernible difference was the thinner air. Upon arriving in the White Sea, Mio and her companions observed numerous creatures frolicking among the clouds. Glancing at the surrounding expanse of white, Robin approached Mio and asked, "Captain, where do we go next? Our destination is undoubtedly Appiato, but we need to inquire someone for directions." Mio scratched her head, uncertain of Appiato's precise location amid the vast whiteness, which made it challenging to discern which direction held the islands. The islands of the Sky Island were composed of clouds. Rather than Mio approached the man and began to explain. The Sandians were a segment of the inhabitants who lived on Kaya Island in the Grand Line several centuries ago. Subsequently, a portion of the island was swept away to the Sky Islands, where they remained, acting as guardians of the Golden City and protectors of certain historical texts concerning the Sea Kings. However, these individuals were expelled from Appiato, which is a part of Kaya Island that was thrust into the Sky Islands. Upon hearing this, Robin nodded in understanding, her anticipation growing as she realized they were about to encounter yet another fragment of history, which thrilled her. Meanwhile, the man who was firmly restrained by Kurohira ceased his struggles upon hearing Mio's words and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, "Have you come from the Blue Sea?" The Blue Sea is the term the Sky Island inhabitants use to refer to the Grand Line. Indeed, Mio affirmed, settling cross-legged on the deck. "What is it? Do you have any questions?" After a moment of silence, the man spoke again. "Could you release me? I thought you were Sky Island people. Which led me to attack you?" Kurohira directed his gaze toward Mio. Mio nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the Shandians had been engaged in conflict with the Sky Islanders for centuries, which afforded them a certain understanding. Haikian released his grip, and the man rose to his feet, bowing deeply to Mio in a gesture of apology. "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience I have caused you. I am Gerard from Cloud Hidden Village, the abode of the Shandians on the Sky Island. Under normal circumstances, I would invite you to Cloud Hidden Village to express my contrition for my mistake. However, given the long-standing enmity between our people and the Sky Islanders, I must refrain from bringing you there to avoid any unforeseen complications. Please accept my heartfelt apologies instead." His tone was imbued with genuine sincerity. Mio, seemingly indifferent, dismissed the matter. Such things were of little consequence to her. If an apology was truly desired, she requested the locations of 2 places, for they had come to the Sky Island specifically for these destinations. "Please, speak," the Shandian inquired eagerly, shifting his stance to distance himself from Haiyan. After all, Haiyan's earlier display had startled him, leaving him with a lingering sense of caution and wariness. The first location is Bika. Bika is Enel's homeland, and the place where he acquired the Rumble fruit. If the fruit still exists in the Sky Island, it can only be found there. At this moment, it is unlikely that Bika has been destroyed by Enel, the Shandian explained. "Bika," he mused, then continued, "I recall that place indeed, though it lies quite far. You will need to sail in that direction until you encounter a fork in the path. Take the left route, and you shall arrive there." Now, the second location is Appiato. "Appiato?" The Shandian instinctively took a step back, eyeing Mio with suspicion. "What do you intend to do in Appiato?" "Naturally, we seek the Golden City," Mio replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the Shandian relaxed his guard. To the Shandians, gold held little significance. Their primary concern was reclaiming Appiato, especially given the vast quantity of gold it housed. The Golden City had long since turned to ruins. No one could extract all the gold from there. Only a fraction could be taken, which, in the grand scheme, was merely a trivial amount. It is worth noting that in the original tale, Luffy and his companions retrieved their gold from the belly of a massive serpent, and even then, it amounted to 300 million berries. The true Golden City was constructed entirely of gold, hinting at an unimaginable wealth. After some contemplation, the Shandian ultimately divulged the location of Appiato to Mio. After all, the current inhabitants of Appiato were the gods of the Sky Island, and the individual before him, a surface dweller, exuded formidable strength. The Shandian sensed that if a conflict arose between the surface dwellers and the gods of Appiato, they might assist the Shandians in reclaiming their land. This thought lingered in the Shandian's mind. "Be cautious. The gods of the Sky Island inhabit Appiato," he cautioned, feeling a twinge of guilt for potentially deceiving the surface dweller. Mio waved her hand dismissively and smiled lightly. "It's of no concern." She was well aware of the Shandian's underlying intentions, but chose to remain unconcerned. The gods of the Sky Island were hardly true deities. If memory served her correctly, the current god of the Sky Island was Gonfall, the elderly Sky Knight from the original narrative. Should it have been Enel, she might have felt some apprehension, but regarding Gonfall, she was genuinely unconcerned. The disparity in their strengths was too great. With the answers she sought now obtained, she felt satisfied. Mio had successfully urged the Sandians to depart. Shortly thereafter, she took the helm of the vessel and set sail towards the direction of Appiato. During the voyage, Mio occasionally caught sight of colossal aquatic creatures frolicking in the Cerulean Sea, an awe-inspiring spectacle that added a touch of intrigue to their journey. Aware of a historical artifact located on Appiato, Robin was well prepared, holding a notebook filled with notes on ancient scripts, eagerly anticipating the revelations contained within the historical text. With a splash, another fish leapt from the water, and Warwick stepped forward, swiftly striking with his claws, cleaving the creature in two. He seized a substantial portion of the fish's body and returned to the deck, presenting it to Erica. The flavor of fish from the cloud layers remained a mystery. Lady Lilith sat gracefully in a chair, her curiosity piqued as she remarked, cradling her chin in her hands while occasionally perusing the book before her, glancing at Erica. With a playful smile, Erica replied, "I shall endeavor to make it delectable." With that, she retreated to the kitchen. Mio held a bottle of rum. Seated at the bow of the ship, suddenly beset by a sense of distress. The golden city was replete with an abundance of gold. Yet it felt as though she could scarcely carry any away. This was the source of her current vexation, although she did not place great importance on wealth after all. This was not the realm of reality. She felt compelled to return from this journey to the Sky Islands with a substantial amount of gold, lest her visit feel futile. Oh, perhaps she could stash as much gold as possible in Warwick's chamber, taking whatever she could manage. Pondering this, she stroked her chin and soon arrived at a resolution. Before long, Erica had prepared a meal. The group joyfully partook in the feast, and the fare crafted from the creatures of the White Sea bore a distinct quality compared to that of the Grand Line, yet it was not inferior in flavor. Rather, it offered a unique taste. After approximately 5 hours of sailing, an island finally came into view. This landmass was undoubtedly Appiato. However, upon sighting the island, Mio felt a twinge of confusion. There was a ship, also from the Grand Line. Indeed, there was a vessel anchored near the shores of Appiato, which appeared not to belong to the inhabitants of the Sky Island, but rather bore the unmistakable style of the Grand Line. Mio cast a glance at the vessel and promptly remarked, "Hykian, you shall remain aboard the ship." The presence of a ship indicates that others from the Grand Line may be on Appiato. If we disembark and encounter no one, only to find that they have already returned to shore, they might very well abscond with our vessel. It is prudent to exercise caution. Indeed, Hykian nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. As the ship drew closer to the shore, Mio ascended upon this island. Beside her, the vessel bore no flag nor any distinguishing marks, rendering it uncertain whether it was a pirate ship or an ordinary craft. "Captain, do you think the people aboard that ship might take away the historical text?" Robin suddenly inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. Mio could not help but roll her eyes. "What are you thinking? The historical text can be taken at will?" "Indeed. The historical text can be removed, yet it is not something that just anyone can appropriate. Only those of formidable strength could possibly shift the historical records. Let us hope for a stroke of luck to encounter the individual in question, and then we shall discern their identity." With a grin, Mio expressed her curiosity about those who, like herself, had journeyed from the Grand Line to the Sky Island. "Let us depart." With that, Mio waved her hand. And aside from Yin, who remained behind, the others accompanied Mio as they set foot on Appiato, heading towards the forest on the island. Yin observed the figures of Mio and her companions until they vanished from sight, after which he settled onto the deck, perusing a book to pass the time while awaiting Mio's return. Within the island's forest, the foliage was lush as Mio and her companions traversed the verdant expanse. "Unleash your observation haki and remain vigilant of your surroundings," Mio commanded, activating her own haki to envelop the area. Appiato was not particularly vast, merely a part of Gaia Island. Thus, after a short while, Mio noticed footprints appearing on the path ahead. "Could these belong to those we saw on that ship earlier?" Robin inquired, crouching to examine the prints. "That seems likely," Mio replied, scrutinizing the footprints. "If so, it suggests that there is but one individual, and these prints do not resemble those of a human. Could it be an inhabitant of the Sky Island?" Erica queried. "Uncertain, let us follow them and ascertain the truth." "As we are unaware of the precise location of the Golden City," Mio stated, prompting the group to advance once more. Navigating the forest floor proved cumbersome, with colossal trees occasionally blocking their path, so Mio lifted Robin into her arms as they leaped and darted through the trees. Before long, Erica suddenly halted and spoke. "Master, there are people ahead." "Ah, I see," Mio nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Let us proceed and discover who it is." With that, Mio took another step forward, propelling herself swiftly ahead, with Erica and the others hastily following suit. Soon, Mio's gaze fell upon a vast valley, and upon witnessing the scene within, a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. The valley was filled with dilapidated structures, or perhaps ruins would be a more fitting term. Yet amidst these ruins, a multitude of golden glimmers sparkled in the sunlight, dazzling to behold. That is, gold. An abundance of gold. However, after a fleeting glance, Mio shifted her focus to another area. There, two figures were engaged in combat. One clad in armor wielding a spear was none other than Godfor, the current god of the Sky Island, whom Mio recognized at once. And the other figure. Mio furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, a look of realization washed over his face. How did he end up here? The figure before him, with crimson skin, thick curly hair, a broad mouth, and a beard, was not human, but a fishman. It was none other than the legendary captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. As one of the more iconic figures among fishmen, Mio was certain that this was indeed Tiger. However, how could Tiger be present on Skypiea? This was somewhat surprising, yet upon reflection, it made sense. Before becoming a slave to the celestial dragons, Tiger was an adventurer, sailing the seas and exploring the world, and Skypiea was likely one of his destinations. At this moment, Tiger was engaged in combat with Gonfor, yet it was evident that Tiger was not at a disadvantage. Gonfor was no match for him. Within mere moments, Tiger landed a powerful punch to Gonfor's abdomen, incapacitating him. "I bear no hostility," Tiger stated solemnly, adopting a stance of fishman karate. "I unexpectedly arrived on Skypiea simply to explore its wonders. However, if you wish to continue this battle, I am prepared to oblige." "I believe you," Gonfor replied through gritted teeth as he rose to his feet. "A man capable of defeating me would not seize the opportunity to take my life. Nor would he have any need to deceive me." Meanwhile, Mio, having observed the conclusion of their skirmish, chose not to remain hidden and stepped forward. Upon hearing the sounds of movement, both Gonfor and Tiger turned to look. The sight of Mio and his companions immediately put Gonfor on high alert. "Another group of sea dwellers. This is the territory of Skypiea. You are not welcome here. Please, leave at once." In contrast, Tiger regarded Mio and his companions with curiosity. Unlike other fishmen, he harbored no immediate animosity towards humans, as he had not yet developed a deep-seated disdain for them. Yet, he felt a strange familiarity with the individuals before him and began to ponder the reason. Suddenly, it struck Tiger where he had seen them before, and he exclaimed, "It is you, the Black Crow pirates." Realizing that they were pirates, Tiger's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "I did not expect to encounter you here. Surely I have gained a modicum of fame." Mio scratched his head in surprise. "I did not anticipate that so many would recognize me. It's merely a bounty of 100 million, yet it seems I have made quite a name for myself on the seas. Could it be due to the rapid increase in my notoriety? If you are indeed pirates, then you are even less welcome here," Gonfor retorted coldly. He was somewhat familiar with sea-dwelling pirates. While a few sought adventure rather than bloodshed, they were the exception rather than the rule, as most were ruthless marauders. "Your welcome is not yours to dictate." Mio narrowed his eyes at Gonfor, his tone growing icier. Sensing the shift in Mio's demeanor, Warwick's eyes glimmered ominously as he vanished from sight. Before Gonfor could react, Warwick appeared before him, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. "Master, shall we kill him?" The overwhelming force rendered Gonfor unable to escape, and as he struggled for breath, his face flushed red, teetering on the brink of suffocation. Tiger, sensing a lethal aura directed at him, refrained from acting rashly. He understood that any movement on his part would provoke an immediate response from the Black Crow pirates. While he had confidence in his abilities, he could not ignore the palpable strength emanating from them. However, Tiger, being kind-hearted, could not bear the thought of Gonfor perishing here and spoke up. "Esteemed one, this man poses no threat to you. He is the guardian of Skypiea, sworn to protect its people. If it is within your power, I implore you to spare his life." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio wore a smile as she gazed at Tiger. "I know you. The adventurer from Fishman Island, Tiger. I never expected to have some renown out here on the vast ocean." Tiger, taken aback, responded with surprise, but soon considered that Gonfor must be quite concerned about the intentions of Mio and her companions, prompting him to inquire on Gonfor's behalf. "Might I ask how you came to this sky island?" "No, I arrived via the ascending current," Mio replied, shaking her head, then grinning broadly. "I am here for the Golden City and the historical texts." Upon hearing this, Gonfor's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Mio had traversed the ascending current. And now understanding her purpose, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. For him, his sole objective was to protect the denizens of the Sky Island. As long as they posed no threat to the inhabitants, he would not concern himself with what Mio intended to do. "If you are merely here for the historical texts and the Golden City, I can guide you to their location. However, I hope that once you have obtained what you seek, you will depart from here. Your presence is perilous for the citizens of the Sky Island." Gonfor said in a solemn tone. "Rest assured," Mio responded with a smile, her expression serene. "Aside from the historical texts in the Golden City, I cannot fathom what else on the Sky Island would entice me." Though the Sky Island was indeed beautiful and rich with various local shells, for Mio, it was merely a place for leisure and retirement, aside from the Golden City and the historical texts. As for leading the way, I need only the location of the historical texts, she added. Gonfor hesitated, wanting to keep a watchful eye on these individuals to prevent any harm to the Sky Island. Yet he was wary of provoking their ire given their evident strength. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and revealed the location of the historical texts to Mio. With the information in hand, Mio surveyed her surroundings, the ruins of the Golden City, before turning to Tiger with a smile. "Mr. Tiger, I have a few questions I would like to ask you, if you have the time to indulge me." Tiger, unlike Gonfor, was quick to respond. "Of course, ask away." "Mr. Tiger, have you ever encountered a celestial dragon?" Mio inquired directly. At this, Tiger shook his head, then nodded. "I have seen one before, but I was standing quite far away at the time. Considering the reputation of the celestial dragons, I merely glanced and then departed." "I see," Mio nodded lightly, her understanding deepening. It was clear to her that Tiger had not yet become a slave to the celestial dragons, otherwise he would not maintain such composure. However, it seemed that this state of affairs would soon change. In due time, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mio harbors a profound interest in Mariewa, specifically regarding the devil fruits possessed by the celestial dragons. Undoubtedly, Mariewa is home to the most abundant collection of devil fruits in the world. This includes not only those curated by the world government, but also a vast number housed within the estates of the celestial dragons themselves. Rather than consuming the fruits for their own benefit, the celestial dragons bestow them upon their slaves, reminiscent of the Three Sisters Hancock from the original narrative. This amounts to the equivalent of 3 devil fruits. Thus, it is only natural that should an opportunity arise, Mio would aspire to journey to Mariewa, particularly with the impending chaos instigated by Tiger as an ideal chance. At that moment, while Tiger draws attention, Mio could discreetly search the celestial dragon's estate for the coveted devil fruits. Concealing these thoughts deep within, Mio smiled and inquired, Mr. Tiger, I wonder how Fishman Island is faring these days? Upon mentioning his homeland, a smile illuminated Tiger's face. Fishman Island is thriving. Both King Neptune and Queen Odoheim are beloved rulers who cherish their subjects. I have heard some news, Mio nodded with a smile. However, it seems the situation on Fishman Island has not been entirely favorable. Indeed, Tiger replied with a gentle nod, letting out a sigh. Many of my compatriots harbor deep resentment towards humans, and a number of them are filled with hatred, yearning to incite war. Queen Odoheim has been tirelessly mediating and seeking ways to elevate the status of Fishman Island. Meanwhile, slave-catching groups perpetually circle around the island, capturing my fellow fishmen. As he spoke, a flicker of anger ignited in Tiger's eyes, not directed at humanity, but at the slave-catchers. For everyone on Fishman Island, the most detestable adversary is undoubtedly the slave-catching groups. Some of these groups lurk around the island, leading to instances where fishmen are captured almost immediately after leaving. Even more egregious are those groups that dare to capture fishmen directly on the island, swiftly departing once they have taken their prey. Mio was already aware of these circumstances and sought to offer some semblance of comfort by stating, both fishmen and humans should coexist on equal footing, deserving of no discrimination. Moreover, slave-catching groups do not exclusively capture fishmen, they ensnare far more humans. However, the seeds of prejudice and hatred have undoubtedly taken root on Fishman Island, and it will take time to heal these wounds. Upon hearing Mio's words, Tiger looked at her in astonishment, realizing that this human shared his sentiments. He felt an immediate affinity and earnestly remarked, You are absolutely right. While slave catchers target fishmen, the majority of their captives are human. If the animosity from Fishman Island persists, it will only bring greater harm without any benefit. The only one who can quell this anger is Queen Odoheim. Soon, I intend to return to Fishman Island to assist her. At this, Mio couldn't help but ponder. Returning to Fishman Island? It seems likely that during this time, Tiger may be captured and enslaved. Naturally, Mio kept these thoughts to herself. Instead, she smiled and said, By the way, Mr. Tiger, I have heard that the Fishman Karate is quite formidable, a unique skill of Fishman Island. I learned of it when I first entered the Grand Line. And I wonder if I might witness it today? As she spoke, Mio drew the Raikiri from her waist. Given your extensive adventures across the world, I presume your abilities are exceptional, and it would be an excellent opportunity for a friendly spar. Certainly, Tiger agreed without hesitation, feeling quite favorable towards Mio. He thought it merely a sparring session, without any reservations. Hearing this, a smile graced Mio's lips. Fishman Karate, this was precisely what she sought. As a unique martial art of Fishman Island, it is rarely taught to humans. Individuals like Crowler were exceptions, as they had joined the Revolutionary Army, thus receiving the training. Upon meeting Tiger, Mio had hoped to learn Fishman Karate from him. However, given their recent acquaintance, it was unlikely Tiger would impart this knowledge so easily. Moreover, Tiger held significant value for her future plans, making coercion impractical. The best approach was to foster Tiger's goodwill towards her, leading to a spar that would yield the desired results. After all, Mio possessed the Sharingan. Any martial technique could be replicated with it. Of course, Mio's motivation for acquiring Fishman Karate was not for her own use, but rather to enable her crew members, such as Warwick, Hyan, or even Anjiat, to learn it. Fortunately, Tiger had yet to encounter the true darkness, allowing her to bridge the gap between them with just a few exchanges of words. As Tiger consented, they promptly distanced themselves and assumed fighting stances. With a mere thought, scarlet irises adorned with tomo manifested within Mio's eyes. Tiger immediately noticed the alteration in Mio's ocular features, arousing his curiosity. However, before he could articulate his inquiry, Mio launched her assault. Tiger, compelled to suppress his bewilderment, retaliated. I trust that you, Mr. Tiger, shall grant me a glimpse into the formidable Fishman Karate, Mio declared mid-combat, subtly enticing Tiger to unveil the full extent of his martial prowess. Assuredly, Tiger responded promptly, his pride as a fishman resonating with the unique techniques of Fishman Island. Upon hearing Mio's proposition, he felt an urge to demonstrate the power inherent in Fishman Karate. Thousand Brick Fist, Tiger exclaimed, executing the fishman karate technique. Simultaneously, the Sharingan in Mio's eyes rotated deliberately. After a brief moment, a hint of elation flickered within her gaze as she murmured inwardly, indeed, it can be replicated. Nearby, Erica and the others observed the unfolding battle. Robin, scrutinizing the scene, muttered in bewilderment, why does it seem as though the captain has become considerably weaker than before? The master is holding back, Erica stated directly. Holding back? Why? A question mark materialized above Robin's head. I am uncertain, but the master undoubtedly has his own intentions, Erica replied, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Lilith had ventured into the nearby ruins, her face illuminating with delight as she surveyed the scattered gold. She swiftly retrieved a golden crown ornament, meticulously polishing it with her sleeve before nodding in satisfaction. It would complement the master exquisitely. This is for you. I believe you will find it useful in the future, Mio remarked, handing her Den Den mushi to Tiger after their sparring session, her tone laden with subtle implications. Tiger accepted the Den Den mushi, oblivious to the underlying meaning. He inquired curiously, what caused the sudden transformation in your eyes earlier? Ah, consider it a manifestation of my devil fruit ability, Mio elucidated with a smile, refraining from divulging specific details. Upon hearing this, Tiger's countenance reflected comprehension. I see. Having traversed the globe, Tiger possessed a comprehensive understanding of devil fruits. Mio's explanation quelled his curiosity, as he acknowledged the myriad of peculiar and extraordinary abilities that devil fruits could bestow. This excursion to Skypiea has proven worthwhile. Not only have I witnessed this wondrous spectacle, but I have also encountered you. You are a commendable human, Tiger conveyed to Mio, acknowledging her as an exemplary member of the human race, particularly in her lack of prejudice toward fishmen. I have encountered numerous humans who harbor blatant biases against fishmen, even viewing merfolk as mere ornamental pets, he added. Mio chuckled, shaking her head in response. A commendable human, am I? Perhaps. However, this commendable individual may utilize you as a diversion to attract the attention of the world government, while I seize the opportunity to pilfer valuable treasures from the sacred land of Mary Geos. Nevertheless, Tiger's words signaled his impending departure. Until we meet again, Mio bid him farewell. Indeed, Tiger replied with a nod, a smile gracing his lips. When you grace Fishman Island with your presence, I shall serve as your guide. I have several exceptional acquaintances on Fishman Island whom I shall introduce to you. I anticipate visiting Fishman Island soon, Mio responded with a grin, though she harbored doubts regarding Tiger's presence on the island at that juncture. After a brief exchange, Tiger promptly departed. With Tiger's departure, Mio turned to Erica and the others, flashing a smile. All right, let us be off. We shall leave the gold here for now and head to the historical text. Once we have perused the text, we can return for some gold before making our way to Bika. I can only hope that the thunderfruit resides there. Upon hearing about the historical text, Robin immediately perked up, nodding eagerly. The group set off towards the direction of the historical text. The historical text lay beneath the massive golden bell amidst the ruins. It was a grand piece of history embedded within gold, revealing only the side inscribed with its ancient script. Once aware of its precise location, Mio soon arrived. Upon seeing the historical text, Robin hurried over, camera in hand, capturing images of the inscriptions while translating them. The text recorded, ancient weapons akin to the king of the underworld. As Robin translated, Mio settled cross-legged beside the gold, gazing at the ancient characters etched upon it, a faint smile gracing her lips. The inscriptions were penned by Roger, essentially conveying a sentiment akin to Roger was here, gently caressing the gold's smooth surface. Mio turned to Robin and inquired, are you aware of what it records? I have a rough idea, Robin replied, nodding. It details one of the 3 great ancient weapons, the Sea King, stating that the Sea King possesses immense power, capable of saving countless lives, yet capable of annihilating the world. Furthermore, the Sea King is said to dwell in Fishman Island, seemingly only born there, and alongside its emergence, a guide will also appear. At this, a glimmer of contemplation flashed in Mio's eyes. It was not dissimilar to the accounts in the original text, she mused. The Sea King indeed holds the potential to upheave the world. After all, this is a realm of oceans, and the Sea King is the sovereign of the Sea Kings. Just how many Sea Kings exist across the world? The figure is truly staggering, making world-altering endeavors remarkably simple. Yet perhaps it is due to the terrifying nature of such power that the one who becomes the Sea King is destined to be Shirahoshi? And the guide? Could it be Luffy? Such formidable power. Mio chuckled softly, rising to her feet. Yet, it is precisely this power that I seek. Alas, Shirahoshi is yet to be born, and there are still several years until her arrival. However, this gives me the opportunity to develop myself during these years. When the time comes, I shall claim Fishman Island as part of my domain. Let us depart once we have finished, she suggested. Very well, Robin nodded, casting a final glance at the historical text before turning to leave. With a slight frown, she pondered over some of the unfamiliar characters, knowing that she was not yet capable of fully comprehending them. Some words eluded her understanding, requiring her to consult her notes for a thorough translation. The group returned to the location of the gold. Although the historical text contained a fair amount of gold, it mattered little where they took it from, as they could only carry away a small portion. To completely remove it would be an impossibility. The immense quantity of gold, as exemplified by the colossal golden warship crafted by Enel in the original text, illustrated the vast reserves present here. To carry it all away would necessitate an entire fleet. Upon returning to their original spot, Mio and Warwick, along with others, each carried a box filled with gold that had been meticulously prepared in advance, balancing it upon their shoulders as they made their way towards the vessel. The worth of this gold exceeded a staggering 1 billion berries. Upon returning to the ship, Hyan promptly approached Mio and reported, "Master, the individuals from the other ship have returned and then departed immediately." "Yes, I am aware," Mio replied with a nod, gracefully leaping onto the deck. "Please fetch me some paper and a pen." He intended to transcribe the techniques of the fishman karate, which he could later present to Warwick and Hyan for their training. Hyan nodded and swiftly went to retrieve the items. The group returned to the ship, unloading the gold into the cabin, where it shimmered brilliantly, enough to create a bed upon which one could recline and sleep. Shortly thereafter, Hyan returned with the paper and pen. Mio took the pen and paper, instructing Erica to prepare dinner while she herself held a bottle of rum, sipping it as she recorded her thoughts. Once her notes were complete, they set sail towards Bika, and by the time they arrived, dinner was also ready. The group gathered in the dining room to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Meanwhile, on the Appiato, Goffer had been discreetly observing Mio's vessel, only allowing himself a sigh of relief once the ship had departed. At last, they were free. Mio did not leave. He remained in a state of trepidation, only daring to relax once Mio had departed. Bika was neither overly large nor small, a modest floating island. The inhabitants of this aerial isle were not dissimilar to those of other sky islands. As they sailed upon the pristine azure waters, 3 days slipped by unnoticed. After this passage of time, Mio and his companions finally arrived at Bika. The island bustled with activity, and the appearance of Mio and his party piqued the curiosity of the locals. "We are the guards of Bika. You do not appear to be island dwellers." A regiment clad in armor approached, blocking their path shortly after their arrival. "Indeed," Mio nodded, paying little heed to the guards, his thoughts consumed with where the thunderfruit might flourish on Bika. The guards furrowed their brows and stated, "Apologies. But as you hail from the blue sea and we have sighted your pirate vessel, Bika does not welcome you. We ask that you leave promptly." Upon hearing this, Mio raised his head, a look of resignation crossing his face. Well, it seems pirates are indeed not well received. Yet, having come this far, how could they simply depart? A light chuckle escaped him, and without further ado, Erica, standing beside him, unsheathed her twin weapons. With a swift motion, the blades glimmered as she executed 2 horizontal slashes. In their wake, rows of houses were effortlessly cleaved in 2, collapsing with a resounding crash. The guards' faces registered shock at the unfolding chaos. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the observation hockey spread out, Mio surveyed his surroundings, determined a direction, and proceeded forthwith. Erica and the others hastily followed suit. After a few paces, Mio turned to glance at the guard troops, grinning as he offered a reminder. "By the way, if we wish to eliminate you, it would be quite effortless for us, so please refrain from courting disaster, all right?" The guard troops exchanged anxious glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of fear as they contemplated the shattered buildings in their midst, slowly regaining their composure. "Boss, what should we do now?" one of the guards inquired of the commander. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the commander shook his head. "I do not know. We should return and report the situation. These Qinghai people are far too formidable. We are no match for them." With that, the guard troops hastily departed, while Mio and his companions continued on their path. Once they had traversed a sufficient distance, Mio turned to Erica and the others, instructing them, "Spread out and search for a devil fruit on this island." Understood. Erica and the others nodded in agreement. Although devil fruits are notoriously elusive, they are easily recognizable once found. Each member chose a distinct direction and dashed off in pursuit. Robin, however, remained by Mio's side, as her strength was not particularly formidable, and being near him afforded her a sense of security. "Let us explore this way," Mio suggested, pointing towards a direction, and together they ventured forth, searching diligently. As for the residential houses, Mio had no intention of scouring them, deeming the likelihood of success too slim to justify the effort. It appeared that this island operated under a monarchy, governed by a ruler who, evidently, lacked the audacity to provoke Mio, especially after the guard troops retreated. They decided to keep a watchful eye on Mio and his companions. As long as they refrained from causing harm to the island's inhabitants, they would be left undisturbed. This allowed Mio and his companions to search for the thunderfruit with relative peace. However, after a full day of searching, they had yet to uncover anything. Truth be told, Bika was not particularly large, and with each member possessing observation hockey, even if their range was limited, the search was not overly arduous and progressed swiftly, nearly exhausting their search of Bika. Yet, still, they found nothing. This left Mio pondering whether there might be a user of a power related to thunder currently active in the Grand Line, thus necessitating the demise of that individual for the thunderfruit to reappear on Bika. "Master, shall we continue our search?" Warwick inquired. Yes, we must persist, Mio affirmed. His voice resolute. We shall comb through the entirety of Bika. If we cannot find it elsewhere on the island, we will even search the ruler's residence. Understood. Erica and the others nodded and set off once more. Captain, is that devil fruit truly of such importance? Do you not already possess 2 devil fruits on your ship? Yet, I have not seen you consume them, Robin asked curiously, seated beside Mio. You do not understand, Mio replied, ruffling Robin's hair. The thunder fruit is indeed significant. After taking a brief respite with Robin, they resumed their quest. Mio rose to her feet and continued the search alongside Robin. During their journey, they ventured into the town of Bika, exploring its quaint streets. This island boasted a variety of shells, such as sound shells, lantern shells, water shells, and cloud shells, all of which were unique treasures of the Sky Island, much to Robin's astonishment. While they strolled through the charming marketplace, Mio's brow arched as he cast his gaze in a particular direction. There, at the mouth of an alley, a young boy was being subjected to a brutal assault by several Sky Islanders, their blows accompanied by a torrent of verbal abuse. Dare to steal from my shop again, and I'll beat you to death, they snarled. After what seemed an eternity, the Sky Islanders finally departed. The battered boy, covered in wounds, gritted his teeth and rose, staggering off in a determined direction. It wasn't the boy's looks that captivated Mio, for his inclinations lay elsewhere. Rather, it was the boy's remarkably distinctive ears, elongated lobes reminiscent of Enel's own. Could this lad be Enel himself? Mio mused, stroking his chin in contemplation, observing Enel's trajectory. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He seized Robin's hand and hastened after the boy. Swiftly and discreetly, Mio and Robin shadowed Enel, remaining undetected. If this youth was indeed Enel, then simply tracking his movements might lead them to the elusive rumble fruit. And if their search proved fruitless, it would only confirm that the rumble fruit was not presently on Bika, but rather in the possession of some pirate on the Grand Line. Otherwise, their exhaustive search of Bika would surely have yielded results. Mio and Robin trailed Enel until he arrived at a secluded locale. It was a place abundant with cloud trees, a unique feature of the Sky Islands, unlike anything found on the Grand Line. These arboreal wonders sprouted from the clouds themselves. Enel clambered up one of these trees, gingerly touching his wounds, wincing in pain. A surge of anger coursed through him as he muttered, "One day, I'll slaughter them all." It seemed Enel's life on Bika was far from idyllic, perhaps foreshadowing his eventual destruction of his homeland. However, Mio's attention was not focused on Enel's plight. Instead, he meticulously scanned his surroundings. This secluded forest was one they had previously overlooked in their search, and the rumble fruit might very well be concealed here. Employing his observation hockey, Mio meticulously examined every nook and cranny, from the base of the trees to their highest branches. Suddenly, Robin gently tapped Mio's shoulder, pointing in a specific direction. "Captain, look there," she whispered. Mio swiftly followed her gaze, his eyes landing on a towering cloud tree. Its canopy was adorned with white, cloud-like foliage. The tree stood adjacent to the one Enel occupied, but its dense foliage had obscured it from Mio's initial inspection. Now, thanks to Robin's keen observation, Mio spotted it. Nestled deep within the leaves, a blue, spiral devil fruit hung suspended, its form resembling a bolt of lightning. A radiant smile illuminated Mio's face. Finally, he exclaimed, "I found it." As Mio rejoiced in his discovery, Enel's attention was also drawn to the fruit. He murmured to himself, "That fruit is peculiar. I've never seen anything like it, but it's too high up. I can't reach it." It appeared Enel had long been aware of the fruit's existence, but had been unable to retrieve it, leaving it to dangle untouched until this moment. Just as Enel gazed longingly at the fruit, a figure materialized before him. In an instant, the figure plucked the fruit from its perch. It was Mio, of course. Having located the rumble fruit, he wasted no time in seizing it, handing it to Robin for safekeeping. Then, Mio turned his gaze upon Enel. The boy's eyes widened with fear, and he recoiled slightly. Without the rumble fruit, he was not yet the self-proclaimed god of the future. And his arrogance had not yet taken root. He was merely a vulnerable youth, often the victim of abuse. What do you want?" Enel stammered, summoning his courage. "Nothing." Mio replied softly, shaking his head. "I simply wish to give you something." "Give me something?" Enel asked, puzzled. "Here," Mio said, producing a gold coin from his pocket. He flicked the coin into the air, sending it spinning toward Enel. Enel instinctively reached out and caught the coin. Is this really for me?" he asked incredulously. A gold coin was a significant sum, especially for a boy who sometimes resorted to theft to survive. "Yes, it's yours," Mio confirmed, nodding. The coin was a small recompense for taking the rumble fruit, which rightfully belonged to Enel. Moreover, it was an investment in the boy's potential. Enel possessed remarkable latent abilities. Despite his future arrogance, his mastery of observation hockey, even without formal training, was a testament to his innate talent. By offering Enel this coin, Mio was planting a seed. Even without the rumble fruit, Enel might still achieve great power. Perhaps, one day, Mio could even persuade Enel to join him. It was a gamble, but the potential rewards outweighed the minimal risk. As for whether Enel would ultimately follow him, Mio knew the key: shatter the boy's pride, force him to confront reality, and then offer him a new path. With a thought, Mio teleported beside Enel, startling the boy, who nearly tumbled from the tree. Enel stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how this stranger had suddenly appeared at his side. Mio, perplexed by Enel's inner turmoil, gazed at him with a slight smile, gesturing towards the direction of Bika town. Do you wish to slay them? Indeed, Enel replied without hesitation, the flames of fury igniting in his eyes, revealing his unwavering resolve in this matter. With your frail physique, you cannot hope to defeat them, Mio retorted with a mocking shake of his head. He then gracefully leaped to the ground, beckoning Robin, and with his hands clasped behind his head, strolled into the distance. As he walked, he remarked, to take a life, one must possess formidable strength. Merely wallowing in despair will not summon power to your side. I shall take my leave for now. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Halfway through his departure, Mio turned back and added, by the way, I am Kurokas Mio, hailing from Qinghai. With that, his voice lingered in the air. As Mio and Robin drifted further apart, Robin gazed at Mio and spoke. Captain, you were just inciting murder. Upon hearing this, Mio shrugged and replied with a faint smile. If he truly can kill everyone on this island in the future, then you are indeed correct. If he cannot, my previous words were merely a bit of motivational platitude. Motivational platitude? What do you mean? Robin tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. Mio smiled gently, ruffling Robin's hair without offering an explanation. Behind them, Enel had just regained his composure, pondering the words spoken by that individual. His gaze gradually hardened with determination. Although he was uncertain why those words resonated with him, he recognized their truth. Strength would not present itself unbidden. With a murmured affirmation, Enel leaped from the great tree, resolved to seek a place to strategize his training regimen, intense training to enhance his abilities and achieve his aspirations. Were Mio aware of Enel's transformation? She might have displayed an intrigued expression. After all, despite losing the rumble fruit, Enel was motivated to exert himself due to that singular remark. Thus, as the narrative unfolded, would Enel's prowess surpass or fall short of his original counterpart? If, in the future, Enel truly vanquished Bika, would he venture into the Grand Line or head towards Appiato, continuing his reign as a deity there as depicted in the original tale? When Luffy and his companions arrive, would they defeat Enel as in the original story, or would Enel prove fatal to them? Such uncertainties piqued Mio's curiosity. In the Cloud Sea, the passage from Sky Island to the Blue Sea, which is the Grand Line, Mio deftly navigated her vessel towards the ethereal expanse. After acquiring the rumble fruit, she departed from Bika, as lingering there served little purpose with her prize in hand. Ahead, a grand gate loomed. Beyond it lay the Cloud Sea. However, traversing this realm to reach the Grand Line was perilous, as the Cloud Sea plummeted straight downwards. Attempting to cross without preparation would likely result in the ship plummeting off the edge, meeting a disastrous fate. Thus, a modicum of assistance was required. This little creature can ensure our safe passage back to the Grand Line? Robin inquired skeptically, eyeing the small octopus in Mio's grasp. Indeed. This is a specialty of Sky Island, Mio replied, grinning as she squeezed the octopus. This was the very octopus used by Luffy and his crew in the original narrative. Known as Baron, a delicacy of the Sky Island, surely not limited to just the one in the tale. Mio had purchased one before departing Bika. For this octopus would inflate into an air balloon during the ship's descent, ensuring a gentle landing upon the ocean's surface. The octopus writhed in Mio's hand, its tentacles waving as if to say, trust in me. Gradually, the vessel approached the Grand Gate. Approximately 5 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance, and Mio tossed the octopus into the air. As predicted, the ship plunged straight downwards upon passing through the gate. Robin's scream pierced the air. Meanwhile, the octopus soared towards the vessel, rapidly absorbing air to expand into a massive balloon, enveloping the ship with its tentacles and transforming it into an octopus hot air balloon. The descent of the ship finally began to slow. Wow, that was terrifying, Robin exclaimed, clutching the ship's railing, her heart racing. I thought my heart would leap from my chest. Haha, Robin, you really need to toughen up. Once we reach the new world, we might encounter even more harrowing situations. You can't keep screaming in fright. Mio laughed heartily. Robin rolled her eyes in annoyance. Captain, I'm just a child. Is it wrong to be afraid? Well, you do have a point, Mio said, her lips twitching in amusement as she shrugged. Indeed, Robin was still quite young. At that moment, Erica emerged from the cabin, a light smile gracing her face as she overheard their banter. She approached them, holding a tray laden with wine and juice. Mio lifted a glass of wine and broke into a smile. Just as she was about to take a sip, she remarked that Erica truly understood her. With that, she seized a bottle and began to drink heartily. A faint blush appeared on Erica's cheeks, as if she felt a touch of embarrassment at Mio's words. Shortly thereafter, Erica spoke up. Master, Lilith has something to deliver to you. What is it? Mio inquired curiously, setting her wine glass down. After pondering for a moment, Erica replied. A cloak. A cloak? Mio was taken aback, perplexed. At that very moment, Lilith emerged from the cabin, cradling a black cloak in her arms. She approached Mio with a light-hearted demeanor, unveiling the cloak before her. Master, look. Do you like it? I had it made while I was in Bika. And the back features our pirate cruise flag. Cloaks are quite common in the pirate world. In fact, nearly every pirate ship possesses one. The Navy has its justice cloaks. And naturally, pirates have their own. Gazing at the cloak before her, Mio nodded enthusiastically, a smile gracing her lips. It's wonderful. I truly like it. The all-black cloak was striking, adorned with the emblem of the Black Crow pirate crew on the back, and Mio felt an instant fondness for it. I'll help you wear it, Lilith said, her face beaming with joy as she personally draped the cloak over Mio's shoulders. Just as the cloak was settled in place, Erica immediately chimed in, very stylish. Extremely stylish, echoed Black Yen, his expression neutral, yet unwavering. Warwick scratched his head, contemplating before finally stating, Master, you are truly handsome. This remark left Lilith, who had been poised to compliment Mio's appearance, momentarily speechless, suppressing the words that were about to spill forth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Mio chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Lilith's hair. Sitting cross-legged upon the deck, she took a sip from a bottle of wine and remarked, We shall soon return to the Grand Line. You must seize the opportunity to hone your skills. It won't be long before we set sail for the new world. Without formidable strength, survival there will prove exceedingly challenging. I will strive diligently, Erica replied earnestly. The others, including Hikian, nodded in silent agreement. Mio ceased her words, picking up the thunder fruit and squinting at it, contemplating how best to utilize this peculiar fruit. Should she consume it directly, or perhaps allow another to partake, subsequently slaying them to extract their genes and acquire its power? The former option did not appeal to Mio, as it would leave her vulnerable. The latter, however, was fraught with uncertainty. She could very well fail to inherit the abilities of the thunder fruit. This dilemma left her somewhat exasperated, unsure of which path to pursue. After a moment's reflection, Mio resolved to keep the fruit for now. Even if she intended to consume this devil fruit, it would be prudent to wait until after a visit to Impel Down. She murmured to herself. Speaking of which, with the addition of the thunder fruit, she now possessed a total of 3 devil fruits. If she wished to consult a catalog to confirm the powers of the other 2, it would prove to be a time-consuming endeavor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio rose and gazed beneath the vessel, where the vast expanse of the Grand Line was now visible. Below the surface of the ocean, she could discern the unmistakable form of the drought demon, a specter that had evidently been tracking them through the life card. A smile spread across her face as she waved at the drought demon, dismissing further thoughts on the matter. After stowing away the thunder fruit, she seized the fleeting moment before the ship's descent to consult the map, confirming their current location. Their next destination was, of course, Water 7. It was time for a change of vessel, since they had descended from the Sky Island. Their landing point differed from their previous ascent, thus, Mio found herself not near Magic Valley Town, but in a different maritime region. The distance to Water 7 was neither particularly far nor exceedingly close. In essence, reaching Water 7 would require approximately half a month, potentially arriving in as little as 10 days. Once the direction was established, the ship settled steadily upon the ocean's surface. Master, it has been a while. The drought demon called out, emerging from the depths. It has indeed been a few days, Mio replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She then pointed towards a direction, instructing, Drought demon, we shall rely on you once more. Steer towards this course. Leave it to me. The drought demon exclaimed with a hearty laugh, diving beneath the waves to propel the ship swiftly in the indicated direction. On board, the octopus baron was cast skyward by Mio. This octopus had the ability to absorb air, allowing it to float back to the Sky Island. Mio watched as Baron gradually grew smaller, eventually disappearing into the vast sky. Mio clasped her hands behind her head and sighed, lamenting the impending stretch of tedium, before reaching the city of 7 waters. It seemed she would have to occupy herself with training and drinking aboard the ship. After a moment of contemplation, Mio decided not to squander any more time and called out decisively, Warwick, come, let us spar. Very well, Warwick replied, nodding as he discarded his drink and rose to engage in combat with Mio on the deck. Time swiftly passed. 7 days later, they still had a considerable distance to cover before arriving at the city of 7 waters. On this day, after purchasing a newspaper from the newsbird, Mio was taken aback by the contents she discovered. Once again, there was a bounty concerning them. The newspaper contained a notice of a new bounty, which had recently been issued for Mio and her companions. The bounty for Mio has increased by 20 million, totaling 120 million. Erica's bounty stands at 80 million, while Warwick's is 70 million, both having risen by 10 million. However, the most significant news pertains to the bounties placed on Lilith, Black Research, and the Drought Demon. Lilith's bounty is set at 87 million, Black Research at 55 million, and the Drought Demon at 50 million. Upon seeing this list of bounties, Mio was taken aback for a considerable time. It is quite normal for Lilith, Black Research, and the Drought Demon to have bounties. especially since they had previously crossed paths with the Navy, but he never anticipated the amounts would be so high. Despite Drought Demon and Black Research having bounties of only 50 million, such sums are not to be underestimated, considering they are crew members rather than captains. Consequently, the total bounties for all members of the Black Crow Pirates have exceeded 400 million and are progressing toward 500 million for a newly formed pirate crew. This figure is remarkable and sufficient to astonish many pirates, as some who have been at sea for several years might not even reach such bounties. Additionally, the newspaper featured a headline concerning Mio, referring to him as a supernova. Indeed, he is the foremost among the supernovas. Every year or so, certain newcomers who gain fame across the seas before even entering the New World are labeled as supernovas. Future figures like Ace, Cavendish, and Luffy are examples of supernovas from various periods. This year, Mio stands as the singular supernova, which is intriguing. He lifted the newspaper, gazing at his own photograph, and couldn't help but chuckle softly before tossing the paper into the sea. The title of supernova holds little significance. Rather, it tends to attract more animosity. Once he enters the New World, it is likely that many pirates will seek to eliminate him to bolster their own reputations. However, this bounty has brought the entire Black Crow Pirates crew into the spotlight, undoubtedly attracting attention. Astute observers can discern from the bounties that the Black Crow Pirates are pursuing an elite path, and some overlords in the New World may contemplate bringing the crew under their wing. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting his entry into the New World. Should he refuse, he would likely face relentless pursuit. Yet, Mio feels no fear. Instead, he finds himself filled with anticipation. "Captain, what do you have in hand?" Robin, just emerging from her cabin and rubbing her eyes in a state of slight confusion, inquired. "The latest bounty notice. Please take it to the dining room and post it." Mio replied, tossing the bounty notice to Robin. "Our bounty notice?" Upon hearing this, Robin perked up, seizing the document to examine it, and then gasped in astonishment. "Captain, your bounty has increased again. Erica's and Warwick's have risen as well, and Lilith and the others have bounties too. But why has T-Mine changed?" Robin said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. While it was understandable for her to feel this way, she couldn't shake off the sense of letdown. Ultimately, Robin took the bounty notice into the cabin, preparing to display it in the dining area. Soon, the others began to awaken. Erica busied herself in preparing breakfast, while Black Research and Warwick engaged in warm-up battles. Suddenly, a chilling sensation swept through, causing Mio, who had been reclining, to sit upright and squint in a particular direction. Hey. This time, an extraordinary individual has arrived." Mio grinned, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his eyes, before calling out, "Everyone, prepare for battle, and Drought Demon, cease your actions." In his line of sight, a modest military vessel was slowly approaching. However, what truly instilled apprehension in Mio was the figure riding a bicycle across the sea, alongside the ship. The water beneath the bicycle froze as it advanced. Icy tendrils spreading toward them. Just returned to the Grand Line. And already, such a grand gift awaits us. How truly remarkable. Mio's gaze was fixed upon the seemingly languid figure cycling nearby. Akiji, one of the future admirals of the Navy. Although he had not yet attained the rank of admiral, his formidable prowess was already on par with that level. In the New World, he was a figure that struck fear into the hearts of pirates. It was then that Robin also spotted Akiji, her eyes widening in recognition. She recalled his visage from their encounter in O'Hara. With a call from Mio, the ship came to a halt. Erica and the others gathered behind her, directing their attention toward the approaching warship. Soon, the vessel drew near, and Akiji arrived at a distance not too far from Mio. His languid gaze rested upon her, his tone tinged with resignation. "I've searched for quite some time, and I finally found you. It seems my vacation is coming to an end. Admiral Akiji, it's hard to believe. How is it that I just returned from Sky Island and encountered you? Are you here to bestow gifts upon me for my less than satisfactory experience there?" Mio grinned. "If sending you to Impel Down counts as a gift, then you are indeed correct." Akiji shrugged, as the sea beneath him began to crackle ominously. The water slowly solidified, spreading outward until the entire area was completely encased in ice. Crack. The ships, including the warship, were entirely immobilized, frozen in place. Even the depths of the sea, several meters below the surface, were encased in ice, a chill rising ominously in the area. Akiji dismounted his bicycle and, gazing at Mio, spoke softly, "Your journey ends here." "Not necessarily," Mio retorted with a smirk, turning her attention to the warship where Taudu and others were stationed, prompting her to greet them with a smile. "You Navy folks are quite persistent, aren't you? We're merely a bunch of newcomers. Is such solemnity truly warranted? Newbies lack your strength." Taudu replied coldly, drawing her sword, the glint of the blade shimmering ominously. "Strength is merely a consequence of the weakness of other newcomers." Mio shrugged, a hint of exasperation in her demeanor. Yet her expression soon transformed into a determined smile. "Well, if we are to fight, let it be so." Akiji was undeniably powerful, but for Mio, among the three future admirals, he was the one she feared the least, especially when he was accompanied by other Navy personnel. With a metallic clang, Raichu was drawn, its blade glinting under the sunlight. In the next moment, the Dryad was unleashed. With a sudden roar, Meow bellowed. beneath the frozen surface of the sea. A furious growl reverberated from the location of the warship. Instantly, the ice shattered, and a colossal hand erupted from the depths, striking the vessel with tremendous force. The sheer power unleashed caused the ship's hull to splinter, sending it soaring into the air, while numerous sailors screamed as they were flung in all directions. Toharu, foreseeing the impending danger, leapt into the air, narrowly evading the onslaught of the drought demon. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the monstrous figure emerging from the abyss, her pupils constricted in awe, her heart racing at the sight of such terrifying size and strength. A sharp whoosh echoed through the air. Mio's figure suddenly appeared in midair, brandishing Raikiri, and swung a strike toward Peach Rabbit, unleashing a torrent of black sword energy. With a resounding clang, Peach Rabbit instinctively sensed the imminent danger. Pivoting without hesitation to wield Kenpyra, successfully parrying Mio's slash. She landed gracefully on the icy surface, her gaze vigilant as she regarded Mio. Peach Rabbit could already discern Mio's strength, realizing that it was entirely on par with her own, perhaps even surpassing it. The peculiar abilities, swordsmanship, and domineering aura were all present. Notably, Mio's physical prowess and the rapidity of her enhancements left Peach Rabbit astounded. With Admiral Akiji here, you are destined to be sent to impel down, Peach Rabbit remarked coldly. Do not speak too boldly, Mio replied nonchalantly, stepping forth, her figure instantly appearing beside Peach Rabbit. The terrifying speed, or perhaps it was an extraordinary ability, sent shivers down Peach Rabbit's spine. Such prowess was nearly imperceptible unless one remained constantly alert, even when aware. The body often struggled to keep pace with the nervous reaction. With a swift motion, Mio unleashed a strike. The armament hockey enveloped Raikiri, and alongside the black sword energy, it transformed into a raven, its beak wide open, aimed directly at Peach Rabbit's delicate neck, seemingly intent on delivering a lethal blow. In the distance, Akiji furrowed his brow, prepared to assist Peach Rabbit in subduing Mio. However, just as Akiji was about to act, he felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid, and instinctively crossed his arms in front of him to shield his head. The next moment, a figure appeared before him, Lilith, delivering a powerful kick. Yet, Akiji detected it in time and effectively blocked the attack. The force of the impact, however, still generated a shockwave that swept through the vicinity. Lilith retreated a few steps, calmly stating, "You cannot interfere with my master's battle." Master? Akiji's brow furrowed in confusion, pondering the relationship between the crew members and their captain. But he quickly dismissed such trivial thoughts, responding calmly, "Then I shall capture you first. After all, you are all destined to remain here and face imprisonment and impel down." Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly graced Lilith's face, as if amused. "Capture me? Feel free to try," she challenged. With her words, a pair of exquisite wings unfurled behind her, and with a gentle flap, Lilith soared into the sky, circling above. While she might not be Akiji's equal, she certainly was not afraid of being captured by him, for he lacked the capability to do so. With her ability to fly and the power of the swap fruit at her disposal, Akiji alone would find it nearly impossible to seize her. "What a nuisance," Akiji muttered, gazing at Lilith in the sky, his tone laced with resignation. His most despised adversaries were undoubtedly those who could take to the air. Next, Akiji scanned his surroundings, noticing Erika and Kurokan advancing toward him. Meanwhile, Warwick charged at the Navy soldiers, whose cries of despair echoed incessantly. The members of the Black Crow Pirates, aside from Robin, appeared helpless against the Navy soldiers, merely awaiting their demise. Most critically, Akiji's attention shifted to the ice beneath his feet, sensing a colossal creature lurking below, observing the surface. Poised to strike. It was the drought demon. Although immense, it seemed to possess a fair degree of intellect. "It appears that I will need to exert considerable effort," Akiji murmured, beckoning with his right hand. Instantly, dozens of ice blades materialized in midair. With a swift motion, Akiji sent them hurtling toward Lilith. The sound of slicing air echoed continuously. Lilith remained composed as she flapped her wings, summoning a tempest that shattered the ice blades in an instant. "This ability indeed belongs to a mythical Zoan," Akiji observed, his eyes glinting with intrigue. He then leaped lightly, vacating his position just as 4 crimson tentacles struck where he had stood, the immense force cracking the ice beneath. When Kurokan noticed Akiji had evaded the attack, her expression remained calm, and upon looking up, her Sharingan flared to life. "This is truly troublesome," Akiji murmured, his observation haki alerting him to Erika's impending attack. He leaped away just as 2 fearsome slashes approached. Akiji regarded the 3 individuals before him with a newfound seriousness. Each possessed formidable strength, and some of their abilities were peculiar, necessitating caution. One by one, "They shall be dealt with," Akiji muttered, his muscles taut as he unleashed his speed, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, Akiji found himself before Kurokan, a chill emanating from his palm. "Ice ball," he declared, as 5 ice pillars surged forth, aimed directly at Kurokan. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted, causing Kurokan to feel as though her blood had turned to ice. Her Sharingan spun rapidly, and she pulled back with the 4 crimson tentacles, narrowly evading the icy peril. "Beware his cold energy," Lilith cautioned. With a powerful flap of her wings, a violent gale surged toward Akiji, shattering the icy surface as it swept by, lifting numerous ice shards into the air. Such troublesome abilities, Akiji grimaced, raising his right hand, summoning a torrent of cold energy, and with another motion, unleashed a fearsome counterattack. Frost Falcon. A massive ice bird materialized, colliding with the gale. Upon impact, the ice bird shattered, and the wind dissipated, neutralizing the threat. Yet, in the next moment, Lilith suddenly appeared behind Akiji, delivering a fierce kick. Armament hockey enveloped her strike, and Akiji's pupils constricted. However, his formidable strength allowed him to react swiftly, pivoting and raising an ice shield to deflect Lilith's blow. This ability, Akiji quickly retreated a few steps, creating distance as he scrutinized Lilith. Casting a deep glance at Mio, if he was not mistaken, the ability Lilith had just employed bore a striking resemblance to the power Mio had wielded earlier. It must be a devil fruit ability. But how could the same devil fruit's power manifest in two individuals? Momentarily perplexed, suppressed his inner doubts during the battle. With a sudden thought, an overwhelming chill erupted from his being, manifesting as a swirling white frost that, even without contact, conveyed a profound sense of frigid coldness. Should one come into contact with it, it would likely be instantaneously frozen. With a resounding bang, lunged forward, his form propelling like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance to. Behind him, crimson tendrils lashed out, striking towards, imbued with armed color hockey. Unfazed, raised his hands to block the attack, causing the icy surface beneath him to crack slightly. However, the chilling aura emanating from quickly envelops tendrils, spreading inexorably towards him. If this were to persist, would find himself entirely encased in ice. As the three tomo of his Sharingan slowly revolved, maintained a calm demeanor. Once more, two tendrils swung from behind him. One, sharp as a blade, severed the frozen appendages, while the other seized the opportunity to strike fiercely at. The force of the blow, combined with decisiveness, momentarily stunned, sending him crashing against the ice. Such decisiveness is truly formidable, thought, coughing slightly before rising to face with a grave expression. His concern was not for strength, but rather for his relentless resolve. Cutting off his own tendrils without a hint of hesitation was something had not anticipated. With a furrowed brow, he observes a motionless gaze, which made him wary. In battle, one feared those who would exchange injury for injury without a second thought. Furthermore, a glance towards engaged in combat with deepened his frown, for it was evident that struggled against uncanny teleportation ability. It was likely that would soon find herself defeated, which posed a significant concern for. With a whisper, he murmured to himself, his previously languid gaze sharpening. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed the frozen time capsule. A surge of icy energy erupted, racing towards, who sensed an imminent threat and instinctively retreated. Seizing the moment, advanced towards. Upon reaching her, he unleashed a sudden burst of frigid air from his palm. Frozen moment, caught off guard by his counterattack, had no time to hesitate. She immediately wielded her dual blades, executing a strike that split into two and merged into a singular, blinding slash, akin to silver lightning. In an instant, she cleaved through the icy assault, bisecting his form. Yet, S body swiftly transformed into ice, rapidly reconstituting itself. Meanwhile, had already distanced herself. Concurrently, the sky above was filled with the fluttering wings of, scattering golden specks of light accompanied by a fierce wind. Observing the celestial lights, furrowed his brow, leaping gracefully to evade both the wind and the luminous particles, sensing they were not benign. This is truly troublesome, he thought, his patience wearing thin. Determined not to squander further time, he allowed a menacing aura to emanate from him. The journey of the Black Crow pirates ends here, he declared, his form enveloped in an icy shroud. As his voice resonated, the chilling aura surrounding him suddenly radiated outward, sweeping across the surroundings. Wherever the frost passed, previously shattered ice was instantly refrozen, without hesitation, and retreated, creating distance. Yet, in the next moment, took a decisive step forward, swiftly catching up with, before could retaliate. The icy energy from enveloped him, transforming him into a frozen statue. Is this awakening? Mused, observing the scene with a furrowed brow. In an instant, he appeared beside, striking with his blade, which barely managed to parry. However, followed up with a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending her flying like a marionette with severed strings. Indeed, the future admiral has already developed the freezing fruit to the point of awakening, thought, his gaze returning to with a note of caution. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. How could one ascend to the rank of admiral without having awakened their powers? In the brief span of mere moments, had closed in on, the overwhelming chill instilling a sense of despair, rendering any response futile. The moment one made contact, they would be frozen, instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. Moreover, this chilling aura was not confined to his immediate vicinity, it surged outward relentlessly. This was the terror of awakening. Even found herself encompassed by the frost in an instant. After neutralizing, turned his gaze skyward to, who regarded him with evident apprehension. Her strength lay in her ability to drain others, yet was clearly beyond her capacity to exhaust. Furthermore, she could not approach him. To do so would only lead to her swift entrapment in ice, leaving her at an impasse. Perhaps it is best to leave him be, murmured to himself, observing for a moment without any intention to engage. Aerial combat was certainly not his forte. Redirecting his focus to, he spoke with a calm demeanor. It is time to conclude this. As his words fell, the chilling energy surged across the ground, expanding the frozen domain. This area, now encased in ice, resembled Dominion. It seems we cannot linger. We must make our escape, whispered, glancing at the frozen forms of and. Turning to, he stated plainly, it is indeed time to end this. But sadly, you will not be able to capture us. As Mio stepped forward, an ominous premonition surged within Momotori. Without hesitation, she swung her blade behind her, unleashing a torrent of golden sword energy. Yet, Mio remained undeterred, wielding her domineering Raikiri, the black sword energy clashing fiercely with the golden strike. A wave of force erupted, radiating outward in all directions. Immediately, Mio delivered a powerful kick, sending Momotori hurtling backward. However, in the midst of her flight, Mio activated her swap fruit ability, materializing behind Momotori and seizing her by the neck with a sudden grasp. Turning her gaze toward Akiji, Mio calmly stated, let us exchange. In response, Akiji, with an expression of tranquility, replied, before you can kill her, I am capable of eliminating you. You lack the ability, Mio retorted, and with a mere thought, she transported herself and Momotori to a distant location, slowly adding, were it Kizaru, I might concede, but you do not possess such speed. Perhaps I lack that speed. But what of it if you were to kill her? The entire Black Crow Pirates crew would still be captured and imprisoned and impelled down. She is a Marine and has long resigned herself to the possibility of death in battle, Akiji stated solemnly. In that moment, he forcefully stomped on the ice beneath him, unleashing a chilling aura that surged violently downward into the depths of the sea, freezing everything in its path. Mio narrowed her eyes, knowing without needing to look that the drought demon had been frozen. However, Akiji's words elicited a chuckle from her. Akiji, you are neither Kizaru nor Akainu. Though this is our first encounter, trust me, I am quite familiar with you. Kizaru possesses a terrifying speed that can keep pace with his own, while Akainu embodies an unwavering sense of justice, willing to sacrifice countless lives for his extreme ideals, even those cherished by Sengoku and Crane, such as Trafalgar. But Akiji? He is merely an ordinary Marine, particularly when it comes to sacrificing familiar friends. As she spoke, Mio's hand tightened around Trafalgar's neck, causing her face to flush crimson. Struggling in midair, Trafalgar locked her gaze on Mio, showing no intention of calling out for help to Akiji, though she was, at that moment, unable to utter a word. Upon hearing Mio's remarks, Akiji fell silent, merely observing her without speaking. After a prolonged pause, Akiji finally broke the silence, his eyes reflecting indifference as he regarded Mio. If you kill her, you will face the wrath of Vice Admiral Garp. Since Mio is self-aware, he must surely understand the significance of Garp, prompting Akiji to invoke Garp as a means to intimidate Mio. Do you think I care about that? Mio remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Akiji fell silent once more, fixating his gaze on Mio. This individual was proving to be somewhat of a conundrum. Akiji was acutely aware that Mio's strength was not particularly formidable. In fact, he discerned that Mio's overall prowess was inferior even to that of his own crew. However, this individual was remarkably decisive, adept at instilling a sense of trepidation and coaxing compromise, exuding an aura of assuredness that Akiji found distasteful. From the very beginning, it seemed that this individual had not exhibited any signs of panic upon encountering him, and had likely prepared to leverage Toru against him well in advance. Just as Akiji was ready to conclude the skirmish, Mio had seized Toru, preventing him from intervening in her rescue. The Bat Mio turned to Akiji and smiled broadly. Could you kindly restore this vast ocean? Otherwise, I shall find it quite impossible to depart. Given the circumstances, Akiji had relinquished any thoughts of combat. With a resigned shake of his head, he waved his hand, and the previously frozen sea began to slowly dissipate. From the depths of the ocean, the drought demon emerged. Akiji glanced at Mio's vessel before shifting his gaze to her, stating calmly, Nico Robin is aboard your ship, isn't she? Indeed, Mio nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing her acknowledgement, Akiji narrowed his eyes but refrained from elaborating, merely remarking, it is time to release her. Not just yet. We must wait until it is safe to do so. Do we not? Mio replied slowly, taking a step forward, her figure vanishing in an instant to reappear at the bow of the ship. As the frozen surface of the sea began to revert to its natural state, only the area beneath Akiji's feet remained encased in ice. Mio turned her attention to the drought demon, who, without needing instruction, understood her intent and dove into the depths, swiftly guiding the vessel away. Akiji maintained a steadfast gaze upon Mio as the ship sailed away to a considerable distance. Mio gazed at the peach rabbit in his hands, gently patting its fair cheek, and with a broad smile, said, Miss Peach Rabbit, may our paths cross again in the future. By the way, your skin is rather exquisite. However, without a trace of tenderness, Mio kicked the peach rabbit away, sending it soaring towards the sea. Akiji, who had been observing from a distance, swiftly froze the surrounding waters, sparing the rabbit from a plunge into the depths. Coughing violently, the rabbit spat blood, finally managing to sit up, casting her gaze downwards at Akiji. I apologize, Admiral Akiji. I have caused you trouble? No, it is my own fault, Akiji replied, shaking his head as he walked towards his bicycle. Though he was a newcomer, his words rang true. He was not a Kainu. However, please inform Admiral Sengoku that I will capture that individual myself. I can handle this alone. Just let me know the location when the time comes. With that, Akiji mounted his bicycle and rode off into the distance. Watching Akiji's retreating figure, the peach rabbit's expression grew complex. With a sigh, she returned to the shattered warship and retrieved her transponder snail, dialing it. Soon, the call connected. Admiral Sengoku. This is Peach Rabbit. Is there something you need? Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and spoke with resolve. Admiral Sengoku. I request a transfer to the World Government Headquarters. Sengoku furrowed his brow upon hearing her request. What prompted such a decision? Without hesitation, the rabbit explained. I intend to train with CP0 to enhance my abilities. CP0 is the highest-ranking organization within the CP hierarchy, and its members are renowned for their formidable strength. Excluding the 2-year-later Luffy, one notable member is Stussy, the queen of the Pleasure District and a leading figure in the dark underworld of the New World. Her status as a leader in the underground world reflects both her extraordinary capabilities and those of CP0. CP0 members possess not only immense strength, but also undergo rigorous and brutal training. After a moment of silence, Sengoku replied, Tell me everything that has transpired on your end. Yes. The Peach Rabbit promptly reported, detailing even the specific abilities of Mio and his companions. I understand, Sengoku said after processing her information. Then return to headquarters for now. Once Admiral Kong is officially promoted, I will make arrangements. He was acutely aware that while it was easy to enter CP0, exiting was a different matter entirely. This organization, directly under the world government, demanded unwavering loyalty from its members. Nevertheless, even Sengoku could not deny that CP0's training methods were exceptionally effective, largely due to the world government's extensive resources in cultivating powerful individuals over the past 8 centuries to solidify their rule. In the past, Sengoku would have never sanctioned Peach Rabbit's transfer to Mariewa, given the tenuous relationship between the world government and the Navy. However, with Kong soon to become the supreme commander, he would wield a degree of influence within the world government, prompting Sengoku to agree. What about Admiral Akiji? Sengoku sighed and remarked, Do not concern yourself with him. He will manage the situation. After relaying Akiji's message, Sengoku decided against recalling him to the New World immediately, especially since the Black Crow pirates had exhibited significant potential and posed a considerable threat that required addressing. Familiar with Akiji's history as a protege of Zifa and his close association with Garp, Sengoku recognized that Akiji's solitary approach was indeed more fitting. Otherwise, incidents like the current one might recur, as he was certainly not a Kaino. Understood. I will return to headquarters at once. With those words, the conversation with the transponder snail concluded. Putting it away, the Peach Rabbit gazed towards the direction of Mio's departing ship, her eyes filled with determination as she murmured, I hope that by the time I return from Mariewa, you have not been captured and imprisoned and impelled down. When that time comes, I shall personally apprehend you. Meanwhile, on the vast ocean, a ship sailed towards Water 7. On the deck, both Hyan and Erika wrapped themselves in blankets, shivering from the lingering cold. Even after some time had passed, the chill remained palpable. Robin had been hiding on the ship, knowing her presence in battle would only hinder rather than help. Now seated beside Mio, she expressed her concern, Captain, what shall we do next? Fear not, Mio replied with a smile. We shall continue our journey to Water 7. This destination was essential, as sailing the seas without a proper vessel would pose significant challenges, and it was clear that their current ship could not carry them further into the New World. This experience had truly exposed them to the might of top-tier warriors, particularly the terrifying power of Akiji, an awakened Logia user. Mio found himself pondering whether, like Luffy, he should consider training for 2 years before venturing into the New World. He mused, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. This encounter had made it abundantly clear just how vast the disparity was between those at the admiral level and those beneath it. To charge headlong into the New World without sufficient training might be recklessly unwise, particularly if his haki remained insufficiently potent. Mio murmured softly, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. If her domineering aura were sufficiently potent, even if she did not surpass Akiji, she could still withstand his chilling presence. However, the time available for her and the others aboard the ship to cultivate their domineering power was inadequate. Had they had a period dedicated solely to refining their abilities, it would not be an exaggeration to say that, given their collective strength and skills, escaping would pose no challenge at all. Reflecting on this thought, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Mio retrieved the telephone bug to contact Vegapunk and sent a message. Let us strike a deal, Vegapunk. 3 days later. In Water 7, a city built upon the ruins submerged beneath the waves. This remarkable city is renowned along the Grand Line for its shipbuilding prowess. 8 centuries ago, one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, was forged here by the skilled artisans of the island. Upon arriving in this city and docking the ship at an uninhabited shore, Mio turned to the group and instructed, in the coming days, we shall spend our time in Water 7. However, refrain from wandering aimlessly. We will seek a quiet inn to stay in. It is likely that Akiji is searching for us, intent on capturing us. and our chances of success in an encounter with him are slim. Understood, Master. Erica and the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Mio took some gold from the ship and, accompanied by the group, made their way towards the city of Water 7. Upon finding a suitable inn on the island, Mio departed alone. He intended to seek someone to construct a new pirate ship for the Black Crow pirates. Water 7 annually faces a cataclysmic tsunami known as the Sea Gods, which causes the water level to rise after each occurrence, necessitating the construction of taller structures in the city. Consequently, transportation within Water 7 relies entirely on a creature called Blue. Mio, cloaked in a flowing cape, sat upon Brew, journeying towards her destination, the refuse dump of the city of Seven Waters. As she neared the landfill, she tugged at the hood of her cape, her gaze falling upon a group of individuals. A subtle smirk graced the corners of her mouth beneath the cloak, revealing a hint of playful mockery. Indeed, the world government possesses remarkable endurance. Mio murmured softly, and with his considerable prowess, he immediately discerned several individuals masquerading as ordinary citizens of Water 7. Yet their extraordinary essence was unmistakable. While appearances can be deceiving, one cannot conceal the truth reflected in their eyes. These individuals were undoubtedly members of CP9. However, it is essential to note that these CP9 agents were not the same as those who would emerge in the future. At this moment, Lucci was still in the process of being cultivated. Nevertheless, the present CP9 in Water 7 harbored intentions akin to those of their future counterparts, both being in pursuit of the legendary Pluton. In the days to come, Lucci and his associates would fixate on Tom's apprentices, Iceberg and Frankie. Yet, the current CP9 were most likely here to keep a watchful eye on Tom himself. After all, Tom had not yet met his demise. He was diligently constructing the sea train for Water 7. Mio's journey to the junkyard was also an endeavor to seek Tom's assistance. However, soliciting Tom for shipbuilding was rather impractical, considering that Tom had become a thorn in the side of the world government. They were not oblivious and recognized that Tom possessed the schematics for Pluton. Yet, they refrained from taking action for fear that Tom might destroy the plans. In such circumstances, Mio seeking Tom's aid for shipbuilding would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, he merely intended to request Tom's help in introducing him to some personnel. The junkyard, as its name suggests, was filled with heaps of refuse. Amidst the debris stood a small dwelling, the residence of Tom. At that moment, Tom was engrossed in designing the blueprints for the sea train within his abode, occasionally furrowing his brows in deep contemplation, only to take hearty swigs from a bottle of liquor. Beside him were his apprentices, Frankie and Icebug, both still in their youth, striving to alleviate their master's burden by assisting him in the construction of the sea train. Suddenly, Tom's brow furrowed further. Icebug promptly inquired, "Master, are you facing any difficulties?" "Not at all," Tom replied, shaking his head. Just then, the door to the small house creaked open, and Mio slowly entered, closing the door behind him with a faint smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Tom. I am Mio, captain of the Black Crow Pirates." Tom regarded Mio with a furrowed brow and replied in a low voice, "I do not know you." Knowing Master Tom is sufficient for me, Mio shrugged nonchalantly, taking a seat before Tom. Having come to Water 7, it would be a pity not to witness the craftsmanship of the world's finest shipwright. "You have seen it now? You may leave," Tom replied. Mio smiled and, without wasting words, got straight to the point. "Mr. Tom, I wish to construct a ship. I no longer build ships." Tom replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, your visit here will undoubtedly draw the attention of the world government. I harbor secrets, and associating with me could lead to perilous consequences before you even leave Water 7. Rest assured," Mio responded nonchalantly, smiling as she explained, "if it were CP0, I might hesitate, but CP9 lacks the necessary capability. The CP organization is primarily an intelligence-gathering entity. Only CP0 possesses true strength. The others are merely inconsequential. To monitor me, CP9 is not yet equipped, especially since I wield the powers of the swap fruit. Only CP0 could effectively uncover my presence. I am also aware, Mr. Tom, that you have significant responsibilities and may not have the time to assist me in shipbuilding. Hence, I have come merely to seek your recommendations for capable shipwrights. With that," Mio continued, "while I lack quality materials, I recently visited Sky Island and brought back a considerable amount of gold. I believe that even the rare atom wood can be procured with it." Sky Island. Tom's eyes widened in surprise. "You visited the City of Gold?" "Indeed," Mio affirmed with a nod. Tom, curious, inquired, "Then you must have seen the historical text there?" "I did," Mio replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Not only did I see them, but I also comprehended their contents." "You can read ancient script?" Tom exclaimed, astonished. He had once crafted vessels for Roger and had heard whispers of secrets from him. He might even be considered half a crew member of the Roger Pirates. However, he was not familiar with the historical texts, as only Roger could decipher them, and he had shared the contents with very few, primarily Rayleigh. "Of course, I cannot read it. However, the sole survivor from O'Hara happens to be aboard my ship," Mio smiled. Upon hearing this, Tom's expression turned grave. "You should not disclose such matters to me. If you comprehend the historical texts and have seen their contents, You must realize that they are taboo to the world government. If they become aware of your knowledge, they will not spare you. I understand, but I trust that you, Mr. Tom, will not divulge this information, will you? Mio shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. Ha, Tom chuckled, taking a sip of his drink, then fell into contemplation. I will not assist you in building the ship, but I would like you to entrust its construction to my 2 apprentices. I will guide them periodically. They are my apprentices. Yet they have never crafted a true ship nor worked with superior materials. If you are willing, I can assure you they will build a remarkable vessel for you. Though Frankie and Iceberg were referred to as Tom's apprentices, their relationship resembled that of father and son, prompting this request. Upon hearing Tom's words, both Mio and his apprentices were astonished. Iceberg quickly interjected, Master, we still need to assist you with the sea train. We have no time for shipbuilding. If we complete the sea train sooner, the world government will lift the charges against you. Indeed, Frankie added, although tempted, he understood the current priorities. Do not worry. Tom laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Building the sea train to completion will take many years. We are not short on time to construct a ship. But Iceberg attempted to voice his concerns, yet Tom silenced him with a glance, awaiting Mio's response. Feeling the weight of Tom's gaze, Mio smiled and nodded. That is acceptable. But I hope, Mr. Tom, that you will not let me down. Rest assured, it is the duty of a shipwright, Tom replied earnestly. Without further ado, Mio placed a box of gold that she had brought from her ship before Tom, and handed him a transponder snail, saying, should you wish to contact me, you may use this. If funds are insufficient, reach out to me. I will be in Water 7 for the foreseeable future. Tom accepted the transponder snail. Mio rose to her feet and said, very well, I shall take my leave now. I hope to see my vessel soon. Farewell. Tom nodded in acknowledgement. As Mio turned to leave, she suddenly glanced back at Tom, flashing a smile as she expressed her hope that he would safeguard the blueprints of the king of the underworld. With that, she stepped out, closing the door behind her. Tom, momentarily taken aback, seemed surprised that Mio was aware of the blueprint's presence with him. However, he soon came to terms with it, realizing that she must have gleaned such information from historical texts, perhaps deducing the island's location from there and linking it to him. After reflecting for a moment, Tom turned to his 2 apprentices, speaking with grave seriousness. A spark, Frankie, you must not disclose today's events. Doing so will not only bring disaster upon yourselves but also jeopardize Water 7. If you wish to prevent the annihilation of our city, keep everything that transpired today to yourselves. Should this information leak, the world government will not spare Mio, and consequently, Water 7 will also be implicated. Whether the world government will obliterate Water 7 as they did O'Hara is uncertain, but I dare not gamble on it. Meanwhile, Mio, having left the scrapyard, was deep in thought. Naturally, she desired the blueprints of the king of the underworld, yet it was not the right time to act. The blueprints remained in Tom's possession. And despite his humble occupation as a shipwright, his strength was formidable. He could lift a ship single-handedly, a testament to his terrifying power. Forcing a seizure of the blueprints would yield no benefit and would only attract the attention of the world government. Thus, Mio refrained from any impulsive attempts to claim the blueprints, knowing that there was still a considerable distance before the original narrative's events commenced. Once Tom had passed, acquiring the blueprints would undoubtedly prove much easier. Upon returning to the inn, the individuals in the room were engaged in honing their haki. Their observation haki and armament haki were continuously activated and refined. Although progress was slow, the inn provided the only suitable environment for such training. Upon Mio's return, they all greeted her with a nod. After Mio nodded, she seated herself at the table. Robin promptly inquired, Captain, have we found a suitable shipwright? Ah, indeed we have. He should be able to craft us a fine vessel, Mio replied with a smile. Although Frankie and Iceberg currently lacked the extraordinary shipbuilding skills they would possess in the future, Tom's willingness to advocate for his apprentice suggested that he would not remain indifferent. Therefore, this ship was certainly something for Mio to look forward to. The timeline for its completion remains uncertain, so for now, let us focus on quietly honing our skills in Water 7, Mio continued. The others had little to contest this notion. After all, having witnessed Akiji's formidable strength, they felt no hesitation in their pursuit of greater power, and indeed, they were eager to embark on that journey. Mio sat at the table, pen in hand, scribbling and sketching on paper, while Robin observed the content with a furrowed brow. Once Mio had finished writing, she could no longer contain herself. Captain, what you have written is. This, Mio replied, her eyes sparkling with determination, is our upcoming plan. With a gentle touch, she ruffled Robin's hair and smiled. Our current strength would render us vulnerable in the new world, so it is imperative that we pause for a moment, dedicating time to enhance our abilities. While we may not achieve comprehensive improvement, we must at least elevate our haki. But Captain, why venture into such perilous territory? Robin pointed to the 3 circled words on the paper, impel down. Despite her youth, Robin was well acquainted with impel down, the infamous underwater prison renowned for its impregnable fortress-like structure. The only individual to ever escape was the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, who had paid the price of leaving behind a pair of legs. Ah, it is a place we must visit, Mio grinned. A trip to Impel Down is essential. The abundance of devil fruit genes presents an opportunity to bolster our strength, although I intend for everyone to pursue an elite path. If I aspire to ascend to the throne, I cannot solely rely on my immediate crew for every endeavor. That would be somewhat undignified. Thus, in the future, I will undoubtedly require my own followers. Whether any pirates from the New World would be inclined to follow her remains to be seen. Yet she could cultivate some through the acquired devil fruit genes. Moreover, should there be some commendable devil fruit genes within Impel Down, it would be entirely feasible to nurture a formidable ally. Therefore, a journey to Impel Down is non-negotiable. With that, Mio picked up the paper, turned to Erica and the others, and beamed. All right, everyone, pay close attention to what I am about to say. This is our plan following our departure from Water 7. I had initially intended to inform you upon leaving Water 7, but it is just as well to share it now. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Mio. Mio did not squander any time and immediately laid out the entire plan. After listening to Mio's words for over 10 minutes, Erica promptly stated, "I will accompany my master." No, Mio shook his head, outright rejecting the idea. You need to train alongside Lilith and the others. Following me would only hinder my progress. But advancing to Impel Down is perilous, and I am concerned, Erica expressed anxiously. Rest assured, if I wish to leave Impel Down, it will be quite effortless. Mio replied with a smile. His words were not merely a form of consolation for Erica, they were indeed the truth. It is important to note that, in the eyes of the Navy headquarters, he was, without a doubt, perceived as a user of a devil fruit. However, in reality, he was not. Once he arrived at Impel Down, the Navy would likely merely place a seastone handcuff on him. Nevertheless, he would retain all of his abilities, augmented by the powers of the swap fruit. Mio yearned to depart from Advanced City, a notion remarkably simple, yet requiring considerable discussion before Erica finally acquiesced. Suddenly, Mio produced a bounty notice, casting it towards Hyan with a commanding tone. This individual is entrusted to you. Depart from Water 7 for a while, accompanied by Han Hai, and ensure the capture of this individual alive. The bounty notice depicted a notorious pirate from the Grand Line, a user of a paramecia-type devil fruit, whose powers were rather inconsequential. However, for Mio, it proved exceptionally advantageous. Hyan, upon grasping the notice, nodded in acknowledgement and promptly turned to leave. With Han Hai in tow and possessing Mio's life card, the path back would be easily navigable once the target was secured. As Hyan exited, silence enveloped the room, prompting Erica and the others to resume their training. Meanwhile, Mio held a devil fruit in his hand, not the rumble fruit, but one of the two other fruits in his possession. As he contemplated its potential, a panel materialized before him, indicating his intention to use the fruit for a chance at a lottery, hoping to procure a remarkable genetic trait. You have acquired a lottery opportunity, the panel announced as he prepared to utilize the devil fruit. Mio accessed the lottery interface, where a colossal wheel materialized before her eyes. Each glimpse of the genes displayed on the panel ignited an intense fervor within Mio. She coveted virtually every gene presented, including Shinigami Hollow, Naruto Two Tails, Strike the Blood-Black Sword of Night, Fairy Tail Fire Dragon, Jackie Chan Adventures Wind Demon, and numerous others. The sheer variety of genes was dazzling, and each one possessed immense power. There were even genes from Pokemon and Digimon. The suspense mounted as she wondered which gene she would obtain this time. Without hesitation, Mio pressed the lottery button, setting the wheel in motion. Mio's gaze began to traverse one gene after another, uncertain of what genetic trait she would draw this time. Naturally, she refrained from fixating on a specific gene she desired, for it is often the case that the more one yearns for something, the more elusive it becomes. Conversely, what one does not covet may manifest unexpectedly. Thus, Mio's thoughts remained unclouded by desire as her eyes flitted over several remarkable genes. Amidst her mounting tension, the roulette's rotation gradually decelerated, and soon, it came to a halt. Congratulations! You have won the Fire Dragon gene through the lottery. The Fire Dragon gene, derived from the dragons of the fairy tale universe, these creatures are enigmatic and formidable beings, possessing immense physical strength, notable intellect, and the ability to wield dragon slayer magic. A dragon's gene? As the lottery concluded, Mio contemplated the gene she had acquired, pondering its significance. This gene is indeed powerful and impressive. After all, the dragons of the fairy tale realm are not to be equated with the thousand-year dragons of the pirate world. While both are dragons, their strengths are not on the same scale. The dragons of fairy tale not only possess tremendous destructive capabilities but also exhibit formidable physical prowess, seemingly capable of consuming specific elements to restore their vitality. This fire dragon gene, without a doubt, would be entrusted to nurture the offspring of the thousand-year dragon. Although the hatchling had yet to emerge, it was nearing the time of its hatching, with signs of vitality growing increasingly vibrant. Utilizing the fire dragon gene to cultivate the thousand-year dragon, hatchling is a rather splendid combination. Mio was troubled by the thunder fruit, pondering whether it should be cultivated alongside the Millennium Dragon. After all, he had no desire to consume a devil fruit. Having a weakness was best avoided. Once a vulnerability was established, it could potentially be exploited by enemies. Yet, he considered taking a gamble. If he could feed the thunder fruit to someone else and subsequently eliminate them, he would acquire the genetic essence of the thunder fruit, which would then likely reappear somewhere in the world. This way, he would not be limited to a single opportunity to harness the power of the thunder fruit. However, finding it again might require a considerable amount of time, but it was preferable to possessing a weakness. Having made up his mind, a smile graced Mio's face. He closed the panel and ceased further contemplation, joining Erica and the others in their training. Even Robin was swept up in the atmosphere of the room, engaging in training while occasionally posing some bold inquiries to Erica. Time passed slowly, and a week later, the ship was still under construction. Heian returned stealthily in the dead of night, bringing back a nearly lifeless individual, a person Mio had instructed him to retrieve. Marcus Ghali, a South Sea dweller, with a bounty of 24 million, had just stepped into the Grand Line. He was a superhuman with the ability of the picture-picture fruit, not to be confused with the painting fruit. Although his powers were rather mediocre, they were precisely what Mio required. With a thud, Marcus Ghali was unceremoniously tossed before Mio. At this moment, he was on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Mio, his eyes reflected sheer terror and confusion. "Why do you want to kill me?" he stammered. "Is a reason truly necessary for your demise?" Mio replied coolly, drawing Reich and swiftly severing Marcus Ghali's head, blood splattering forth. "Congratulations on acquiring the genetic material of the picture person." Anodi Mio, indifferent to their presence, gazed at the nearly lifeless telephone bug in his hand. An idea struck him, and he promptly placed the creature into the cultivation chamber. This telephone bug would prove to be an invaluable asset in his forthcoming endeavors within the city. After inserting the recently acquired gene into the gene slot, he refrained from adding any additional genetic material and began the cultivation process directly. After all, he had no intention of transforming the telephone bug into a formidable entity, as that would squander precious genetic resources. With a decisive press of the cultivate button, the familiar cultivation interface materialized before him, and Mio patiently awaited the outcome. Please select cultivation direction. Beast type? Human type? Beast type. This time, Mio opted for the beast form, as he needed the telephone bug to accompany him into the city. Furthermore, he was intrigued by what the resultant beast-like creature would resemble. Upon finalizing his choice, to his astonishment, another option emerged. Please select primary form. Telephone bug type? Human type? Fusion type? Mio was momentarily taken aback. The telephone bug type would likely resemble the original bug, while the human type would also not deviate much. However, could the fusion type signify a combination of the telephone bug and a human? If he were to gather genes from creatures such as deer, camels, rabbits, and snakes, might he indeed cultivate a dragon in beast form? Though it was probable that this dragon would not possess the ability to fly. Without lingering on the decision for too long, Mio selected the telephone bug type. Just a few minutes later, the cultivation was complete. Information regarding the abilities of this newly cultivated creature presented itself before Mio's eyes. Cultivation successful. Name, unnamed. Ability, telephone bug link, capable of connecting with other telephone bugs for communication. Image formation, able to conjure images at will, which can appear in any location. Strength, inferior to even the weakest combatants. Maximum combat power, still below the weakest combatants. Potential has reached its peak, requiring no further development. Mio gazed at the ability panel, her lips twitching slightly. It was rather blunt. However, the abilities were indeed rudimentary, possessing merely 2 skills, suggesting that the phone bug was truly ill-suited for combat. Its sole purpose appearing to be making calls. Potential? Well, let's not dwell on that. I shall name this little creature Xiaomi, Mio mused. Recognizing that in this world, the phone bug was akin to a mobile phone, and Xiaomi was also a name associated with phones. Quite fitting, she thought. Shall I proceed with the ability extraction? She contemplated. Let us do it. With no hint of anticipation, Mio nodded. As her voice echoed, the extraction commenced. Extraction in progress. Success. Congratulations, you have acquired the ability phone bug link and 1/10 of the comprehensive attributes of the creature you have nurtured. The announcement resonated as the process concluded. At this moment, Mio wore a face of exasperation. The mere 10% increase in attributes left him utterly oblivious to any enhancement in his capabilities. He felt not the slightest change. Indeed, it was unwise to harbor expectations, for the phone bug was inherently not a formidable insect, nor had he selected any potent genes for cultivation. As for the abilities extracted, they were, to be frank, rather inconsequential. One could say that this endeavor in biological cultivation had merely resulted in the addition of another creature for Mio, with no discernible alteration in his strength. Upon completion of the cultivation, as a fleeting thought crossed her mind, Xiaomi materialized before her. To be candid, the phone bug that had been cultivated showed no substantial alterations, merely a reduction in size. If circumstances permitted, she would have endeavored to acquire several other phone bug genes. Gazing at Xiaomi, Mei broke into a smile. Phone bugs were not a singular species. These naturally occurring insects came in various forms. The ordinary phone bug served the purpose of communication, while the black phone bug, preferring solitude, was utilized for eavesdropping. Furthermore, there existed golden and silver phone bugs. The former emitted signals that could only be received by the latter, creating a communication exclusive to them. These two varieties were predominantly monopolized by the world government, as they were instrumental in disseminating demon-slaying orders. In addition to these, there were surveillance phone bugs, imaging phone bugs, and autonomous imaging transmission phone bugs, among others. May harbored aspirations to collect the genes of all phone bug species in the future, with the intent of cultivating a new one. For the time being, she would make do with Xiaomi. "Captain, is this your newly cultivated pet?" Robin inquired. Her curiosity piqued upon witnessing the phone bug perched on the table. "Sort of," May replied, her smile unwavering. "However, this little creature bears minimal distinction from an ordinary phone bug," holding the tiny being in her hand. Xiaomi emitted a soft bulu before closing its eyes and drifting into slumber. In terms of its beast-like nature, this phone bug appeared rather simple-minded, hardly differing from a typical specimen. Presently, May's understanding of beast-like creatures was limited. Despite having cultivated one, she recognized it was not the entirety of such beings. She contemplated experimenting with superior genes for cultivation in the future. After tucking Xiaomi away, May resumed her training. The time required for shipbuilding was considerable, and the waiting period proved to be exceedingly tedious for May and her companions. Their days were consumed with training, but fortunately, this time had not been squandered. Over the course of time, each of them experienced a slight enhancement in their domineering presence. On this particular day, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mio activated the communicator, and the voice of the iceberg resonated through. "Mr. Mio, your ship has been completed. It is located near the junkyard." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Mio's eyes, and he promptly grinned. "Excellent. We shall arrive shortly." After concluding the call, the communicator's volume was substantial, allowing the others in the room to overhear. As Mio hung up, Erica immediately remarked with a smile, "It seems we can finally depart. A new ship. I wonder what it will be like," Robin mused, brimming with anticipation. "We shall find out soon enough. Let us proceed," Mio replied eagerly. Rising as the group donned their cloaks and swiftly made their way towards the junkyard. Before long, they arrived at the junkyard, where Iceberg awaited them at the entrance. Although Mio and his companions were cloaked, Iceberg effortlessly deduced their identities and approached them. "The master could not come, so I was sent to escort you and introduce your new vessel." "Very well," Mio nodded, his eagerness palpable. "Let us there. I am quite eager to see our new ship." "Please follow me," Iceberg acknowledged, promptly taking the lead. The group traversed the junkyard and reached a coastal area where a vessel was moored, evidently just launched. The ship appeared larger than their previous one. "This vessel has yet to be named," Iceberg explained. "You may contemplate a name later, Mr. Mio. All materials used in its construction are of the finest quality." The ship features 3 levels. The first floor houses the dining area, storage, training room, and storeroom. The second floor is designated for living quarters, while the third floor includes restrooms, among other amenities. Both the second and third floors boast balconies, and there is also a basement equipped with a refrigeration unit for storage purposes. As Iceberg enthusiastically detailed the ship's features, he felt a surge of excitement, keenly observing Mio's expression. When he noticed a look of satisfaction on Mio's face, Iceberg couldn't help but smile. For him, Mio's approval was the highest praise, signifying that the ship he and Frankie had crafted had received recognition. Listening to Iceberg's introduction, Mio turned to Hyan. "Have the Dryad bring the ship over. We are preparing to relocate." To them, the ship was home. "Understood," Hyan nodded, turning to depart. Soon, Iceberg finished his presentation. Mio nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "I appreciate your assistance. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Tom later." "Of course," Iceberg replied with a nod, then inquired, "Has Mr. Mio decided on a name for this vessel?" "Indeed, I have," Mio responded, having contemplated the name for some time. "I shall name this ship the Black Glory." Mio possesses a fondness for the color black, which inspired her to adopt a formidable name associated with it. As for its significance, it appears to be lacking. "The Black Glory, perhaps?" Upon hearing this, the Iceberg nodded slightly. It indeed aligns with Mr. Mio's pirate crew's name. The name of Mio's pirate crew is the Black Raven Pirates, and their ship is currently called the Black Glory. Moreover, since Mio previously mentioned that the prow of the ship should resemble a raven and the vessel's theme color is black, this name is indeed fitting and appropriate for the ship. After conversing for a while, Mio remarked, "Mr. Iceberg, it is time for your departure, as numerous eyes have begun to fixate upon you. Should you linger any longer, these individuals may start to harbor suspicions." Upon hearing this, the stoic figure cast a discreet glance around, his expression shrouded in secrecy, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned on his heel and departed with remarkable decisiveness. Mio's lips curled into a slight smile as she cast a glance at several members of CP9 who had just appeared around her. With a soft chuckle, she led Robin and the others aboard the Black Glory. Stroking her chin, Mio gazed at the boundless sea before her, murmuring to herself, Akiji should be arriving soon. Once the dry Hades brought the ship over, the group began transferring their belongings. They moved items from the old vessel to the new one, and after each person selected a cabin, they contemplated their departure. In the meantime, Mio had procured some supplies from Water 7, and once matters were nearly settled. She addressed the dry Hades, saying, "Let us proceed in that direction." Mio pointed towards a certain direction, which was not the Shambadi archipelago, but rather an uninhabited island. This island was the destination for Erica and her companions. As for herself, Mio's lips curled into a slight smile. It was likely that his destination on this journey was the advanced city. The Black Glory ship departed from the Water 7, sailing towards the vast ocean. As the vessel gradually receded into the distance, Tom emerged from his modest abode, lifting a bottle of wine to his lips for a few sips. He cast a glance towards the departing Black Glory and shook his head gently before turning back. However, just before he retreated, Tom suddenly caught sight of a figure in a particular direction, causing him to startle. In his line of sight, a silhouette stood at the water's edge, seemingly blending into the surroundings, prompting an instinctual disregard. It was a figure clad in a white robe, possessing rippling eyes, appearing as if it too was observing the Black Glory's departure. What astonished Tom was the inexplicable sense of trepidation that this figure evoked within him. As if sensing Tom's gaze, the figure turned towards him, its cold, emotionless eyes instilling a suffocating sense of mortality in Tom, who hastily averted his gaze and departed. Once inside the small house, Tom took a deep breath and murmured, "Who is that person?" Unbeknownst to Tom, as he returned indoors, the figure slowly produced a snail phone and dialed out. The connection was promptly established. A voice, somewhat aged yet commanding, resonated with utmost respect. "Lord M. Do you have any instructions?" "Tom from Water 7 is to be eliminated after acquiring the design of the Pluto from the sea train," came the cold, deliberate response. On the other end of the line, an elderly man nodded without hesitation. "Your orders will be obeyed." The call was then terminated. After stowing away the snail phone, she turned and departed. At that moment, in Mariewa, within a luxurious castle hall of the World Government Headquarters, 5 elderly men in black suits convened. Some leaned against the sofa, while others sat with their chins resting on their hands. All 5 elders focused on a silver snail phone placed on the table before them. After a moment, one elder spoke gravely, subsequently, instruct them to expedite matters concerning Tom. "Indeed, since Lord M has commanded it, let us hasten his demise." "I did not anticipate Lord M's interest in this matter. Is it due to the Pluto?" "It must be so. The design plans for Pluto have long been suspected to be in Tom's possession, though he has never revealed them. The CP9 members lurking there have been monitoring him. And in recent years, Tom has refrained from discussing Pluto, which compels me to doubt whether the design is truly in his hands. Once we acquire the Pluto plans from Tom, we shall have Zero eliminate him without leaving any chance of survival." "I second that." Mio remained unaware of the happenings in Mariewa. 2 days later, he sat at the bow of the Raven ship, fishing rod in hand, casting lines into the water. The weather was splendid, with a gentle warmth from the sun that uplifted the spirit. It was an ideal day for fishing, as well as for waiting. He awaited the arrival of Akiji. Having dared to threaten to take Tantata's life, Akiji had allowed him to escape once, but surely there would be a second occasion. And this time, it would likely be just Akiji alone, without any other Navy personnel. In the midst of fishing, the sound of the snail phone rang. Mio picked up the transponder snail, a smile gracing her face. "Doflamingo," she said, "my friend, everything has been arranged." From the transponder snail, Doflamingo's sinister laughter echoed, laced with curiosity. "Could you enlighten me on your intentions?" "I have paid a considerable price to persuade a celestial dragon to divert his course to the Sabaody archipelago." "Merely a minor scheme. You shall soon be informed," she replied nonchalantly. "However, I hope you can fulfill your end of the bargain." Doflamingo chuckled lightly, refraining from further inquiries. In response to his words, Mio smiled faintly. "Rest assured, I will deliver what you seek, but your current offerings are insufficient." "Ha ha ha, fear not. I am aware of that, which is precisely why I agreed to your terms, isn't it? The Island of Giants, yes? My family will dispatch a batch of pirates to that island every month starting a week from now." "Still not enough," Mio stated coolly. After a moment of contemplation, Doflamingo slowly added, "In addition, I will assist you in procuring 10 devil fruits." Upon hearing this, Mio's smile widened. "Very well, when the time is right, I will provide you with what you desire." "Ha ha ha, I eagerly await your offering." Doflamingo's laughter resonated as the call ended. At the headquarters of the Don Quixote family in the North Blue, Doflamingo sat alone on a sofa, setting down the transponder snail and raising a glass of red wine. His lips curling into a wicked grin, his eyes glimmering with contemplation behind his sunglasses. "Celestial Dragon Akiji, what are you plotting?" "Just yesterday, a friend had specifically requested his assistance in locating Akiji, leading to a transaction that Doflamingo found irresistibly enticing. He had agreed. The terms of this transaction involved not only the conditions he had just stated, but also pinpointing Akiji's location and ensuring a celestial dragon would travel to the designated spot. Fortunately, Akiji was already in the first half of the Grand Line, and his leisurely ride on a bicycle across the ocean was quite conspicuous, making his location easy to ascertain. Simultaneously, Doflamingo had paid a price to coax a celestial dragon heading to the Sabaody archipelago to change course. As for what Doflamingo would gain from this transaction, it was undoubtedly something valuable. Suddenly, he recalled recent news he had received within the world government. Along with a previous task of assisting Mio in locating someone named Vegapunk, and his gaze flickered with intrigue. "What exactly are you scheming?" With a gentle swirl of his wine glass, Doflamingo burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems you are indeed orchestrating a grand game. If Mio were to discover Doflamingo's thoughts, she would likely respond with a mere smile. Her actions were merely precautionary, securing her own life, ensuring the safety of Erica and the others, and furthering her plans for strength enhancement. Suddenly, with a plop, Mio yanked on her fishing line, pulling a small fish from the water. After releasing the fish, Erica's astonished voice rang out. Captain, the egg has hatched. Hearing this, Mio hastily left the bow of the ship and entered a room in the cabin, where several people had gathered. At the center of the room lay the dragon egg, now covered in cracks, signaling its imminent hatching. Crack, crack. The fissures multiplied until, with a sudden burst, a small head emerged. It was not particularly beautiful. A bare little creature, but it eagerly scanned its surroundings before its gaze landed on Mio, emitting a joyful chirp. Struggling, it crawled out of its shell and nestled against Mio's leg, appearing to regard her as its mother. No, rather, it should be father. With a click, Robin captured the moment with her camera and then inquired, Captain, what do we need to feed this hatchling? Milk, perhaps? That seems appropriate, Mio replied. Scratching her head, she instructed Robin to fetch a bottle of milk, fashioned a small nipple from plastic, and offered it to the hatchling, which began to suck eagerly, clearly relishing the milk. Once the little one finished drinking, it yawned and quickly dozed off by Mio's side. All right, everyone, you may leave, Mio said with a smile, cradling the hatchling in her arms. Erica and the others nodded in acknowledgement and turned to exit the room. At this moment, Mio gazed down at the little creature nestled in her arms, her eyes narrowing slightly. A wave of reluctance washed over her. Indeed, it felt rather cruel to inflict harm upon such a newly born being. Yet, the necessity of the situation pressed upon her. If she delayed, allowing sentiments to blossom over time, it would become even more challenging to act. The timing of the hatchling's emergence was fortuitous, aligning perfectly with her impending journey to the city, providing her an opportunity to nurture it. With a gentle stroke of the creature's head, she set it down before turning back to the deck, carrying the fish she had just caught to her quarters. Though a small specimen in the realm of the Pirate King, this fish bore a mouth filled with sharp teeth. Grasping the fish in one hand, Mio retrieved the thunderfruit with the other, carefully inserting it into the fish's mouth. Instinctively, the creature bit down and swallowed the fruit. With a slight exertion of her grip, she crushed the fish effortlessly. A notification materialized before her eyes. Congratulations, you have acquired the fish, Thunder, Gene. Subsequently, her gaze returned to the little creature, and with a resigned sigh, she proceeded to act. 1 minute later, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Mio sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently awaiting the process. The cultivation interface manifested before her. She could hear the distant rumblings of thunder, accompanied by a deafening roar. After a few minutes, she was prompted to select a cultivation direction, beast form or human form. Human form. The selection was successful, and the cultivation resumed. As half an hour elapsed, the process finally reached completion. At that moment, the capability panel of the cultivated being unfolded before Mio's eyes. Abilities, longevity, its lifespan is remarkably extended, allowing it to grow rapidly after birth and stabilize until the moment of death. When it swiftly ages, super strength and immense force, resilience, the skin possesses formidable defensive power. Dragon might, an innate aura that can influence the weak-willed. Fire consumption, the ability to devour flames to restore vitality. Dragon physique, this form endows it with exceptionally powerful attributes, including physical prowess, dragon's power, an inherent capability that embodies the strength of a fire attribute dragon, lightning manipulation, the ability to control and embody lightning, though it harbors a fear of seawater. Strength, Navy Major, maximum combat power, Navy Colonel, with immense untapped potential. She gazed at this introduction. Mio was not the least bit surprised. Firstly, the panel of this little creature was extraordinarily splendid, and the abilities it possessed were remarkably potent. Regarding its strength, Mio understood well. Despite the lavish panel, this little being had only just come into existence. Even though it harbored formidable powers, it lacked the capability to wield them effectively. And its physical form would continue to evolve, enhancing its attributes as it matured. Nevertheless, one could easily foresee the immense potential harbored within this little one. From a personal standpoint, the only two individuals aboard the vessel, excluding herself, who could be compared to this creature's potential were Erica and Kuroyan. Erica's talent and swordsmanship was exceptionally terrifying. Once her skills reached a certain level, slaying dragons would become a trivial task. Kuroyan, too, possessed vast potential, albeit currently unmanifested, and lacked an opportunity to unleash this potential. Mio had contemplated this opportunity and believed that once she emerged from the City of Advancement, she could enact her plans. For the time being, these two could merely be compared to this little creature and nothing more. The reason for this lay in the little one's extraordinarily long lifespan. The lifespan of a 1,000-year dragon was inherently extensive, and with the addition of the fire dragon's genes, it would undoubtedly be prolonged further. Moreover, as this little one's strength grew, its lifespan would likely increase in tandem. Sometimes, an individual's longevity could outlast even the most gifted of talents. And this was especially true for such a being already endowed with immense potential. With a thought, the little creature appeared before Mio, cradled in her arms. After nurturing, the little one had transformed into an infant, yet it still retained distinct features from before its cultivation. Prominently, it bore a pair of horns upon its forehead, dragon horns, and 2 marks on its back that hinted at future dragon wings. A female? Mio glanced at the little one's smooth body, her lips twitching slightly. She had anticipated a male. Since it was a girl, she decided to name her Mahi. As she spoke, Mio playfully scratched the little one's nose, bursting into laughter. When you eventually reveal your strength to the Navy, they might even bestow upon you the title of Dragon Princess. Perhaps sensing a tickle on her nose, the slumbering little one awoke, glaring around with indignation. Her tiny hands flailing in the air, appearing somewhat irritable. Yet, upon recognizing Mio, a smile instantly brightened her face. After snuggling against her, the little one drifted back into a deep sleep. Let us extract your abilities, Mio murmured solemnly. As her words fell, a notification materialized. Ability extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the ability Dragon's Might, alongside 1/10 of the comprehensive attributes of the creature you have nurtured. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted.